God of Crime. Volume 1. Prologue. The Criminal Who Became a God. Oh, Your Majesty Seo Tae-hyuk. I'm sorry to bring you to this shabby place. Tae-hyuk narrowly opened his eyes and scowled at the other party. That bastard, he always calls him that. That was a jargon used in the prison to call the prisoners. Those who have less than 3 years of term are plebeian, noble for more than 10 years, and king those who have received life sentences. Of course, there's no meaning of respect in it at all. A very insulting nickname with contempt and derision. I see. Seo Tae-hyuk sank on the chair in the middle of the room. He was one of the very few prisoners who don't shrink in front of jailers. There's nothing to offer to His Majesty. Would you like to drink the coffee that I didn't finish? Tae-hyuk drank it at once like it was nothing. Thank you. Coo. Your Majesty. You are composed like always. It's already been 10 years, right? To think that I won't get to see you anymore, tears are covering my eyes. Midline horizontal ellipsis, midline horizontal ellipsis. Yes. That day has come. It's in 1 week. Tae-hyuk's eye pupil shaked violently. A groan came from his firmly closed mouth. Although he thought all sentiments disappeared over the past 10 years. Plea of innocence denied, the lawyer fled, and then midline horizontal ellipsis, midline horizontal ellipsis. It's become like this. The jailer gave a few sheets of paper. What are these? Write the menu you would like to have for your last night. And if there's someone you want to visit you, write it down as well. What you would call the last supper and the last visit. Tae-hyuk didn't move for a minute. But a lot of thoughts went through his head, more than he would in his entire life. And then he slowly filled the sheets. Oh ho! A kimchi jjigae? You could have chosen fancier dishes though. It's my little brother's favorite dish. And to not add pork? This is quite an abnormal order. Perhaps you mean you were poor or something like that? Midline horizontal ellipsis, midline horizontal ellipsis. Oh, was I right? Midline horizontal ellipsis, midline horizontal ellipsis. Ha ha. Yes, I see. You'll be busy for the remaining time. It's the first death penalty in 30 years after its reintroduction, so everybody's inexperienced, so please forgive them kindly. Tae-hyuk couldn't stand up from his sit for a while. It was unfair. It was unfair enough to come in prison after a false charge, but to say he was going to die without having achieved anything. Ah, right. I had a thought, you know. A criminal who received life sentence is a king of crime, isn't it? Then how should we call a criminal who was executed? Perhaps a god. Ha ha. In 1 week, Your Majesty Seo Tae-hyuk is going to become the god of crime. Tae-hyuk roared a while in the room when the jailer left. 1 week went in an instant. It seems his name was shown more on TV than celebrities. It was because the whole country's attention gathered, since it was the death penalty that was revived after 30 years. In front of the prison, human rights groups have set demonstrations every day, but nothing changed. Tae-hyuk sank in thought on the visitation room's chair. He felt more serene when he accepted death. He requested his older sister and younger brother to come visit him. It's already been about a year since he last met them. What kind of talk to have? He wanted to say thank you to his younger brother who believed in his innocence until the end. His big sister who took the role of the mother instead of the dead parents, really living well and happily? Tae-hyuk looked at the clock on the wall. The kimchi jjigae on the table was already cold. Creak. At the sound of the door opening, Tae-hyuk changed his face expression to look indifferent as possible. Midline horizontal ellipsis, midline horizontal ellipsis. Tae-hyuk lost his word when he saw who entered. Oh my, Your Majesty. I'm so sorry, I'm not the person you were waiting for. It was the familiar face, the jailer. The jailer sank on the chair in the middle of the visiting room. You don't look to be so happy to see that it's me. Tae-hyuk didn't particularly deny it. Your family members. Was it Mr. Seo Tae-min and Ms. Seo Ha-ran? In other words, the two couldn't come. Is that so? Was it because they decided to give up? It was fine even if he knew that he won't be able to see his family for his last moments. Thanks for considering the incapable him who didn't even have the ability to clear oneself's false charge, as a family. He just wanted to say that one thing. Right. It was fine with this. Please consider that the man called Seo Tae-hyuk hadn't even existed. Then let's pray for my family to live happily. He decided to be content with this. The jailer moved a bit of his mouth. Last month, Ms. Seo Ha-ran, Your Majesty's older sister, has committed suicide. Sorry? It's really sudden, right? I mean, you know. A murder among the family. The mass comm is speaking every day about it. Journalists coming for being a family. And it seems the censoring place was unfortunately bad. So she got discovered by her company. Oh my, oh my. Then she got fired. And she had quite a lot of debt. And she lost the tiny little left to her in a pyramid scheme. So in the end. Cough cough. The jailer imitated to strangle himself. That's impossible. How could my older sister? Then what became of the remaining little brother? Was it Mr. Seo Tae-min? He was someone very brilliant. Unlike someone. He came out of the S University's Faculty of Law to save his older brother, right? And he was running after some major company or a politician I don't know clues to find. He's been missing not long ago. He may have thought he became a detective or whatever. He should have known his place. Midline horizontal ellipsis, midline horizontal ellipsis. Well, I guess he was put in an oil drum with concrete and is rolling at the bottom of the Yellow Sea by now. He should be getting well with his new neighbors. Well, his exact location is only known by the Sea King, I guess? Boom! Tae-hyuk slammed the table with his fist. The kimchi jjigae splashed and the whole room was in a mess. Don't you lie to me, you bastard. Are you fucking insane? What? My older sister suicided after being involved in a pyramid scheme? And Tae-min went missing trying to save me? Don't fuck with me. I'll kill you. The jailer was in stitches. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty Seo Tae-hyuk. You said you were going to kill me? You who has never killed before, not even a single ant. It was right. At the very moment, Tae-hyuk realized something strange. He thought the guy was just the jailer he's been seeing for 10 years. But it was not. Such a jailer wasn't in this prison. To begin with, there's no way a jailer would know this much. Then why did he think it was the jailer? Midline horizontal ellipsis, midline horizontal ellipsis. You are not the jailer. Then. Indeed, what am I? The jailer smiled. Tae-hyuk screamed at the man's face. You are a. The place where the eyeball should have been was an empty hole. And the mouth was ripped to the ear, and each time he was laughing, something red dripped down. The thing smiled and said, I've got this one very appetizing proposal. First, how about hearing it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. I don't think it is a dream. Prologue. Egu, Your Majesty Seo Tae-hyuk. I apologize for bringing you to this humble place. Tae-hyuk narrowed his eyes and glared at the other person. Son of a bitch. He always called Tae-hyuk by that term. It was a form of slang that inmates in a prison were called. Those with a jail sentence of less than 3 years were called commoners, while those that received more than 10 years in prison were nobles. Prisoners with a life sentence were called kings. Of course, the meaning didn't indicate respect at all. It was a very insulting nickname that was filled with scorn and ridicule. I see. Seo Tae-hyuk sat down in the chair in the middle of the room. He was one of the few inmates who didn't feel helpless in front of the guards. Your Highness has nothing to say. Would you like the coffee that I have left over? Tae-hyuk drank it all at once. Thank you. Kook. Your Majesty. You're still as free as always. Has it already been 10 years? Tears are flooding my eyes at the thought of not being able to see you anymore. Yes, yes. That day is here. It will happen in 1 week. Tae-hyuk's eyes violently trembled. Ammonia scaped from his tightly closed mouth. The last 10 years. He had thought that all his emotions had weathered away. Your claims of innocence have flown away. Your lawyer has run away. In the end. It is like this. The guard held out some documents. What is it? Write down the meal that you would like to have on your last night. If you also have anyone you wish to visit, then write it down as well. It was the so-called last dinner and last visit. Tae-hyuk did nothing for 1 minute. However, his head was filled with thoughts of his life. He slowly filled out the documents. Ho! Kimchi stew. It is all right for you to choose a fancier meal. This is my little brother's favorite food. Additionally, to not put any pork in? This is quite an unusual order. Surely you don't mean you were poor? Oh, was I right? Ha ha. Yes, I see. You'll be busy for the time you have remaining. This will be the first death penalty in 30 years, so please excuse anyone if they are inexperienced. Tae-hyuk didn't move from his spot for a while. Falsely accused. He was falsely accused and imprisoned. Now, he was doomed to die without seeing anything. The guard had a strange thought that he found amusing. Ah. I thought of something. Isn't a criminal who receives a life sentence called the king of crime? Then what should I call a criminal who is going to be executed? Perhaps, a god? Ha ha. In a week's time, Your Majesty Seo Tae-hyuk will become the god of sea rhyme. In the room where the guard had left him, Tae-hyuk furiously roared for a while. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 1 week passed by quickly. It seemed that his name appeared on TV more than the celebrities. The death penalty system had been just revived after 30 years, so it couldn't be helped that the nation was interested. Human rights organizations protested outside the prison every day, but it didn't change a thing. Tae-hyuk sat in a chair in the visitation room. His mind calmed down after he had accepted his death. He was waiting for his younger brother and older sister, who he had asked to visit. It had already been over a year since he last saw them. What would they talk about? He wanted to thank his younger brother for believing that he was innocent until the end. Did his sister, who took over as a mother when their parents died when he was a child, live happily ever after? Tae-hyuk looked at the clock on the wall. The kimchi stew on the table was already cold. Thump. Tae-hyuk tried to make his expression as casual as possible as he heard the door opening. Tae-hyuk forgot what he was going to say when he saw the person who came in. Egu, Your Majesty. I'm not the one you have been waiting for. I'm truly sorry. It was the familiar guard. He sat down on a chair in the visitation room. You look very uncomfortable at my appearance. Tae-hyuk didn't deny it. Your family. Was it Seo Taemin SSI and Seo Haran? You won't be able to see the both of them. Is that so? Had they decided to give up everything? He didn't mind that he wouldn't be able to see his family in his last minutes. Thank you for treating me as family, even though I was unable to get rid of the false accusations. He only wanted to say those words. Yes. This was what happened. It would be best if they saw Seo Tae-hyuk as someone who never existed in the first place. Then he would pray that his remaining family would live on happily. He decided to be satisfied with this thought. Then the guard smirked. Seo Haran SSI, Your Majesty's older sister, Seo Haran, committed suicide last month. Ha? Is this surprising? No, not really. She had a murderer in her family, of which the media talk about every day. Reporters coup point bothering the family. The end by chance, the mosaic covering her face didn't work properly, and was revealed to her workplace. Oh dear, oh dear. In the end, she was fired. Furthermore, I was told that she had quite a large debt. She eventually lost her remaining assets in a multi-level marketing scheme. Thus, in the end. Dot. The guard pretended to strangle himself. That is ridiculous. Why would Noonan do that? Anyways, what happened to your younger brother? Seo Taemin SSI, was it? He was truly smart, unlike a certain someone. Didn't he enter Law University to save his Hyung? He was then caught looking for evidence from politicians and large corporations. Not long after, he disappeared. I guess he thought he was a detective. He should have known not to overrate himself. My guess is that he is encased in concrete in a barrel drum at the bottom of the Yellow Sea. He should be getting friendly with his new neighbors. Well, what is the exact location of the Dragon King? Kwang. Tae-hyuk struck the table with his fist. The prepared kimchi stew was strewn about, and the room became a mess. Don't lie to me, you bastard. Are you completely crazy? What? My sister committed suicide after losing everything in a pyramid scheme? Don't take me for a fool. And Taemin went missing after trying to save me? Don't play around. I will kill you. The guard held his side as he laughed. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty Seo Tae-hyuk. What, you will kill me? You, who has never even killed a single ant in your life. It was the right answer. At that moment, Tae-hyuk thought it was strange. Until now, he thought that this was the guard that he had known for 10 years, however, that was not the case. There was no such guard here. In the first place, there was no way a prison guard could know that much. Why did he ever think that the person before was a prison guard? You aren't a guard. Yes. Then what am I? The guard laughed. Taehyuk, who saw the man's face, screamed. Ayo-ak. In the sockets where one's eyeballs were supposed to be was replaced by a hollow space. The mouth was ripped from ear to ear and something red bled down his chin whenever he laughed. The thing smiled and said, I have a very mouth-watering proposal. Would you like to AR it first? Chapter 1, I don't think it is a dream. Ki-ok. Taehyuk woke up screaming. It was a bad dream. This happens sometimes. Sometimes here were dreams so real that he couldn't even distinguish between the dream and reality for a while after waking up. Well, that was a shit dream. In his dream, Taehyuk was a falsely accused criminal who received the death penalty. Fuck. Just thinking about it caused him to curse. Taehyuk sat on his bed and didn't move for a while. Wait a minute. So I was locked up for 10 years for a murder I didn't commit? In the end, I was sentenced to death. Taehyuk certainly didn't kill anyone. However, the evidence was perfect. There was the CCTV taken at the crime scene. The weapon with Taehyuk's fingerprints on them. An eyewitness also saw him escaping the crime scene. Damn. His body started shaking. Wait a minute. It is just a dream. Just think of it as a shit dream. But something was wrong. It was too real to be a dream. It felt like he really had been confined in prison as a death row inmate until yesterday. If it was a dream, then who was he now? Taehyuk looked around. It was a 3-pyeong room with a bunk bed and 2 desks. There was also a small bookcase with a simple structure. The unique dampness and moldy smell was still the same. It was the room he shared with his brother Taemin before he graduated from high school. What? It feels like I'm reminiscing about a memory that is more than 10 years old. Crazy. This is all due to that realistic dream. 15 years had passed by in his dream. But in reality, only a single night had passed. Then what was this sense of incongruity? Anyway, I am still a high school student, right? Not a death row inmate. Taehyuk calmed his chaotic mind and wanted to check. Yes, a mirror. Taehyuk mindlessly searched the room for a mirror. He would resolve things after confirming his appearance. If he didn't look like a high school student but a man in his 30s. Just thinking about it caused him to have goosebumps. Eventually, he was able to find a small handheld mirror. Ugh. A bad taste. The demon carved on the mirror gave off a bad feeling. Did we ever have a mirror like this? It might belong to his younger brother. The place where he found it was in the bookshelf used by both of them. Phew. Fortunately, I'm still a high school student. The man in the mirror seemed to be in his late teens. Wait a minute. What is this? Taehyuk looked around with a strange expression. However, there was nothing. He looked at the mirror again. There were a lot of strange letters on it. Co Taehyuk. Title, God of Crime. Rating, Commoner, lacking conditions for upgrade. Skills possessed, none. In addition to this, a status window filled the mirror. Taehyuk laughed to himself. This is a well-made toy. The contents were commonly seen in popular online games. A person who liked things like this. Inside the house, there was only Taemin. Either way, he was indeed a high school student. Taehyuk sighed with relief. He wasn't a falsely accused death row prisoner. He was Co Taehyuk, a high school student in the 2nd grade who lived with his older sister and younger brother. Then he started to remember some things. Unlike his brother, who was a good student, he had a slightly delinquent appearance. He sometimes missed school and he couldn't exactly say that his grades were good. Thus, he was treated as a troublemaker. Still, at least he wasn't a high school gangster. Has Taemin already left? He could smell the scent of rice cooking from somewhere. It seemed that his sister, Co Haran, was preparing breakfast. He started to realize that he was hungry. Taehyuk! Come eat. His sister's voice was heard. Taehyuk scratched his head and headed towards the kitchen. Asterisk. Taehyuk's eyes turned red. Haran asked with surprise. What is it? Did you have a scary dream or something? Taemin, who was sitting opposite to Taehyun, stared at him before shifting his gaze back to the English words in the book before him. There wasn't much time remaining for his exam, so even the preparation time while eating was precious. Dust entered my eyes. The menu for breakfast was kimchi stew. There was only a little bit of tofu, and didn't contain a single piece of meat. Haran hesitated before saying, I'm sorry, Nuna will cook you one with meat when I get paid. It really is because dust entered my eyes. ILSO, Nuna's kimchi stew really is the best in the world, so delicious that I would want to eat it before I die. It was a sincere statement. He put a spoonful into his mouth and could taste his sister's kimchi stew. It was a dish that he couldn't eat in his dream, after all. Oh my, this child. You'll be late. Eat quickly. Haran laughed as she moved her spoon. She didn't dislike Taehyuk's praise. Their parents had both died in an accident, so Haran became the sole guardian of Taehyuk and Taemin. Despite being a flower in her early 20s, she was working double shifts at the factory. She didn't wear any makeup, but to Taehyun, she was more beautiful than anyone else in the world. Taehyuk bit his lip. I'll have to get a job straight after graduating high school so I can help Nuna. Then he was startled. A memory from his dream of being a death row prisoner popped up. I graduated from school. I obtained a job with a private security company because I had nothing useful, save my body. And I worked there for 2 years. Then, he was framed and went to jail. No. It's a dream, a dream. Damn, dot. Taehyuk turned on the TV to shake off the memories of the death row prisoner. The prosecution is looking for the whereabouts of Yu Cheolho, a prisoner who escaped from Central Prison on the 9th. Haran shook her head and made a fuss as the news of a horrible criminal was heard. Oh mo. He still isn't caught. It was said that he might be near Hiri. Taehyuk, if you go outside, then only go when it is still light. If someone goes up to you, then don't follow them. Do you understand? Nuna. I'm grown up. And why don't you say something to Taemin? Taemin is steady. Then I'm bad? Oh ho hut. Taehyuk and Taemin were already high school students, but Haran still viewed them as children. Taehyuk smiled at his sister's worry and nodded. By the way, that person still hasn't been caught? He was clearly caught. Yu Cheolho. A familiar name. He had stayed in the room next to Taehyuk's for a while. In other words, a neighbor. Of course, that was just in my dream, but Taehyuk knew why he had such a dream. It was because he kept hearing these things in the news every day. Hyung. Did you eat something bad? Yu Cheolho was caught after committing 7 murders 3 months ago, and broke out of prison just last week. So he hasn't been caught. Taemin, who was eating rice quietly, interrupted. Taehyuk frowned. Taemin was interested in such things. This time, he was wrong. For sure. What are you talking about? Yu Cheolho escaped for 6 months and was caught after committing 3 more murders. Taemin sighed and said. Phew, Hyung. Don't just read manhwa. You should watch the news as well. Yu Cheolho was caught? They are completely clueless. There is also a pretty good reward. You must have dreamt about catching him. Wait a minute. Didn't Yu Cheolho clearly get caught after his escape? He was a complete psycho and quite talkative. Furthermore, he didn't sleep, so he talked about his story until dawn. After 2 successful breakouts, he gained the nickname King of Jailbreaks. The place he went and how he escaped were all vivid in Taehyuk's head. So Yu Cheolho's nickname isn't King of Jailbreaks? Taemin moved his index finger to the side of his head and moved it round and round. Hey. That isn't something you should do to your Hyung. Ah. It's already 8 o'clock. You should hurry if you don't want to be late. The student manager said he would break your legs with a paddle if you are late again. Taemin got up and ran to his room. Indeed, a terrible dream. Not even the Pirate King but the King of Jailbreaks. If the dream is correct, then Yu Cheolho's accomplice should be caught in S-City by now. But he isn't. Taehyuk unwittingly said the thought that came to his head. You must be half asleep. Haran laughed. A few minutes passed. Taehyuk. Haran, who was eating while watching the news, starting shivering like she had seen a ghost. Dot. You were just talking about Yu Cheolho's accomplice, right? Yes. Why? Look at that. Haran pointed to the TV with a trembling hand. Breaking news. The accomplice to Yu Cheolho's escape was caught in S-City. Taehyuk's mouth gaped open. He was so surprised that he didn't notice the falling spoon. Wait. What is this? What is this? The content of the news was the same as his dream. The evidence was the same as Yu Cheolho's first escape. A dream. It's a dream. Then why is it happening in real life? Nuna. Is that a rerun? This actually happened yesterday, or the day before, right? That, a live broadcast. The word stabbed at Taehyuk's chest like a dagger. It was a dream, so what was this? A foresight dream? Returning to the past? Or was it just a coincidence? Haran gazed at Taehyuk with worried eyes. Taehyuk tried to look bright. Ha ha. I just said it. It came true by chance. Maybe I should go and buy a lottery ticket. Hey, you really scared me. I have to go to school. Doesn't Nuna come home late at night? You should be careful at night. Prince Nim doesn't have to worry, I'll be careful. Have fun at school. Yes, Nuna. Taehyuk left the house with his bag. His laughter instantly disappeared from his face. According to his dream, Yu Cheol-ho shouldn't be far from here. I need to confirm if Yu Cheol-ho is really there. Only then will I know if that was just a dream. He felt sorry for his sister, but he wouldn't be able to go to school. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. I don't think it is a dream number 2. Chapter 2. I don't think it is a dream number 2. Yu Cheol-ho's actions after his accomplice was caught were simple. It was the same as fox hunting. If a fox's cave was lit on fire, then it would fall prey to the hunters waiting outside. If there was a definite hideout, it was better to keep hiding there. The place where Yu Cheol-ho is located is 20 bus stops away. A serial killer that had the whole nation in an uproar was in such close proximity. Taehyuk pulled out the wallet from his pocket and checked its contents. It have about 3,000 won in total. It was said that a man should always have 3,000 won on him. He had no idea that would be true. It was only enough for a round-trip bus fare. Furthermore, if he used up all of it, then he would have to starve for lunch. If I had known that, then I would have eaten more for breakfast. He hadn't even eaten half a bowl of stew due to thinking about Yu Cheol-ho. It was like in the military or the prison. It was an unspoken law that those who left food behind would soon regret it. Damn. This is just like a real criminal. It was within walking distance, but Taehyuk decided to take the bus. It was noticeable if a student wearing a uniform was walking the streets during class time. Due to his delinquent looks, he was often picked up by police officers on patrol and lectured. Every time Haran was contacted, he would have to see her in tears. Indeed, I should take the bus. What did he want to do when he met Yu Cheol-ho? Taehyuk's mind became complicated. What if Yu Cheol-ho was really at the location where he was going now? Then it would be proof that what he thought was a dream actually wasn't. Then, would he really go to jail in 5 years after being falsely accused? As a result, those events, his older sister Seo Haran and younger brother Seo Taemin would be ruined. Fuck. It is like hearing that I have a terminal illness. However, it was better to know and be prepared than to be ignorant. Taehyuk got on the bus towards his destination. He pulled his baseball cap deep over his face, just in case he saw a face that he knew. It is past the time to go to work, so there aren't many people on the bus. There was only an old lady and a man with a baseball cap positioned like Taehyuk's. He had bumped into the man when he got on the bus. But there was something suspicious about him. It is so empty in here, so why is he sitting next to someone? Taehyuk, who had sat in an empty seat, turned and closely observed the two of them. It was at that moment. BRR. There was a vibration from between his crotch. Taehyuk looked around with surprise. Fuck. If anyone saw that, then they would think I was a pervert. There was something in the pocket of his school uniform that was vibrating. Is it a mirror? Why is it in the pocket of my uniform? It was the mirror that he used to look at himself this morning. The demon carved on the outside still looked really ominous. Taehyuk squinted and looked at the mirror. His face was reflected, but there were still some strange letters written. Crime skill, robbery has been acquired. You can acquire one random item when bumping against another person. The probability of success depends on your dexterity. The letters came and then disappeared. Taehyuk's mouth trembled. What is this? At the same time, new letters emerged above his head. Seo Taehyuk. Title, God of Crime. Rating, Commoner, lacking conditions for upgrade. Skills possessed, robbery, LV1. Did I learn the robbery skill just now? Why? Taehyuk realized that the demon mirror wasn't an ordinary item. In the first place, he had clearly left this on Taemin's desk, yet it somehow ended up in his pocket. He thought that the demon looked like a true dick. A really dick-like thing. Anyway, if the words on the demon mirror were true, then he had just learnt a crime skill. Taehyuk looked around. It wasn't difficult to find the reason. If there is a result, then there needs to be a cause. After Taehyuk's arrival on the bus, the old lady started to snore as she dozed off. The man sitting next to her then revealed his true colors. Pickpocket. The man used careful hand techniques to prevent the old lady from waking up. He easily opened the locked handbag using a razor, and all he took out was a wallet. If Taehyuk hadn't known that something was going to happen beforehand, then he would have thought the man's body had moved because the bus was shaking. That's how perfect the man's skill was. Taehyuk wouldn't have noticed if he hadn't seen the word robbery on the demon mirror. What on earth is this mirror? Taehyuk chewed on his lips. Was it truly a mirror that had a demon dwelling inside it? The pickpocket tried to get off the bus before Taehyuk could calm his confused mind. Duck! The pickpocket was rushing like he could feel a gaze on him. Then Taehyuk's body was lightly bumped. Once again, the demon mirror vibrated. BRR. Taehyuk made a crazy expression and looked at the mirror. Robbery has been used. You have succeeded in stealing the opponent's belongings. The pickpocket had already escaped the bus. Robbery? According to the message in the mirror, he had stolen something from the pickpocket. Taehyuk bit his lip. I should check to see what I stole first. Taehyuk searched through his pockets before a long wallet that he hadn't seen before emerged. Oh my god. It was as he had thought. The pickpocket had stolen the old lady's wallet, then it was stolen again. In this situation, the one accused of being the criminal would be him. Taehyuk hurriedly got off the bus. The old lady's scream rang through the bus. Omo! My wallet is gone. Taehyuk's eyes shook. There was no time. Taehyuk ran through the alleys. Crazy. A pickpocket stole the old lady's wallet. And the pickpocket had the wallet stolen by Taehyuk. If Taehyuk had been a little late getting off the bus, then he would have been arrested by the police officer on duty. What? God of crime? Trying to make a good person a criminal. Taehyuk angrily threw the demon mirror with all his strength towards the ground. Ji-ok. Wah! Rather than the fragile mirror breaking, the cement ground was the one that cracked. This time he stepped on it. Look! It hurt like he had kicked a stone pillar. Taehyuk spat out curses and threw the demon mirror into a trash bin. He then turned his body and left this place. Asterisk. Taehyuk was worried about what to do with the old lady's wallet. It seemed like he was becoming a criminal without his consent. Just like those guys. In his dream, Taehyuk had been imprisoned for 10 years. Unless he was in solitary confinement, it was impossible not to meet other criminals. There were even those criminals convicted of atrocities. Yu Cheolho was one of those people. They were monsters in a human guise. Now, he wasn't too sure that it was a dream. At any rate, he was a falsely accused death row inmate in his dream. For 10 years, he had struggled to escape from that place. It had been a really painful, long time. Would it have been easier if he knew that he had been postponing death for 10 years? So if he became a criminal here, it would be like denying his very existence. I need to find its owner. But how? He could go to the police station and give them the wallet. They would thank him for surrendering, and then they would handcuff him. Well, it is best to just put it in the mailbox. Inside the wallet were 20 checkbooks worth 100,000 won each and 10 50,000 won bills. The total was 2.5 million won. There was also identification. He would definitely put it in the mailbox that belonged to the owner. She is richer than I thought. His heart shook at the tidy sum. It was enough to buy some new clothes for his troubled sister. Co Taehyuk. What are you thinking? I don't think that Nuna would like that. Taehyuk pulled a 50,000 won bill from the wallet. This was lost property, so to speak. If he returned it to the owner, then 10% was his. Then he put the wallet in the mailbox. I can buy samgyeopsal and grill it with Nuna. He thought as he placed the money in his pocket. He froze in shock. Crazy. It was the demon mirror that he had obviously tossed in the bin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. I don't think it is a dream. Number 3. Chapter 3, I don't think it is a dream. Number 3. Taehyuk eventually gave up on getting rid of the mirror. It kept returning to his pocket, yet it wasn't a possessed doll. It just informed him of the situation through messages and vibrations. It didn't seem like it would do him any harm. I guess I should go visit a shaman later. He put aside the mirror for now, and decided to think about Yu Cheol-ho first. Wasn't Yu Cheol-ho hiding in an empty church? If he had a smartphone, then he would search with a map app service. However, Taehyuk currently only had the flip phone that his sister had given him. He had no choice but to go to a nearby PC room to search online. Despite the fact that it was currently class time, the PC room was still crowded with people. He noticed a few students in their uniforms. They are also playing hooky. Taehyuk paid the fee at the counter, then sat down and turned on the computer. The location of the church. Crazy. There are more than 20? The good news was that he knew that it was an empty church. Taehyuk called the churches one by one to check. After a few minutes, he was able to get the information that he wanted. There were 2 churches that didn't answer the phone. He is certainly in one of them. Taehyuk moved in a hurry. The first place he went to wasn't correct. If that was true, then Yu Cheol-ho was definitely at the second location. Bingo! The curtains were firmly closed over each window. However, he felt a strange presence inside. The whole alley was half empty due to redevelopment. The church where Yu Cheol-ho was hiding also seemed to be ruined. Certainly, no one would ever imagine that an escaped prisoner would be hiding in a rundown church. First of all, he had to confirm that Yu Cheol-ho was inside. How can I talk to him? He couldn't knock on the door and ask for Yu Cheol-ho SSI. It just wasn't possible. At that moment, he came up with a good idea. Taehyuk got the address of the church from the mailbox and headed to a Chinese restaurant that was nearby. It was a place where he used to do deliveries when skipping school. It was lunchtime. The phone was ringing, but the delivery motorcycles weren't visible. As expected, they are swamped with orders. Taehyuk called the Chinese restaurant. He made an order for jjajangmyeon and gave the address of the church. He also made sure to sound annoyed at the fact that the restaurant was swamped with orders, and that the delivery would be delayed. Is it Taehyuk? Did you come for a job again? Well, that is good, as there are a lot of deliveries. The boss greeted Taehyuk as he opened the door to the Chinese restaurant. Nope. I'm here to eat jjajangmyeon. Don't be like that. I'm unbelievably busy right now, please, just do 10. It is urgent, so I'll give you an hourly wage of 10,000 won. Taehyuk smiled pleasantly. Then I'll do it for just 1 hour. Call. Taehyuk changed into his work clothes and picked up the iron boxes containing the deliveries. Let's do a test. He decided to test if the robbery skill he just learned could also be used against the public. As he passed the boss sitting at the counter, Taehyuk bumped against his body. Then the crime skill was activated normally. Robbery has been used. You have succeeded in stealing the opponent's belongings. What did I steal? Taehyuk put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a strange bundle of hair. What is this? He looked at the boss and saw that his rich head of hair was gone. Boss Nim. Isn't he obviously in his 30s? Taehyuk's eyes flashed. This fell here. Ack. When was this stripped off? Taehyuk. Don't tell anybody about this. I'll add another 5,000 won to your hourly wage. The 2 men exchanged conspiratorial glances. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Your jjajangmyeon has arrived. Taehyuk knocked on the firmly locked door and shouted. There was no reaction from inside the church. He started using more strength to knock on the door. There was still no reaction, so Taehyuk started shouting. Aish. Delivery. Please come out quickly. In the end, the person couldn't bear it. The closed curtain opened a little bit. The person inside was checking to see if it really was a genuine Chinese delivery person outside. The iron door opened, revealing a man in clergy attire that could be seen from within the shadows. I never ordered any jjajangmyeon. Aish. It's right here. Well. I happen to be hungry. How much is it? The man opened the door a bit wider and slowly came out. Taehyuk nearly dropped the iron box he was carrying. Yu Cheol-ho. A murderer who killed 7 people. It was him. He has a beard now, and is also in clergy attire, but it is definitely him. Taehyuk's clothes became damp with sweat. The fact that Yu Cheol-ho was here was evidence that what Taehyuk saw wasn't a simple dream. Then. Crazy. Then, in the next 5 years, I will be framed and taken to prison? Fuck off. Wait a minute. Something suddenly popped into Tae-hyuk's head. It was different from the time when he was framed without knowing anything. Right now, Tae-hyuk knew what would happen in the next 15 years. And? I don't know precisely what this power is, but there is also the mirror. Due to the power of the mirror, he was able to learn the robbery skill from the pickpocket. If that was so, then couldn't other things be learned? Perhaps Tae-hyuk could change the harsh reality that he remembered. First of all, I have to find out how to learn skills. Tae-hyuk remembered when he first learnt robbery. He ran into the pickpocket as he got on the bus, and got the robbery skill. Shortly afterwards, he witnessed the pickpocket stealing the old lady's wallet. The condition required would be one of them. My body feels a bit uncomfortable. Can you come in and put the food on the floor? Yu Cheol-ho said with a smile. Tae-hyuk looked at his eyes, and saw the eyes of a beast determined to kill. I cannot relax for even a second. If he did something even slightly suspicious, then he would surely be killed by Yu Cheol-ho. Tae-hyuk recalled the 3 murders after Yu Cheol-ho escaped. He suspected that they had noticed his identity and stabbed them dozens of times with a knife. Yu Cheol-ho was very quick. Tae-hyuk wouldn't be able to get away if he tried to escape. Then, he had to perfectly pretend to be a Chinese delivery person. Tae-hyuk told Yu Cheol-ho with a casual expression. It is 5,000 won. Wait a minute. Money. There were no signs that Yu Cheol-ho doubted Tae-hyuk's identity. Tae-hyuk smiled pleasantly. It was good that I came in the disguise of a Chinese deliveryman. People always let down their guard when they deal with people like couriers and deliverymen. Tae-hyuk remembered that Yu Cheol-ho was previously arrested after being reported by a pizza delivery person. Yes, the money is here. Yu Cheol-ho pulled out a 10,000 won bill from his pocket. Tae-hyuk accepted it and gave back the change. We're currently swamped with deliveries, so I will come back later to pick up the bowl after an hour. And the door closed. Tae-hyuk sighed with relief. He had safely escaped from the clutches of a crazy killer. Try to enjoy it, as it will be your last meal in society. Tae-hyuk laughed. If he had known this before, then he would have also given Yu Cheol-ho some. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 I don't think it is a dream number 4. Chapter 4 I don't think it is a dream number 4. It seems that I can't learn skills just from touching another person's body. Tae-hyuk had deliberately touched Yu Cheol-ho's hand as he was giving him the money. However, there was no reaction from the mirror. Then what is it? Surely it wasn't just the robbery skill. There was just too much that he didn't know. Let's just think about Yu Cheol-ho first. It was impossible for him to catch the killer directly. He didn't even know the success rate of robbery, so it was suicidal to act while believing in it. Then there was only one thing left. The prosecutors assured that they would be able to catch Yu Cheol-ho tomorrow. However, according to Tae-hyuk's dream, Yu Cheol-ho would start fleeing across the country for more than a month. Within that time period, 3 innocent civilians would be killed. The most important thing was for Tae-hyun to deviate from the predetermined date. If Yu Cheol-ho were caught today, then the 3 victims that were supposed to die would be saved in the end. He hoped that he could change the future. Tae-hyuk hurried into action. Yes. I will call a reliable detective. Tae-hyuk thought about who to contact while searching through his pockets. He then pulled out his handphone to make a call. There is no more battery. It was an old-fashioned flip phone that he inherited from his sister. Even if he charged it every day, it was still a junk phone that would quickly run out of power. Tae-hyuk went to a nearby convenience store and charged his handphone. A few minutes would be enough to make one call. The TV in the store was showing news about Yu Cheol-ho. Finally, there is a reward of 50 million won. However, his location is still unknown. Bounty. Tae-hyuk almost fell backwards at that word. Why didn't I think of it before? He is an escaped prisoner, so naturally there will be a reward. Come to think of it, his brother had said something similar this morning. At first, this was simply to check if he was in a dream or not. Then he suddenly learned a strange crime skill, but this fact wasn't too important. 50 million won. It was an amount that allowed him to not only buy clothes for his hardworking sister, but also allowed them to get out of the monthly rented semi-basement room. The person he called would be someone who would obtain a huge merit. Therefore, he wanted to give it to someone he knew. Yes. I will call Cho Kong-suk Hyung. He was a crime squad investigator who had questioned Tae-hyuk several times in the past. He was one of the few people who treated Tae-hyuk as a human instead of a death row inmate. His promotion luck was quite bad, despite having a vibrant sense of justice, so he was still in the field despite being in his late 40s. He should be roughly in his 30s right now. After confirming that the battery was charged to a certain extent, Tae-hyuk pressed a number. This is the Gangdong police station. I wish to speak to Detective Cho Kong-suk. Yes, I understand. There was a moment of silence before Cho Kong-suk's voice was heard. Yes, the phone has been changed. I am Cho Kong-suk of the Gangdong police station's second team. Will I really get a reward if I catch you, Cheol-ho? Tae-hyuk asked directly. It has to be directly. Or can it just be a crucial tip that leads to the arrest? Hey, are you a high school student? Why are you making a prank call? If I catch you, then I'll be angry. It was a reaction that Tae-hyuk had expected from Cho Kong-suk. He was more like a neighborhood Hyung than a detective. It is real. But is it in cash? What are the tax percentages? Hyung is busy, so I'm hanging up. It is definitely you, Cheol-ho. Isn't this a situation where you have to find every grain of rice that you Cheol-ho shed while eating? How about just checking it out? I will do it. I hope it is real, or I will one punch you so hard that 3 teeth will be knocked out. Yes. How did you even see him? I made a delivery. Even an escaped prisoner has to eat. Tae-hyuk smiled widely. Despite his crude way of speaking, Cho Kong-suk was a thorough detective. He would check any minor clue directly. Tae-hyuk told Kong-suk his location. ******. Fuck. It is real. To think that he was hiding in this type of place. Son of a bitch. He used the walkie-talkie, requesting that reinforcements be sent from the investigation headquarters. I found where he is hiding. Location. Kong-suk patted Tae-hyuk's head. Sorry for doubting you. No problem. Please be sure to catch him. Then. Watch as I catch him. Tae-hyuk licked the ice cream Kong-suk bought him and watched the arrest operation. The rest happened quickly. The investigation had been in trouble because there were no witnesses to report the location. But now they knew exactly where he was hiding. Cho Kong-suk acted quickly. After contacting the Special Investigation Headquarters, dozens of police cars arrived. Tae-hyuk watched in interest as they broke through the door of the building. Yu Cheol-ho took off the clothes that he was wearing and started to run away quickly. Cho Kong-suk threw himself onto Yu Cheol-ho, like a hawk hunting its prey. Yu Cheol-ho was handcuffed and started screaming. Fuck. Which son of a bitch knew I was here? Tell me. I'll bite off the flesh on their bones. Yu Cheol-ho was taken away by 5 police officers while still furiously struggling. Tae-hyuk just watched as he put the last bit of ice cream in his mouth. Ah, cool. It was sweet and delicious. After Yu Cheol-ho was dragged out, the police entered the church to find any remaining evidence. Cho Kong-suk continued walking around with a walkie-talkie to check if there were any more threats to Tae-hyuk, the witness. Tae-hyuk thought it was good that the tip went to him. Ah, Detective Nim. You are rejuvenated. You don't even have the potbelly anymore. It was so different from the Cho Kong-suk he remembered that Tae-hyuk couldn't help laughing. Only the eyes that burned with the flames of justice were the same. Detective Cho Kong-suk. You should now receive a special promotion. Brat. If you are facing any trouble, contact Hyung, but you don't look like the type who will be easily bullied. Ah. Have you eaten lunch? Shall Hyung buy you a bowl of jjajangmyeon? Wah. I gave you the top merit for catching this criminal, yet you only want to buy me a bowl of jjajangmyeon? Well. Do you want tangsuyuyuk as well? Nope. I've actually already eaten. Instead, there is something else I need your help with. Help me get the bounty money, as his is my first time. Cho Kong-suk chuckled. He seemed to like the bold Tae-hyuk. Ha ha. Doesn't it sound like you're planning to do this again? Pooh ha ha. What is with that expression? Anyway. You are Tae-hyuk? Really, thank you. Yu Cheol-ho, that bastard, is a really dangerous guy. Had he escaped, then he would have definitely started kill ing again. We were able to catch him without any injury, thanks to your report. Tae-hyuk felt something hot rising from within his heart. He hadn't realized because he had been focused on the reward. Tae-hyuk had saved the lives of 3 future murder victims. The tragedy in the future had changed. It was at that moment. The mirror vibrated. I didn't bump into anyone. The crime skill robbery seemed to activate regardless of Tae-hyuk's will. However, there was the condition that he needed to touch the other person. He pulled out the mirror and checked the sentences. 3 affinity points have been acquired. You can use the affinity points to enhance crime skills or activate hidden attributes. What is this? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. This is all thanks to good neighbors. Chapter 5. This is all thanks to good neighbors. After studying it all night, Tae-hyuk had finally figured out the usage of the mirror to a certain extent. It was basically the same as a smartphone with a touchscreen. He could touch the screen to get any desired information, and EVN to change any of its settings. Tae-hyuk could call up a list of accessible skills by clicking on the Crime Skills tab. Robbery was currently the only one available. Furthermore, Tae-hyuk had 3 affinity points, which he recalled seeing in a game before. The acquired points could be used to strengthen skills. Once he clicked on an item, several lists came up. He could steal things from a person who didn't even bump into him, pick the item that he wanted, etc. They all seemed like useful skill enhancements. However, the number of affinity points needed varied for each enhancement. The one that was most expensive, at a total of 10 points, was stealing several items at once. The other enhancements ranged from 1 to 5 points. Tae-hyuk decided to test the affinity points. First of all, I have to raise this. Robbery was the skill that stole the object of a person he bumped into. The slightest mistake meant he could be seen as a pickpocket. Fortunately, there was an attribute to avoid that. Activation timing adjustment. After selecting the desired attribute, he pressed the enhance button, and the screen flashed with a message. It is like I am watching a B-grade mobile game. Surely it won't fail? Insufficient affinity points. What? It requires 5 points to get activation timing adjustment? He needed 2 more points in order to prevent the crime skill from being triggered at an inconvenient time in the future. The problem was that he didn't know how to acquire additional points. As Tae-hyuk grabbed his head in distress, somebody suddenly spoke to him. Hey, Tae-hyuk. It is Hyung. Cho Kang-suk, who was wearing jeans and an Aloha t-shirt, opened the cafe door and waved out to him. He was also wearing red sunglasses. Tae-hyuk instinctively wanted to leave the cafe but endured that notion. Kang-suk, despite his abhorrent taste in fashion, had come to help. Tae-hyuk greeted him. Hello, Kang-suk Hyung. Kang-suk sat in a chair and said. I paid some attention to what I am wearing today. Hoo. Thanks to you, I received a holiday. I am planning to go to a club in the evening. Going to a club. Tae-hyuk had a headache. It is really cool. I thought you were a model. Ha. This guy. Won't you do well in your social life? He was tall and had big, broad shoulders, so his social life wasn't bad. However, he seemed to be more popular with men than with women. Auntie. A cup of coffee over here please. Keep it coming. Here, you have to go to the counter and order it. I see. I've never been here before. Kang-suk scratched his head and ordered a cup of iced coffee. After waiting for a while, the clerk came with an iced coffee and some ice cubes. Kang-suk took a gulp and said. I still don't know the difference between iced coffee and cold coffee. The tea room coffee seemed to suit his taste more. Thank you for helping me today. Tae-hyuk bowed his head. Today's meetup was regarding money. If a high school student accepted the reward money, then twisted, greedy dungflies would gather. If Detective Kang-suk claimed it, then such people could be effectively prevented. He was sincerely grateful for Kang-suk's help. Well, I can take a vacation thanks to you. Then let's go straight away. Hey. Sit down. There is an order in the works. Kang-suk started to explain. I think you should know most of it to a certain extent, but I'll explain the details. Although the basic reward is 50 million won, you won't be able to receive all of it. Tae-hyuk nodded. It was quite silly, but he had to pay a certain amount under the pretext of taxes. 15% will be taken as the withholding tax. Then there is another 22% for the unearned income tax. Ultimately, you get 63% of the original reward. Tae-hyuk already knew that 15% would be taken. However, he didn't account for the unearned income tax, the tax on profits obtained without working. He had worked hard to earn this money. Tae-hyuk felt wronged, but as it was the law, he couldn't do anything about it. In the end, I will still get 31.5 million won. That's right, that is still a lot of money. It is even more than my regular salary. You have a terribly small salary. Hey, don't say that. Anyway, what will you do with that money? Don't spend it in strange places. Do you want Hyun to help you with installment savings? Tae-hyuk decided to tell the truth. Well, in fact, my parents died in an accident and a few debts behind. We can try and give up the inheritance, but it will be of no use as it was dragged into my Nuna's name. In the end, I am living with my Nuna in a semi-basement rented room. My Nuna's health keeps on getting worse due to the bad air, however. I was planning on using the bounty money to move us out of the semi-basement and into a better home. Well, this brat. A real man. Kang-suk's voice trembled. He thought that after Tae-hyuk received the money, he would to buy things he wanted or to travel overseas. Kang-suk was proven wrong, however, and was deeply impressed. Kang-suk pounded on Tae-hyuk's back. He liked this type of heart. And no. However, Tae-hyuk inwardly let out a shriek. Once again, his crime skill was triggered. Robbery has been used. You have failed to steal the opponent's belongings. Fortunately, it was a failure. Even if it was a mistake, stealing Kang-suk's wallet would be the end. Luckily it failed. Whack. However, Kang-suk hadn't finished pounding his back. Pang pang pang. Robbery was triggered each time. Failure, again failure. The success rate was lower than he thought. But no matter how low the probability was, as long as it wasn't zero, it would eventually succeed. Robbery has been used. You have succeeded in stealing the opponent's belongings. Damn it. I stole a detective's property. People were sentenced for 2 years in prison for special larcenies. Sorry. Are you in pain? Kang-suk saw that Tae-hyuk's face turning sour, and had stopped pounding his back. Fortunately, robbery stopped after only succeeding once. This is really crazy. I have to do something about this. All he needed to do was bump into someone to activate robbery. While T-his was sometimes useful, more difficult situations like this would occur. But what did I steal? Please, just let it not be the wallet. If that happened, then wouldn't be able to get out of it. He searched through his pockets while trying to maintain an expression that was as casual as possible. Fortunately, it wasn't the wallet that was stolen. Unfortunately, the item stolen was even worse than a wallet. Crazy. Handcuffs. It wasn't a toy, and it wasn't an SM item. It was T-he real, original thing. It was made of a very solid alloy, so it would be a big deal if he accidentally put it on. How do I prevent him from noticing? Unfortunately, the only crime skill available to him was robbery. He would only steal the other person's possession if he used it. The opposite, returning the other's possession, was impossible. It would be possible if he was a skilled pickpocket, but unfortunately, Tae-hyuk wasn't considered one. Come to think about it, there was no attribute regarding returning the possession. Certainly, it wouldn't be considered an act that fell under robbery. It can't be helped. Let's just go by the book. Hyun Nim. You dropped this. Tae-hyuk deliberately dropped the handcuffs onto the ground and pretended to pick them up. He was tense as sweat dripped down his back. Damn. This type of lie would only work on a fool. However, there was no other alternative. Tae-hyuk, this brat. As expected, he saw through my lies. Really, thank you. When did this fall? Last time I lost it, I had to spend 200,000 won to buy a new one from the stolen goods department. I'm glad you found it this time. It passed. Furthermore, it was a stolen property. That is a relief. Kang-suk wasn't the neighborhood Hyun type, but the neighborhood fool type. Anyway, a deposit on a house would be difficult with 30 million won. The housing prices have gone insanely expensive these days. Are you living together with just your Nuna? Nope. My younger brother as well. 3 people. Well, you should have at least 2 rooms. Will the house be near here? Yes. Nuna works at a factory nearby, so IT needs to be within a walking distance. Kang-suk was thinking with all his strength as if it was his own problem. Although Tae-hyuk already knew that Kang-suk was overflowing with kindness and openness, he hadn't expected this level of sincerity. It is good that I'm entrusting it to Kang-suk. Kansuk let out a strange moan as he searched through a real estate app. You'll need at least 30 million won to rent a house. Damn. There are no taxes set on the bounties from companies. Shouldn't the country pay more when such a big criminal is caught? Wait. A bounty from companies? I'm certain that a big company put out a bounty for Yu Chiolho. He couldn't remember exactly where. Where was it? Sungjin Group. Taehyuk carefully told this fact to Kansuk. Kansuk was delighted, as if it was his own work. Yes. Let's jump and catch two things today. We'll go get the bounty from the government first. Do we receive it from Central Bank? It is like the lottery. Did you bring what I asked you to? Taehyuk nodded. They were copies of his ID card and a bankbook in his own name. If you send that to the person in charge, then it will be deposited by tomorrow. Originally, the reward would be received from Central Bank, but it is like Taehyuk said. There would be problems if you went there. Certainly. Lotto prizes would be received, so there would be dung flies buzzing around all day. Ha ha. Yes, dung flies. There were people looking for investors, saying they had a surefire item. Businessmen asking for donations. In addition, there were gangsters with crude and rough words. Various groups would be gathered like flies. Kansuk gathered the papers that Taehyuk gave him. I'll give this to the person in charge. Kansuk Hyung, I really appreciate what you've done so far. No, it is fine. Anyway, I will be interviewed as the detective who caught Yu Chiolho, and it'll come out on the evening news. Oh. You will be a celebrity. However, he wondered what type of clothing would be worn for the interview. Surely, he wouldn't show up on TV like that? Taehyuk had an ominous feeling. One thing is over. It ended earlier than he thought. Taehyuk said with a satisfied expression. Then let's storm the Sungjin Group. Well. Can we do that? Of course. I made a key tip in catching Yu Chiolho. Kansuk Hyung is the one who caught Yu Chiolho. If we can't go, then who can? Is that so? Then we will go straight to headquarters. I know the location. You sound like you worked there or something. Taehyuk just smiled instead of answering. Worked there? It was the place where he was previously framed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. This is all thanks to Good Neighbors number 2. Chapter 6. This is all thanks to Good Neighbors number 2. You came for the bounty? Yes. I am the person who caught Yu Chiolho, and He is the one who made the crucial tip. A man in an Aloha t-shirt and a person wearing a school uniform came forward, claiming that they caught Yu Chiolho. The receptionist made a strange expression. I haven't heard about something like this. Cough. Is that so? While Kansuk made a troubled expression, Taehyuk intervened. Director Cho Hunayel of the Personnel Administration Department. Team Leader Cho Hunayel. Maybe he will know. He is the person directly involved in the bounty. Team Leader Cho Hunayel. Yes. I understand. I'll check it straight away. As soon as the name of the person in charge was mentioned, the receptionist was surprised and hurriedly made a call. Kansuk's eyes widened as he saw it. Wah! How did you know that? Didn't you hear that I deliver for a Chinese restaurant? Yes. I heard about it during a delivery. You deliver here as well? Yes. It is quite the famous restaurant. I see. Kansuk's eyes shone. How delicious would the food be if even a large company ordered it? A detective and his jjajangmyeon had an inseparable relationship. He vowed that he would order from the restaurant to try it out one day. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The receptionist's attitude had flipped on its end. They bowed respectfully and guided the two people to a VIP room. Surprisingly, it wasn't team leader Cho Hunayel who was waiting there. There was a beautiful woman, so beautiful that it wouldn't be strange to see her on TV, sitting in a chair. Hello. The woman in the chair bowed her head. She had neatly cropped, shoulder-length hair. I apologize for greeting you while sitting down. She pointed to the wheelchair next to the chair. Her legs are disabled. She was unable to walk, so it was natural for her to greet them while sitting down. I am young Yuri. I hear that the both of you have caught Yu Chiolho. Kansuk was so nervous in front of the pale beauty that he couldn't speak for a while. Tae-hyuk then pressed against his side and exclaimed. Ah! This schoolboy. Seo Tae-hyuk made a crucial tip that led to his arrest. I am Cho Kang-suk of the Kangdong Police Station's second team. Kang-suk pulled out his business card from his wallet. The woman tilted her head in confusion. Even that small movement made her look beautiful. I thought that detectives would be more upright than this. Ha ha. I am a bit unique. He completely fell for her. However, young falling for her is a type of crime. At the most, she looked like a university student. The age difference between she and Kang-suk was at least one zodiac cycle large. By the way, who is she? This was the VIP room of Sungjin Group, the largest corporation in South Korea. She definitely wasn't any ordinary woman. The president's secretary? I don't think so. She gave off a strange feeling of elegance. Yuri bowed her head. Yu Cheol-ho. Thank you for catching him. I want him to be judged by the law. Kang-suk made a pleasant smile when he heard her saying judged by the law. While she was still speaking calmly, Yuri had strange emotions showing in her eyes. Anger. Hate. He was confused over why she had such feelings. Although he was just sent here, Tae-hyuk had worked here as a security guard for 2 years. It was the first time seeing or hearing of someone named Young Yuri, however. She was either unrelated to the company, or a super VIP that Tae-hyuk could never approach. Tae-hyuk thought about the identity of the woman. He might be able to find a connection. If a bounty was issued, then he must have leaked core secrets from the company. Either that, or he heard a VIP. However, Yu Cheol-ho sent someone who would have a New York confidential information to leak. This meant that one of his victims was related to Sungjin Group. Usually, the victim's identity wasn't exposed to the media, especially if the person was a big business owner. However, Tae-hyuk happened to be Yu Cheol-ho's neighbor. Yes. He boasted about killing the daughter of a very important person. The name. At that moment, the name popped into Tae-hyuk's head. Currently, he was the president that oversaw one of Sungjin Group's divisions, and also one that would climb up to be the vice chairman of the company in the future. Vice Chairman Young Won-mok. That reminded him, Young Yuri had the same surname. Maybe. Are you perhaps President Young Kwon-mok's daughter? Young Yuri's eyes widened at Tae-hyuk's words. How did you know? I work at a Chinese restaurant. Sometimes he comes in to eat jajangmyeon. He has been a regular for 20 years. I noticed that you resemble him. My father and jajangmyeon. At any rate, I wasn't trying to hide it. I will greet you again. I am Young Yuri, the director for the second public relations support team. The daughter of a president of a large company. Kang-suk's mouth hung open from where he watching, while Tae-hyuk nodded as if he already expected it. Well, because she got to her position at such a young age, most would think she was gliding off her father's success. That's why she hides it. If Nuna is involved, then you must be related to one of Yu Cheol-ho's victims. Young Yuri laughed at being called Nuna. Then her expression became cold and hard when she heard Yu Cheol-ho's name. Yes. My uni. Please don't tell this to the press. Of course, I'd obstruct you if you tried. Yuri's face looked like the manager of a big company. Tae-hyuk nodded. Kang-suk replied awkwardly like a broken robot. Yes. I will be careful. Then sit down and relax. I'll get to the point. Tae-hyuk and Kang-suk sat down. ASAT set came out. There were also sweets prepared in advance. Please eat. Kang-suk instantly put the sweets in his mouth and swallowed hard without chewing. The sweets are delicious. Ah ha ha. I made them myself. So please eat more. Ah, yep. So, about the bounty. Seo Tae-hyuk, who played a crucial role in catching him, will receive 100 million won. Of course, you won't need to pay any taxes since it is a reward. 100 million. That was enough to get a decent home in the area. Tae-hyuk received the bounty, but Kang-suk was the one who made a fuss. What Tae-hyuk? Amazing. 100 million won. Let's see, with that money, you can get a 3 LDK house. Tae-hyuk bowed with gratitude and opened his mouth. It was lacking. Young Yuri Nuna. I'm talking to the director of the public relations support team, not a family member of a victim. Ha? The bounty money should be 200 million, not 100 million, but... No, it is clearly 100 million per person. Young Yuri stuttered due to her confusion. She had thought of him as a cute younger brother, and never imagined that he would insist on doubling the money like this. 100 million per person is correct. But clearly, we are two people. Surely there aren't any restrictions on a detective receiving a reward? There clearly wasn't one stated. That is correct, but normally, detectives didn't receive rewards for catching criminals. Of course, the criminal was able to be caught due to my tip. However, he probably wouldn't have been caught if it wasn't for Kang Suk-hyung. He believed in the report of a high school student and went to investigate. Kang Suk-hyung also threw his body to catch the criminal when he was running. So, did I catch him alone? Certainly. Ah. I thought I was talking to a director of a big company. So let's look at it from the perspective of the Sungjin Group. Isn't the Sungjin Group launching a new crime prevention business? Its concept is justice, which is why you put up bounties to catch criminals. You actually know so much. I accidentally heard the president talking. Ah, father. At any rate, I don't think it would harm a company to support a detective who caught a criminal. Kang Suk-hyung is even appearing on this evening's news as the detective who caught the criminal. If Kang Suk-hyung receives the reward, then it will be quite the picture. What do you think? Tae-hyuk stopped for a moment. Young Yuri was watching Tae-hyuk with wide eyes. Kang Suk was already half collapsed. The justice you have created. We will protect it with all our might. The detective who caught the criminal had the whole country in an uproar. This was including the big company that was supporting him. It was a chance to completely change any negative image about the Sungjin Group. The money spent on corporate image making every year was in the tens of billions of won. When looking at that fact, 100 million wasn't a large sum of money. Tae-hyuk's words were strangely persuasive. Could you please wait for a moment? I will contact my father. Young Yuri's hands were shaking. She picked up the intercom on the table and called someone. Ah, father. This is Yuri. About the bounty for today? Because. Yuri explained for almost 10 minutes. Yes, I understand. Of course, I will fill out a report. Yes. A high school student, that's right. I'm sure. After finishing the conversation, young Yuri slowly took a few deep breaths. Then she smiled brightly and made the victory sign. Hooray! Kang Suk looked like he was going to cry. He had unexpectedly gained 100 million won. Tae-hyuk inwardly smiled with satisfaction. Anyways, he had obtained a bounty of 100 million. It would be good to make the most of that, now that Kang Suk would completely become his protector. He obtained a trustworthy person with someone else's money. It is all thanks to Vice President Nim. The words he said about young Kwanmok were half true. Of course, Tae-hyuk had seen him when working as a security guard here. Furthermore, it wasn't now but 20 years ago that he went to eat jjajangmyeon. The chef still boasted about serving the president of a large company. The manner in which he managed to learn about the new business was a lie, because he actually had memories of the future. Young Yuri didn't seem to have the personality to talk about her father's mistakes. In the first place, her title was exaggerated. Her father had probably given it to her in order to protect her. The evidence was that Tae-hyuk, who had been working here for 2 years, never saw her. Warek. Tae-hyuk. Kang Suk hugged Tae-hyuk so tightly that it felt like his bones were going to break. Hyung. I'm choking. Brat. It is so touching. Really, thank you. 100 million, 100 million. I think I can get married if I have this much money. He would have to find a person first. Tae-hyuk glanced at Kang Suk but didn't say it. I'll contact you directly through the Gangdong police station. Ah. You might have to do some interviews or CF shoots for corporate promotion. I'll have to ask the chief first, but it will probably be a positive answer. At any rate, congratulations, Detective Nim. You have received 100 million won. This is all thanks to my younger brother. Ha ha. Tae-hyuk. Kang Suk hugged Tae-hyuk, this time pounding him on the back as well. Robbery has been used. You have succeeded in stealing the opponent's belongings. And no. Tae-hyuk couldn't resist crying out loud. Do you not like it? That's not it. The crime skill was triggered. Additionally, this time it succeeded without any failures. Tae-hyuk searched through his pockets. He touched a somewhat damp piece of cloth. He took care not to be noticed by Kang Suk and Yuri while checking it. H's expression instantly became rotten. Crazy. Panties. He managed to steal a piece of clothing that someone was wearing. Robbery was scary. Kang-suk started dancing without being aware that his underwear was gone. It was the joy of winning a lottery. In fact, Tae-hyuk was the same. 100 million won, a jackpot. Yes. I should obtain a house so I can surprise Nuna. Obviously, it would help Kang-suk as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. This is all thanks to Good Neighbors number 3. Chapter 7. This is all thanks to Good Neighbors number 3. Seo Haran left work 30 minutes later than usual. After finishing her work, she usually cleaned up the things that the other workers didn't. Today, however, the workload was greater than usual. My younger brothers will be waiting. She often felt uneasy when walking down dark streets. She wondered if she was doing well as a parent. He worked 12 hours a day, and yet still couldn't afford to buy good clothes for her brothers. Cough. She suddenly coughed. She had inhaled heavy dust all day at the factory. In addition, she lived in a cold, damp place where that didn't receive any sunlight, so she always had a cold. Still, tomorrow is my payday. Let's have a samgyeopsal party. Her younger brothers would be able to eat their fill. She felt strength surging when she thought about her younger brothers. That person is? There was a familiar shadow in the alley. Tae-hyuk? How did you know? Nuna knows everything. Haran smiled at her brother who came out to meet her when she came home late from work. Tae-hyuk said bluntly. Why are you so late? I thought I was going to die from the cold while waiting. Let's hurry. Yes. Isn't it cold? Haran suddenly ran to Tae-hyuk and grabbed his arm. Robbery has been used. You have failed in stealing the opponent's belongings. Ugh. Fortunately, it failed. Why are you doing this again? Tae-hyuk turned his head, but didn't exactly hate it. He took off his coat and put it on Haran. Haran smiled sweetly. Although her brother always showed a rough face, she knew that his heart was warmer than anyone else's. Right. Wear this. Tae-hyuk gave her a blindfold. Haran tilted her head. Is this your hobby these days? It's not like that. Today is Nuna's birthday, so I prepared a surprise party. Oh. Party? Haran's eyes shone in excitement. Her heart was still that of a teenage girl, after all. Her eyes were covered as her brother guided her. It should have taken them a long time to arrive at their home, though. Unexpectedly, Tae arrived at their destination in a matter of minutes. We're here. Haran slowly took off the blindfold and opened her eyes. A good home. It was like a house scene in a drama, a spacious 3-room house. Additionally, there was even a luxurious sofa and a hanging chandelier. There was also a TV that seemed to be 50 inches wide. Haran asked just to make sure. Did you borrow a friend's house for the birthday party? No. This is our house. What does that mean? Come on, everybody has been waiting. We should go inside. Tae-hyuk grabbed Haran's hand and dragged her inside. He then brought her to a room with a sign that said, Seo Haran. Here was a great cheer as soon as the door opened. Happy birthday, Nuna. Congratulations on your birthday. Bang. Bang. Firecrackers popped out. Haran covered her mouth in surprise. She was so hot that she couldn't even scream. Haran looked around the room. It was a dream room with a frilly bed and even cabinets. If she slept in here, then she would always feel like a princess. Tae-min. And who are you? Inside the room, her younger brother, Tae-min, and a big stranger are both wearing a cone hat. This is Cho Kang-suk Hyung. He helped me out quite a lot. Once Tae-hyuk introduced Kang-suk, Haran greeted him with a bow. Ha. Hello. I've heard a lot about you from Tae-hyuk. I am Cho Kang-suk of the Gangdong Police Station's 2nd team. Detectives. Tae-hyuk said in a voice so small that only Haran could hear. He is just a neighborhood fool. This child. Have you eaten dinner yet? There isn't much, but let's eat. There were beef steaks and a gorgeous cake. There was even a salad made of various fruits. The recipient of this party was rather confused. Haran thought it might be a dream and pinched herself on the arm. A hat. Fortunately, it wasn't a dream. Tae-hyuk, what's going on? What is this house? It is like this. Tae-hyuk explained the situation in a simple manner. He had chanced upon the whereabouts of a wanted criminal, so he filed a report and received a reward. The money was then used to buy a house for his sister. Haran's face reddened as she heard the story, and grabbed Tae-hyuk's cheek as she pulled him out from the room. And Nuna. Isn't this good? That's not it. A wanted criminal. What were you doing? It is dangerous. Huh? Are you hurt anywhere? At that moment, Tae-hyuk's heart warmed on the inside. She was more concerned for his well-being than this spacious house. Oh, of course. Who am I? Nuna's little brother. Kang-suk, who had been listening from the room, interrupted their conversation. Ha ha. Nunam, don't be so anxious. This is Tae-hyuk, who is a very sly guy. Even if he were to be thrown into Harlem, New York, he would still probably come out alive. Yes. Haran grabbed Tae-hyuk's ear this time and whispered. Then is he the detective responsible for catching the criminal? Yes. He seems to have really become my hyung this past week. I see. They gathered again and started the birthday party. After singing happy birthday, they ate the food and talked. By the way, Nunam. You are much more beautiful than from what I heard in his stories. Don't flatter me too much on my birthday. Seriously. Kang-suk Hyung. You fall for Omen way too easily. Tae-hyuk's head started hurting. Tae-min, who was drinking juice on the side, suddenly approached Kang-suk. Detective Cho Kang-suk. I've seen the interview, and your speech on justice was great. Can I ask for your autograph? Tae-min also fell for him. A love triangle. Kang-suk chucked and signed while telling Tae-min to think of him as a hyung. That reminds me, Tae-min. He wanted to be a lawyer? This time, Tae-hyuk wanted to see that dream come true. It was at that moment that Haran suddenly started to cry. Wah? The confused Tae-hyuk asked. And Nuna? Why are you crying all of a sudden? Do you not like the food? No, that's not it, I'm just so happy. My family living together in this nice home. The whole thing feels like a dream. It isn't a dream. So, the three of us will continue to live happily ever after. Why yes. Tae-hyuk, why is it just the three of you? What about me? Kang-suk interrupted. Tae-hyuk waved his hand like he was shooing a bothersome fly. Hyung isn't part of the family. Chat. Haran soon started to laugh again. It was because Kang-suk started doing a strange dance. It was surprisingly easy for Kang-suk to blend in with the family, as Tae-hyuk viewed Kang-suk as a trustworthy person. A person like this is rare. In the past 5 days, he had helped Tae-hyuk in finding a home and buying furniture. He even used his arms to help move it. If it were Kang-suk, then Tae-hyuk could entrust his family to him. After thinking that, Tae-hyuk quietly left his seat and headed to his room. The new house was so spacious that the 3 family members could each have a separate room. I used 100 million to acquire this house, while Tae furniture costed 15 million won. The remaining balance is around 20 million. It would be the military funds for his work in the future. Tae-hyuk sat at a desk and took out a notebook. There were already many things written down. However, it still wasn't enough. There was a limit to the human memory, even more so if it was a dream. Therefore, he had to write down as many details about the dream before he forgot them. Tae-hyuk saw what would happen in the next 15 years in a dream. Even if the ending was a tragedy, it was clear that this information would be very useful. I should have memorized a lottery number, but most of the information that Tae-hyuk knew about the future was regarding criminals. They were huge criminals that caused a sensation around the country. There were approximately 120 people. Tae-hyuk opened the notebook and started writing down his own blacklist. He wrote down things like, had already happened, and what crimes were going to happen. I also can't forget about the crime skills. It didn't matter if he couldn't handle them properly yet. He should be able to make good use of them. Tae-hyuk now had 2 weapons, his blacklist and the crime skills. Who will be accused of murder? He would protect the small happiness he now possessed with his own 2 hands. Tae-hyuk made this vow. It was at that moment that the mirror suddenly vibrated. Due to a new contact, 1 affinity point has been acquired. What? Did I get a point just now? Why did he get it all of a sudden? Tae-hyuk didn't even do anything. Moreover, it wasn't the end. The first upgrade condition, blacklist creation, has been completed. Once all the upgrades conditions are complete, you will be able to upgrade to noble. If you become a noble, then you can gain a wider variety of crime skills. Tae-hyuk muttered quietly after reading all the messages. Starting from a commoner and rising to a noble? Am I going to develop into the god of crime? His head started to hurt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8. Second skill. It's been a week since they moved into the new house. When they moved without really paying attention, they naturally moved towards their old house, but that would soon come to pass. Two things changed since they moved in. The first thing was that Haren's resting time had increased. She had changed from a double shift schedule to an 8-hour shift one. As the family didn't need to pay the rent for the house, they were able to make such a decision. Of course, Haren rejected the idea. The difference in wages were significant, after all. She was saying that she could send Taemin to an academy with that money. But when Taemin rejected the idea, even she had to give up. What can she do, when the boy said he was too smart to go? Of course, he did have to suffer from a headlock as punishment. Now, Haren was able to get some free time. Maybe it was because she got more free time, or maybe it was because of their new house, but her coughing fits completely stopped. Tae-hyuk smiled proudly. And now for the second change. He now had a family who greets him back home. Tae-hyuk moved quickly. His sister must be preparing dinner for him. That's that, but to think that Kang Suk-hyun would actually give away all of his money. An investigator isn't supposed to get bounties. Getting it would give them a chance to become corrupt. Out of the 200 million won he received, he gave Kang Suk 100 million of it. But Kang Suk actually donated all that money to an orphanage. When Tae-hyuk asked him why Kang Suk didn't use it for marriage, the man just laughed. Kang Suk spoke as he watched kids play in a playground. The only people who are even thinking of marrying me are them, you see. Well, I'd have to wait about 10 years till that happens, though. Whoa, an investigator is trying to commit a crime. Kang Suk began to gain more popularity from the children. Kang Suk said that this was enough, and smiled. For some reason, it seemed that there were only idiots around him. Come to think of it, I haven't gotten a new skill for the entirety of last week, huh? There was quite a gap of time before the next event in the blacklist happened. He would use that time to try and find out more about the demonic mirror. Ah, right, I decided to call it the demon reflecting mirror, but he had gotten the name from a mythical item that reflected the true face of a demon. The only thing he managed to learn in the time was that the robbery skill only succeeded with a 10% chance. But the strange thing was, it actually worked extremely well. For example, it stole stuff like wigs, handcuffs, panties. You know what, never mind. He still didn't know how to get skills or points, and didn't know anything about the mirror. Shit, that psycho bastard. He actually brought the mirror to a famous exorcist to get it appraised. This was what the exorcist told him. It is made out of bronze, which is a mix between copper and tin. It reflects about 80% of the light it absorbs. This was probably made not as a normal mirror, but as a ceremonial tool. I believe it's worth about. Conclusion was, it was just a normal mirror. Tae-hyuk glared at the mirror. It still had weird words on it. Su Tae-hyuk. Title, God of Crime. Rank, Peasant, unable to advance. Skills, Robbery, LV1. There was something he hadn't seen before. There was some kind of hazy word in the skills section. Could it be a new skill? Tae-hyuk tapped on the... But he didn't get anything. Is it an error? Tae-hyuk walked even faster. He decided to investigate this further when he arrived home. Isn't that big, sis? Tae-hyuk stopped walking. He could see Haren standing on the street with a face that was about to cry. She was sniffling, as if something big had just happened. Tae-hyuk. What do I do? What, did a burglar come in or something? He would have come earlier if he knew what had happened. Thankfully, Haren herself seemed all right. What happened? It's bad. He's hurt. It's an accident. Wait. Breath for a moment, and tell me again. What happened to who? Haren slowly breathed, following Tae-hyuk's suggestion. She finally seemed a little relaxed. Tae-hyuk reassuringly stroked Haren's back. He could then hear a more understandable story from her. I just got a call. They said Tae-hyuk was hurt. He stole some kind of a car, then got in an accident. He's going to die if he doesn't get a surgery. And because the car's completely destroyed, he's going to go to jail if we don't pay up. This Tae-hyuk, he's completely crazy, huh? Wait, isn't that me? Nuna. Wait. Who am I? Tae-hyuk. Think about what you said just a moment ago. Tae-hyuk got hurt. I'm not hurt, see? Haran still seemed confused. Tae-hyuk was able to see that she fell for a crime. Voice phishing. It was a type of fraud that was done with a phone. In Japan, it was known as "it's me" swindling. A call comes in with someone saying it's me. The person would then say that he was very hurt and needed money. Like this, the person would be able to steal money from someone. As this method of swindling became too popular and no one fell for it anymore, swindlers began to imitate different things instead. Your bank account number has been exposed. You need to transfer your money here now. With methods like this, one would swindle others. Haran was just fooled by a method from about 10 years back. Nuna, it's fine. Did you think I'd actually steal a car? Tae-hyuk hugged Haran gently and stroked her back. She finally calmed down and stopped crying. I'm fine, and always will be. I won't steal cars either. And I won't be blamed for murder either. Tae-hyuk slowly began to explain things to Haran. So I've been swindled? Not yet, no. The guy's still laying down his trap. It's good that you're safe. Tae-hyuk smiled. The reason why the "it's me" swindling succeeded was because one had love for the victim. That made Tae-hyuk feel thankful. But seriously, how long has it been since that things went out of style? But Haran graduated from a boarding school for middle and high school and began working as soon as she graduated. She knew nothing about the real world. She was stupidly kind and trusted others too much. I can't just end it like this, can I? They made Haran cry. His anger wouldn't be quelled if he didn't do something. Didn't you say that the person would call you again? Anan, he told me to prepare my bank account and stamp. Tae-hyuk grinned. It didn't end yet. Nuna, give me your phone for a second. And go into your room and watch some popular drama or something. Call me if something like this happens again. Anan, okay. He would get a call as long as he waited. Tae-hyuk began thinking of just what he would do to them, and went with it. He decided to act like he was being fooled, then turn the tables on them. After deciding that, he began to think. They'd notice something was wrong if the person changed, but the best way to do this was to instruct her from the side while she got the call. But he didn't want her to even talk to these swindlers anymore. Is there a good way to do this? Tiring. He was thinking of what he was going to do, but then he got a call from those guys. It's them. VRR. A vibration came not from his phone, but from a weird place instead. It was the mirror. Crime skill, you have learned voice change. You are able to imitate voices of others. As you have not met all the requirements, you have not fully attained this skill. The skill has been set into the temporary skills window. A new skill. Tae-hyuk eyes opened with a flash. Glossary. Nuna, big sister in Korean, from a male's perspective. Doesn't have to be related by blood, can just express familiarity. Uni, big sister in Korean, from a female's perspective. Doesn't have to be related by blood, can just express familiarity. Proofreader's note. I unlocked a new crime skill. How convenient. Though, it seems like not all the requirements have been met. I wonder what those requirements are. Publisher's note. By the way, if you guys haven't noticed, the translator for the last few chapters, and the next ones, is Ench from. Translator, Ench. Translation check, Kirito0017. Proofreader, Kohaku. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, the second skill number 2. Compared to the first skill he had gotten, there was something different about this. He had learnt robbery, and now it was voice modulation. It has been registered in the temporary skills window. This means it has not yet been learned completely. He guessed the reason for the difference. In the case of robbery, he had succeeded in using it on the pickpocket as soon as he had gotten the skill. Tae-hyuk realized the conditions needed to acquire the skills. I need to use the skill on someone else. He kept it in mind. He would deal a big blow to the voice fishers. It would be easier with the voice modulation skill. Tae-hyuk used the demon revealing mirror to activate voice modulation. He changed his voice to Haran's. Voice modulation has been used. You can imitate the voice of CO Haran directly. Ah. Ni si test. Ni si test. CO Taehyuk, you are handsome. Hum. Taehyuk cleared his throat and remained silent. It was the first time he was ing the skill, so it was blended with his original voice. I should practice. The voice fishers had disconnected the call, but they would call back soon. In the meantime, he had to master voice modulation perfectly. Taehyuk looked in the demon-revealing mirror and thought of Haran's voice. Then he used the skill. Taehyuk, the weather today is quite good. Ugh. This sounds like the voice of a transgender. It was half a man's voice and half a woman's. Taehyuk tried several variations. Taehyuk, happy birthday. Taehyuk, today's side dishes are your favorite sausages and stir-fried vegetables. Taehyuk. No matter what he tried, he was missing 2%. Taehyuk, it is morning. Wake up. Taehyuk, I love. The voice of a young woman flowed from his mouth. That's it. Taehyuk's voice was converted to Haran's perfectly. Anyway, will the temporary skill disappear if I learn a different skill? I need to learn it completely if I want to make it permanent. He started to understand some of the mechanisms. Dururu. The phone started ringing again. Taehyuk pressed the call button this time. Hello. It was a trembling voice that seemed like it would burst out crying at any moment, and it was exactly like Haran's voice. On the other side of the phone, a man's thick voice could be heard. There is no need to panic. Your little brother will be okay if you do what I tell you. Is that so? Of course. Have you found what I asked you to? Taehyuk decided to draw out the time. I'm sorry. I don't remember what it was. Can you please tell me one more time? The bank book and seal. Bring your ID card just in case. Once your little brother. Taehyuk? Yes, approximately 15 million won is required for Taehyuk's surgery fees as well as the repair of the car. Do you have that much in your bank book? Yes, here is enough. Dash. The man's breathing on the other side of the phone became rough. That guy. Do you think you got a sucker? Then I'll look again. Yes, I'll call you back after a while. I'll say it once more, Taehyuk's life lies in your hands. Do. The call was disconnected. Kia. Whose life is in whose hands? What a famous line. A famous line. Taehyuk clicked his tongue. The easiest way to catch them was to get assistance from Kongsuk. However, as with most voice phishing scams, the other person would be in a foreign country. Perhaps China or the Philippines. Even if he carried out an investigation, would he be able to catch their tails? He wanted to inflict damage directly onto them. Wait. How about that method? Taehyuk had been in prison for 10 years. During that time, he met countless criminals. Among THOs, there had been scammers. I didn't think I would use what I learned from the Elder like this. The Elder was the nickname of a legendary scam artist who had stolen hundreds of billions of won in scams. Even so, he had only received 7 years in prison. Compare this to his roommate who had received 3 years for stealing Ramyun and 40,000 won. The Elder told him about the prey that was easiest to deceive. It was those trying to scam other people. A scam artist who tricked other scam artists. That was the Elder. By the way, Nuna is really genuine. The other person was so excited about catching a big fish. In fact, all Taehyuk had done was put a spoon in the rice that had been served. Haran had completely fallen for the voice phishing scam. From the scammer's point of view, it was like fishing at a fish farm. Thus, the people hadn't even noticed that the person talking had changed. Egu. Nuna is just like a child. Haran was innocent to the point of stupidity. Maybe that was why she experienced such a tragedy in the future that Taehyuk had seen. He walked slowly through the house. They said it was the bank book and seal? If I'm going to pretend to be duped, it should be perfect. He searched through the drawer where his sister hid her valuables. Phew. I will teach Nunim how to doubt someone. Taehyuk really liked Haran the way she was now. However, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Found it. What is this? It was a jewelry box that girls liked to play with. This is obviously her treasure box. He had no idea her words were so literal. Let's open it. Inside were some photos and a doll that Haran liked. There were valuables like the bank book along with miscellaneous goods. Family photo? It had been taken before the accident that their parents had died in. The 5 family members were gathered together, smiling brightly. Tae-hyuk felt choked up and couldn't look at it anymore. In the end, he turned over the photo and saw writing on the back. Now, I am mother and father. Haran's fine writing. Nuna. What type of heart did she have when writing this? Tae-hyuk's heart ached just thinking about it. Wake up, Seo Tae-hyuk. Don't you have to finish what you're doing? He would soak in the emotions after the work was over. There is another piece of paper? He tried to put the family photo back where it was and discovered another piece of paper. Tae-hyuk confirmed what it was. Then something hot exploded in his heart. It was a university acceptance letter. The letter had the name of the university that Haran wanted to go to. I'm so stupid that I couldn't get into university, so now I have to get a job. Haran had laughed while saying that. It had been far from the case. That lie. Really stupid. Tae-hyuk wiped away something hot that was flowing down his cheeks and made a vow. He was alive due to someone's sacrifice. It was now his turn to return the favor. Yes, I will go to university with Nuna. Tae-hyuk tightened his grip on the demon-revealing mirror and engraved the new determination in his heart. He waited for a while, then he received a call from those guys. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10. Chapter 10, the second skill number 3. Teehee banks are reclosed at such a late time, so go to the nearest ATM machine. Those were the instructions Tae-hyuk received. They deliberately aimed for the evening. There was a higher probability of someone being alone at around the time when the banks were closed, making for a perfect situation for voice phishing. Tae-hyuk arrived at the ATM and waited for the call. Not long afterwards, the person contacted him. Have you arrived at the ATM? Oh, ups. I almost forgot to turn on voice modulation. Tae-hyuk used the demon-revealing mirror to activate voice modulation. Voice modulation has been used. You can directly imitate the voice of Seo Haran. Yes. I arrived. I thought I just heard a man's voice. Tae-hyuk made a mistake, and Teehee's skill had been released. He manipulated the demon-revealing mirror at lightning speed to reactivate voice modulation, and Taehan gave a trembling reply. I'm not quite sure what you're saying. I'm currently alone, so why would a man's voice? Did some type of confusion happen? Indeed. Then, please proceed to deposit the surgery and repair fee into the account that I previously mentioned. 15 million won in total. It is obvious that he wants to shout with joy right now. Yes, I understand. Please wait for a moment. Tae-hyuk went to the ATM and deliberately wasted time in order to make the opponent nervous, rendering him unable to make any calm decisions. After 5 minutes, the voice phishing scammer spoke. Are you done yet? Tae-hyuk made a fuss, as if he was confused. It is strange. I have the money in the AC account, but I can't make a deposit. What is this? Slow down and try again. Is the machine broken? I'll try another bank account. Tae-hyuk put his bank book on the ATM and sent the money. Of course, it wasn't 15 million won. The reaction was immediate. I've confirmed that 10,000 won has been deposited. Really? That's strange. The money was taken out of my living expenses account, so why can't I withdraw from my savings account? The money is in your savings account? Then it is natural that you can't withdraw the money. A savings account can't be withdrawn from unless it is expired or cancelled. Then what should I do? You'll have to go to the bank and cancel it. The bank isn't open right now. Isn't this enough to make it seem like I'm willing to pay? This way, it will be hard for them to give up on my case. Tae-hyuk exclaimed like he was just reminded of something. There is a way to withdraw money without having to go to the bank and cancelling it. There is a way? Yes. My savings account is a little unusual, as it is a limited savings account. It is a type of savings account where you sign up to collect a certain amount of money before withdrawing it. I signed up to pay for my brother's university tuition. As long as I have a certain amount of money in my bank book, I won't have to go to the bank to cancel it. There is such a thing? Yes. However, the interest rates are low, so it isn't popular. Indeed. He believes me. Believes me. Of course, this is a lie. At any rate, the limit is 20 million won, so I need 3 million won before I can withdraw all the money. But getting 3 million won all of a sudden. Cough. He is conflicted. Conflicted. The voice phishing scammer didn't realize that he himself was being scam edition. Tae-hyuk said the decisive words. I will borrow it from a friend. However, I don't know if I can borrow 3 million won so suddenly. Please wait a moment. The voice phishing scammer was confused. If Tae-hyuk contacted a friend, then he would have to explain the situation to them, making it obvious to the friend that it was a scam. The scammer would then miss a valuable fish. Ha! Let's do this instead. I will lend you 3 million won. Let me clarify, you're saying that if you put 3 million won into the limited savings account, then you can withdraw it right away? It seems so. Cough. Then please withdraw the money and send me 18 million won. How about that? Thank you. You are my brother's lifesaver. Then the account number is. Tae-hyuk receiving the scammer's account number was like finding an oasis in the vast desert. Please wait. Oh, don't hang up the phone. He wanted to stop Tae-hyuk from calling anywhere else and asking around. Yes, I understand. I'm sorry, but I have one more call to make. The phone connected to the scammer was Haran's, and Tae-hyuk still had his own phone. Tae-hyuk silenced the phone to stop the scammer from hearing his conversation and called Kong-suk. Kong-suk Hyung? Ah, is this Haran SSI? Whoops. I forgot to turn off the skill. It is late, so what is going on? Ah. Hyung, sorry. It is Tae-hyuk. Ah. Is that so? It is late. Go to sleep early. Tae-hyuk laughed at the clear disappointment in Kong-suk's voice, and proceeded to describe the situation to him. Let me know once you receive all the information. They called Haran SSI's handphone? I will check the time that it was received, but it will probably lead to a foreign country. It is harder to arrest that way. Even if I have the chief bank account information? Hey. How did you get something like that? Normal BA and K accounts were points where the money was passed through, while a chief account was the central point where the money was actually gathered and originated from. The voice fisher had to use the chief account to deposit money into Tae-hyuk's account. I will turn over as much information as possible and catch all the people that are in South Korea. Yes. This brat, I was just laying down watching TV, and now I have to work because of you. The special diligence will help when you get married. Tae-hyuk ended the call with Kong-suk and used voice modulation again. He then said to the phishing scammer. How is it? I have deposited the 3 million. Please check it as quickly as possible. Yes, I understand. Tae-hyuk went to the ATM and checked the bank book. There was a deposit for 3 million won. Their account information was stamped as well, meaning Tae bank log would have their IP address. Tae-hyuk ended the conversation with the voice phishing scammer and sent the information to Kong-suk. He had earned himself 3 million won, while Kong-suk would be able to catch THO's voice phishing scammers in South Korea. I ate well. And crime skill, voice modulation has been acquired. You can directly imitate the voice of the target. It is completely learnt. Nice. He fully gained voice modulation, meaning that he could now use it without worrying about it ever disappearing. I can directly imitate the voice of someone else. Isn't this a good skill? He already came up with several useful ideas to use it. Tae-hyuk showed a warm smile. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I've finished, Nuna. Oh. Tae-hyuk came. Ha? I thought you were watching a drama. No, I prepared some rice for us to eat together when you got back. Oh, really? I am hungry after working so hard. Did you study that hard? Wah, looks delicious. Tae-hyuk, don't change the subject. Answer my question. I will eat it well. Oh right, Nuna. Ha? Thank you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11. Chapter 11 Model Student Co Tae-hyuk? Yes. I will become a model student. Tae-hyuk lifted his head with an expression of enlightenment. The most effective way to change the future was to change the present. Then what was the easiest thing to do right now? The answer was easy. Become a model student. Yes. Raise my grades and go to university. Isn't that a different result than getting a job right after graduating high school? He would never enter Sungjin Group as a guard. Tae-hyuk was burning with the will to study. All of a sudden, sparks burst around him. Pak! Stop talking. Come on. Do you think this is your house? Sleeping in class and then suddenly talking nonsense. Do you have a complaint against me? His homeroom teacher, young Namho, was standing in Tae-hyuk with the attendance sheet. The man seemed ready for a barrage of strikes at any time. Tae-hyuk rubbed his head where the attendance sheet had hit. Freaking painful. It was fortunate that robbery didn't work when he was hit with something. When did class start? It seemed like some time had passed while he had been concentrating on his plan for the future. Why don't you just take a break from school? You have already been absent 5 days this month. I wanted to see my student very much. He had been busy catching a killer and buying gifts for his sister. He couldn't say this to his teacher. It was true that he had neglected his studies. I can't do this. I will set up some countermeasures after I get out of this lesson. Tae-hyuk groaned and said. Oh. I'm sorry. I think I have a cold. Can I go to the infirmary? What did you say? A cold? You look totally fine. Are you faking right now? He was correct. Young Namho was famous for not letting students leave school early. However, Tae-hyuk had a skill. If I use voice modulation. Tae-hyuk was reminded of an actor he had never met. He then manipulated the demon revealing mirror. Voice modulation has been used. You can directly imitate the voice of Kim Bum-soo. The national actor Kim Bum-soo. He was a super famous actor who had become well known after his role as a father with a terminal illness in a drama. His dying performance had been almost at the level of a god. At that moment, it was reproduced by Tae-hyuk. Cough. Nim. Really? I feel like I'm dying. It was a voice that seemed like he was about to cough up blood at any moment. Voice modulation didn't just end with changing the voice. It copied a person's distinct accent or way of speaking. Any special skills related to the voice was also possible. This was a fraudulent skill with endless utilization possibilities. Voice modulation was CL early on a different level in comparison to robbery. Are you really sick? Where did you go that you would catch a cold? What a fool. The entire class laughed at the words that came from teacher Young Namho's mouth. There was only one man who didn't laugh. Teacher Nim, I nor the fool who gave up on life and continue with the lesson, but. Yes, Sungkwon. Let's start the class. Young Namho's attitude changed by 180 degrees. Park Sungkwon was well educated, and his father was a politician. He was a model student who was different from the troublemaker Tae-hyuk, who had always skipped school. In addition, H's cold appearance and celebrity looks meant he was always popular with women. The sounds of Kya could be heard when he passed by. Young Namho quickly found the class president. Class president. Take CO Tae-hyuk to the infirmary. Yes, I understand. A frail voice answered. And Eun-young, the class president, rose from her seat and approached Tae-hyuk. She hesitated to reach out a hand to Tae-hyuk, who was a troublemaker. Hyuk. He infirmary, let's go. She started stuttering due to her nerves. I'm sorry. I'm just feigning an illness. Tae-hyuk started to leave the classroom with an Eun-young's support. However, Park Sungkwon's eyes made him uncomfortable. It almost contained a killing intent. Did I steal his money or something? Tae-hyuk had no contact with Park Sungkwon. Park Sungkwon was the son of a politician and a model student. As such, he always had friends gathering around him. He was his so-called influential figure. In contrast, CO Tae-hyuk had often skipped school due to his part-time work. In the end, he was treated as a troublemaker. Even though they were in the same class, Tae-hyuk had never spoken with him before. Did I see correctly? He's looking at me, right? Tae-hyuk walked slowly to the back of the class with an Eun-young's help. Park Sungkwon was looking at them with an almost predatory expression. Tae-hyuk wasn't mistaken. I've seen Th gaze before. It was in the prison. Park Sungkwon seemed like the guards when they looked at the inmates. The distance between the two people was decreasing. In the end, Tae-hyuk passed right by Park Sungkwon. At that moment, Tae-hyuk laughed and called out to Sungkwon. Park Sungkwon. Sungkwon looked into Tae-hyuk's eyes without saying anything, but a vicious contempt was seen in his eyes. It was like he was irritated that Tae-hyuk was even breathing the same air as him. Then Tae-hyuk said, "Your fly is open." Park Sung-kwon's expression distorted. He realized that the zipper of his pants was open. Tae-hyuk shrugged and walked out of the room with an Eun-young. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I think I'm okay now. I can go alone. Tae-hyuk said as he left the classroom and turned off the voice modulation skill. He instantly turned from a dying patient to a normal high school student. BBUT. Teacher Nim. And Eun-young was a timid, petite girl. So, it was inconvenient for him to move since he had to lean down to get support. And Eun-young was a brilliant student who had never failed to get first place ever since she had entered the school. She had a rivalry with Park Sung-kwon, who was always second place in the school. Furthermore, her credibility with the teachers was high due to her sincere nature. Thus, she had been in charge of the class since the first grade in high school. In the end, didn't she get into S University with a full scholarship? The nation's top university. For Tae-hyuk, it was just a distant story. Then let's walk to the infirmary together. Will that be okay? Young. Tae-hyuk looked at Eun-young's back as he walked towards the infirmary. At that moment, he came up with a good idea. That reminds me, doesn't she stay after school to teach other students? Her explanations were easy to understand, so her study group was very popular. If Tae-hyuk wanted to go to university with his sister, he needed to raise his grades. Yes, I should ask her to teach me. Then he would become a model student. He thought about how he could ask it naturally. As he was thinking about it, he felt a vibration in his pocket. BRR. Hike. It was an unexpected situation, so he barely prevented himself from screaming. It was the demon revealing mirror. What is it again? Co Tae-hyuk. Title, God of Crime. Rating, Commoner, lacking conditions for upgrade. Skills possessed, Robbery, LV1. Voice modulation, LV1. Tae-hyuk's eyes widened. It was an alarm announcing the emergence of a new skill. There was only one thing it meant. A crime was happening in the area. At first, it was the pickpocket. The second was voice phishing. Then, Tae-hyuk thought of all the people he met today. It isn't Nuna or Taemin. Then, teacher Young Namho or Park Sung-kwon. Also, an Eun-young. One of these people were associated with a crime. Tae-hyuk swallowed his saliva. Unlike before, there were 3 candidates. It would be easy to figure out if he knew what the crime was. He looked at the demon-revealing mirror that only displayed, with resentful eyes. His thoughts was complicated. He just wanted to become a model student. Still, it is better to have more skills. First, I should determine who the perpetrator is. However, an Eun-young's condition was strange. Young. She moaned as she started swaying and then began to fall. If she hit the cement floor, she was likely to become seriously injured. In the end, Co Tae-hyuk didn't hesitate to grab an Eun-young. Heavy. He could feel something big that didn't fit her slender body. She did look tired, but Teo thinks she would suddenly fall down. And Eun-young had dark circles around her eyes. He wondered if she had been staying up late in preparation for the exam next week. It seemed possible for an Eun-young who was always studying. Robbery has been used. You have succeeded in stealing the opponent's belongings. Crazy. The probability of success for robbery was 10%. However, this time, it succeeded in just one go. Tae Hyuk. Sorry. I'm a bit tired these days. And Eun-young shook her head to get rid of the dizziness and stepped away from Tae-hyuk. It seems like you are the one who should go to the infirmary and rest. I'll help you there. I need to study. You should take a break. You don't want me to carry you there, do you? And Eun-young nodded slowly. After diverting her attention, Tae-hyuk placed a hand in his pocket. He could feel a soft cloth. Fortunately, it was the top part. I think I'm going to go crazy. Fuck. Why does it keep stealing things like this? It was a situation where he couldn't say anything, even if he was caught red-handed stealing. If I get one more point, then I'll be able to prevent this. The bigger issue was how to return it to the original owner. Keeping it was a problem. However, returning it was also a problem. Tae-hyuk was distressed. It felt like he reached a crossroad marked with Raccoon City and Silent Hill. At this moment, his head was moving faster than Einstein's. I don't know. Taehyuk felt like vomiting as he spoke to Eunyoung. Eunyoung, you seem tired, so do you want to see a magic trick? Ha? Taehyuk placed his hands together like he was clapping. When he opened his hands, white underwear appeared. Look! This is my alchemy. And Eunyoung turned red the moment she realized what it was. Peek! She snatched the underwear and kicked Taehyuk's leg with her shoe. Then she literally ran away. I gave it back though. Ow. In this situation and he needed her help, it seemed like their relationship had deteriorated. Taehyuk sighed slowly. I am screwed. TL note, I've made a glossary of common Korean honorifics and terms that will pop up in my novels, so that I don't have to repeat the explanations. There is a link on the TOC for all my novels and I will add it here as well. If you're confused by any of them, e.g. Nuna. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 12. Chapter 12, Model Student Seo Taehyuk? Number 2. First of all, I will start with teacher Young Namho. No matter how thick-headed Taehyuk was, he couldn't start a fight with an Eunyoung. Taehyuk jumped over the wall and went shopping in the city. Binoculars, mini voice recorder. He bought a few simple props as well. Taehyuk was preparing to spy. The fun CME from the money he had received from the voice fishers a few days ago. It would have been nice if he had a hidden camera or wiretapping device. However, it was difficult to obtain such things right now. Class should be ending right now. He needed to go to the school office and place the tape recorder on teacher Young Namho's seat. Then he would recover it and listen to it after school. By doing this, he would be able to get a clue as to if his teacher was involved in a crime. So, how can I get into the office? Actually, the real problem wasn't entering but making an exit. Taehyuk, are you doing not going to school? Ha? You won't be able to graduate like this. The number of days you've attended is too low. This teacher is going crazy because of you. ALSO, you should study harder. The average of the class. The student advisor was very pleased when Taehyuk visited the office. What is this? It feels like confessing a crime at a police station. Taehyuk was able to safely place the tape recorder in teacher Young Namho's seat. However, he had to listen to the same words from the student advisor for 2 hours, over and over again. So, it was slightly saddening to hear it again. Taehyuk listened to the lecture while watching teacher Young Namho, who was sitting a little bit away from him. He is having a phone conversation with someone. It smells fishy. I will call your sister if there is one more unauthorized absence. Do you understand? Yes, add breath. It seemed like the student advisor hadn't brushed his teeth after eating cheonggukjang. In the end, Taehyuk was only freed when school ended. You can go now. I hope that you will have a new start from tomorrow. I would like that as well, teacher Nim. Taehyuk bowed his head and left the office. Of course, he didn't forget to take that tape recorder that he had planted. Success! Taehyuk smiled widely as he listened to the recorded conversation. It contained very conclusive evidence. Asterisk. Yes, Tihan, I'll meet you at 6 in the evening. Ah, that thing. Yes. Thank you. Who? Taehyuk pulled out the earphones connected to the tape recorder and sighed. The information was devastating. It seemed like he was going to meet a student's parents after school at a restaurant in order to receive something. There was only one crime that came to mind. Even taking bribes is a crime. He had found the criminal easier than he had thought would. Now, he had to get the new skill and use it to deal the criminal a big blow. Still, I hadn't thought that, teacher Young Namho. Taehyuk had never imagined it. His tone was harsh, but he seemed like a teacher who cared for his students more than anyone else. Indeed, it was truly impossible to know a person's mind. I need to check to make sure. There might be a misunderstanding. Taehyuk headed to the restaurant that was mentioned on the recording. It was a luxurious traditional Korean restaurant. Fortunately, the room next to Young Namho and the parents was empty. Taehyuk sat there and ordered. The price was more than 30,000 won per person. All of a sudden, he remembered his sister who was eating at home alone. Please give me 1 vegetable bibimbap. In addition to that, and I have this 2-course meal wrapped to go? Oh, it isn't allowed? Here's a tip. After putting down a 10,000 won bill, all types of packed food were prepared. Taehyuk mixed his bibimbap and listened to the conversation next door. Thank you, teacher Nim. Then please do it for my son. I understand. This isn't that much, but. For sure. Teacher Young Namho had received a bribe from the parents. He lost his appetite. It was like he was seeing the dark side of the world. Then did I learn a skill? What is the skill? Hopefully it wouldn't be something like bribery or extortion. They might be useful, but he didn't want to learn such things. Well, if I learn it, I should use it one day. Now, demon revealing mirror, show me the skill. Taehyuk pulled out the demon revealing mirror and looked for a new message. There was nothing. What? Why is this? Is there something else? There was still a where the new skill should be. It didn't change even after Young Namho and the parents had left. Perhaps it isn't teacher Young Namho? He definitely received money, but it wasn't a crime. Taehyuk had to interpret it that way. Taehyuk decided to follow Young Namho to his next destination. Yes, let's go to the end. Taehyuk ran through the streets after the sun had set. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Young Namho bought and fruits from a market in a poor area. He headed somewhere. Taehyuk knew that some people still used briquettes, but this was the first time he had actually seen it. It was a strange feeling. Even though he had lived in a semi-basement room until recently, he had never resorted to briquettes. Young Namho stopped in front of an old house that seemed at least 50 years old. Egu, teacher Nim. Why are you here? A grandmother came out and greeted Young Namho. Jungmin's grandmother, you don't need to come out. Won't you be more comfortable in the house? Jungmin went to work. I'm sorry, I am sick. It's nothing. When Jungmin comes home, tell him that I've stopped by. And this? Young Namho put down the briquettes and fruits at the door. He pulled out an envelope and gave it to the grandmother. It was what the parents had given him. What is this? Take it, and tell Jungmin to come to school tomorrow. That kid, he doesn't study regularly. I will take responsibility for sending him to university. Please believe me. Teacher Nim. Thank you. The grandmother bowed to Young Namho. Taehyuk was watching them from behind a wall. This is truly. Young Namho was the man that Taehyuk knew. Young Namho's mouth was rough, but he thought about his students more than anyone else. That's why Taehyuk liked him. He could smile even when he got hit. Kim Jongmin was a student in the top 5 of the class. That reminded Taehyuk, he hadn't come to school for the past few days. Young Namho found out the reason and helped him without anyone knowing. Obviously, it was a crime to receive a bribe. However, the demon revealing mirror hadn't reacted. It was a complicated feeling. Taehyuk moved to a spot where he couldn't be seen by Young Namho. The criminal wasn't Young Namho. If so, that meant the criminal was among the remaining 2 candidates. He was sure of it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, Taehyuk started to monitor what An Eun-young and Park Sung-kwon did all day. An Eun-young looked like a frog facing a ghost every time she saw Taehyuk, which made him feel bitter. This is my own fault. The magic was a bit too much. The first thing he figured out was that An Eun-young studied all day. It seemed like she was possessed by a ghost of studying. She went to school at 7 in the morning and prepared for everything they would learn that day. Even at recess, the English words never left her hands. Then after school, she would stay until late to study. If other students came to ask about something they didn't know, she would teach them kindly. There was no sign of even the slightest annoyance. Really great. Taehyuk was full of admiration. If there was a chance, he wanted to apologize and ask for help studying. However, he needed to find the criminal first. And Park Sung-kwon. He was the exact opposite of An Eun-young. Park Sung-kwon only played all day. He came to school just in time to avoid being late. During class, he would chat with someone on his handphone without studying. Still, his grades were very good, so the teachers pretended not to see it. At the end of school, a driver in a deluxe foreign car would come to pick him up. He would take it to places like clubs and bars. It was difficult to enter such places with a uniform, so he would change to plain clothes. However, everything on his body screamed luxury. Is the son of a politician that wealthy? Clearly, they shouldn't earn that much. Taehyuk laughed bitterly. Even though they were in the same class, Park Sung-kwon's world was completely different from the one that Taehyuk and Jungmin lived in. Taehyuk confirmed that Park Sung-kwon played with a woman until his face turned red. It was dawn when he got home. Does he study at home? It was strange that he was able to keep the position of second place in the whole school despite all of this. Tae-hyuk pulled out the demon revealing mirror. Underage drinking was a crime, but there was still nothing in the demon revealing mirror. Well, it isn't like I wanted to learn a drinking skill. He still couldn't find a clue regarding the crime. However, he noticed something suspicious 3 days before the big test. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 13. Chapter 13 Model Student Seo Tae-hyuk? Number 3. Due to the test preparations, and Eun-young's dark circles became even darker. Park Sung-kwan's face was a mess due to an entirely different reason. How much alcohol did he drink? Tae-hyuk and Eun-young was in the classroom after school. Aside from them, only Park Sung-kwan was left. And Eun-young was still studying hard. Park Sung-kwan was lying face down on his desk. Tae-hyuk was pretending to do homework while keeping an eye on both people. It was at that moment. The door opened and one of Park Sung-kwan's friends, Kim Jin-soo, entered. However, it wasn't Park Sung-kwan but Eun-young that he had business with. Class President. Teacher Nim has a task for you, so go to the second floor of the old teacher's building. Ha? Why yes. You understood. The old teacher's building was where special activities classes were held. Unlike the rest of the school where students stayed behind after school was over, the old teacher's building was normally empty at this time. Then why was Teacher Nim looking for her in such a place? The listening Tae-hyuk felt suspicious. He wanted your help to organize something. Go quickly. And Eun-young nodded and left the classroom. Kim Jin-soo then approached Park Sung-kwan, who was lying on his desk, and said, Sung-kwan. I did it. Yes. I had way too much to drink yesterday. Damn. Then shall we start the plan? Jin-soo pointed to where Tae-hyuk was sitting with uneasy eyes. What about him? He saw all of it. Park Sung-kwan shook his head as he glanced at Tae-hyuk, who looked like he had no interest. You can ignore him. Anyway, he is a guy who gave up on life. If he notices something, then I can just pay him some money. Is that so? Then let's go. Park Sung-kwan left the classroom, followed by Kim Jin-soo. Seo Tae-hyuk's eyes shone as he pretended to study hard. Ho! Look at those children. He had found a clue to the crime that he had been searching for. Tae-hyuk followed behind the two people at a certain distance. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at their destination. The old teacher's building. It looked exactly like the set of a horror movie. Wah! This atmosphere makes it feel like a ghost will pop out. It was so creepy that he didn't want to enter it in the day. There was the smell of chemicals from the chemistry room. There were creepy biological specimens in containers of formalin. Even the plaster casts in the art room gave off an ominous feeling with the sun went down. Can't a full movie be filmed here? It was a place where even a man would scream in fear. Buzz buzz. In the silence, the sound of voices could be heard. Were they going to the second floor? Tae-hyuk carefully walked to the place where Eun-young and Park Sung-kwan's group was, making sure not to be noticed. Creak. Despite being as careful as possible, sounds were still heard from the old building. This isn't a school horror experience. As he grew closer, he could hear a certain voice. I don't understand why you dislike it. Isn't this a good deal for class president? Tae-hyuk arrived at the place where Park Sung-kwan's voice could be heard. He leaned forward and observed the situation. Park Sung-kwan was excitedly talking with someone. But what? You are being ridiculous. I have to be first. It is the same for me. Don't you know how upset my father is? There is no such thing as second place for politicians. They are either elected or defeated. So if I want to become a politician, I have to get first place. What the heck? That is discipline. If you study harder then, That is the problem. The first place classmate is someone who studies 20 hours a day, so what can I do? Therefore, let's do something good for each other. Show me your answer sheet the day after tomorrow. Then get one question wrong. I will be in first place. You will be in second. Isn't that good? 1,000,001. No, 5,000,001. I don't want money. Kwon. Park Sung-kwan punched the wall next to Eun-young. Tae-hyuk bit his lip as he listened to the conversation. That's it. The reason why he gets good grades despite playing all day. Park Sung-kwan spent money to cheat on all the tests. It was at that moment. BRR. The demon revealing mirror, that hadn't moved for a week, finally reacted. Crime skill, spying has been learnt. You can see your opponent's belongings and stats. The criteria to fully learn it hasn't been met yet. It has been registered in the temporary skills window. Spying? He could see the information of the desired target. Just like voice modulation, it was a skill with endless utilization. What the hell is robbery then? What the heck? A landmine skill? Park Sung-kwon was cheating. He was using indecent methods to do it. 5 big men were surrounding a small girl and intimidating her. It really doesn't make sense. Jean SSO. Didn't I tell you to do some research on class president? Tell me how to make her listen. Is it not enough money? Does she want more? 10 million won? And Eun-young was tearful since the atmosphere made it seem like violence would erupt at any moment. However, she didn't accept Park Sung-kwon's offer. Well, there is a reason that class president needs to keep her first place. What on earth? Tell me the reason. Kim Jin-soo pulled out a notebook and started reading the contents written there. It was really hard to find this. I understand. 200? Kim Jin-soo replied with a big smile. Yes. Thank you. Then I will tell you. Class president's mother is in hospital for a blood cancer. What was it? Leukemia? Anyway, it is a condition where it is unknown if she will see tomorrow. Therefore, class president made a promise with her mother. What? She would study really hard and get first place in the school. Her mother should work hard to get treatment as well. Twahaha. How ludicrous. Isn't it crazy? A last resort? Does she think her mother isn't going to die? Don't be like this. Class president. Let's agree on 10 million won. You will need a lot of money for the funeral costs. Shouldn't you plan in advance? Yuak, yuah. And Eun-young eventually burst out crying. Park Sung-kwon cried out with annoyance. Ah, I'm going crazy. It really doesn't make sense. But class president, do you want to know something? Your mother's life support device. What will happen if I unplug that cord? Aren't you curious? Yuck. And no. P, please don't. I'll do it. I'll do it so P, please. Yes, good. Alright, it will be troublesome if you spread this around. So I'll need some evidence to make class president stay silent. Jin-soo, did you bring the camera? Yes. Now. Shall we have fun with a photo shoot? Park Sung-kwon laughed happily. Tae-hyuk quietly used a skill. Voice modulation has been used. You can directly imitate the voice of young Nam-ho. Tae-hyuk yelled out with young Nam-ho's voice. These children. What are you doing that you haven't gone home yet? Park Sung-kwon was surprised. Hey, you jerk. I told you not to be tailed. What are you doing? This is strange. There was clearly no one. Fuck. Let's go. What about class president? Leave her. Fuck. I'll need to ask my father for more money to buy her silence. Park Sung-kwon disappeared into the darkness of the old teacher's building. Sob. Sob. Teacher Nim. And Eun-young was sitting on the floor crying. Tae-hyuk scratched his head as he approached Eun-young. Did you think I was teacher Nim? Sorry. It is Co Tae-hyuk. Tae-hyuk first apologized to Eun-young for the magic incident. That unbecoming incident. I'm really sorry. Huh? Yes. Really? Tae-hyuk emphasized it again. By the way, why did you save me? And Eun-young was surprised to see a person she had never expected to intervene. I actually wanted to apologize, so I followed you in secret. Then I became witness by chance. Something like that? Following her to apologize? Moreover, he saved her. And Eun-young realized that she was mistaken about the young man called Co Tae-hyuk. If he hadn't rescued her, then she would have clearly suffered due to Park Sung-kwon's group. In addition, Tae-hyuk had seen everything that Park Sung-kwon tried to do to Eun-young. Even so, he did not say one word about it. She felt so grateful. He didn't ask if she was okay and just stretched out his hand. And Eun-young grabbed Tae-hyuk's hand and got up. The trembling in her body started to calm down. F for saving me, T, thank you. By the way. Did you hear? Well. Yes. W, what are you going to do now? And Eunyoung's judgment was quick. She understood the whole situation. Once Park Sung-kwang realized that he had been fooled by Seo Tae-hyuk, he would strike back. Tae-hyuk exclaimed like he suddenly thought of something. Ah. Now I understand. EU? Huh? What? No. Remember the other day when I caught a cold? Class president was helping me. At the time, I thought Park Sung-kwang was glaring at me. But he was actually looking at you. There was something like that. In fact, I thought he liked me. When I didn't look at him, his affection turned into hate. Well. Isn't it cool that the mysterious had been unraveled? And Eunyoung stared at Seo Tae-hyuk with a dumbfounded expression. How could Tae-hyuk be like this? He had become the target of Park Sung-kwang, who had enormous power in the school. Didn't he understand? And Eunyoung formed tight fists. She didn't want the person who helped her to get hurt. Ah, right. Then what will I do now? Yes. Actually, I'm a little worried about you. He thinks he is a politician just because his dad is one. I need to let him know that even politicians can be pierced by bamboo spears. Be bamboo spears? Yes. Class president should just drink soda and watch. Tae-hyuk laughed. Even though it wasn't a dependable face. Why did she feel this sense of relief? And Eunyoung's face turned red the moment she realized why. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Having Too Much of a Good Thing. Ah, am I late? And Eunyoung was hardly able to walk due to her shock. In the end, Tae-hyuk had to piggyback her home. Her body was lighter than Tae-hyuk had expected, so he felt uncomfortable. How could this small girl confront Park Sung-kwang? In his memories, An Eunyoung was just a sincere and hard-working model student. Tae-hyuk sighed inwardly. It was less of a return to the past and more of having memories of the future. He could take advantage of those memories. However, that wasn't the end of it. Tae-hyuk learned things he had never known before. Teacher Young Nam-ho helped his students in secret. And An Eunyoung was fighting on her own. Until now, Tae-hyuk had been a mere bystander. However, his position had changed now, and he was jumping onto the stage out of his own free will. There was nothing else he could do except to fight. Tae-hyuk looked at his watch. His sister had told him not to go home too late. However, it was already past 10 in the evening. He had sent her a message, but she would worry if he was even later. Tae-hyuk hurried forward. What are they doing? There was a strange shadow on the wall to an alley. The person was wearing clothes that completely exposed the body. It looked like a young woman. Did she forget the keys to her house? Tae-hyuk shook his head. He couldn't afford to worry about others' things right now. His head was full of complicated thoughts just from thinking about An Eunyoung. Tae-hyuk ignored the suspicious woman and headed home to where his sister was waiting. Tae-hyuk. Aren't you going home? Classes are over. Young Nam-ho asked Tae-hyuk, who strangely had remained in the classroom. He didn't seem to be sleeping with his eyes open. It had been his routine to run off after lunch without waiting for school to end. Seo Tae-hyuk scratched his head and replied. I have decided to study from today. Young Nam-ho hit Tae-hyuk's head with the attendance sheet. Ouch. Strange. This isn't a dream. Did I eat something bad at lunch today? Tae-hyuk was at a loss for words. Was it that surprising that he had decided to study? Then work hard. I'm going. Yes. See you tomorrow. After teacher Young Nam-ho left, An Eunyoung moved and sat next to Tae-hyuk. Tae-hyuk, then, let's start studying. Class president. You're not stuttering anymore? Young? Really? An Eunyoung laughed gently. The two people stayed behind because Tae-hyuk had asked for An Eunyoung's help with studying. Well, I also want to stop Park Sung-kwang from touching her. The test was 2 days later. Park Sung-kwang realized that he had been deceived and was now burning with hostility toward Tae-hyuk. He didn't do anything during the day due to his reputation, but it should now be time for him to approach. Tae-hyuk studied while waiting for Park Sung-kwang. Well, then I'll check your skills. In order to teach someone, she first needed to know their skills. An Eunyoung made a test paper that mixed simple problems and difficult problems. Tae-hyuk received it and concentrated. I just solved what I knew. How about it? Young. and Eun-young gave a strange moan as she started to check the problems. Then she spoke in an oddly angry voice. Tae-hyuk, you. Don't you study? Eek? The problems that require application are a problem. However, the very basic questions are wrong. Normally, this means that you don't study. Then I will try harder from now on. Really? Then. I think I can help. However, you will need to give up on the next test. This is still your second year. If you work hard, you can get good results in the next test. First of all, mathematics. And Eun-young explained the curriculum to Seo Tae-hyuk. She knew exactly what it took to improve his grades. As expected from class president. Amazing. It's no big deal. And Eun-young shook her head with embarrassment at Tae-hyuk's praise. She tucked her hair behind her ears and started teaching him in earnest. Tae-hyuk focused on Eun-young's words. Why was her face slightly flushed? Was the classroom hot? Approximately 30 minutes passed by. All of a sudden, the demon-revealing mirror that he had placed on the desk rang. You have focused on studying. You have been influenced by an Eun-young studying skill and your stats are rising quickly. Intelligence has increased by 1. Rising stats. It was a message he had never seen before. He wanted to examine it, but he felt sorry towards an Eun-young who was studying hard. Tae-hyuk stretched and said. Let's rest for 5 minutes. Young? It has only been 30 minutes, although you have worked hard. Shall we take a break? Then I will go to the bathroom. Young. Please note that it is a big one. I didn't ask. And Eun-young stood up and stretched. Tae-hyuk took the demon-revealing mirror with him and left the classroom. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is it because I got the spying skill? You can use the opponent's ability and skills to spy on your belongings. In other words, he could see his own stats. Tae-hyuk decided to try it on himself first. Spying has been used. You can see your opponent's belongings and stats. Along with the message about activating the skill, the abilities of Seo Tae-hyuk popped up. There was also a bag of belongings, but there was no reason to look at it. Seo Tae-hyuk. Title, God of Crime. Rating, Commoner, lacking conditions for upgrade. Skills possessed, Robbery, LV1. Voice modulation, LV1. Spying, LV1. Stats, Stamina, 64, Intelligence, 4, Agility, 22, Dexterity, 31. You can raise your stats by using affinity points. What is this? Fool. Tae-hyuk clicked his tongue. Compared to his other stats, his intelligence was too low. Moreover, this was after he had just gained 1 point. He had only tempered his body, so his stamina was high. I really have to study harder. It seemed like he had to take care of an Eun-young from now on. Tae-hyuk thought about the message that had popped up previously. The studying skill. He learned that crime skills weren't the only skills he could get. And Eun-young didn't seem to have the same abilities as him. Did he have to study hard to get it? This time. He shone the demon-revealing mirror on an Eun-young in the classroom. Then spying was activated. An Eun-young. Title, Good Model Student. The details aren't available due to your low rating. Tae-hyuk's eyes trembled. Does she have a higher rating than me? If he was a commoner, an Eun-young had to be at least a noble. Come to think of it, an Eun-young was very good at studying. She was first place in the school and her nationwide rank was quite high. I don't know her exact rating, but maybe it's king. Either way, I have to raise my rating if I want to use the skill properly. And Eun-young was the owner of the studying skill. It was fortunate that he was getting close to her. He could easily increase his low intelligence stat. Thank you, class president. I will buy you a hamburger later. As Tae-hyuk was sending love calls to an Eun-young in his mind, someone approached him. HRMM. You're finally out. It was Park Sung-kwon. Has he been waiting outside until now? How sad. If I look closely, isn't that snow piled up on his shoulders? Tae-hyuk thought with a serious expression. Ha ha. There is no need to panic. I don't plan to do anything to you. Take a look, I am alone right now. I wasn't scared though? Park Sung-kwon's eyes twitched. However, he spoke with true superhuman patience. Hum. At any rate, it is good that you're not making a fuss. I don't know what you've heard. Despite my reputation, you can trust me. So, why don't you receive some money for staying out of things? Staying out? I mean, stop hanging around class president. Isn't that more comfortable for both of you? It meant to leave an Eunyoung's side. Taehyuk lowered his tone like he was worried. Money. I do need it. Those are good words. 50. No, I'll give you 1,000,000 won. Taehyuk held up 5 fingers. I need this much? Cough. 5 million. You sure can make a bargain? Yes. I'm in a great mood, so. Taehyuk folded his fingers, leaving only his index finger that he shook back and forth. No, 500 million. Class president helped me with things I've been struggling to learn. Shouldn't it be at least this much? 500 million? It wasn't 5 million but 500 million? That was 100 times the money. Haha. Crazy. You are crazy. You'll have to go round and round chasing for that money. Park Sung-kwon laughed. You seem to be mistaken about something. You think you've caught my weakness. This is a problem that I can solve on my own, without my father's help. Yes. The negotiating is over. Well, I guess so. I will do everything I can to destroy you. From now on, it's war, Co Taehyuk. Park Sung-kwon declared and walked off. Taehyuk laughed as he watched Park Sung-kwon leave. Then he muttered in a low voice. This move turned out as nicely as I thought it would. Yeah, it should be like this. Now, who will be the one destroyed? In fact, Taehyuk didn't have any special feelings or hostility towards Park Sung-kwon. He was just an obstacle blocking an Eunyoung from helping Taehyuk study. However, the problem was different since he needed to obtain the spying skill. It was an essential skill. In order to perfectly learn it, he had to stab Park Sung-kwon. Well, isn't this class president's revenge? Let's call it the tuition fee. Park Sung-kwon, sorry. Who told you to give me such a good skill? Anyway, it wasn't the time to return to studying. Park Sung-kwon had moved first. Now, it was his turn. Taehyuk apologized to an Eunyoung and made a phone call. Senator's secretary, Park Sun-hwan? The plan to destroy Park Sung-kwon had begun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Having Too Much of a Good Thing Number 2. Park Sung-kwon's power was considerable since he was the son of a politician. It was the day after he declared war. Taehyuk felt it the moment he went to school. The mood of the students had changed. Co Taehyuk. Is he late again? Shoo, talk quietly. He's going to hear. What does it matter if he hears? Will he bite my head off? Or beat me? That. Last night. The violent incident? Hike. This was just at first glance. Buzz buzz. Many students on the road were talking about Co Taehyuk. It was like he was a celebrity. That isn't it. Also, aren't the rumors about me spreading quicker than I initially thought? He had thought that at the least, it would take one more day for them to spread. Taehyuk had become the worst gangster of the school overnight. Conquering all the bad groups in the area. Bullying money from students in other schools. Using violence. Playing naughty pranks on girls passing by. I'm not some hero of a manhwa. All of this occurred in around half a day. It was ridiculous, but the students believed the rumors either way. Taehyuk could guess why it spread so quickly. Park Sung-kwon had probably used SNS, Korean social media, as a means to spread these rumors. He probably opened around half a dozen chat rooms, in which he freely slandered Co Taehyuk. The rumors would then blow up by themselves as they were reinterpreted and spread to more people. It was repeated so many times that most of the students now knew of Co Taehyuk's bad deeds. Taehyuk laughed bitterly. He really is the same as his father. Manipulating public opinion using the media. Although there was no proof behind that claim, it was still a clever use of both technology and psychology. Taehyuk was doing bad things. Even if someone didn't believe that claim at first, their doubts would soon turn to conviction after hearing several people repeating it. Park Sung-kwon had many friends, and put the money that came from being the son of a politician to good use. There were at least 10 people involved in this matter. That number was enough to incite most of the students in school. Now no one would believe him if Taehyuk accused Park Sung-kwon of cheating. I just wanted to be a model student. Isn't this the opposite from what I wanted? Tae-hyuk licked his lips. Furthermore, it was obvious that it wouldn't end with just this. Oh my god. A miracle was occurring as Tae-hyuk walked. Students parted in front of him like he was the plague. The situation was more serious than he thought. Once he opened the door and walked in, the loud classroom suddenly became quiet. People started whispering in small voices, and although he didn't hear them, he knew what they were talking about. Tae-hyuk walked to his seat and sat down, prompting the person next to him to increase the distance between their seats. He couldn't say anything. Tae-hyuk. And Eun-young, sitting in the seat in front of him, spoke in a small voice. Is this Park Sung-kwon's doing? Tae-hyuk wiped at his eyes like he was moved. Do you believe in my innocence? Oh, of course. Sorry. Because of me. Do you regret it now? I'm kidding. Why are you so serious? That was just in Tae-hyuk's head. Tae-hyuk didn't hesitate as he replied to Eun-young. What are you talking about? If I could travel back in time, then I would still save class president. It was natural. It wasn't uncommon to form connections with intelligent people. Huh? EU? Yes? Yes. I see. And Eun-young's face instantly turned red. She tried to answer but couldn't speak. Then Eun-young raised her finger like she suddenly remembered something. Ah, right. The student advisor said for you to go see him straight away. Well. Maybe this incident has even entered the ears of the teachers. Either that, or Park Sung-kwon is planning to beat me. Let's go together. I will tell Teacher Nim that Tae-hyuk did nothing wrong. Tae-hyuk shook his head. No. Recently I have become friendly with class president. Yes. Friendly. Then would they believe class president's claim of my innocence? And Eun-young was dumbfounded at Tae-hyuk's words. Still. I will go to the office now. Then I'll be waiting at the door. Despite his words, Eun-young still wanted to come alone. Tae-hyuk chose not to refuse anymore. Asterisk. Once he went to the office, the student advisor greeted him more angrily than usual. Tae-hyuk. 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 Hey, you son of a bitch. Why did you do it? It has only been a few days since you promised to be reborn. Yes? I'm not sure what you're talking about. You bastard. I know. I know it all. Don't try to lie and deceive me. Tell the truth, and I will consider extenuating your circumstances. I really don't know what you're talking about. This bastard. Denying it until the end. There was a witness. Did you think no one saw you when you hit a student last night? His leg was broken so badly that he has at least 12 weeks of recovery. I thought you were a good person who got into small trouble. Have I been deceived? Say something, you son of a bitch. Tae-hyuk couldn't even laugh due to the sheer absurdity of the situation. I harmed a student? Ha! It seems I was mistaken about you. Showing no signs of remorse and reflection after brazenly hurting someone. Who? Kim Jin-soo. I went to the hospital last night and saw him. He was beaten half to death. Tae-hyuk clenched his hands into tight fists. He had thought that it was just a bunch of rumors. But someone was really hurt? Kim Jin-soo, who had been fine just yesterday, was now in the hospital. What really happened? Park Sung-kwon. You really went this far. He had broken the leg of his follower just to frame Tae-hyuk. Tae-hyuk felt anger boiling inside of him. Hiu. This shameless guy. In my heart, I want to make you exactly like Jin-soo. Yet, I'm very sad because I can't. At any rate, a disciplinary committee will be held after the test tomorrow. This will probably result in a suspension or worse. By the way, I will be strongly arguing that you be expelled. Is that so? The smile disappeared from Tae-hyuk's face. Expulsion. If Eun-young wouldn't separate herself from him, then would they be kicked out of school together? Tae-hyuk felt a fierce anger towards the man called Park Sung-kwon. You are still denying it like this until the end. Very well, you can go now. Oh, by the way, Teacher Nim. Have you ever received a bribe from Park Sung-kwon? Ha? What did you say? Nothing. Keep up the good work. Tae-hyuk left the office without looking back. Asterisk. And Eun-young, who had been listening to the conversation outside, looked like she was about to cry. Tae-hyuk. Really? I'm sorry. Taehyuk smiled and stroked her head. No, I should be the one to say sorry. In fact, I even wanted to play this little game at first. P-play? But now, I think that I should go to war. He had planned to steal the test paper submitted by Park Sung-kwang and make him sit in the retest alone. But that wasn't enough anymore. This was a dirty fight where one of the two people had to be finished. Either Seo Taehyuk would be expelled, or Park Sung-kwang would be ruined. HRMM. I thought something like this would happen after I threw the bait, but... Shortly after Park Sung-kwang had declared war, Taehyuk had called his father's secretary and laid a trap. If it worked properly, then it would be very fatal for Park Sung-kwang. And Taehyuk explained his plan to An Eun-young. Her cooperation was necessary in order for it to be successful. I'll give it a try. But will it really succeed? It seems to heavily rely on luck. Taehyuk replied in a confident voice. I will do it somehow. Believe in me. Yes. I trust you. Phew. I sound so irresponsible since she doesn't know about the demon-revealing mirror. It is good that she still believes in me. Taehyuk inwardly sighed with relief. An Eun-young trusted him to such a strange degree. Of course, he had no intention of betraying her. Then, shall I start the cheating? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 16. Chapter 16, Having Too Much of a Good Thing Number 3. Ha ha ha. Seo Taehyuk. You raised the white flag to surrender. Park Sung-kwang was delighted after hearing that Taehyuk wouldn't go against his cheating. In fact, he hadn't imagined that he would lose so much money as well as a follower. However, in the end, he was able to get what he wanted. He was so delighted that it was almost unbearable. Park Sung-kwang clicked his tongue and said, By the way, I am sorry. I can't cancel the expulsion. The water has already been spilled. Ah, that? I'm okay. I can just transfer. But I would need a lot of money to move schools. I'll also need to buy a new uniform. Well, giving you money. Ha ha. It seems like we are talking now. By the way, do you still want 500 million? Oh, I'm sorry, that was a joke. I am happy with 500,000. Ha ha ha. I'll forgive you. I am generous. If this doesn't leak, I will give you 2.5 million? How about it? Is that okay? Park Sung-kwang called out to An Eun-young, who was behind Taehyuk. Oh, class president. You made a very smart choice. It would have been your turn next time. Oh, what a pity. I couldn't take any photos. Well, lately. The composition technology is really great. Won't it look completely real? Park Sung-kwang held his belly and laughed. An Eun-young's face turned white. She could imagine what the photos would show. Park Sung-kwang stepped closer to An Eun-young, then he whispered in her ear. Isn't there still a long time until graduation? Please take care in the future. He moved away from An Eun-young and grabbed Taehyuk's collar. Taehyuk just extended his hand. Give me the money as soon as possible. At any rate. Is this the establishment of a contract? Park Sung-kwang held Taehyuk's hand and said. Well, I'll deposit it straight away. I am thorough regarding deals at that. Taehyuk shook Park Sung-kwang's hand with his right hand while his left hand manipulated the demon-revealing mirror. I really didn't want to use the points on this, but, damn, I'll bite you to your very bones. Taehyuk used the 3 affinity points he had saved up. Crime skill, robbery has gained a new attribute. When a robbery occurs, you will have 3 seconds to choose the item you want. The items owned by the other person can be checked by spying. After confirming that the attribute was bought successfully, Taehyuk used spying. He confirmed that Park Sung-kwang had the item he wanted. Taehyuk sent a signal to An Eun-young. Kayak. As promised, she pretended to fall and pushed him to the ground. Class president must have been nervous. Can you lend a helping hand? Taehyuk scratched his head like he was uncomfortable. Well, it was a mistake. Robbery has been used. Please select the item you want to steal. A variety of items came up. He quickly selected the desired item and activated the skill. This time, it will be a success. Fighting. You have succeeded in stealing the opponent's belongings. Yes. Taehyuk cheered inwardly. Park Sung-kwang said. Then I will explain how class president should show me your answer sheet. A corner of his mouth went up, and he started to laugh. How long can you laugh? Everything that Tae-hyuk needed was gathered. Now was the time for a counterattack. Park Sung-kwon's cheating method was simple. And Eun-young's job was to place her answer sheet on her desk before the test ended. He would take care of the rest of the cheating himself. It is like Mission Impossible. Tae-hyuk clicked his tongue. Park Sung-kwon seemed to know what he was doing. He had installed a miniature surveillance camera on the ceiling above an Eun-young's desk. Then someone would look and report it to him. The camera must be expensive. It needed to be able to see the letters on the answer sheet clearly from a distance, so it was impossible without an ultra-high resolution. Park Sung-kwon always wore glasses that didn't have any prescription lenses. Tae-hyuk had thought it was just for his intelligence image. However, it served as the receiver of a radio. It is quite rational. The most critical thing about cheating was if the answer sheet showed the wrong information. Of course, it didn't matter if the person was trustworthy. However, half of the people had been coerced through intimidation. There was a possibility they would give wrong information in the desire to die together. So, he had to block it. It was time for Eun-young to show Park Sung-kwon the test paper as instructed. However, she was still concentrating on the paper. Park Sung-kwon, who was sitting behind Tae-hyuk, started to feel nervous. Class president is doing well. Park Sung-kwon couldn't imagine that Eun-young taking her time was part of Tae-hyuk's plan. It was to make him feel urgent so he would make rushed decisions. It was 7 minutes before the end of the test. 3 minutes after Park Sung-kwon instructed, and Eun-young placed her answer sheet by a corner of the desk. There was a sigh of relief from behind Tae-hyuk. Park Sung-kwon. It seems like you are sitting behind me so that I can't do anything stupid. I bet you never thought it would be an outer shell. Tae-hyuk had decided the location in advance, and Park Sung-kwon and his friends were currently not sitting in their usual seats. Tae-hyuk's seat, which was originally a little further away, was now right in front of Park Sung-kwon. In the end, the test was over. Park Sung-kwon succeeded in copying Eun-young's answer sheet perfectly as planned. The supervising teacher announced the end of the test. People sitting in the back, please pick up all the answer sheets. Tae-hyuk looked at his answer sheet. It was marked with the attendance number of Park Sung-kwon. Now, it is showtime. Tae-hyuk deliberately bumped into the person walking with the answer sheets. And the robbery skill was triggered. Park Sung-kwon's answer sheet had already been collected. This was what Tae-hyuk had been aiming for. His new attribute that he had spent 3 affinity points on surfaced. Robbery has been used. Please select the item you want to steal. Most of the list were answer sheets. Tae-hyuk picked Park Sung-kwon's. Damn. Failed. Tae-hyuk bought himself some time without feeling embarrassed. Hey, why aren't you apologizing for bumping into me? Tae-hyuk. What, did I do something wrong? Then he bumped into the other person a few times on purpose. He really seemed like a gangster. Well, his image was already lost. So, he decided to use everything available. The students who were watching clicked their tongues. In the end, he managed to steal what he wanted after 3 attempts. Park Sung-kwon's answer sheet was in his pocket. He succeeded in secretly stealing Park Sung-kwon's answer sheet and no one in the class noticed. Will the success rate go up if I increase dexterity? It seemed like he had to raise both intelligence and dexterity. Then with a casual expression, he handed out the answer sheet marked with Park Sung-kwon's attendance number. Park Sung-kwon's answer sheet in his pocket was quickly changed to Tae-hyuk's own number with corrective tape. Then he handed it to Eun-young, who was collecting the test papers in the next column. 1 sheet missing from one place. An extra one in another. However, no one was aware because the teacher was collecting everything into one pile. This process was repeated for all the subjects. So, Eun-young's answer sheet was copied by Park Sung-kwon. It then became Co Tae-hyuk's answer sheet. As for Tae-hyuk's, Sung-kwon, I was learning the basics and didn't even study for this exam. There will be a lot of water falling on my answer sheet. The test results came out 1 week later. It was also the same day that Tae-hyuk's disciplinary committee would be held. Tae-hyuk licked his lips. What will happen if the second-ranked person in the school suddenly broke down? I am looking forward to it. Also, there is still one more step. He wasn't going to finish it with just this much. The game was just starting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, Having Too Much of a Good Thing. Number 4. It was the anticipated day when the exam results would come out. Understandably, everyone was interested in the rankings of An Eun-young and Park Sung-kwang. After entering the school, the two people had always occupied the first and second places. Who would be ranked first in the whole school this time? I think that Sung-kwang will win this time. These days, his rankings have been very high. But can he overcome the wall that is An Eun-young? On the last test, she got an average of 98 points. The god of studying. Totally. But it seems that Eun-young didn't prepare much for the test because she was teaching Seo Tae-hyuk. No, class president is eternally Park Sung-kwang. And Eun-young. There was a fiery argument in the classroom. Hey! Be quiet. The results you've been waiting for have come out. The front door of the classroom had opened and teacher Young Nam-ho had entered. There was a big smile on his face. Teacher Young Nam-ho started to give out the report cards in the order of the attendance number. People who got the desired result were cheerful. Those who got lower than they had expected sighed. Park Sung-kwang. It was Park Sung-kwang's turn. He was confident that he was first in the school, so he walked forward with a smiling face. However, the atmosphere was weird, and teacher Young Nam-ho had a concerned expression. Is something going on at home? Huh? Park Sung-kwang asked with a puzzled expression. We need to do something about this. Park Sung-kwang felt like something was unfortunate as he returned to his seat with the report card. Then he cursed as he opened the envelope. Shit. 7th overall. He was a person who had only ever been first or second. It was a satisfactory achievement. If there was a problem, it was that he had always been behind someone. Woo-duck. Park Sung-kwang grinded his teeth together. There was only one reason for this outcome. An Eun-young. That bitch had backstabbed him. He had copied An Eun-young's answer sheet. So, it seemed like she had sacrificed her own grades. An Eun-young would be 7th place as well. Park Sung-kwang glared at An Eun-young, thinking about how to get revenge. An Eun-young soon received her report card. Teacher Young Nam-ho's chest puffed up like he was proud. An Eun-young. The first in the school. You've worked hard. Go home and rest. An Eun-young smiled gently and bowed toward teacher Young Nam-ho. Park Sung-kwang's eyes widened. First in the school? It couldn't be. He had obviously copied An Eun-young's answer sheet exactly. So, why was there a different result? And there is someone else I have something to say to. Tae-hyuk. Come out. Seo Tae-hyuk, who had been sitting quietly in his seat until then, walked forward. Teacher Young Nam-ho embraced Tae-hyuk enthusiastically. I was really surprised. Another first-place student came from my class. Tae-hyuk. What did I say? I knew you could do it. That is ridiculous. Seo Tae-hyuk is first place? Lies. The students fell into a panic at teacher Young Nam-ho's words. They knew that he had been studying hard with class president. Still, it was the first place in the school. He was a gangster who was soon to be expelled. Tae-hyuk said. Well, the problems came from the parts that class president taught me. I was lucky. Hey. Well done. Really well done. But what is with that face? Teacher Young Nam-ho pointed to the bandage stuck to Seo Tae-hyuk's face. Oh, this? You will soon find out. It was like someone had injured him. It was at that moment. Seo Tae-hyuk. Park Sung-kwang rushed toward Tae-hyuk with a demonic expression. He grabbed Seo Tae-hyuk by the collar and dragged him out. You guys. Hey. Park Sung-kwang. Teacher Young Nam-ho moved forward, but it happened so quickly that he couldn't stop Park Sung-kwang. Asterisk. Park Sung-kwang dragged Seo Tae-hyuk to the school rooftop. He didn't know exactly what had happened. However, one thing was for certain, that bastard Seo Tae-hyuk had a hand in it. How dare you fuck with me? Tae-hyuk cocked his head with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? Denying it until the end. Dog scum. I don't know how you did it, but you changed my answer sheet to yours. Tae-hyuk spoke while peering at the wristwatch on his right wrist. You were sitting behind me when doing the test. Wouldn't you notice if I did anything weird? It made a lot of sense. Obviously, Seo Tae-hyuk hadn't done anything suspicious when he took the exam. Wait. You clearly fought with the student who was collecting the papers. I thought you had just gone crazy from the stress. My answer sheet was taken at that time. Tae-hyuk spoke like it was unfair. Did you see me lay a finger on the answer sheets? No. It had to be then. Tell me. What did you do? Tae-hyuk once again looked at his watch to confirm the time. I really didn't do anything. This dog's scum. Do you think you will be safe if you do this? My father is a politician, . Park Sung-kwon was sincerely heated up. He was irritated that Seo Tae-hyuk was acting so calmly in front of him. He would use a group of gangsters under his father's influence. It would ease his heart to aim them at Seo Tae-hyuk. Well. Is it that time? What time? Park Sung-kwon realized something strange. Since earlier, Seo Tae-hyuk had seemed to be wasting time. He had also been checking the time with his wristwatch. Additionally, Seo Tae-hyuk had a bandage on his face. It seemed like someone had injured him. However, Park Sung-kwon never touched Seo Tae-hyuk. So, who did it? Seo Tae-hyuk licked his lips and said, "Oh, this cut on my face?" He peeled back the bandage to reveal a bruise like someone had beaten him. I had to concentrate on playing the role. Is this called method acting? Acting? Yes, it will be starting soon. Tae-hyuk's watch was pointed at exactly 9:30. Suddenly, something was broadcasted around the whole school. Seo Tae-hyuk. You son of a bitch. Park Sung-kwon's angry voice was heard from the broadcast. Then there was a noise like someone was fighting. Peek. There were the sounds of someone being beaten. I won't cooperate with your cheating no matter how much you beat me up. This time it was Seo Tae-hyuk's voice. The human imagination was great. They only heard a few voices and some sound effects, yet the scene appeared vividly in front of their eyes. Park Sung-kwon's fist slammed into Seo Tae-hyuk's face. Tae-hyuk certainly heard it this way. He muttered with a satisfied expression. Well, Eun-young did it correctly. What? Broadcast? Why is it my voice? What the hell? Park Sung-kwon panicked. It was his voice and not someone else's that was being broadcasted. I told you to change your answer sheet with mine. Are you resisting now? I'll kill you. Still. My grades have been low since doing this for you. Additionally, framing me for that beating. I can't take it anymore. Stupid bastard. I am the ruler of this school, yet you're rebelling against me? I will make this your Memorial Day. Park Sung-kwon was stunned as he listened to the broadcast from the roof. It detailed that he had changed his grades by intimidating Seo Tae-hyuk, who was very good at studying. Of course, he did something similar, but it wasn't with Seo Tae-hyuk. Additionally, he had tried to kick Tae-hyuk out of school by framing him for a fight. Such contents were being broadcasted. Tae-hyuk spoke with a face of admiration. Oh, this part. I did it, but it doesn't seem real. For the sake of justice, I can't endure your wickedness any longer. Wah! Don't I have a talent in acting? This bastard. Park Sung-kwon knew that the broadcast was being manipulated. He didn't know how his voice had gotten on there, but that didn't matter. Right now, he was a great villain who had threatened Seo Tae-hyuk to cover up his actions. He lost everything he had built in the school. This had to stop. Park Sung-kwon decided to use his greatest weapon. Don't you know that my father is a politician? Stop the broadcast and explain that everything was a misunderstanding. Otherwise, I will turn you and your family into mincemeat with my father's gang. It was a violent threat. Furthermore, Park Sung-kwon had the ability to carry it out. Suddenly, Tae-hyuk sighed. Why, are you feeling regret? No, your words are truly amazing. Tae-hyuk looked at the demon-revealing mirror. When he came to the rooftop, he had used spying. Until 1 minute ago, these words had been written in Park Sung-kwon's title. Son of politician Park Sung-ho. However, that was now empty. What this meant was, I know what a great person you are, but I will say this, it is nothing. Your title. The words you use to represent yourself. That is now empty. Park Sung-kwon was confused. He couldn't understand Tae-hyuk's words at all. Tae-hyuk laughed bitterly. In the end, you Park Sung-kwon, the son of politician Park Sung-ho, disappeared from this world a minute ago. At the same time, the country was in an uproar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Having Too Much of a Good Thing. Number 5. 36 hours before he implemented the test swap plan that required the use of his crime skills. Taehyuk met the secretary of Park Sung-ho at a coffee shop. Yes, so you wanted to know what it is like to be a politician's secretary? Yes. If you have any questions, then please, feel free to ask. I am a sunbae in your department, and this isn't a particularly difficult request. Taehyuk bowed and spoke his appreciation. Thank you, Sunbae Nim. By the way, you are part of the political science department at K University, correct? Yes. I am student number 15. Ha. A freshman. At first glance, I thought you were a high school student. Taehyuk awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Sunbae Nim also looks very young. I heard that you were student number 97. Well, I am but a complete fossil. Then, shall we start the interview? Taehyuk approached the secretary as a political science university student seeking an interview. This was all in order to obtain the secretary's voice. In order to imitate a voice using the voice modulation skill, he had to meet someone and directly listen to their voice. The skill couldn't be activated through a recording or a phone call. The interview took around 20 minutes. The secretary was currently showing a very pleasant expression, an after effect of meeting a hobby from his university. Taehyuk had one final question. Finally, there is something I always wanted to know. If the politician did something morally wrong, what should the secretary do? The secretary's eyes widened in response, as if he was surprised by the unexpected question. He sat in the chair and thought hard. A secretary is a senator's hands and feet. Even if he commits any wrongdoing, it is still right to follow him silently. In some cases, senators will amputate their arms if need be. However, I am talking to my cute hubby who wants to become a secretary, so that isn't a realistic answer. I'll try to mix in my own opinions as well. The secretary took a sip of his sugarless, bitter black coffee. He seemed to be looking somewhere into the distance, instead of at Taehyuk, who was currently sitting in front of him. Yes, a secretary is the senator's hands and feet. However, I think secretaries should also have a conscience that is able to judge wrong from right. If the senator is walking down the street in the wrong direction, it is the secretary's job to inform them so. Anyways, that's just my personal opinion. A secretary's words might just fall on deaf ears. The secretary laughed softly. No. I have definitely learned a lot from you today. Thank you. Taehyuk bowed, fully displaying his gratitude. The secretary laughed, and seemed to like it. Then, should I buy you dinner this evening? Taehyuk made an apologetic expression and said. Really, I must thank you very much, but I still need to submit my report by tomorrow. I see. It has been a long time since I've even thought about university. It was great to see you. Please call at the next opportunity and I'll be sure to have a drink with you. Yes, I understand. The secretary left the cafe with a regretful expression. Taehyuk remained in his seat and took out a notebook from his bag. The word, blacklist, was written on the front cover in neat handwriting. It was a book that contained the names of 120 criminals. The book depicted the crimes they committed and detailed how they got caught. Taehyuk wrote down all of the things he remembered from those 15 years. A book that contained future events. It was one of the two weapons that Co Taehyuk had. Well. Let's see. Taehyuk found the page he was looking for near the end of the notebook. Blacklist number 117, Park Sung-ho. A politician who committed numerous wrongdoings since becoming a senator. It would happen approximately 2 years from now. Due to the secretary's declaration of conscience, most of the senator's crimes were revealed, and he went to prison. The charges ranged from bribery to the instigation of murders. Still, Park Sung-ho only received a jail sentence of 4 years, of which he only served 1. He was released on parole for the other 3 on good behavior. Taehyuk had never met Park Sung-ho. Park Sung-ho had a great deal of prestige within the prison. It was less like he was staying in a prison, and more like he was staying at a luxury hotel. However, Taehyuk clearly remembered the day that Park Sung-ho was caught. Not only did he commit numerous acts of corruption, he also did not hesitate to use gangs to eliminate any in his way. Eventually, all of his sins were revealed by his secretary, who couldn't stand doing the dirty work for the senator any longer. The raised dog had risen to bite his own leg. Park Sung-ho's secretary. No, student number 97 of K University's Political Science Department, Lee Ki-hwan. You will commit numerous evil deeds in the next 2 years, until you can't tolerate the weight of your sins, and make a declaration of conscience in the end. Before that happens, I will make you a loyalist. Taehyuk changed his voice to Lee Ki-hwan's using voice modulation. He then pulled out Lee Ki-hwan's phone that he had stolen during the interview. There was a number that he called and hung up on several times a day. What was Lee Ki-hwan thinking as Tae-hyuk now held this? All Tae-hyuk was doing now was profiting off of Lee Ki-hwan's efforts. Hello. I was to make a report to the press director. Yes, I am Park Sung-ho's secretary, Lee Ki-hwan. Tae-hyuk was just doing what Lee Ki-hwan would have done several years later. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Park Sung-hwan flopped onto the ground with a flustered expression, a smartphone with DMB functionality in his hands. All channels were broadcasting about Park Sung-ho. The current situation was like an onion. The more someone peeled, the more that was revealed. This can't be. Father. Wah, he played very nicely with the leader of a crime syndicate. No way, perhaps. Park Sung-hwan stared blankly at the sky, unable to believe the reality revealed in front of him. At that moment, a spark formed in his eyes. Seo. Tae. Hyuk. This was all done by you. I will kill you. How? Will you do it directly? Park Sung-hwan called out to his subordinate. Kim Jin-soo. Where are you? Come out right now. Tae-hyuk shook his head. He broke his leg, so why are you looking for him so urgently? Cook. Park Sung-hwan made a sound that was a cross between a moan and a scream, and charged towards Tae-hyuk in despair. Goo. Be careful, this place is the roof. He lost his temper and tried to hit Tae-hyuk with his fists, who narrowly dodged them. They slightly scraped Tae-hyuk's side, triggering the robbery skill. Robbery has been used. Please select the item you want to steal. Tae-hyuk manipulated the demon-revealing mirror and chose Park Sung-hwan's waistband. It seemed that he was lucky, or that his opponent just had bad luck. Robbery had succeeded on the second attempt. Ku-huk. All of a sudden, Park Sung-hwan's pants fell down. He couldn't move properly because his legs were trapped. I think you should give up. However, Park Sung-hwan didn't give up and forced his body to move as he aimed at Seo Tae-hyuk. Hack. But in the end, his body lost its balance and he fell onto a fence that was set up around the perimeter of the roof. Kung. The fence was unable to endure the weight of a human and started to fall. It should have been able to endure the weight of 3 or 4 humans. This was the result of bad construction due to politicians being bribed. Ki-iik. Aoak. Park Sung-hwan shrieked as his body started to fall to the ground along with the fence. If he fell, then he would die. Tae-hyuk clicked his tongue. He grabbed Park Sung-hwan's collar and pulled him up onto the rooftop. You haven't paid your dues yet. You shouldn't die like this. Tae-hyuk had received only 1 million won from Park Sung-hwan. The rest would be paid after the test results came out. Well, I don't think you will be able to give it to me. Park Sung-hwan's legs had collapsed out of the fear of death. The area around his groin had become damp, and he was literally stunned. News about Park Sung-ho was spewing from the smartphone dropped onto the roof. An arrest warrant was issued and a full-scale investigation had begun. Tae-hyuk formed a finger gun with his hand, and pointed towards Park Sung-hwan, who had fainted. Bang! Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Tae-hyuk, are you okay? An Eun-young asked with a concerned expression. Ouch! Tae-hyuk was sitting on a bed in the infirmary, holding an ice pack to his swollen face. Although the situation was somewhat clear, it didn't exactly end well. Park Sung-hwan was rushed away in an ambulance. Despite the opposition of Young Nam-ho, a disciplinary committee was held for Tae-hyuk. The result was a 1-month suspension and 40 hours of community service, causing a disturbance in the broadcasting room. School property damage. Committing violence. These were his crimes. Well, I didn't think I would be proclaimed innocent even with the broadcast. But Tae-hyuk didn't do anything wrong. Tae-hyuk laughed. Rather, things had worked out pretty well. Seo Tae-hyuk had achieved first in the test results. Almost all the teachers, except Young Nam-ho, suspected that there was cheating going on. In the end, they decided on a retest. Of course, if he took the test now, then his average would be around 70 points. However, Tae-hyuk was suspended from tomorrow on. The retest would be taken a month later. Well, it is okay since I got revenge for class president. Instead, I want to ask you something. Please help me study in the next month and in the future. An Eun-young tearfully said. Oh, of course. I'll teach you. How much could an Eun-young, the owner of the studying skill, raise his grade in 1 month? One thing was certain, he would study until he died. Tae-hyuk smiled. Although he couldn't get everything he wanted, he decided to be satisfied with this much. More than anything else. I no longer need to steal any more strange things. He had used 3 affinity points on an attribute for robbery. If the skill was accidentally activated, then he could decide what to steal. Tae-hyuk. I'll wipe off the blood on your mouth. Ah, I'm sorry. Please. An Eun-young grabbed a towel and approached Tae-hyuk. Kayak. At that moment, An Eun-young tripped on the bed sheet that had trailed to the ground. Of course, she fell onto Seo Tae-hyuk, who was sitting on the bed, resulting in An Eun-young's body laying on top of him. Kwahak. I suddenly fell. An Eun-young shrieked and her head hit Tae-hyuk's. He smelled something faintly sweet. Robbery has been used. Please select the item you want to steal. Tae-hyuk removed An Eun-young from his side and pulled out the demon revealing mirror. Underwear, top. Underwear, bottom. S. Tae-hyuk inwardly screamed. No. It still hasn't changed under these circumstances. If he didn't pick something in a hurry, then he would end up stealing something random. Tae-hyuk chose the top option. An Eun-young was lying next to him and couldn't understand the situation. Tae-hyuk called out her name. Eun-young. Yes? Do you want to see magic once more? Kayawak. An Eun-young's face turned red as she understood what he meant. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. An Eun-young's information came up on the demon revealing mirror that Tae-hyuk had thrown on the bed. An Eun-young. Title, a model student in love. The details aren't available due to your low rating. A single word had completely changed the meaning, but Tae-hyuk had no idea about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Criminals. Seo Tae-hyuk had 2 secrets. One was that he had lived for 15 years longer than other people his age. Of course, those 15 years weren't exactly happy. He was framed and went to jail. He lived in fear of the death penalty. Every day in prison seemed like hell. The memories of those times were still in his head. However, Seo Tae-hyuk now considered himself a high school student rather than a death row inmate. It was good in some ways. What if it wasn't just the previous memories that were still in his head, but the previous personality as well? If it were so, he would be in a mental hospital, not a school. Another secret of his was the fact that he could use his crime skills. Tae-hyuk manipulated the demon revealing mirror to show his current skills. He had currently acquired 3 crime skills. Robbery, his first skill. He could steal the items of anyone that he bumped into. He had used affinity points to upgrade the skill, making it so that he could select which item to steal. Voice modulation, his second. A skill that could perfectly imitate the voices of others. Finally, spying, his third, which he could use to see the abilities and titles of others. These skills. There weren't just crime skills in existence. As he could see from An Eun-young's example, there were other skills out there. That alone meant one thing, that the talents and abilities of individuals were shown in the form of skills. If so, it was odd. Why am I able to use crime skills? He only had 3 at the moment, but he would be able to learn more in the future. He was suspicious of his title. Tae-hyuk clicked on the title in the demon revealing mirror, and an explanation came up. God of Crime. You can make use of all criminal skills. Somehow, it seemed like he could learn and use the skills of other criminals due to his title. However, the ability was based on his rating. Currently, Tae-hyuk was a commoner. It was the lowest rating, so there were various of restrictions. Tae-hyuk confirmed the new upgrade conditions. Create a blacklist, 1/1. Secured the people on the blacklist, March 20th, make all stats over 50 points. If he cleared all 3 of these conditions, then he could raise his rating. He would be able to do more once he upgraded to a noble. Tae-hyuk knew his future. If he did nothing and sat idly, then the same reality that he previously experienced would be repeated. He would be framed again and would go to jail for the second time. His sister Haran and younger brother Taemin would receive the same tragic ends. However, if he changed the present, then the future would also change. Tae-hyuk had caught one of the people on the blacklist, Yuchio Ho, and saved the lives of 3 people. It was clear that this could also be applied to himself. Then first of all, I need to upgrade my personal rating. Currently, he had only secured 3 people on the blacklist. However, hundreds of people still remained. Among those on the list were terrorists who killed hundreds of people, as well as the leader of a pseudo-religion cult with thousands of believers. Confronting them with his current set of skills was impossible. I need the ability to catch people on my blacklist. However, don't I need to catch people on the blacklist to get an upgrade? It is like employers not hiring inexperienced workers. This is just a painful regression. Tae-hyuk decided to do what he could first. There was still one upgrade condition apart from the blacklist, and that was to raise his stats above a certain threshold. These were Tae-hyuk's current stats. Stats: Stamina, 63, Intelligence, 14, Agility, 24, Dexterity, 31. His stats were slightly different from when he first received the spying skill. First of all, his stamina had decreased by 1, while his agility had gone up by 2, and his intelligence by 10. His rise in intelligence was due to constantly studying with an Eun-young. By the way, it was strange that his stamina had decreased, while his agility had increased. Why had such a thing occurred? Tae-hyuk coughed. Hum. I am an energetic high school student. It can't be helped. Anyway, it had been a week since his suspension, and he had already studied and raised his intelligence by 10 points. This increase rate wouldn't have been possible without an Eun-young's studying skill. If he kept doing it at this rate, then he would be able to raise it to 50 points during his suspension period. Tae-hyuk, are you okay? An Eun-young came in holding a bag of ice. At this moment, Tae-hyuk felt dizzy. Come to think of it, he was currently alone in a room with a girl. Of course, this wasn't his purpose, as he was here to study with an Eun-young. Still, he couldn't help being nervous. Just how much did you study? You suddenly got a nosebleed. Tae-hyuk pulled out the tissue blocking his nose and said. No, I don't think I got the nosebleed from that. The meal. Tae-hyuk recalled the dinner that an Eun-young had prepared. Turtle soup, grilled eel, fried pork liver, bunja juice. They were energetic and were really good. Eating such things had caused his blood to overflow. An Eun-young's expression darkened. Do you not like the taste? That isn't it. It is just a little much. Stamina is important for studying. I made these dishes because they are good for your stamina. No. It is delicious. Really? I'm glad. How is your stamina? Isn't it going up? It didn't seem to have a good effect on his stamina. Tae-hyuk couldn't tell the truth to an Eun-young who was smiling so innocently. The ice pack was placed on his head to cool down his hot body. An Eun-young declared with a smile. Then, let's start learning. An Eun-young had taken off her uniform and was only wearing a thin dress. Now that the test had ended, her dark circles were almost gone. The hidden innocent and cute appearance of hers was revealed. Tae-hyuk swallowed his saliva. Help me. Asterisk. An Eun-young's private lesson ended at 10 p.m. Tae-hyuk exerted great patience and studied well until the end. Well, since I am getting help from her studying skill. His other stats weren't rising this quickly. Intelligence had increased by 10 and his score on the mock test rose by nearly 20 points. He really might be able to reach the high rankings in the whole school in just a month. By the way, I never thought that Park Sung-kwan would actually drop out. Today was the day that Park Sung-kwan's disciplinary committee would be held. Obviously, the result would be similar to Tae-hyuk's. However, Park Sung-kwan hadn't come to school since a week ago, and today he had suddenly dropped out. Well, he did trust in his father too much. Park Sung-ho and his secretary, Lee Ki-won, were both criminals on the blacklist. It was lucky that he could secure 2 people at once. However, there was a bitter taste in his mouth. Lee Ki-won was different from other criminals, as he only followed the orders of Park Sung-ho. However, the end result was still a crime. In the end, he acted according to his conscience. Despite the handcuffs, his face looked satisfied, because he no longer needed to get his hands dirty. Originally, it would have taken a few more years for Lee Ki-won to do this. His hands would have become even dirtier. Tae-hyuk was able to finish matters before all of that even happened. The series of events started with cheating, and ended with a politician and his secretary being arrested. Tae-hyuk had watched the TV as Park Sung-ho and Lee Ki-won were handcuffed. He then received 2 affinity points. He thought back to Yu Cheol-ho, and recalled the 2 people killed by Lee Ki-won that were saved. Currently I only caught 3 people? What about the hippo and the clown? They were people on the blacklist that he would meet soon. This wasn't a game, and the criminals didn't appear in order from weakest to strongest. There is a chance I might meet the final boss at the beginning. There would be no way for him to deal with them with his current abilities. His head hurt. If he had a colleague who he could share everything with. Should I tell Kon Suk-hyun? Tae-hyuk shook his head. Kong-suk had to be the guardian of Haran and Taemin, so Taehyuk couldn't drag them into the middle of an incident. Is there anyone on the blacklist that I can cooperate with? No apparent name came to mind. His mind was filled with complicated thoughts. Taehyuk became lost in his thoughts as he walked the streets at night. There were luxury homes around him. And Eunyoung's house was one of them. Her father was the director of a general hospital. She was good at studying and lived well. Her face was also cute when it wasn't covered in dark circles. Another bonus was that she cooked well. I don't know who she will marry, but they must have saved a country in their past life. Taehyuk licked his lips. At the end of the street, there was a 2-story house that seemed like it would appear in a drama. One day, I will move into a house like that. A smile formed on Taehyuk's face as he imagined his family living together in a 2-story house with a yard. But then he saw something strange. Are they trying to climb over the wall because they lost their house key? Taehyuk decided to quietly watch the situation. It was a woman who looked suspicious. She was wearing leather clothes that clung to her body and had various tools. There was something else that stood out, however. She couldn't climb the fence and kept slipping down. Every time it happened, she would kick the stones on the street. She seemed strangely familiar. Isn't that the person from last time? And Eunyoung had lost her spirit after being threatened. He had seen the woman when he took Eunyoung home, and didn't think it was a big deal at the time. When he thought about it again, he felt suspicious. He didn't think she would lose her key twice. There seemed to be a different purpose. A thief? Why else would she be standing in front of a rich home? In the end, the novice thief turned her head to look for another way. Taehyuk shook his head. It felt like watching a toddler trying to climb a wall, so he walked away. He wanted to get far away. Asterisk. What's going on? It was past 10 o'clock at night. Taehyuk was surprised when he arrived home. The house was in a mess, as if a thief had gone through it. The closet and drawers were pulled open and all the contents emptied. Taemin was attending a private cram school and wasn't back yet. Haran was sitting on the floor and crying alone. Taehyuk. Taehyuk bit his lip. It felt like meeting the thief on his way home had foreshadowed the current situation. First, he had to make sure that Haran wasn't hurt. Nuna. Are you okay? Young. Haran stammered as she explained the situation. She had went out for a while and came back to this. The house was a mess. Taehyuk inwardly sighed with relief. The most important thing was that Haran hadn't been at home. Then what did they steal? Taehyuk's house didn't have any valuables. The money they had was used to pay back all the debts. It covered everything. The rest went into the furniture. Most of this was due to the bounty received for catching Yu Cheolho. However, there was less profit to be gained compared to the effort to move the furniture. First of all, we still have all the furniture, but all of the furniture was still here. Then Haran pointed to her treasure chest with a trembling hand. Surely not my bank book? Even if they steal it, they won't be able to withdraw anything. After the voice phishing incident, Taehyuk had set a password on his account and all the seals were kept separately. 3 family members were in charge of them. They couldn't do anything with just one seal. Mother's keepsake is gone. Taehyuk trembled as he heard Haran's words. It was the silver rosario. It wasn't a cheap item. It was worth approximately 200,000 won. It was an ornament that was difficult to determine the value because it was worn. However, it was the only remaining memento of his parents. No matter how difficult life was, they couldn't sell it. But alas, it was now stolen. No matter how much it was worth, it was a precious memory that they couldn't live without. Taehyuk's hands trembled. Perhaps the culprit wasn't listed on his blacklist. However, they had stolen something precious in Taehyuk's family. Taehyuk gritted his teeth. He burned with fighting spirit as he thought of the thief. Nuna. Don't worry, I'll surely find Rosario. Ko-hyum. Sniffle. Taehyuk grabbed some tissues for the crying Haran. Haran sniffled and blew her nose. From what Taehyuk remembered, Rosario had been safe for the entirety of those 15 years. However, it was now stolen. The cause was Taehyuk moving to this house. It was like a butterfly effect, since a thief wouldn't bother with a semi-basement rented room. Taehyuk felt a heavy sense of responsibility. Changing the present changed the future. But it wasn't always in a good way. Yes. Let's start catching a thief. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 20. Chapter 20, Criminals Number 2. Tae-hyuk knew of a thief in the immediate vicinity. He had just witnessed a thief trying to cross a wall as he returned from Moon-young's house. He wasn't a hero or police officer. If there was no benefit, then there was no reason to catch other criminals. But now it was different, as it was likely that she had robbed his house. She had visibly looked very clumsy. However, the thief who stole Rosario didn't seem that good either. He needed to confirm if they were the same person. Tae-hyuk ran to the high-class residential area where there were always thieves. There. The scene wasn't much different than it was 30 minutes ago. He hid his body in the darkness and watched. If she had Rosario, then he could steal it using robbery. She still hasn't climbed the fence. She was worried about how to enter the yard. But what if it was just a performance? It was at that moment. Something different happened than usual. The thief huffed angrily and kicked the wall with her feet. Of course, this caused tremendous pain, so she grabbed her toes and started rolling on the ground. Then Tae-hyuk's eyes widened. For the first time, Tae-hyuk was able to see the face of the female thief. He almost screamed at that moment. That woman. The thief was a person that Tae-hyuk knew. She had long black hair that flowed down to her waist and a butterfly mask on her face. Was it to hide her identity? However, half of the face was clearly revealed. It is Moonlight Flower. She was in her early 20s. That was 10 years younger than what Tae-hyuk remembered. Of course, the other person was also astonished to see him. Kayak. Thief. Moonlight Flower shrieked. You shouldn't be the one saying that. Who is the thief? Tae-hyuk angrily replied to Moonlight Flower's words. I'm not a thief. You must be mistaken. That argument is hardly convincing when wearing such clothes. You completely look like a thief. Moonlight Flower looked down at her body. She was dressed in tight clothing that showed off her body. Many of her body parts were highlighted. Moonlight Flower shrieked again. Kayak. Where are you looking? Moonlight Flower covered her chest with both arms. It was to cover something exceptionally large. Still, the size meant that it couldn't be completely hidden. Tae-hyuk made a wry smile. I never expected to meet Moonlight Flower here, of all places. She was a capable thief who started her activities approximately 4 years from now. She primarily aimed at banks, large corporations, and also conglomerates. Rather than stealing money or objects, she was famous for leaving marks of her visit. She would enter a vault filled with gold bars, taking nothing and leaving after leaving a sign showing that she was there. For example, she would break into a museum and vandalize a painting. She only aimed for the richest, and also had a cute appearance. The youthful personality meant that she would become popular and have a large fan club. 4 years later. Did she work before her name was known? Tae-hyuk gritted his teeth. It was unlikely that Moonlight Flower had robbed his house. However, he needed to check to confirm it. She had kicked a wall, so it seemed like she couldn't move properly. Tae-hyuk moved quickly and narrowed the distance to Moonlight Flower. Moonlight Flower, who had fallen to the ground, instantly got up and started to run away. A thief with sore feet. Tae-hyuk ran to catch the opponent. Then he was shocked. One of Moonlight Flower's feet was obviously hurting, yet she was running at such a quick speed. The distance between the two people gradually started to widen. What is this speed? The movements were unexpected from someone who couldn't even climb a wall. Tae-hyuk exclaimed. Wait a minute. I have no intention of catching you. I just want to ask you something. Moonlight Flower laughed. Haung. Do you think I will be convinced by that? The distance widened from 5 meters to 20 meters in an instant. He was going to end up missing her. Baik. It was at that moment. There was the sound of a whistle. There were police patrolling nearby. 2 senior policemen and 1 junior policeman approached Tae-hyuk. What is going on? Tae-hyuk panted as he pointed in front of him. Thief. He was able to see the back of Moonlight Flower, who was currently running away. The policeman nodded like he already knew. I have a perfect grasp of these streets. We will go chase them. Students, please take this path. I understand. A group of 3 people ran through the streets in order to catch Moonlight Flower. Tae-hyuk chased after Moonlight Flower, while the policemen were circling around to build a net. They had a very good knowledge of this area. She will be caught soon. Moonlight Flower had great physical abilities, so Taehyuk would never be able to catch her alone. However, it was 4 against 1. In addition, one of the policemen had perfectly grasped the geography. Wait. Should I let Moonlight Flower get caught? It was important that Taehyuk recover Rosario. Even if Moonlight Flower wasn't the criminal, he shouldn't let her get caught. Taehyuk smirked. He suddenly came up with a good idea. He ignored the policeman and entered a side street. He climbed up to the roof of a house and confirmed the location of Moonlight Flower and the policeman. Isn't she clearly being surrounded? He was able to read the plan from this height. Taehyuk discovered the final destination and decided to wait there. The policemen were herding Moonlight Flower like she was a rabbit. In no time, she was in a dead end. Moonlight Flower could escape if she climbed over the wall, but she couldn't do so with an injured foot. Then Taehyuk appeared. Grab on! Quickly! Taehyuk extended his hand to Moonlight Flower from his position on the wall. Moonlight Flower looked at Taehyuk with a confused expression. Didn't he want to catch her? Yet Taehyuk suddenly appeared and shouted like he was planning to rescue Moonlight Flower. Damn, just do it! They are coming! Taehyuk spoke again as Moonlight Flower kept hesitating. If you don't grab my hand in 3 seconds, then I am running away alone. Oh, okay. Moonlight Flower grabbed the hand of the angry Taehyuk and climbed the wall. Then both of them ran away with all their strength. Taehyuk arrived at a safe place and calmed his breathing. Whether it was because they wanted the reward for catching the thief or a holiday, the policemen were really persistent. They had ran for over an hour and barely managed to escape. Pant. Ki-ok. Really great stamina. How are you fine after running? Ah ha ha. I have confidence in my stamina. However, she couldn't do something as basic as climb a wall. A strange thief. After confirming that they were safe, Moonlight Flower made an odd expression. Then she asked. Why did you save me? I wasn't trying to catch you. Is this answer enough? Besides, I'm also a thief. Then why were you chasing me? Didn't you try to rob my house a few hours ago? This is my area. It is a violation of the rules to invade my area. I was trying to tell you this. The movements of Moonlight Flower stopped completely. Taehyuk inwardly smiled with satisfaction. He had met a lot of thieves in prison, and learned that they had their own laws. Was it because he saved her from being caught? Moonlight Flower's expression softened. Young. I didn't go anywhere today. Taehyuk had completely caught her. Someone aimed for my house and I was robbed today. It really wasn't you? Moonlight Flower responded yes in a small voice. She was surprisingly naive. It was a good type to be scammed. The control of the conversation was completely in Taehyuk's hands. She was physically better than Taehyuk, but he had 10 years of experience. Are you telling me the truth? You might have hidden the stolen item somewhere on your body. Taehyuk said with a smile. It was a speech that would touch the person's hidden intentions. Then check it. Moonlight Flower huffed angrily. Taehyuk swallowed his saliva. He hadn't expected that it would come to this. She was wearing leather clothes that exposed her body. There was not much space to hide anything. Why, just do it. Moonlight Flower came up to Taehyuk, grabbed his hand, and placed it on her chest. It felt like he was touching a soft marshmallow. Taehyuk's face reddened. Nothing? Is this still lacking? Do you want to check anywhere else? Taehyuk blushed and coughed. See cough. There doesn't seem to be anything. His tone had changed to speaking in honorifics. In addition, I think that you are mistaken about something. Come along with me for a moment. Moonlight Flower grabbed Taehyuk's hand and pulled him back to the original location. It was the place where she tried to cross the wall. I know that you think I was trying to rob this house. Oh, don't get me wrong. It is just my hobby. This is actually my house. She emphasized it again. My house. Ah, yes. Moonlight Flower even took a key out from her pocket and opened the gate. Look. Right? So she was trying to climb the wall of her own house. Indeed, Moonlight Flower. I really can't understand her. Really? By the way, are you really a thief? It is suspicious. Aren't you going to show me proof? Moonlight Flower's eyes narrowed with doubt. Taehyuk quickly pulled out the demon-revealing mirror from his pocket and prepared a skill. Then he said, well, Let me show you the evidence. Taehyuk started slowly walking and bumped Moonlight Flower in the shoulder. Robbery has been used. Please select the item you want to steal. Now, let's steal something suitable. Taehyuk looked at the demon revealing mirror to see what would come up. All of a sudden, Moonlight Flower rushed towards Taehyuk. Wah! What is that thing? Cute. It was a mirror with a demon engraved on it. It was the first time he had seen a reaction like this. Taehyuk chose randomly from the list due to Moonlight Flower. What? What did I steal this time? The confused Taehyuk searched through his pocket and touched a piece of soft cloth. Don't tell me. Fortunately, it was the butterfly mask on her face. Taehyuk pulled it out and waved it. When did you steal this? Moonlight Flower ran to Taehyung, grabbed the mask, and put it on her face again. Did you see? I didn't see anything. You saw my face. Taehyuk was at a loss for words. In the first place, the butterfly mask was already half falling off. Did she think it would hide her identity? Anyway, do you believe that I'm a thief now? Moonlight Flower placed her hands on her waist and turned her head to the side. Bah! Your skills still have a long way to go. The one speaking was someone who couldn't even climb the wall of her own house. Taehyuk just extended his hand. Either way, this is a relationship. How about exchanging information among business partners? Thieves had their own network. It ranged from places to dispose of stolen goods to equipment deals. Even if it was still early, Moonlight Flower was a thief. It was likely that she knew more information than Taehyuk. This was what Taehyuk was aiming for. Yes. Moonlight Flower moaned pathetically. Taehyuk decided to help her make a decision. In exchange for becoming business partners. I'll take what I just saw to the grave. You did see. Bah. It can't be helped. Should I give you my cell phone number? Taehyuk nodded. Moonlight Flower said in a strange voice. Wah. You got a phone number through this outrageous method. Taehyuk made a dumbfounded expression and held out his cell phone. Then Moonlight Flower approached Taehyuk. He could feel something soft leaning against his arm. Taehyuk coughed. He couldn't control the blood in his body due to the good food that Eunyoung made. His face turned red as he felt Moonlight Flower's soft body. An old-fashioned phone. By the way, why are you blushing? How old are you? It is my second year of high school. The cell phone seems to be the same age. At any rate, I am your Nuna. Cutie, what is your name? Co Taehyuk. Nuna is called Moonlight Flower. A pseudonym. Moonlight Flower then left her contact details in Taehyuk's phone. HRMM. Her real name is Yu Hyang. Moonlight Flower had registered her number with her real name, not her pseudonym. He was starting to doubt whether she really wanted to hide her identity. Taehyuk sent a short text to the number entered by Moonlight Flower. It was to exchange contact details. Anyway, I believe that Moonlight Flower is a thief. I can take advantage of this. Then, Taehyuk. Be careful when walking the streets at night. Yes. Moonlight Flower Nuna should be careful not to get hurt when falling from the wall. Be careful. I didn't fall. Taehyuk said goodbye and started walking home. To Moonlight Flower, stealing was a hobby. It didn't matter if she was just a clumsy novice now, as her growth potential was tremendous. She has really good physical capabilities. I can use this. Taehyuk smirked. Above all, her chest was big. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Criminals Number 3. Moonlight Flower wasn't the culprit. Taehyuk had checked her belongings using the robbery skill, and Rosario wasn't among them. If so, who was the thief who robbed his house? Taehyuk first thought about how to find the real thief. First of all, it was hard right now, as they might be looking for other prey or hiding in their shelter. Night was the time of the thief. It was difficult to specify the position of his free-moving target. My opponent is a thief who targets this area. Thieves were extremely territorial. So most of the time, they would continue to work in their designated territory. It was the reason why thieves were often caught in the same area. Some time had passed since the crime was committed, and it was impossible to find the thief's whereabouts right now. Taehyuk utilized all of his knowledge. There is a place where a thief who commits a crime must go. I need to go there. A thief had to dispose of the items they had stolen and change it into money. The so-called person who received stolen goods. Most of them would buy the goods at a reasonable price. In some cases, they would hire a thief directly if there was something they absolutely needed. They wouldn't directly dirty their hands and would receive huge benefits. HRMM. Tae-hyuk groaned. There was a small problem. I have never been to one. A broker of stolen goods had their own nest. Tae-hyuk remembered there was a broker who managed a thief near Cheonggi-echeon. But he had only heard about it through a thief at the prison. He didn't know who the stolen goods broker was. Of course, what they did was illegal. It wasn't like a chicken house that would be advertised on flyers. If he knew this, then he would have listened more carefully. Tae-hyuk shook his head. If I had known, then I would have memorized the lottery numbers. First of all, I have to make the most of what I know. Tae-hyuk decided to meet up with the broker. He had the crime skills, and he could take advantage of it. Then he would be able to get what he wanted. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The sun was rising as Tae-hyuk stretched out. He got up and went through some light stretches. On his desk was a reference book recommended by an Eun-young. After school ended, he would learn directly from her. Other than that, he needed to study by himself. My stats didn't go up today. If the study skill wasn't present, then it took him almost 10 times longer for his stats to rise. In order for Tae-hyuk to be on a similar level to an Eun-young, he needed to raise his school rank by almost 200. It needed to be done within a month. It would have been impossible if he didn't have the help of the studying skill. I would love to spend all day with Eun-young, but she had her own life. He couldn't do that. In the end, he had to study alone while an Eun-young was at school. Why am I desperately trying to become first in the school? He couldn't complain to anyone. The demon-revealing mirror showed that he had dark circles under his eyes. There was only one person who would come and see it. It is an Eun-young. He couldn't help but sigh. Anyway, it is time for the stolen goods broker to do business. Thieves worked at night and would check their equipment as they disposed of stolen items during the day. Naturally, this was the broker's main activity time. Tae-hyuk searched through his vague memories as he headed to Cheonggi-echeon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Is it this place? Tae-hyuk hid in a back alley and looked at a building. On the surface, it was a pawnshop that didn't seem that suspicious. The problem was the people. Everybody has a tired face, as if they couldn't sleep at night. That person just yawned. In addition, the person exited after 5 minutes and was carrying a thick bundle of money. There was no sense of urgency when they entered the pawnshop. This is the correct answer. They're all thieves. 10 people entered in just 1 hour. Tae-hyuk clicked his tongue. There are so many thieves in the country. This was why no matter how many taxes was paid, there was always a deficiency. There was nothing good about facing other thieves. Tae-hyuk waited for all the customers of the pawnshop to leave. Now. Is it Tae-hyuk? A sleepy voice was heard from behind him. Moonlight Flower was standing there while yawning. Moonlight Flower Nuna? Hello? Unlike yesterday, Moonlight Flower was wearing normal clothes. However, she was wearing dark sunglasses to hide her identity. She wasn't able to concede one thing. Jeans and a top that shows her belly. It is better than the leather clothes she wore yesterday. Even so, the exposure was too high. He didn't know where to look. Moonlight Flower approached and plastered herself onto Tae-hyuk's side. Then she spoke in a chirpy voice. Did you come to get supplies from Mama? Tae-hyuk's eyes shone. The broker is called Mama? Mama? Yes, I wanted to buy something. Is that so? It seemed like he could take advantage of meeting Moonlight Flower here. Tae-hyuk asked with a sly expression. Did that house from yesterday not belong to Nuna? No, you couldn't even cross the wall properly. Why are you going to a broker of stolen goods? Moonlight Flower's face turned red. She waved her hands and exclaimed. Now, I'm not trying to dispose of stolen goods. Yesterday, I accidentally broke a stick. I'm trying to get a new one. You should be careful. Tae-hyuk nodded with a convinced look. Thieves would also buy things from brokers, as the brokers also sold equipment. Moonlight Flower had a variety of tools. She wouldn't have bought them from an auction, so most of them would be purchased here. I came to buy equipment. What did Tae-hyuk come to buy? That's not it. I need information. HRMM, obviously, there is something that you were looking for. That other thief must have stolen it. Then, did you come to the broker to ask if somebody had come to the store to sell it? Tae-hyuk's eyes widened. He thought that she was just a stupid thief. However, she was smarter than he thought. Moonlight Flower smiled at the expression on Tae-hyuk's face and poked his cheek. Aha, is that the answer? You shouldn't make fun of a woman's senses. Please keep it a secret from Mama. Wouldn't it be nice to share each other's secrets? He needed to ensure that Moonlight Flower didn't reveal it. Moonlight Flower folded her arms and said, Well, I won't reveal it. But isn't Nuna curious about the thief who ignored the rules and invaded someone else's territory? Yes. I am curious. Then do you want to go with me? Don't you have something to do here anyway? Moonlight Flower's eyes widened. Is that so? I also didn't want to go alone. Then I will be the one talking. Just watch from the sidelines. Let's go. Moonlight Flower seemed to be familiar with the stolen goods broker. If he entered with her, then the broker's wariness would reduce. He would be able to obtain what he wanted earlier. Shall I get some information about Mama from Moonlight Flower? Tae-hyuk asked casually. You seem to come here often. Mama's store was on a corner of an alley in Cheongdyecheon. It looked like any other ordinary pawn shop. A place that lent money for goods received. It is the most famous place for handling stolen jewelry in the area. The important thing was for the broker to evaluate the goods and calculate the correct price. Among the items that the thieves handled, there were many fakes. It was up to the broker to judge the stolen goods. Moonlight Flower started talking about things that Tae-hyuk didn't even ask. She was a person who would be called an enemy to herself. Tae-hyuk stored the things Moonlight Flower told him in his head. Information was always valuable. Then let's go. Tae-hyuk and Moonlight Flower opened the door and entered the pawn shop. A woman who was painting stood up and welcomed them. Welcome. How can I help you? The woman seemed to be in her early 30s. She was dressed in black mourning clothes. A beautiful woman who gave off a mature atmosphere. Hey, Ajumma. I came here to ask you something. Well, not exactly me but this guy. Oh Mo. It is Moonlight. Come on. Didn't I tell you to call me Uni instead of Ajumma? I understand. Mama Uni. I will say it one more time, if you call me Ajumma then I will stick a knife in your belly. Ah ha ha. I'm sorry. Mama laughed, but she had a strange expression on her face. Is he your boyfriend? Well, you are pretty. Why are you just standing there? Nope. He is just a younger brother that I know. He is a little naive. Really? Anyway, I'll go and get some cold drinks. Wait here. Moonlight Flower talked in a familiar manner to Mama. Tae-hyuk was just watching with an open mouth. I should have noticed when I heard the name Mama. I didn't think that it would be Big Mama. Tae-hyuk felt dizzy. Big Mama was one of the big criminal brokers. She dealt with counterfeit art that went into the range of tens of billions of won. She was a representative of South Korea, just like the Russian or American mafias. He had entered the lair of a tiger. I have to get out of here. Then Mama spoke. Omo, Moonlight. Your brother is trying to run away? However, I hope he knows that this place is free to enter, but not free to leave. Tae-hyuk wanted to cry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 22. Chapter 22, Criminals Number 4. Unlike the bloody atmosphere it was conducted in, the talk proceeded rather smoothly. Besides, Moonlight Flower was a surprisingly good help. Joking around with Big Mama. The image of the Big Mama that Tae-hyuk knew was like the difference between heaven and earth. She built up her skills while working as a stolen goods broker, before entering the counterfeit art industry. It seemed like now was that time. Still, her ability to make counterfeit goods is already huge. Big Mama was painting a copy of something. In Tae-hyuk's eyes, it was hard to distinguish between the original and the fake. Tae-hyuk's eyes lit up. Moonlight Flower had disappeared into the warehouse in order to find a stick to use. This was his chance. Tae-hyuk organized the information he had about Big Mama in his head. The details had been written down in his blacklist, but he was still able to come up with some important points on the spot. He remembered something very unusual. So, kid. What did you need? Big Mama asked with the smile of a salesperson. Hello, I am CO Tae-hyuk. There are many rumors about Mama. It is an honor to meet you. Then, I'll speak bluntly. I want to make a deal with Mama.
Big Mama made a surprised expression while her eyes sharpened.
Ho! You aren't an ordinary kid. Aren't you always saying that the appearance on the outside isn't important? You know me very well. You are famous. What type of deal do you want to establish? She wanted to know what he wanted.
Taehyuk had no intention of showing all the cards in his hand.
Do you happen to know the thief who stole an item called the Rosario in this neighborhood yesterday? The appearance looks roughly like this. Taehyuk showed a picture of Rosario that he drew in advance. Big Mama replied in a relaxed tone.
I trade in many stolen goods in one day, and I can't remember all of it. I know that Mama has such a good memory that Mama can even remember a piece of merchandise from a week ago.
Big Mama was famous for her tremendous memory. Ho! Not many people know about my specialty. You are a kid that I really can't look down on. No, shall I call you Taehyuk?
The title coming from Big Mama's mouth changed.
Taehyuk knew what that meant. I would like to deal in information.
If you give me information about the thief who took Rosario, then I will give you one piece of information.
I will listen first and decide. Taehyuk spoke casually, as if he was ordering jjajangmyeon from a Chinese restaurant. The trail of the sunset.
It felt like time had stopped.
Big Mama froze. How do you? There were two implications. Taehyuk smiled gently. He said it because he knew the future of Big Mama. It is a piece that all art collectors desire. Big Mama's hand trembled in response. It was an expression like she had been hit. It is very important that the information is reliable. There is no guarantee that you won't lie. Taehyuk knew that Big Mama would say this.
The answer was also prepared.
Aren't you in a position to look through straws right now? If my information is unbelievable, then it can't be helped. I will give up on the deal.
Taehyuk said boldly. If the box wasn't opened, then the person wouldn't know if they had received what they ordered from the Chinese restaurant. Of course, it was the same for the other person. This was the risk with trading information.
Taehyuk is telling me to betray the money-making game. Do you know that?
The trail of the sunset, or money.
Select one of the two.
There was no need to even weigh it. No matter how many ping-pong balls were stacked up, they still wouldn't be able to beat a bowling ball. Big Mama was still smiling, but her eyes were burning with a strange fire. If you are lying, then be ready, for I will give you a very painful punishment. Then, I'll tell you the location of the painting.
Mama, please tell me the name and phone number of the person I am looking for. Big Mama said to him. I don't gamble, but I will try to believe Taehyuk just once. The thief. Taehyuk was able to get the information he desired by trading with Big Mama. What are you going to do now?
I have to make a trap that he can't run from, so I will have to prepare something to tempt him.
Ahem.
Moonlight Flower spoke in a strange tone and laughed.
Taehyuk spoke in an apologetic voice. I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave you here. Bah. You ate everything, and now you want to discard me like a used tissue? I'm sorry. Instead, I promised to talk after catching K.
K was the initial of the criminal.
You promise? Yes. Moonlight Flower extended a finger. I will add one more thing. Go to the aquarium with me on the weekend sometime. There is something that I want to discuss with you there. Well. Okay, I understand.
This time, Taehyuk owed a big favor to Moonlight Flower, so he decided to listen to her request.
Moonlight Flower continued waving until Taehyuk disappeared from her sight. I never thought I would meet two Blacklist members in one day. Taehyuk inwardly sighed. Moonlight Flower and Big Mama.
It seemed like they were attracting each other.
There were 120 people on the blacklist.
It was impossible to think that he could go against all of them, even with his crime skills.
First of all, I have to watch the situation. While Taehyuk didn't know much about Moonlight Flower, he knew that Big Mama was as sly like a fox. Was it possible for him to leave her alone?
Taehyuk's mind became complicated.
Let's just think about catching K for now. Taehyuk dialed the number given by Big Mama.
The plan for catching K was already in place.
There were a few beeps. Hello? The call was connected. Kim Sang-hyun didn't feel good in the morning.
He didn't know how many days it had been since he had found something good.
Yesterday, he went to collect from a newly discovered prey.
There was a family who recently moved into his area. Usually, in such cases, there were large amounts of money in the owner's house. However, they were already diligent and entrusted it all to the bank, so he had to resort to taking various miscellaneous things around the house.
There wasn't even a single gold ring. Kim Sang-hyun spat on the floor. Che! Era, you bastards. He wanted to move on to another area, but the situation wasn't right. Maybe there was already someone else. He pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He had just bought a new pack, but it was already the last one. Crazy. I have no cigarettes left. It was dangerous if he couldn't hit the jackpot. He was enjoying his cigarette when the phone rang. He didn't know the number. Perhaps it was a spam call. Kim Sang-hyun suddenly came up with a good idea. He would swear at the people on the phone to relieve stress. Sang-hyun pressed the call button and brought the phone to his ear. He first had to check who the person was. If it was someone he didn't know, then he would curse at them. Sang-hyun concentrated on the other person's voice. Sang-hyun, it is mother. Kim Sang-hyun couldn't believe his ears. Mama was calling him directly. Ah, mother. What's wrong? Well, I am calling because I thought I should bring something to your attention. Earlier, some kid was looking for you. I don't know who he is, but you ought to be careful. He asked about you. For me? What did you do? How long have we been working together? Of course, I gave him the wrong number. Ha ha. Thank you, mother. He heard a soft laugh over the phone. Well, there is a fee for the information. I see. She wouldn't hand over false information for free. Kim Sang-hyun felt sweat flowing, as Mama wasn't just a simple stolen goods broker. I know what you are thinking. I'm Mama, I'm not that cold. I got free income thanks to Sang-hyun. Sang-hyun should also receive a prize. I received some very good information, so how about it? Do you want to give it a try? At that moment, Kim Sang-hyun wanted to cheer. It was a great opportunity for thieves. A place that held a lot of valuables. I accept. No, I will do it. Please let me do it. Ho ho. I understand. Indeed, Sang-hyun. You are dependable. Stolen goods brokers often handed over information. If so, there was an implicit rule when doing business with that person. Kim Sang-hyun barely refrained from laughing. Mama's spot was rumored to be a jackpot. Then what should I steal? There will be lots of diamonds. Please help Mama steal all of them. Ha ha. Just believe in me. Kim Sang-hyun combed through the information given by Mama. Diamonds? Ha ha ha. I will be rich. Rich. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The spot wasn't far away. Kim Sang-hyun did a final equipment check. HI's equipment variety ranged from locksmith tools to levers for lifting heavy objects. It seemed like he was going to rob a bank, not a house. Then. This isn't my area. Is it okay? He came here under the name of the greatest information broker, Mama. Even the owner of the territory wouldn't be able to have any complaints. The spot was a two-story house with a spacious courtyard. In recent years, expensive security systems were often found in homes like these. It was really hard to eat and live in this world. It doesn't look like there is one common CCTV. A big jackpot. Kim Sang-hyun cheered. As expected from Mama. He wondered how she found information about this spot. It was late at night, so there was no one in the house. The fireplace was turned off, and no loud sounds could be heard. A golden opportunity to steal. The hum of a song came out. Kim Sang-hyun was a thief with considerable skill. He was even able to get into a safety deposit box in 5 minutes because he was the child of a locksmith. He opened a locked door using his skills. According to Mama's information, the diamonds were in the bedroom. He walked towards the destination while visualizing the structure of the house in his head. Here. Kim Sang-hyun excitedly opened the door. Pang. Pang pang. Suddenly, there were the sounds of firecrackers popping. The dark room lit up. The people hiding in the darkness cheered. Surprise! Congratulations! Happy birthday, Chief Nim! Chief Nim, I love you! Milk-colored Chief Nim! Kim Sang-hyun stopped moving. Diamonds! There were a lot of diamonds. 3 representative diamonds. Kim Sun-kyung. No matter how much we look, isn't that not the chief? The second diamond answered.
Yes, that's right. A diamond was a diamond, but they weren't jewels. However, they were covered with diamonds. Inside the room, dozens of people were dressed in police uniforms. In the center of the room was a large cake, as well as beer and chicken.
Surprise? Birthday? What the hell? This was the chief of police's house? Why did Mama send him here? Aok. Kim Sang-hyun screamed. Police! The police! Policy E!
Kim Sang-hyun tried to flee back the way he came.
The diamond said. Who is this? Kim Sang-hyun. Did you come to surrender yourself for Chief Nim's birthday? Today was the police chief's birthday.
Kim Sang-hyun had to sing a congratulatory song in handcuffs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 23. Chapter 23, Criminals Number 5. Tae-hyuk. Ah, Hyun.
Cho Kang-suk welcomed Tae-hyuk, who had arrived at the police station.
Kang-suk pulled out a cup of cocoa from the vending machine and handed it to Tae-hyuk. He then poured milk in his coffee and drank it. Well, I see that you arrested Kim Sang-hyun yesterday? Yes. Do you know him?
Tae-hyuk thought about what to say to Kang-suk. In the end, he explained everything except for the blacklist and crime skills. Kang-suk glared once he heard that a thief had robbed their home.
Is Haran SSI okay? Yes. She is safe.
If something like that happens next time, then you should call Hyun straight away.
Kang-suk clawed Tae-hyuk with his knuckles.
Fortunately, robbery had failed.
Ouch. I'm sorry. Kang-suk was sincerely worried about Tae-hyuk and Haran. Tae-hyuk knew that Kang-suk was currently meeting with Haran every weekend. They went out to eat and watch movies. It seemed like Haran didn't hate Kang-suk. Despite the age difference, weren't they a surprisingly good match? Tae-hyuk decided to cheer on the two people. At any rate, are you sure you want to meet Kim Sang-hyun? It's okay, as there are a few things that I want to ask him. Really?
In the end, as a condition, Kang-suk accompanied Tae-hyuk to the interrogation room in order to meet Kim Sang-hyun. Kim Sang-hyun was handcuffed and screaming loudly.
I mean, it was an accident. Why would I even go to the chief of police's house?
Tae-hyuk sat on the other side of the table.
Hello. Kim Sang-hyun?
Kim Sang-hyun stared at Tae-hyuk, who suddenly appeared and said,
Who is this bastard? Tae-hyuk laughed. It is nice to meet you. I have one thing that I want to ask. What the? Are you giving kids a tour now? Has the police department gone soft?
Kang-suk, who was standing at the door with crossed arms, approached.
Sang-hyun. This friend is like my younger brother. Talk to him.
Also, before answering, think about how much soybean paste was in the soybean paste stew that you had yesterday.
Kim Sang-hyun turned pale at Kang-suk's words. Hike. Detective Cho Kang-suk. I understand. You'll have it for more than a week if I like what I hear. 4 days. I'm sick of jjajangmyeon.
Most of the interrogated suspects were provided with jjajangmyeon from a nearby Chinese restaurant. Kim Sang-hyun had already eaten it for all 3 of his meals.
The detectives didn't even bother to give him jampong. Brat.
That's how delicious it is.
Thus, Tae-hyuk's interrogation began. 2 days ago, did you steal an item called Rosario from a house in Hdong? Let me know where it is currently at. Kim Sang-hyun whistled. There was such a thing. Do I remember? You obviously stole it. I don't know.
In the end, Kang-suk had to come over again.
Sang-hyun. Do you want to eat pickled radish starting from today? Hike.
In the end, Kim Sang-hyun confessed everything he knew.
I handed it over to Mama. It was completely cheap. I haven't even received the remainder of the money yet. Ah, damn. Surely, I didn't get caught because of that? Hey. Who is Mama? Your mother? Kim Sang-hyun flinched and replied. I can't answer that, even if you ask. This is my life. You bastard. I am Cho Kang-suk. Do you want to keep a secret from Hyun? Say it quickly. Cho Kang-suk and Kim Sang-hyun started to fight. Tae-hyuk laughed after hearing of Rosario's whereabouts. Hyun. I think I know where it is.
The interrogation can stop.
Is that so? Is this really okay? Yes. Taehyuk left the interrogation room.
He leaned against the wall of the corridor and muttered.
That sly snake. Big Mama had Rosario. Taehyuk couldn't even laugh at the sheer absurdity of the current situation. He was like Sun Wukong playing into the hands of Buddha.
I asked for info on the thief who stole Rosario, so she technically didn't lie to me.
Ha! What should I do now? He thought about leaving it alone. However, Taehyuk wasn't the type to avoid a fight. He came up with a very good idea to get revenge on Big Mama. Oavu, you took Rosario, and in return, I will take away your most precious thing.
Taehyuk smiled slyly.
****. Big Mama welcomed him as he entered the pawn shop. Welcome. Omo, is it Seo Taehyuk? Did you come to leave something with me? Big Mama was still wearing black morning clothes.
Her long hair was neatly tied back. It was a style that exposed her white neck.
That good-looking smile is a trap. A nine-tailed fox. Taehyuk looked around Big Mama's store.
It seemed like a common pawn shop, but in reality, it was a stomping ground for thieves. Taehyuk had gone home to get his blacklist before coming here.
He read the words he wrote down about Big Mama. Is she still not big? He knew what she was interested in.
He knew her purpose for staying here as a stolen goods broker, and stored those things in his head.
Based on that information, he would be able to get what he wanted. Taehyuk licked his lips. Nope. Actually, Mama is so pretty. Do you have time to go for a cup of coffee with me? Omo. This child. Don't play around with Mama. Big Mama covered her mouth with a hand and laughed.
Then, the smile disappeared from her face.
However, Seo Taehyuk. Didn't you ask about Sanghyun?
Yesterday, he was caught trying to rob the police chief's house.
I see. You truly had no idea? Big Mama stared into Taehyuk's eyes.
Her eyes were eerily piercing, like she was reading his mind.
Not at all. I see.
Then, sit down on the chair over there.
I will prepare a cup of tea. Taehyuk felt sweat flowing down his back.
They had only exchanged a few words, yet Big Mama had already discerned that Kim Sanghyun was caught by Taehyuk.
After a few moments, Big Mama made a cup of green tea. It wasn't from a tea bag, but was freshly brewed. Big Mama said with a smile. The information you told me was a lie. Moreover, you even thought about coming back here. You have more guts than I thought. Mama isn't much different, right? I'm not a liar like Taehyuk. The two people laughed, but the atmosphere was heavy with blood. I didn't lie. Ah ha ha. Taehyuk took a sip of the tea and said. HRMM. Mama, what do you think about art? Big Mama made a sound at the unexpected question. Well, why are you asking such a thing? In fact, I'm very interested in art.
The artworks hanging in your store are quite famous.
Big Mama's eyes shone. I didn't expect that Taehyuk would be interested in art. However, aren't they all forgeries? No, they are genuine. Taehyuk swallowed his saliva.
This was the most important moment.
That's right. If you think of artwork as genuine, then they are genuine. If you believe that they are fake, then they are fake. Ho! Big Mama made an amazed sound.
She never thought there would be someone who thought like her.
Taehyuk was delighted. It is natural. This is the motto of the Big Mama family. Big Mama looked at Taehyuk without saying anything.
She is searching for my reason for coming here.
I shouldn't give it to her straight away, however. Taehyuk leisurely drank the green tea that Big Mama made him.
The expensive tea leaves created a completely different scent.
A long time passed. Taehyuk spoke in a tone that was neither too fast nor too slow. Big Mama, yesterday was the Cyan girl, right? Oh Momo. How did you know? The Cyan girl was one of the hidden oil paintings by the Baroque master Saint Germain.
It was unknown to the public, but was traded among collectors for a fairly high price.
Taehyuk didn't answer Mama's question. He just continued his story.
I really think that it is a tragedy for one person to monopolize such a wonderful piece of work.
Mama, don't you think so? Taehyuk pulled out a picture and handed it to Big Mama.
It was an image of the trail of the sunset that she had been looking for. The mask disappeared from Big Mama's face as her hidden feelings were revealed.
She was shocked. Beautiful.
Someone with a terminal illness saw this painting, and their mind could rest at ease, despite the fact that their illness wouldn't get better. They looked at this painting until their last moments. At least, that is just what I heard. This painting was then stolen by a thief, and became a legendary masterpiece in the end.
Obviously, any collector would monopolize it.
So, I had a thought. Let's paint this and distribute it to the people of this world.
Big Mama was at a loss for words.
It was the same. The little boy in front of her was saying the same thing. How was this possible? She never told anyone her dream.
A coincidence? Or destiny? What word could explain this phenomenon? Big Mama liked art, but such art was mostly dominated by a handful of rich collectors.
Thus, she entered the world of counterfeit art. She was living in an alley right now, but one day, she wanted to spread her ideals around the world.
However, how did this boy come to know all her thoughts?
Furthermore, the trail of the sunset that her dead husband liked was the first thing she wanted to copy and distribute. It felt as if all her clothes had been stripped off for the public to see. She was ashamed. It was the first time she felt like this.
Big Mama asked in a trembling voice. Can you tell me where you took the photo? Obviously, you want to make a deal. But we lied to each other. So once again, I would like to offer a deal. What? Please accept me as a disciple. Big Mama's eyes shook.
She was troubled. Tae-hyuk had the trail of the sunset that she wanted. On the contrary, Tae-hyuk wanted her to teach him. If she accepted this deal, then there would be a struggle to steal each other's possessions. Many questions surfaced and disappeared in a period of less than 10 seconds. In the end, she reached an answer.
Big Mama laughed and said,
"Then you should start with cleaning."
Tae-hyuk confirmed the message on the demon revealing mirror. Crime skill, forgery knowledge has been learnt. You can create one item after analysis completion.
The quality of the finished object depends on your dexterity stat.
Due to low proficiency, the quality of the goods made is poor.
It has been registered in the temporary skills window.
It is like I thought.
He became Big Mama's disciple and had learned a new crime skill.
In order to perfectly master it, he needed to use the new skill to deal Big Mama a big blow. But was this really the only way to learn a crime skill? What if he learned how to make art for Big Mama here? Experimenting would give him more information on the crime skills.
This skill was affected by dexterity, meaning that dexterity would increase as he practiced the skill. Just like how he learned to study from an Eun-young, he would learn forgery from Big Mama. Naturally, he needed to improve his dexterity to upgrade to a noble status.
And after he perfectly mastered the skill, I will take everything away from Big Mama. Big Mama had Tae-hyuk's Rosario. He would take everything away from her. Naturally, that included regaining Rosario. Tae-hyuk stared at Big Mama's back with sly, upturned eyes.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Power Deployment. 2 weeks had passed since Seo Tae-hyuk received a month-long suspension due to Park Sung-kwon's efforts. By the way, it was much better than when he went to school every day.
In the morning, he did homework and helped Haran with her household chores.
Then, he ate lunch and went to work in Big Mama's store. He completed chores according to her instructions until late in the afternoon. In the evening, he went to an Eun-young's house to study. He was so busy that it felt like there were 36 hours in a day. His cognitive abilities increased considerably. Shall I check it? As Tae-hyuk cleaned Big Mama's store, he took out the demon revealing mirror to check his stats.
Stats: Stamina, 61, Intelligence, 25, Agility, 24, Dexterity, 34.
Intelligence has increased by 11. Dexterity by 3.
The studying skill was indeed a big help, and intelligence was the one stat that was rising the quickest.
And Eun-young was amazed by his performance. By the way, stamina decreased again. Stamina was steadily decreasing compared to his other stats.
His stats needed 50 points for his ranking to be upgraded to noble.
His stamina was overflowing.
However, his stomach hurt when he saw that his stats were decreasing.
I should exercise. Studying also needed stamina. It was the real thing.
He was able to see his stats after obtaining the spying skill. He knew the direct numerical values, so it was more efficient to train his body.
Tae-hyuk, please clean this up. Sir.
Tae-hyuk removed the dust in the store according to Big Mama's instructions. She didn't teach him any skills as soon as he became a disciple.
Big Mama gave Tae-hyuk a job and started forging artworks. Just watching her is increasing my skill proficiency.
You have watched a master craftsman work. Proficiency will increase rapidly.
Forgery skills 17%. The skills that he learned could be elevated by raising the level of proficiency.
Although I can't learn any other skills since there is only one temporary skill window, this isn't that bad. He was able to raise his dexterity stat.
Although it was currently lower than stamina, it wasn't a bad performance.
The most important thing in forging art is how it looks. There were artworks at least several hundred years old. There were just as many that were under 100 years old. In order to make fakes of such things, the perfection of the work was a basic thing. It was important for the artwork to look as old as the original year. If a 300-year-old painting was as smooth as if it was painted yesterday, a child wouldn't be deceived. Applying a specially prepared solution to the surface of the painting will make it age fast.
Isn't this really good? Wow.
From the stains to the insect marks. It took a long time to create a counterfeit artwork.
A person could take a week to a month.
However, Big Mama completed a perfect quality work in only 3 days.
He couldn't help but feel admiration. My proficiency has gone up by 1.
Once his proficiency level reached a certain level, he could know the meaning of what Big Mama was doing.
Taehyuk's eyes shone.
He decided to do his own forgeries once his proficiency increased a bit more.
There were 2 weeks remaining until he had to go back to school.
Based on the current rate that his intelligence was rising, he would be able to achieve his desired grades.
He first decided to concentrate on acquiring the forgery skill. ******. Crazy. Cho Kong-suk clicked his tongue.
He was a homicide detective and had 10 years of practical experience before achieving this rank. He was familiar with seeing these things. Even so, he frowned as he saw the body in front of him.
The body was odd. He couldn't say anything. Cho Kong-suk skillfully ordered his men to form a blockade around the building.
Signs that prohibited access were put up and the crime scene was closed. Inspector Kim Do-shik, who arrived late, asked him. He would be the person in charge of this case.
Detective Cho. Did you call the coroner? Oh, Inspector Nim arrived? He'll be here in a minute. Kim Do-shik pulled back the tarp covering the corpse. He couldn't help but moan.
What is this? He raised a finger and pressed it firmly against the skin of the corpse.
I don't think she was drowned.
The corpse still seemed alive.
Yes. The coroner can only know after conducting the autopsy.
It is likely that she was suffocated.
HRMM. Is it strangulation? No strangulation injuries were found on the neck.
Kim Do-shik quietly covered the body with the tarp again. Cho Kong-suk reported what he had found so far.
A female.
Her age is in the early 20s, and her clothes have yet to be found.
I have pulled the fingerprints to check her identity.
The person who discovered it was a student who lived nearby, and I have someone taking care of them.
After their shock has subsided, I will check the exact circumstances of the discovery.
But Detective Cho, it is still too premature to say.
Have you ever seen a body like this? Cho Kong-suk shook his head. The stomach, is her stomach full? Yes. It is like she is pregnant. The two people's faces darkened. No matter how long they worked, they still couldn't get used to this. Ah. The coroner has arrived. Yes. First, let's see what he has to say. But really, this body is odd. Yes. Cho Kong-suk couldn't answer properly.
He was more qualified to beat up a gangster than to do something like this.
Then, tell me when the results come out. Kim Do-shik sighed again. This world is really going crazy. The case proceeded quickly.
The identity of the body was revealed and the signs were also accurate.
However, their questions weren't completely answered. Detective Cho Kong-suk asked the coroner. Min-soo. How did she die?
Park Min-soo was a similar age to Kong-suk. In addition, they worked closely together so they were close friends. Park Min-soo touched the glasses he was wearing and said.
There are 2 signs.
First, her intestines ruptured from drinking more water than they could tolerate, causing a blockage.
She suffocated. Kong-suk's face turned white.
She was tortured with water.
Park Min-soo shook his head. It doesn't seem like it. Do you know what happens when someone is tortured with water?
In the beginning of the torture, they take some breaths.
Eventually, the brain won't receive enough oxygen and they will lose consciousness. Then what would happen? The human body would somehow try to breathe in order to live. They will take a deep breath.
However, there would be no air, so eventually, water would get into the lungs.
This breath is the end. It is over. The lung cells are destroyed.
The body will die, and any artificial respiration is useless.
Park Min-soo spoke calmly.
However, the contents were creepy.
Cho Kong-suk asked.
So why isn't it water torture? If someone was tortured with water, then they would naturally get water into their lungs. However, there is no water in her lungs. Therefore, this means that she drank a lot of water, but of her own will.
And the body didn't lose consciousness until the last minute. It was cruel.
She drank water until her stomach expanded and she died.
But she didn't lose consciousness? Even until the moment she died from suffocation? Cho Kong-suk bit his lip. He bit too hard and blood came out. Park Min-soo approached Cho Kong-suk and whispered. Right.
There were no signs of rape.
It isn't a rape killing. Kong-suk's face distorted. He muttered quietly.
Please, I wish that this body is the first and last.
Park Min-soo also nodded. Yes, I wish that as well. Kong-suk. Let me look at that crazy bastard's face. Please catch the culprit. Kong-suk replied with cold eyes. I will catch them. I must. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
After hearing about the body, Kim Du-shik called this the watering hippo case.
That day, a special investigation headquarters was created. Among the team members, Cho Kong-suk was included.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Power Deployment Number 2.
As the proficiency of the forgery skill went over 20, it became impossible to increase the skill any further just by watching Big Mama work.
Tae-hyuk was distressed. I think I have reached 100 proficiency.
It seemed like he now had to practice directly. The necessary tools were purchased, so the problem now was the location.
Isn't it hard to do it in Big Mama's store? He didn't want to show his skill to Big Mama. However, he couldn't do it at home.
A bunch of chemicals were needed, and he couldn't risk the health of his family.
Where is a suitable space? Preferably a well-ventilated space. It is better if I have some artwork to copy.
The best option was to have his own studio, but that required time and money.
He might have a chance to get another skill.
He wanted to progress at a rapid pace.
The right space, He knew a great place. Why didn't I think of the art room? It was equipped with everything Tae-hyuk needed. The only problem was that he was currently suspended.
Well, it isn't a problem if I obtain a school uniform and pretend to be a transfer student.
The high school was near Big Mama's store. It was a big school with over 1,000 students.
They were the optimal conditions for hiding. Tae-hyuk made sure he had money in his wallet and rushed to the clothing store. He could buy a used uniform, but if he wanted to pretend to be a transfer student, it was better to get a new one. It was expensive, but he still had some money left over from catching Park Sung-kwon.
Think of it as an investment.
As he opened the door, he saw a man reading a newspaper.
Tae-hyuk looked around the store where various uniforms were hanging and said, I'm here to buy a uniform. The owner took a look at Tae-hyuk and replied, Female uniforms aren't for sale. I'm going to wear it.
You're going to wear a female school uniform, ? In the end, he introduced himself as a transfer student, and was finally able to receive a proper response.
Why is it so hard to buy a uniform? Treating somebody like a criminal. Well, technically, he was a criminal.
After purchasing the uniform, Tae-hyuk went to buy the other tools.
It didn't matter what type of artwork it was, the rise in proficiency was similar.
He had to decide on something that was easier than forging sculptures or ceramics.
Eventually, Tae-hyuk decided on painting. My training will begin earnestly tomorrow.
Tae-hyuk's eyes burned with the fires of enthusiasm.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Since a few days ago, Tae-hyuk started having dinner at home. It seemed like his body would be unable to hold on if he continued to eat Eunyoung's food. And Eunyoung was disappointed when she found out that Tae-hyuk had already eaten.
Why? When Tae-hyuk arrived home, an unexpected guest greeted him. Tae-hyuk is home. Kong-suk Hyun. Cho Kong-suk was setting out the meal on the table.
He recently became quite close to Haran, and thus came here to eat. Tae-hyuk asked when he saw Kong-suk's pale complexion.
What's going on? You look pretty tired. Kong-suk sighed. It's been pretty busy lately. I couldn't eat rice, so I came over when Haran invited me to dinner. I see. Did a case happen nearby? Well, there is something like that. It is something that isn't very good. At any rate, be careful when you walk around at night. Then I should go pick up Nuna when you go home from work. That isn't necessary. Then why did you say to be careful? I'll go pick her up.
Taehyuk was at a loss for words.
Well, it was difficult for passion to heat up.
Kang-suk scratched his head and blushed as he spoke.
But, I heard you were suspended? Yes. How did you know? Ha ha. Don't be too embarrassed. It isn't a big deal. I'm also. Kang-suk started to talk about his school days.
Taehyuk's hands clenched into a fist as he heard about the part where Kang-suk fought 17:1.
Originally, these type of stories were exaggerated. However, it was really possible if it was Kang-suk. It wouldn't be strange for people to fall down when hit by a thick forearm. Above all, the description was very real.
I wished I had a combat skill rather than something strange like robbery.
However, why is there no combat skill? He was going to try out the forgery skill.
With that in mind, he started eating the dinner that Haran had prepared.
Suddenly, he had an ominous feeling. Kang-suk was really busy. He didn't respond when asked for the reason. Maybe. It couldn't be? ******. I think it is the perfect plan.
Taehyuk made a satisfied expression as he stared at the tools that he had prepared on the desk in the art room. He had passed a considerable number of people on the way here. However, no one noticed that Taehyuk wasn't a student of B High School. He only occasionally heard "was there such a thug in this school" as people walked past. It felt a bit unpleasant, but it wasn't too big of a big problem.
Ha! There seems to be self-study in this school at night. So there was no one in the art room. He could work here for 2 hours. After that, he had to go to an Unyoung's house. Then, shall I begin?
He shone the demon revealing mirror on a landscape painting in the art room.
Forgery has been used. Analyzing the specified artwork. Practice landscape painting.
A landscape painted to improve the painting skill.
The detailed information is hidden because the rating is too low.
Tools needed: paper, pigment, color, soluble oil.
The rating?
At first, he thought it was a painting that wasn't too big of a big deal.
However, there were restrictions due to the rating. If I want to use the skill properly, then I'll have to raise the rating.
In order to do that, he had to learn the forgery skill quickly. After analyzing and collecting the items specified by the skill, he moved his body.
The
brush in his right hand started to move over the canvas.
It was like it was possessed.
He received a notification on the demon revealing mirror.
The quality of the artwork is lower than your dexterity. You have perfectly copied the painting. Proficiency will rise rapidly. Taehyuk could perfectly paint the landscape, despite his dexterity only being 30 points.
Taehyuk admired the finished painting.
Wah! Isn't it really the same thing?
The performance of the forgery skill was amazing. If the original wasn't framed, then it was impossible to tell which one was genuine. There was one big difference. The landscape painting was displayed in the art room. Since it was a space used by many people, there were traces of the hands that touched it.
He moved it until it was the same.
Now, no one would notice if he walked out with the original.
I need to learn it as soon as possible. He checked and his proficiency increased by 1.
At this speed, he would be able to raise it by 2-3 more points today. Taehyuk made a satisfied face as he looked for the next piece to be copied.
It was at that moment. Rustle!
Taehyuk heard a strange sound and looked around.
What? Taehyuk swallowed his saliva. Someone was watching.
He had memorized the structure of the school since he was sneaking in. The art room was located in the Special Activities building, and students studying in the main building wouldn't come here.
Who? Taehyuk felt sweat flowing down. What, the window was open?
He had confirmed that they were all closed when entering the art room.
However, now one was open. It meant one thing. Someone was watching me work. Taehyuk wasn't the only uninvited guest in B High School. There was one more. *****. Kang-suk heard the call through his walkie-talkie and exclaimed. WHAT. A second body was found? Yes, that's right. Please contact Inspector Nim. Come to the incident site.
The state of the corpse was the same as the first incident.
It was an act by the same person.
In the end, the thing he was concerned about happened.
Kang-suk bit his lip, causing blood to flow into his mouth. However, he couldn't care about it right now. Kang-suk punched the wall. There was a loud bang sound, and it seemed like he wouldn't be able to endure. The watering hippo murderer had occurred again. Kang-suk started the car and asked, "Where?" "I'll go right now. Seal the area so that not even one ant can escape." The answer was heard on the walkie-talkie. "A warehouse not far from B High School." "There again?"
"The first body was discovered in a place not far from there."
"Send me the exact location." "Understood. I will catch that hippo." "Just wait, Kang-suk Hyung is coming." Kang-suk slammed on the car's accelerator.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 26. Chapter 26, Power Deployment Number 3.
For the next day and the day after, Tae-hyuk could feel someone's gaze while he was working in the art room.
Tae-hyuk showed an irritated expression as he wiped off the moisture from his brush. "Ah, it is like having a pebble in my sneakers." While he could ignore it, it was still annoying and constantly jarring. He remembered the saying of a person in a marathon who was eliminated just before the finish line. The hardest part of the race wasn't the other people pressuring him from behind, but the small piece of sand in his shoes. That was Tae-hyuk's state right now.
He had 4 crime skills, but he didn't have the skill to detect another person.
Who the hell is it? He couldn't bear it and finally shouted. The door of the art room opened like there was a reaction. "Who's in here?"
A schoolgirl with short hair that exposed her ears entered.
Tae-hyuk was filled with embarrassment. He was illegally occupying the art room. He felt sorry. "Ah ha ha. Hello. I was just painting." The schoolgirl came in and examined him. "Are you in the art department?" "I know that the art department was closed due to a lack of resources. I'm just a student who was interested in painting." Tae-hyuk smiled as innocently as possible.
This was a workshop that he was barely able to find, so he didn't want to be kicked out of here.
"I see. I'm actually retired, but I was also in the art department." "Are you in the first grade?" "I'm in the second grade. It is the first time I've seen you." Tae-hyuk gave his pre-prepared excuse. "Ah, I just transferred this week. A transfer student. I am Lee Hannah. If you are interested in the art department, then I will let you know the name of the teacher who is the advisor." "Ha ha. I will think about it." "Oh right, my name is Lee Cheol-soo." Tae-hyuk gave her a pseudonym. He met someone a few days after starting to work here. He didn't want to advertise that he wasn't a student at this school. Lee Hannah approached Tae-hyuk, then she laughed softly as she said, "Can I see what you are doing?" "Yes. Here." Lee Hannah looked at the painting that Tae-hyuk copied.
Her face was filled with surprise.
"Wah! Wah! Did you really paint this?" "I am practicing drawing by copying art." "It's really great. Have you ever gone to art school?" "I will go to the advisor immediately. We need such a talent in the art department." Lee Hannah spoke excitedly. Tae-hyuk was silent for a moment.
He had just copied the original with a skill, so it was strange to hear such praise.
It isn't that great.
I merely copied the brushstrokes.
Don't be shy."
"Well, if I look closer, then I can see that there are definitely a few missing details."
Lee Hannah squinted at Tae-hyuk's painting again. "Is it not enough?"
"This figure is drawn with a simple technique, so you can never perfectly copy the original."
"It is withdrawn? Do you understand the difference between this painting and a withdrawn work?"
Tae-hyuk shook his head. He was just a high school student who could use crime skills, and didn't have a profound knowledge on art.
Lee Hannah laughed like she was glad to discover a new talent.
"While your painting doesn't have a soul, you have great technique. You literally copied the painting that you saw, but you won't be able to move the heart of the person who painted it."
"Soul?" "Yes. Do you know what type of heart this painting was drawn with?" Lee Hannah pointed to the original painting that Tae-hyuk had copied.
It was a landscape painting that depicted a forest where the falling rain had stopped, and a beam of light was shining through the clouds.
Tae-hyuk replied honestly. "A wonderful landscape. It feels like a living forest. Doesn't it? The rain has stopped, and the forest is full of life. It is a place that I really like. When I die, I would like to die in a place like this. Everything felt so vivid when I was painting it. I was so grateful to be alive."
Suddenly, Taehyuk discovered a strange fact in Lee Hana's words.
Then Sunbae painted this? Omo, did you only just find out?
It is something that I painted in my first year.
I only used it as a reference because I thought it was the best painting here. I didn't know that it was Sunbee's. Ah ha ha.
At any rate, bend the brush. I'll tell you about the brush strokes.
From then on, Lee Hana's drawing lesson began.
Taehyuk focused on her words, ignoring the notifications from the demon revealing mirror. He could guess what the contents were. While his skill was enough to copy the artwork, he learned that it was also important to read the heart of the picture.
Ah. It is already this time. I'll have to end here today. Think about what you have learned today, and you will know why the painting was drawn. Lee Hana gently winked.
Taehyuk used the moment to quickly glance at the demon revealing mirror, where numerous messages had appeared.
Your understanding of art has deepened. The forgery skill proficiency has increased by a lot. More sophisticated work is now possible.
After checking the skill, his proficiency level had gone up by around 20 points.
He couldn't miss this good chance. Taehyuk asked with a puppy-like expression. Thank you, Hana Sunbae. Can I see you again next time? Ah ha ha. I'm a busy person. Well, it does feel good. Hana laughed like she enjoyed it. Taehyuk was startled.
All of a sudden, he felt that Lee Hana's face was familiar.
Wait. Surely she isn't that Lee Hana? She reminded him of someone.
She was a genius female painter who became so famous that she held a solo exhibition in Paris in her early 20s.
It is obviously the same name.
She was primarily a landscape illustrator.
Don't tell me? She was famous for the dreamlike atmosphere of her paintings. Wait. Then I was copying the painting of a person like that?
He felt strange all of a sudden, as he never imagined that a celebrity would be so close.
It had only been a few days since Taehyuk first held a paintbrush.
But now he had a discussion about painting with a genius painter.
It was like practicing dribbling in front of Messi.
I heard that she went straight to Europe after graduating from high school. I guess that is the reason why she seems to be so strangely relaxed for a third year in high school. Taehyuk looked at Lee Hana, and suddenly felt like there was a subtle halo around her.
Lee Hana waved her hand as she turned around to leave. Wahahada, that's right. There are rumors that a stalker is wandering around the school. Have you ever seen someone suspicious lately? Stalker? Yes. They say he is a voyeur. I haven't seen anyone suspicious. Taehyuk replied with a face that made it seem like he didn't know anything.
In fact, he was the most suspicious person in this school.
If you find something, then please tell me.
If the incident becomes bigger and the police comes, then this place might be closed down.
This would be difficult. Right? I think so as well. Ha ha. Lee Hana laughed and exited. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
After Taehyuk was sure that she was gone, his smile disappeared.
Stalker or a voyeur? Lee Hana spoke calmly, but he got the impression that she was nervous.
Of course, he had never seen such a person.
But he had some ideas. Then, the eyes looking at me.
The mystery was unraveled. Taehyuk searched the art room and noticed several hidden cameras that were installed throughout.
Oh ho hoo. I got the bastard.
This was what had been missing. He discovered traces of the crime and received a message about a new skill.
Crime skill, X-ray vision has been learnt. You can see through things. This doesn't apply to creatures. The criteria to fully learn it has yet to be met.
A skill has already been registered in the temporary skill window.
If you register a new skill, then the existing skill will disappear. Taehyuk almost screamed at that moment. X-ray vision. It was literally a man's romance. Crazy, my heart. He cried out.
It was impossible to make a living with X-ray vision.
However, that's why it was better.
He could literally see through the clothes that people were wearing.
Oh ho ho, oh ha ha ha. The feature was so perfect that Taehyuk felt like crying.
He then recalled the last messages on the demon revealing mirror.
Wait a minute. There is something strange. He was so excited about the X-ray vision skill that he hadn't properly read the rest of the message.
Taehyuk felt anxious and confirmed it in the demon revealing mirror. His face felt like a dog that had been neutered.
I have to give up forgery to learn X-ray vision? It was the limit of temporary registration. The skill was temporary, so if he learned a new one, the existing skill would disappear. He would miss the opportunity to learn it forever. Ugh, no. Then, is it asking me to choose between X-ray vision and forgery?
It was like choosing between jajangmyeon and jampong.
It was a fateful decision. Tae-hyuk bit his lip. X-ray vision was a skill that couldn't be abandoned. But forgery. Ugh, damn. What is this? Tae-hyuk's hands hovered over X-ray vision, which he had always desired.
He then stabbed his thigh with a sharp brush tip. He felt as if his spirit had come back due to the shock.
Goodbye, my pink life. He couldn't give up forgery that had over 50 proficiency points. Eventually, Tae-hyuk tearfully abandoned the X-ray vision skill.
Tae-hyuk sat in the chair for a while with a sense of emptiness. Then he muttered.
Even though I didn't get it,
I will catch the strange voyeur. There were rumors of a voyeur. Maybe he wasn't enjoying it alone, but was spreading it on the internet. If the incident became bigger, then the police would be dispatched, which would result in an almost 100% chance of this place being closed down. They would search through everything to collect evidence.
Tae-hyuk had only just found this workshop.
Besides, he was able to raise his proficiency at a high speed due to Lee Hannah.
He was unable to abandon this place. For one thing, he would never do anything completely selfless. Tae-hyuk put away his brushes and paints and stood up. He set up a trap to catch the enemy.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Power Deployment Number 4.
B High School was a big school with changing rooms separate from the gymnasium. However, once the number of students increased, people who broke the established rules appeared. It was a hassle for one to go to the locker rooms that were far away, and for those who just wanted to do special activities. Therefore, there were some who changed clothes in the classrooms of the special activities building. This was what the voyeur was aiming for. The boundaries in the special activities building were loose compared to those in the locker room. There were many hiding spots to place the camera. It wasn't even a changing room in the first place, so there weren't many people who would ever think that cameras would be installed in such places. That is the psychology of the voyeur. Tae-hyuk searched through the special activities classrooms and looked for hidden cameras. In the end, he found more than 30. They were high-definition cameras, and were no longer recording because their memory was full.
Fortunately, Tae-hyuk wasn't recorded on the cameras. Can I use this?
First of all, one thing had become clear.
The person who installed the hidden cameras knows the inside of the school perfectly.
They knew which classroom was used for which purpose.
The cameras were hidden in places with good angles.
The voyeur had calculated all of this, which was an impossible feat unless they were an insider.
If so, it is a problem.
In this situation, Tae-hyuk was an outsider.
If he did something wrong, then he could be mistaken as the voyeur. In the end, collecting the evidence alone didn't mean Tae-hyuk would catch him. He had to find the crime scene. The difficulty level was much higher than usual. By the way,
no matter how much I think about it, X-ray vision is way too good to pass up.
There was a chance that X-ray vision could be obtained again later in the future. He couldn't just give up forgery that he had invested 2 weeks into. Don't be so instinctual, Co Tae-hyuk. I need forgery right now.
In order to regain Rosario that Big Mama had, he needed the fully mastered forgery skill. It was necessary to first find out exactly where the voyeur worked.
The cameras didn't have a long-range transmission feature, so recorded content had to be directly collected.
Tae-hyuk placed the cameras back in their original positions and installed a timer that could only be checked by him. There were state-of-the-art technologies that could notify him when it was touched. Of course, Tae-hyuk had no such abilities, which was why he took full advantage of his skills. Tae-hyuk placed common items like a glass cup or a book near the places where the cameras were hidden.
If someone touched the items, then they would fall. Of course, if there were only 1 or 2 items, then they might not be touched.
However, there were more than 30 cameras, so the voyeur had to make a mistake at least once.
Tae-hyuk was aiming for that.
I didn't know that spying had such a feature. Spying could see the titles and abilities of the target, which didn't just apply to people, but also to objects. If he registered a glass cup in advance, then he could check its status.
Well, I won't be able to tell if it is just touched. Destruction is different. He would get alerts through the demon revealing mirror. For example, glass cup would transform into broken glass cup.
By taking advantage of this, he could use things commonly seen as a security device.
It was a hidden use of the spying skill. Now, the installation is done.
Tae-hyuk set up traps in locations that he had unknowingly touched while collecting the hidden cameras. This would tell him when the voyeur was active.
Now he just had to wait quietly. Then, should I go to Eun-young? A few days ago, he scored 80 points on a mock exam that she had given him. Compared to the first time, his score had risen by more than 20 points. There were 10 days left before the retest. His preparations were slowly progressing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Today, he was in a good condition and his intelligence increased by 3, making a total of 28. It was almost 7 times higher than when he first received the spying skill. Well, I don't think my head has improved by 7 times. However, he recently felt like things had been going well so far. The new use of the spying skill was also a byproduct of his increased intelligence. One worry was that the voyeur would be too cautious and wouldn't get caught in the trap. Then I would have to go to Plan B. However, his worries were groundless. Out of a total of 30 traps, 6 gave him notifications. The glass cup broke. The receipt was torn. The tissue. Ugh, it is now dirty. All the common items told him about the actions of the voyeur. Isn't this better than I thought? Just installing it let him know his opponent's activity time. He also knew the route the voyeur walked. Based on his speed, he definitely spends longer inside the rooms. Taehyuk confirmed that all the voices required for the voice modulation skill were registered. He needed the voices of girls A, B, C, and D to catch the opponent. The security guard was also necessary. And finally, Cho Kong-suk's voice. The voyeur started his activities in the late evening. Taehyuk decided to practice painting until that time. The proficiency of forgery increased rapidly as he thought about what he learned from Lee Hannah. Not only did he copy Lee Hannah's landscape painting, he also copied various other things. The important thing was to figure out the mindset of the person who painted it. Even if he painted the image with the same technique, there would still be a difference in understanding. Taehyuk made a comparison between the two pieces. He looked at what he painted before Lee Hannah's lesson, and what he painted after it. They were obviously works created with the same proficiency in the forgery skill. However, after understanding the thoughts and feelings of the original artists, he could feel a strange vitality exuding from the painting. It seemed that it would come alive at any moment. Ooh-ha! It is difficult. The profound world of art. Taehyuk yawned and stretched. The proficiency of forgery was still over 50 points, so his technique had noticeably improved. He could now almost completely copy high school level paintings. I have to get ready. He pulled out a bromide photograph from his pocket. It was a compelling photo of the back of a girl changing clothes from a nude magazine popular with soldiers. Taehyuk triggered the forgery skill and started to copy the nude photograph. In a way, this was also an artwork. However, it was the first time using forgery on a photo to transfer to a painting. He also had to draw it 4 times bigger for it to be mistaken as a real person. Think of the mindset. As much as possible. He has to be excited to see this. Therefore, it has to be as sensual as possible. It is finished. After more than an hour of work, a painting depicting the back of a girl changing clothes was finished. A great work of art has been completed. You have perfectly understood the artist's mind. It seems as though it is alive. Your forgery skill proficiency has increased tremendously. Ahem. I'm ashamed. Taehyuk coughed. In fact, it was like catching a moth. The mindset of the person who took a photo like this was obvious. Of course, it wasn't the same quality as the photo. If someone looked closely, then they could tell it was a painting. However, the atmosphere of the painting was more tangible than the original. He felt dirty. At that moment, Taehyuk's face was red. He was excited to see the painting. Taehyuk blocked his nose and muttered. Why does it feel like blood is dripping down? He could now understand the feelings of the original photographer. Hum. Then, I will have to install this on the voyeur's established path. He had a premonition that there would be more to the trap than he thought. Taehyuk's plan was simple. Install the painting of a girl changing clothes in an empty classroom. The curtains were covered, creating a breathtaking situation where only the silhouette could be seen. He would then use voice modulation to mimic a female voice and give a sense of presence. This scene was just too amazing for the voyeur to pass up. Naturally, he would concentrate on that place. Then, Taehyuk would use the voice of the guards in Kong-suk to start hunting a rabbit. In the hallway, he painted wall paintings with the forgery skill. People wouldn't be able to make a normal judgment if they were embarrassed. If the police suddenly entered, then the voyeur would start to freak out. However, Taehyuk changed the structure of the special activities building. He painted hallways on the walls with the forgery skill.
Under normal circumstances, the voyeur would never be fooled. However, that would change if situation was urgent. The voyeur would be moved along Tae-hyuk's desired route. The special activities building turns off the lights after school. In a confused state, it would be hard for the voyeur to tell if it was a painting or if it was reality. Tae-hyuk looked at the piece of paper on his desk. On it were detailed instructions about the route that he would drive his opponent down.
Then, let's start with plan I'm alone in school. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 28. Chapter 28, Power Deployment Number 5.
Tae-hyuk first marked his own building map and easily divided it into several sections. He then proceeded to install the traps at the marked locations.
Well, let's check it out.
On the map, he had carefully written down directions on how to direct the voyeur.
If he followed those exact directions, then he would be able to put his opponent into a corner. However, some unexpected variables could occur.
Tae-hyuk began visualizing several different situations and how he deal with them. In the meantime, it was time to start self-studying at night.
All sound disappeared from the special activities building. Now, is it 7:05 p.m.?
It's around the time for the voyeur to move.
It was also time for Tae-hyuk to take action. Lastly, Tae-hyuk confirmed all of his equipment.
Everything he needed was currently gathered. I'll go and get ready for the guests. The high school self-study started at 7 p.m., which was when the supervisor would wander around to check attendance. All the students were supposed to be in the classroom.
Once attendance was checked, the supervisor would loosen up. Some students would the special activities building to do other things or even to run away.
The voyeur was aiming for this short gap in timing.
Now is the time to do something in secret.
While the main building had the latest security systems, the old wooden building didn't even have a common CCTV one. If it wasn't for the geographical advantage of being close to the playground, no one would ever change clothes here.
Tae-hyuk was hiding in the A17 area, the place of the first trap.
He also spotted a window that was slightly open, which was where the opponent would probably enter through here.
7:07 p.m. The opponent moved. Keek dash.
There was no need to check the demon revealing mirror. It was the sound of a window opening.
A black shadow was revealed by the backlight.
Tae-hyuk minimized his sound as much as possible as he watched the movements of the opponent.
He isn't collecting the cameras.
The voyeur merely took out the memory from the camera and checked its contents. He made a small sound, as if he didn't like the content shown.
He reset the data and reinstalled the camera. Everything took less than 10 seconds. If this was a sport in the Olympics, then would he get a gold medal? The black shadow finished his work in an instant and left the room. It wasn't something he had done only once or twice.
However, the voyeur would have never imagined that someone else was hiding in here.
The binding trap is installed in area A12. Let's move right away.
Tae-hyuk left his hiding place and chased behind the voyeur.
The opponent had stopped at a place 20 meters away.
He had activated the binding trap and his feet were tied. After confirming it, Tae-hyuk moved to the A13 area. Now is the most important part.
Tae-hyuk used the demon revealing mirror to activate voice modulation. He chose female student A that he had prepared in advance. Ah.
After Tae-hyuk confirmed that his voice was changed, he spoke loudly enough for the voyeur to hear.
What do I do? I was tired from exercising and forgot.
Then he changed voices to student B. The seniors saw me sleeping and just left. I have to change clothes and go straight to the classroom.
He changed it back. Why yes. Hurry. Voice modulation could only imitate people's voices.
He had to create the other sound effects himself.
For example, the sound of clothes being taken off. Suraruk.
The sound of clothes rubbing against skin was heard in the darkness. The voyeur swallowed his saliva.
Tae-hyuk felt disgusted. Do I really have to do this?
He took off his uniform, leaving him in only short sleeves and shorts.
Student C will emerge at this point.
Tae-hyuk ducked out of the classroom and crouched down in front of it.
He shouted.
It sounded like he was speaking from outside the classroom.
Sunbi Nim. Big trouble. There's a frenzy outside because the voyeur entered the school. He felt a presence in the hallway.
The voyeur was aghast.
Ugh, what is this? At that moment, Tae-hyuk felt dizzy. His body almost collapsed.
Tae-hyuk stabbed his thigh with a stick just to keep conscious. He could feel his consciousness coming back.
Is it because I used the skill too much?
This was the first time. Now was the most important part. Taehyuk gritted his teeth and imitated the voice of Student D with voice modulation. The guard said that the police are coming.
Come out quickly. I can't miss catching the fish. Just a little more.
He heard the sound of the voyeur rushing away.
Taehyuk forced his legs to move and chased after the opponent. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In order to use his skills, stamina was consumed. He had particularly used a lot of it over the past few days. In the end, the burden came rushing in at once. I think I used more last week. Ah, perhaps. In that moment, Taehyuk recalled an Unyoung's healthy food.
His hands clenched at the thought.
Surprisingly, it had supplemented a lot of his stamina. After not eating it for a few days, his body sent out a few signals. Did he have to eat her food for the rest of his lifetime?
At that moment, he had an ominous feeling.
Anyway, the target is in Area B4. Shall I give it a try? Taehyuk imitated the voice of a guard. The police officers are here.
The confused voyeur fell down. However, he got up through superhuman willpower and started to run. At that time, a wall appeared in front of the voyeur. If he had looked closely, then he would be able to see that it was just a painting. However, in such a panicked state, such a cold judgment was impossible. In the end, he ran to the other side of the hallway to avoid the wall. A smile flashed on Taehyuk's face.
As expected, he ran to point C.
This time, he imitated the voice of Cho Kong-suk.
I will arrest the criminal who violated the special sexual violence law.
You can remain silent, and any of your remarks can be used against you in court. You can appoint a lawyer and have the lawyer speak for you when asked a question.
If you don't have money for a lawyer, you will be appointed a public defender. Do you recognize your rights?
Taehyuk imitated what he saw in movies as much as possible.
The opponent panicked as Taehyuk read his version of the Miranda warning in Cho Kong-suk's voice.
Originally, they were words that the police would say only after arresting the criminal.
But it was still enough to panic the opponent.
The voyeur heard Cho Kong-suk's cry and started to run faster.
Now, go straight. Then you will be very happy.
Taehyuk took a deep breath as he watched as the opponent ran in the direction planned. He wouldn't get any merits from catching this criminal.
However, he was happy since he could spend the rest of his time practicing forgery here.
That in itself was satisfying enough.
Anyway, this time I can't get any skill. No matter how he thought about it, X-ray vision was a good skill. If only. Someday, I might get a chance again. At any rate, haven't I solved the case?
He felt bittersweet. This was the end of the B High School voyeur incident. However, something Taehyuk hadn't imagined occurred at this moment.
Kayawak. A female screamed from the place that the voyeur was running to. Who? Aren't all the students in the main building?
Students A, B, C and D who remained in the special activities building were hypothetical people created by Taehyuk.
Did they suddenly pop out in reality? Wait a minute. This is the second time I've heard that voice. Ah, Hana Sunbae.
Taehyuk realized that he had forgotten about her.
Lee Hana went to France after graduating.
Due to that, she could live a leisurely life without attending the self-study at night.
If I have time, then I will come back to teach my cute junior.
She had obviously said that.
Taehyuk ran forward with a sick expression. Lee Hana was in danger. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
The situation had gone seriously sideways. The voyeur saw that a witness had suddenly appeared and pulled out a weapon. He was a middle-aged man wearing a suit, and gave off a meek and intelligent atmosphere.
Such a person was a voyeur. To Taehyuk, he was a stranger, however, Lee Hana might know who he was. Lee Hana alternated her gaze between the criminal and Taehyuk with a pale face. The voyeur asked in a trembling voice. I, right now, chased by police, stay quiet, don't get hurt, hostage. Lee Hana closed her mouth and nodded.
Taehyuk gritted his teeth. This situation was even more dangerous. He didn't know when the confused opponent would use his weapon against Lee Hana. The rabbit was cornered.
Damn. It is entirely my responsibility if Sunbae gets hurt.
Taehyuk released the voice modulation skill. Then he approached the two people.
Joshi. Don't get excited and listen to me. Who are you? A student just passing by. G, go away.
You have a lot of camera equipment, so I can tell what your hobby is. According to Article 14 of the Special Sexual Violence Law, a person who uses a camera or other similar methods to film an unaware person's body for their own sexual desires is liable for imprisonment up to 5 years, or a fine of up to 10 million won.
However, the punishment is double that if you threaten or injure a person with a weapon. So, why don't you have a conversation with me? I know. Fuck. I'm going to kill both of you. No one will know if I run away after killing you.
The voyeur had now turned into a murderer with a weapon.
However, the blade was now aimed at Seo Tae-hyuk instead of Lee Hannah.
Thus far, it is as planned. Plan A to catch the voyeur had failed. Plan B still remained. Tae-hyuk slowly reached out to his opponent and said,
"Really? Then,
if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Power Deployment Number 6. I will kill both of you.
Tae-hyuk didn't shrink back an inch, despite there being a blade in front of his eyes.
Try stabbing once. Have you ever killed anyone? Tae-hyuk laughed.
A strange madness could be felt in his laughter. The voyeur was overwhelmed and screamed. Use your fingertips to feel the other person's heartbeat and the feeling of it slowly disappearing.
Realize the feeling of taking someone's life. Determination is needed to murder someone. Murder.
It was the best and the worst crime. Tae-hyuk had the memory of spending 10 years in a prison with the worst criminals in the country. He had met with dozens of murderers. Therefore, Tae-hyuk was able to know that the voyeur absolutely wasn't a killer. He was merely an accidental murderer.
Could he really kill anyone from now on though? He could never swing the knife.
Tae-hyuk took a step closer.
You aren't a murderer, so don't hold a knife. Aak.
The voyeur stepped back and his feet stepped on thin air.
It was a clear corridor. However, it wasn't really a corridor. Flutter dash. The paper hanging from the ceiling collapsed, as it couldn't withstand the weight of a human.
As it fell, a hidden staircase was revealed. Tae-hyuk had hung a painting of a corridor right before a staircase.
Kwahak.
The voyeur rolled down the staircase, collapsing on the ground as he lost consciousness.
I would like it very much if you go to prison. Tae-hyuk recovered the painting he installed.
The place where the opponent fell was the plan B that he had prepared. Thus, he put the operation, the one that he thought of ahead of time, into motion and succeeded perfectly. Tae-hyuk rubbed his cheeks with his hands as he felt his sweat flooding down the side of his face.
He inwardly sighed with relief. I'm glad I didn't have to use Plan C.
It was to use robbery to steal the opponent's weapon.
Unlike his other plans, that one had a high possibility of a struggle. It was the one last bastion of self-defense. Tae-hyuk reached out to Lee Hannah, who was sitting down with a blank expression.
She blinked a few times and regained her spirit as she held Tae-hyuk's hand.
Did you draw this?
She was looking at the fake corridor that Tae-hyuk drew.
Tae-hyuk laughed. She was definitely an artist.
She was more interested in the painting than the fact that the voyeur was caught.
I still have a long way to go. If you look more closely, then you will find out that it is fake. What does Hannah Sunbae think? You hot? Yes. It is really clumsy. However, I was still completely tricked. The voyeur.
He was our school's assistant principal. He threw himself on the stairs.
It is really perfect. Ha! A man like that was doing such dirty things. It is a relief. Even Hannah Sunbae was deceived.
Hannah reached out to the voyeur who had lost consciousness.
In fact, at first I thought he was going to kill you. Then, you got him to talk. I didn't know that he would be so frightened. Yes. I have to praise you. Ha.
He fell before I could stop him.
Hannah smiled brightly, as if she hadn't just been threatened with a knife. I sympathize with you. It is like when I have bad luck in front of handsome boys. Who?
A voyeur who knows the structure of this school.
If this fact is known, then the media would be noisy. This school will become famous.
It will just become notorious.
Well, in fact, I think there is one more case of mistaken identity. Tae-hyuk said to Lee Hannah. You are mistaken. I thought of you as an aspiring artist. But you're not, are you? Tae-hyuk didn't answer Lee Hannah's question. But she reached an answer anyway. You are a forgery specialist. Tae-hyuk laughed. He realized that he couldn't deceive her when it came to art. Aya, this person is still alive.
Taehyuk checked the status of the voyeur who had fallen down the stairs.
Despite losing consciousness, he was fine. Hana Sunbae. I have a request.
Please don't tell my story to the police, and just say that the voyeur got excited and fell down the stairs.
Yes. Lee Hana easily nodded without asking why. It is like talking about a painting. Yes. The artist and forger understood each other. You have tricked the opponent with a perfect imitation of reality. The proficiency of the forgery skill is now 99 points. The proficiency can't rise anymore. Taehyuk returned to the art room and erased his tracks. Lee Hana called the police.
They would soon come and find the trail of the voyeur. Before that, Taehyuk got rid of any evidence that revealed that he had been here. Then he looked at the message on the demon revealing mirror.
The skill proficiency is 99 points.
There was only one step left before he perfectly mastered the forgery skill.
Now painting won't increase the proficiency anymore. Taehyuk only needed to complete the last step now. He already guessed how. He needed to deceive the original owner of the forgery skill, Big Mama.
After doing so, he would take back the Rosario that she had. He would be able to achieve his desired objectives.
Then, what are you going to do now? The uninvited person has to disappear.
Lee Hana, who was sitting on the desk of the art room, laughed.
Indeed, you're not a student of this school.
I looked up the list of all students and there weren't any transfer students on there.
I think that you are quite sharp.
Lee Hana swung her legs, her ankle moving in the moonlight.
Are you leaving now? I got what I wanted faster than I thought. It was literally the best use of my abilities. You hot. By the way, what is your name? Can you at least give me your real name? Taehyuk thought about it for a brief moment.
It had been less than a week, but he had learned a lot from Lee Hana. She was his mentor in the forgery skill.
Co Taehyuk. Lee Hana reached out. It is nice to meet you, Co Taehyuk. Alas, goodbye as well.
I enjoyed our nightly meetings. They exchanged their first greetings and goodbye at the same time. Lee Hana finished her greeting and jumped down from the desk.
Once again, thank you for everything, Sunbae.
The police sirens were heard from outside the window. It was time to disappear.
****.
Taehyuk looked at the trail of the sunset in front of his eyes.
Of course, it was a fake.
It was a painting that didn't exist in this world. Big Mama had been looking for this painting for over a decade. She jumped into the world of imitation art and presented countless forgeries to the world, becoming the crime syndicate representing South Korea.
In the end, after 10 years, Big Mama discovered the disastrous truth.
The trail of the sunset had been burned.
That was the last piece of information that Taehyuk had on Big Mama. It was indeed an empty feeling. Taehyuk knocked on the door of Big Mama's store with a complicated expression on his face. Omo, Taehyuk came. You are a little late today. Big Mama was still busy working. Taehyuk placed the covered painting he brought in front of Big Mama. What is this? Mama, no. I will speak bluntly to Big Mama. Make a deal with me. Big Mama's eyes widened. It was a face that showed she knew nothing. However, Taehyuk knew that this was a trick. Kim Sang-hyun stole Rosario. Big Mama has it? Yes.
But this must mean that you have something to replace it.
Of course. Big Mama's eyes narrowed. It was faster than she thought.
She used Taehyuk to get rid of Kim Sang-hyun. He had hidden many things during their transactions, so she deliberately gave out some faulty information. She didn't know what method Taehyuk used, but he got rid of Kim Sang-hyun.
This opponent wasn't an ordinary kid. Big Mama had planned to take advantage of Taehyuk as her assistant.
She planned for him to stay for a year so she could watch his condition. Anyway, he had his own things that she wanted from him. He wouldn't escape from her hands just yet. That was what she had thought.
Taehyuk pulled off the cloth and showed Big Mama the painting. This. Big Mama's eyes showed astonishment.
She had been looking for it for several years. The trail of the sunset.
Big Mama started to check if the painting was authentic. However, no matter how much she looked, it was genuine. Where on earth did you find this? Ha? Taehyuk said. Did you hear about how Yu Cheol-ho was caught a while ago? It is a famous story, so I can't not know it. He was actually caught through a tip that I gave. Thus, I received his bounty. However, the prosecution wasn't the only one to give the bounty, the Sungjin group gave one as well.
The daughter of the vice president was one of Yu Chiolho's victims. Therefore, I went to see them to get the bounty.
You have been there. Then, how did you get this? Isn't it natural to bring a stolen item to a stolen goods broker?
It meant that this was stolen.
Ah ha ha. Tae-hyuk is right. She was a stolen goods broker. She bought stolen goods at a reasonable price. So, how much will you buy it for? Big Mama was confused. I thought you brought it to make a deal for Rosario. Aish, surely not. Isn't this worth at least 2 billion? Stolen goods can't receive their original price. It will only amount to around 10% of its market price. Wow, that is quite a massive profit. Then Rosario?
Tae-hyuk spoke naturally. I will take it as a down payment.
He would receive money and the Rosario. Big Mama laughed pleasantly. Oh ho ho. As expected, my eyes regarding people aren't wrong. You will definitely be a big shot. Thank you. Anyway. So what will it be? Rosario and 100 million. What, you will give me Rosario and 100 million? Big Mama is incredible. Well, I am also a storekeeper. Tae-hyuk laughed.
This was a satisfactory deal. In fact, the price he had in mind was around 50 million won. The Trail of the Sunset didn't even exist in this world. But in the future, his fake would become the new genuine product.
A fake becoming real.
It was the final gateway to mastering the forgery skill.
Then, will you make the deal? Well, no matter how I think about it, I am losing profit. I will be satisfied with this. Ha ha. Is Big Mama really damaged by this? All of a sudden, Big Mama dragged Tae-hyuk into an embrace.
A rich fragrance wafted out from her body as it became dark.
Didn't you fall in love with me at first glance? Let me answer you. Oof. Oof. Big Mama hugged Tae-hyuk harder.
Tae-hyuk struggled for breath as his face was buried in her chest.
It was a happy moment. This little guy.
You are still 10 years too early.
Big Mama finally freed Tae-hyuk, who was gasping for air. Pant pant. I thought I was going to die. His face was completely red. Then wait a few days for the money. I will give Rosario to you straight away. By the way, Big Mama. Can I ask one thing? What? The quote for the painting was clearly 2 billion. 10% of that is 200 million.
Perhaps.
Is the hug you gave worth 100 million? Oh mo. It isn't that cheap. Don't you think this is enough? Didn't you even touch my chest? Oh okay.
Tae-hyuk was at a loss for words.
Indeed, she was a scary woman. Big Mama pulled out Rosario from a deep place and gave it to Tae-hyuk.
So, this is the down payment.
I will receive it well. Then, I will prepare the money. Yes.
The deal was established.
The fake Trail of the Sunset became authentic.
A message flashed on the demon-revealing mirror.
Crime skill, forgery has been acquired. You can create one item after the analysis is finished.
The quality of the finished object depends on your dexterity stat.
You are able to devote your mind to the artwork under the influence of the skill. He finally got forgery. The temporary skills window was now free. He could get a new skill. X-ray vision. Something like X-ray vision. X-ray vision. Tae-hyuk grinned. I will be back in a few days, so I will be going now. Wait a minute. Big Mama stopped Tae-hyuk from leaving.
Then she told him one thing.
I guess the hug isn't enough. There is a man who is after you. After me? Yes. I have a picture. I am grateful. She didn't just describe the person, but showed him a picture. Here. Big Mama extended a small picture. Tae-hyuk's face stiffened the moment he saw it. Do you know this person? I know.
A man in his early 40s was drawn.
Tae-hyuk never forgot that face. It was natural.
His name was Park Young-hwan.
Tae-hyuk was sentenced to death because he was accused of killing him. Crazy. Why is Park Young-hwan going after me? What the hell is this? He didn't express it because Big Mama was watching. However, Tae-hyuk was inwardly screaming. The smell of a conspiracy. Then, I will go now. If you ever need a background check, then please ask Mama. Of course, it isn't for free. Maybe this wouldn't be the end of his relationship with Big Mama. It was his hunch. Asterisk 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 dot. Taehyuk returned home and gave Rosario to his sister. Taehyuk. How did you get this? Nuna. I am Seo Taehyuk. Nuna's little brother, Seo Taehyuk. Ah, that is a joke. Kang Suk-hyun helped me. I see. Kang Suk?
At that moment, he heard Kang Suk's score rising in Haran's mind.
Speaking of Kang Suk-hyun. He seems busy these days. Did something happen? Taehyuk. Haran suddenly hugged Taehyuk. Ugh. Isn't today the second time that I ran out of air?
Park Young-hwan had been hiding in seclusion since a few years ago.
But what the heck was he doing now? Was he not just a simple murder victim? Taehyuk's head was filled with such thoughts. Oof. Oof. Nuna is worried about you every day. However, it is good to work hard.
Promise me you'll take care of yourself.
Yes. Taehyuk's eyes reddened after hearing that Haran was worried about him.
Haran held Rosario in her hand and said,
The most important thing that mother left isn't this Rosario, but... Then she hugged Taehyuk even tighter. It is you and Taemin.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 30. Chapter 30, Ill-Fated Relationship from a Past Life. Seo Taehyuk was back.
The news of the two notorious people, who were disciplined due to the cheating incident, heated up the school. Taehyuk had received a 1-month suspension, while Park Sung-kwang dropped out of school as a result of the suspension.
Taehyuk's 1-month suspension was now over.
The school was noisy as the students spread the story.
In fact, did you know that Seo Taehyuk was caught in Park Sung-kwang's evil plots? Ag. That is scary. How can I even go to school tomorrow?
No, you are both wrong.
Isn't that statement more believable when applied to the gangster Seo Taehyuk? Ah, perhaps. I heard that he had an offer to join an organization after graduating. A gangster?
The rumors snowballed into something bigger and inconceivable. The main party involved, Taehyuk, was in the library and not in the classroom.
Taehyuk was impressed by an Eun-young's effort. Eun-young, really, thank you. Dark circles could be seen behind an Eun-young's thick glasses.
She had obviously spent the night trying to make this happen.
It is nothing much.
It is nothing.
No. I wouldn't have been able to do this well without you.
Taehyuk now had 47 intelligence points, the result of focusing solely on studying after he regained Rosario from Big Mama.
No matter how hard he had tried, it could still be said that this really was a period of rapid growth. What would have happened if he hadn't met an Eun-young?
His intelligence had climbed even faster than it had in the beginning. The retest was in 2 hours.
In the meantime, he had to memorize many things in preparation of the test.
In my most recent test, I had an average of 90 points.
If I memorize all of the things that class president brought up, then it might really be possible to get close to the first ranked in the school. Then. This is the last study session. Try your best. Fighting.
And Eun-young cheered with a raised fist. At that moment, she looked so cute that Taehyuk felt his heart pounding.
Yes. Isn't it somewhat unsatisfactory that this is the last time?
Then, please look after me well, class president.
And Eun-young pouted. See, call me Eun-young. Taehyuk looked at her with a bemused expression. Oh, okay. Eun-young. Is this it? Yes. Thank you. Then, let's get started. The student sessions of Seo Taehyuk and Eun-young were ending. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Seo Taehyuk. Did you study a lot? The student's supervisor asked with a strangely irritated tone.
It seemed that he didn't like the fact that Park Sung-kwang dropped out while a problematic person remained. He got a bribe from Park Sung-kwang's parents based on his graduation results. One of his precious money sources had disappeared because of a gangster. Therefore, there was hatred in the student advisor's eyes as he watched Taehyuk. I am a little busy. Just do it as usual. Cocky brat. Teacher Young believes in you, but I am different. Frankly, it was hard to believe that you got that grade legitimately, so this retest is to make things certain. Do you have any objections? If there are any doubts, then it has to become certain. Ah, right. You haven't received any lessons for a month. The test range is the same as the last test. I told the teachers to pay special attention, so I think this will be a very interesting test. Inside the classroom, there was only the student advisor and Co Taehyuk. I have decided to supervise all of your tests today.
Do you know what will happen if I see your eyes looking around?
Well, I don't think that someone who was first place in the school would do that.
Ha ha ha.
Taehyuk placed his pens on the desk and prepared for the test. Then the student advisor approached with gleaming eyes.
Let me take a look. The student advisor confirmed that Taehyuk hadn't hidden any cheat sheets in his desk.
In the end, he carefully looked at the pens and clicked his tongue.
It was a complete criminal treatment. Sheesh. Then, the first one is Korean language. The time limit is 50 minutes. If you write even one word after the time limit is up, then you will get a 0.
Of course.
Then I will start.
Taehyuk accepted the test paper with a very relaxed expression. Rather, it was the student advisor who cared. He had received a bribe from Park Sungkwang's parents. It was a moderate sum. However, this fact was already noticed by Co Taehyuk. He wanted to kick Co Taehyuk out of school somehow. In order to do that, everything hinged on this retest.
The student advisor didn't know what method Co Taehyuk would use to raise his grades. However, he wouldn't be able to do anything as long as he was monitored closely. The student advisor laughed. In fact, this test was much more difficult than the last one. There were many traps, and the problems were completely different from the last tests. If he only got 80 points this time, then the student advisor would be able to transfer him to another school. Taehyuk waited for the test with a bored face, like he didn't know what the student advisor was thinking. Then, let's start the test. The student advisor announced the start of the test. Taehyuk once again admired An Eunyoung's ability after seeing the test paper. Wow! Wasn't class president right? An Eunyoung predicted that this test would be a lot harder than the test a month ago. It was the right answer. The problems were at least a level greater in difficulty. Ah, don't I know this problem? However, almost all of them were already given out by An Eunyoung. It seemed like he knew all of the problems. As expected from the owner of the studying skill, Taehyuk started to solve the problems. It seemed as if he would be able to get a higher score than he thought. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The tests were all finished. The student advisor sat at his desk with a blank face. How did you do all of this? Skimming through the questions, he could see that most of the answers were correct. The student advisor screamed. This test is invalid. Tell me. How the hell did you cheat? Taehyuk stretched his neck that had grown stiff from sitting around all day. Then he looked at the student advisor and sighed. You were looking at me the whole time while I was testing. I didn't cheat. This bastard. The agitated student advisor tried to hit Taehyuk with the baton that he was holding. At that time, the firmly closed door opened and teacher Young Nam-ho entered. Co Taehyuk. You better hope that you did well on the test. I came to score it. Teacher Young Nam-ho greeted Taehyuk and then looked at the student advisor. Student advisor Nim. You did a really good job. From now on, I will take care of the scoring. The student advisor flopped down with a dumbfounded expression. He repeatedly opened and closed his mouth. Wait a minute. Isn't it unfair with Co Taehyuk in here? Taehyuk smiled at Young Nam-ho. Then I will go out and wait. Yes. He left the classroom and saw An Eunyoung waiting with an anxious expression. She had done everything she could. The only thing left was to wait like this. Taehyuk. The test? Taehyuk made a V sign with his fingers. Wayawa. An Eunyoung was as delighted, as if it were the fruits of her own labor. Jack. The two people laughed and high-fived. Asterisk 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 dot. The results of Co Taehyuk's test were released to the whole school the very next day. This meant that he attracted everyone's attention. That is ridiculous. The people who saw Co Taehyuk's results attached to the bulletin board were confused. He had an average of 92 points, and had moved up to second ranked in the class. He was also 7th ranked in the school. However, other students didn't realize that Taehyuk's test was more difficult than usual due to the student advisor. Nevertheless, it really was an excellent grade. The students at the front of the bulletin board left, and Co Taehyuk and An Eunyoung approached to check the score. Taehyuk made a surprised expression. An Eunyoung spontaneous asked a question, as if she suddenly had a thought. If this test was at the same difficulty as the other one, what rank would you be? Taehyuk answered confidently. First. Asterisk 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 dot. There was an uproar once it was announced that Seo Tae-hyuk was really a model student. Seo Tae-hyuk really was a good student. Besides, to achieve a rank of 7th in the school. Then Tae-hyuk is good at studying, and his face is also pretty good. Does he not have a girlfriend? He is only being friendly with Eun Young. They aren't in a relationship. Then I can confess? Next year is our 3rd year, so this winter is my last chance at love. The girls who stayed in the classroom talked and exclaimed joyfully. In fact, there were quite a few people attracted to Tae-hyuk's poor appearance. However, their eyes didn't dare to actively gaze at him. It turned out that while his appearance that looked villainous, he was actually good at studying. He was like the protagonist of a romance novel. As soon as class ended, Seo Tae-hyuk headed home. And Eun Young remained in the classroom due to her position of class president, and could hear the girls talking. Seo Tae-hyuk's evaluation had changed. It was obviously a situation worthy of congratulations. Then why was she in a bad mood? And Eun Young remembered the treatment that Tae-hyuk had received up until yesterday. She was the only one who knew that he wasn't bad at all, unlike the rumors. However, his test results were good, and this seemed to change his status. She felt strangely lonely. In the classroom, the girls were arguing about who was going to first make contact with Seo Tae-hyuk. It was at that moment that Eun Young rose from her seat. She walked over to the female students and said loudly, "Don't be mistaken. Seo Tae-hyuk doesn't have time for a relationship with any of you, as he has decided to go to university with me." Everyone in the room fell silent at Eun Young's declaration. It sounded like a declaration of war saying that they shouldn't touch her property. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The day that Tae-hyuk received the remaining balance from Big Mama. Seo Tae-hyuk was dressed in a slightly different style than usual. Today was the day that he had to go to school, something he hadn't done in a long time. Therefore, Tae-hyuk was still wearing his uniform. I have to go into the back alleys so. In the end, he decided to buy clothes from a store that mainly sold vintage styles. He asked the clerk to give him a recommendation and changed in the store. Viewed separately, they weren't strange clothes. However, Tae-hyuk's eyes shook as he saw his reflection in the mirror. He wore skinny jeans with a black leather jacket. Adding the shoes to the outfit really made him look like a biker. What the hell is this? However, he bought it at such a low price that he couldn't get a refund. In addition, it was style that fit in naturally with the back alleys. Hyung. Are you new? A bearded man in his 30s raised a hand in greeting as he passed. Yes. I have some business with Mama. Yes. You should work hard when young. Then, do your best. The man seemed to mistake Tae-hyuk as a business partner. Tae-hyuk sighed again. Currently, he had 4 crime skills. In addition, he became a model student with Eun Young's help. Would a new future unfold before him? One that was different from the past? There was a time I would think so. It was still too early to be relieved, as there were still too many problems that had to be addressed. First of all, Park Young-hwan. He was a politician of the opposing party. The current president was pursuing a chaebol-oriented policy. Park Young-hwan often showed strong criticism towards this, and received wide support from the younger generation. Currently, he didn't have the right forces, but 3 years later, he reappeared like a comet, this time as part of the opposition. He was popular enough to be considered as one of the next presidential election candidates. However, 5 years later, he was attacked by someone and found dead. All of the media paid attention to the person who killed him. The one who killed Park Young-hwan was a young man in his 20s. Seo Tae-hyuk. My fingerprints were found at the crime scene. I was seen killing Park Young-hwan on CCTV. There were also 5 more witnesses. Additionally, once Park Young-hwan's murder weapon was found. Of course, there were only my fingerprints on it. Park Young-hwan was a representative of the anti-chaebol union, and a hero for the people in their 20s and 30s. There were many people without numerous interests invested in the country who hated him. However, it was a regular youth who killed him. It was a really ironic situation. The entire country erupted. Tae-hyuk recalled his memories of that time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 31. Chapter 31, Ill-Fated Relationship from a Past Life Number 2. Tae-hyuk was going home after he finished his shift as a security personnel when someone struck him from behind with a metal pipe, rendering him unconscious. When he woke up, he was holding a bloody knife, and a bloody man, who had been stabbed dozens of times with a knife, was lying in front of him.
There was no time to escape before the police came and arrested him. At the time, Seo Tae-hyuk had a blood alcohol level of more than 0.1%. According to a witness's statement, the two were arguing when, all of a sudden, Tae-hyuk pulled out a weapon from somewhere and stabbed him.
Of course, Tae-hyuk didn't have any memory of this.
He was trapped in prison with no time to grasp the situation. Everything was done in a quick manner, as if things had been prepared in advance.
For reference, there were two oddities in the case. Firstly, why had Park Young-won passed by that area without any guards? Secondly, why were 5 witnesses just watching the fight? In the early days of Tae-hyuk's trial, some of the media outlets paid attention to these facts. However, it soon devolved into the process of turning Seo Tae-hyuk evil. They only focused on that, and he was treated like a sociopath. At that time, Tae-hyuk was in prison. The media were unable to meet him and turned the arrow towards his family. What type of family could raise a son that would brutally kill someone that way?
His parents passed away, and was raised by his older sister.
Doesn't she feel even a little responsible for this?
I heard that he was violent since he was a child.
Did she happen to be hit by him or something?
A ruthless news coverage sprang up against Seo Tae-min and Seo Haran.
It became known to the public that both of them were Seo Tae-hyuk's family members.
Why did Seo Haran and Seo Tae-min receive such treatment? The thing he met before receiving the death penalty said that Seo Haran was fired from her job.
However, would that really have been the end of it? What else had happened? Tae-hyuk felt horrible just imagining it. Phew. Tae-hyuk took deep breaths to calm himself down.
It hadn't happened yet, and he had to make sure it didn't happen in the future. First of all, he needed information on Park Young-won.
In order to do that, Big Mama's cooperation was needed. Tae-hyuk opened the door to Big Mama's pawnshop and went inside. Omo, Tae-hyuk came. Hung, those clothes fit you well. Big Mama laughed and praised Tae-hyuk's new outfit. Hello. I came to receive the rest of the payment. Of course, I have prepared it. Big Mama smiled and pulled a box of vitamin drinks out of her safe. I feel like it's a crime to give you money in this box. It used to be that money was given in apple box, but this is what everyone is doing these days. One box contains 50 million won. Well, then I'll check it right away. Tae-hyuk decided to open the box to check the amount. Big Mama was a criminal who dealt with information and stolen goods. If she deceived someone regarding money, then it would be a blow to her credibility. However, it would be good to make sure. The box contained 10 bottles of vitamin drinks. It was exactly as written on the outside of the box. Tae-hyuk cried out angrily. It is supposed to be Shin Samdang. Shin Samdang. Don't be jealous just because she looks younger than you. Shin Samdang, the first woman to appear on a Korean banknote, the 50,000 won note. Oh ho ho. It's a joke, a gift. This is the real one. Big Mama pulled out 2 different boxes. This time, it really did contain a lot of money. Tae-hyuk carefully checked if the amount was correct. There were 20 bundles of 100 sheets, making an exact 100 million. Now it was time to cut to the chase. By the way, is Big Mama in the information business? How did you know? In fact, it is a new business that I started. By the way, the name Big Mama doesn't hold the dignity I'm looking for. In the future, I might change it to something else. I can't think of you as anything but Big Mama. Ah ha ha. Anyway, what did you want to know? The 3 sizes of your favorite girl? Although he was a bit curious, he wouldn't spend money just to know such a thing. I want to find out everything about Park Young-won. I figured you would ask that. By the way, my information is a bit expensive, so will it be okay? Tae-hyuk gazed at the box in front of him without saying anything. Pay a deposit of 1 million first. The investigation period is 10 days, and if I'm successful, then pay me another 2 million. Sorry, I didn't quite hear that. This time it isn't a joke. Expensive. It was more than 3 times the price of other pieces of information. She was probably trying to take as much as she could because he currently had a lot of money. Big Mama said with a soft smile. Politicians on the front lines have a rating above a grade. Furthermore, he is currently in retirement. This is a reasonable price. Ko-hyum. Yes, I understand. Instead, please make sure that the information is accurate. I will zoom in so close that I will know if he holds on to his buddy with his left hand or right hand when he pees. While Tae-hyuk didn't want to know anything like that, he didn't want to miss any little clues. Then we have a deal. Thank you for using my services. Big Mama called out to Taehyuk as he was leaving. Oh, right. Tell me if you ever want to come back to work. You are always welcome. How much will you pay me? 6,500 won an hour? Taehyuk laughed bitterly. It was a little better than the minimum wage, but there were many things that he wanted to learn from her. Anyway, I have no choice but to wait. He would use Big Mama's power as much as possible. For Taehyuk, who only had 4 skills, this was the best way. Taehyuk handed his report card to Haran with a serious expression. He was 2nd in the class, and 7th in the school. Haran asked after seeing it. Is this Taemin's? No, it's mine. Haran started to scrutinize his report card with a confused expression. She screamed. Co Taehyuk's name was definitely written on it. Omo. Haran reflexively stroked Taehyuk's head and said. What did Nuna say? I knew you could do it. Really well done. Haran's amazement didn't end there. By the way, Nuna. I have one thing to ask, so please answer with the truth. Ha? Nuna isn't stupid. In fact, aren't you good at studying? It is enough to go to the university that you wanted. I saw the acceptance letter that Nuna hid during the voice phishing case. That, I was just lucky. No. Just tell me the truth. Nuna had to give up on your dream because of Taemin and me. Yes. Sorry. Why are you sorry, Nuna? I'm the one who should be saying sorry. Taehyuk doesn't need to be sorry. I just did what I needed to do. So? Wah! Haran suddenly started to cry. Taehyuk gently stroked his sister's back and gave her some tissue. Well, you did what you had to do, Nuna. Please stop working at the factory now and prepare your luck. And, let's take the university entrance exam together next year. Haran gazed at Taehyuk with red eyes. Ha? The living expenses. I will do it somehow. The school registration fees as well. That will cost a lot of money. The living expenses for a family of 3 and the school admission fees. If he included the university tuition, it was a lot of money. I have a lot of money right now. Haven't you spent all the bounty money? In fact, he had saved quite a bit of that money. He felt remorse for a moment, but that wasn't what mattered right now. Not long ago, I met with the vice president of the Jinsung Group in private. He took me around his house, and in his house, there was a painting that I liked so much that he gave it to me as a gift. In fact, it was actually a very expensive painting. Are receiving such an expensive gift? Give it back right now. Well. In fact. Taehyuk showed her the box filled with money. I've already sold it. Haran held a hand to her head, as if she was dizzy. The box was filled with 50,000 won bills. The total seemed to be in the tens of millions. It was the first time she had seen such a large amount of money. Isn't this enough to live for a few years? Haran said quietly. Go now and return the money. Taehyuk was at a loss for words. He knew that Haran was overflowing with goodness, but he hadn't expected this. Should he have thought of another excuse? Something like a passerby saving him. They gave him the lotto number or something like that. But the water had already been spilled. Well, 50 million won may be a big amount of money for us, but is it really such a big deal for those who already have a lot of money? Thus, he gave me this as a gift. Moreover, I don't think it is polite to return something received as a gift. In that case, Taehyuk would become a villain. He first had to convince Haran. Taehyuk spoke smoothly. When I think about the personality of the person who gave it to me, I think we should use it. Study hard and go to a good university. Certainly, it is rude to return a gift. That's right. Can't we use this money? Let's study hard and go to university together. Taehyuk patted Haran's shoulder. Well, Nuna should put this in your treasure chest. That is the safest place. Yes, I understand. So, let's go to a private cram school this Saturday. A friend of mine gave me the information, and she recommended the best cram school. A friend? Is it a man? No, it is a woman. At that moment, Haran looked at Taehyuk with a shocked face. The kid who had followed her around finally grew up. Write the resignation letter immediately. From now on, Nuna is a student. Haran's expression brightened the moment she heard those words. They were her dream words. Yes. I understand. Taehyuk. Really, thank you. Taehyuk sighed with relief. Now, it would really start.
It would be different from his previous life, where everyone was unhappy.
Haran and Taemin too.
Everybody would be able to achieve what they wanted. It was his only reward for those who believed in him until the end. Taehyuk muttered under his breath, as if he was making a promise.
I'm going to slowly change it. The future, no, my destiny. Asterisk asterisk asterisk.
Everything seemed like a dream to Haran. She was several times happier this time, compared to the time when they had just moved into the new house.
Abandoned.
No, she could achieve her dream that she had given up on. Her brother, who she thought was a troublemaker, had reached the 7th rank in the school, and told her to go to university together.
She was so happy that she couldn't help but cry. Besides,
she didn't have to look at the face of the manager who harassed her anymore.
What would he look like when she resigned tomorrow?
She expected that she wouldn't be able to go to sleep.
Haran pinched herself to check if it wasn't a dream. Ah! It is real.
She pulled out the treasure chest and checked the box that Taehyuk gave her.
There really was 50 million won. At that moment, Haran became uneasy.
Taehyuk said that keeping it here was the safest place. However, a thief entered the house and had taken Rosario just a few days ago. Although it was recovered, the incident had left a big scar on Haran's mentality. As the head of the family, she had the responsibility to protect everyone, and she couldn't do that.
If this money was stolen.
Haran was worried, and prepared countermeasures in her own way.
Ah, yes. This is it. Haran smiled happily.
This money was necessary for her family's dreams and happiness. She had to protect it somehow.
To do that, she was prepared to do anything.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 32. Chapter 32, Ill-Fated Relationship from a Past Life. Number 3. Lessons were over. Taehyuk stayed in the classroom with Eun-young. Give me some recommendations for cram schools. Eun-young was confused by Taehyuk's question. Cram schools, Nuna got a job straight after high school, and this time she wants to sit the university entrance exam again.
There was less than a month until this year's university entrance exam, so it was impossible to start preparing for it now.
When are you going to take the exam? Next year. What university is she aiming for? What is its current rating? Liberal arts? Science?
Eun-young's specialty came out as she started firing off specific questions. Taehyuk scratched his head and replied to the questions that he knew the answer to. I don't care as long as it isn't expensive. She hasn't studied for several years, so I want her to learn from the basics.
Yes.
Eun-young looked at various cram schools with her phone and checked them thoroughly. In the end, she showed him the homepage of the best place.
Then this one should be the best. The teachers are okay and the pass rate is also the highest. I see. Taehyuk checked how much the school expenses were. 700,000 won a month.
Including food expenses and transportation costs, it would be 1 million a month.
There was 1 year left, so Haran's tuition fee would be 12 million won. However, this wasn't the end. The costs of the textbooks and special lectures. It all costs almost 2 million.
It was more than 25 million won combined for both of them. Eun-young spoke while Taehyuk was looking at the school expenses page. I
looked for the cheapest place possible.
The boarding cram schools are 3 million won a month.
Taehyuk sighed. This was a world of money. I wish I had a surplus of funds. Are there any more bounties? Unfortunately, there were no more big jackpots until next year. Taehyuk muttered as if he were making a promise. I will cling to all of them. Eun-young made a fighting posture. Taehyuk, you can do it. Yes.
The three of us should pass next year.
Yes. T3. Eun-young looked strangely disappointed. In addition, there are the interviews and essays. It isn't just the exam? That. Eun-young lecture on university admissions began and Taehyuk wrote everything down in his notebook.
This would be useful to Taemin, who would sit his university entrance exam in a few years.
BRR.
All of a sudden, there was a vibration from his pocket.
Did my stats rise or something? Taehyuk pulled out the demon revealing mirror, showing nothing on the screen.
Eun-young giggled from where she was watching.
You mistook your phone with the mirror. Phone.
He forgot, because most of his notifications came from the demon revealing mirror, Taehyuk pulled out the phone from deep within his pocket and checked the contents of the notification. It was a text message from someone. Taehyuk I. The message cut off there. He checked and saw that it came from Seo Haran's phone. Eun Young, I'm sorry but I have to leave early. I have an urgent matter so I'll be going first. Ha? Taehyuk grabbed the jacket hanging on his chair and ran out. The contents of the message had been omitted, but he could tell. Something big has happened. The situation was so urgent that she couldn't even send a message properly. Taehyuk called a taxi in order to get home even 1 minute faster. Nuna, please be safe. Taehyuk worried as he rode in the taxi. Why isn't Kong Suk-hyun picking up his phone? He must be in a meeting where he needed to turn it off. It had been a while since Taehyuk saw Kong Suk's face. Taehyuk made a strong fist. He couldn't expect any help from Kong Suk, so he had to get through this with his own strength. This was the second time that something unforeseen had happened. Knowing the future wasn't enough, as taking different actions produced different results. After the Rosario incident, Taehyuk had searched for related books in the library. He learnt of the phenomenon called the time leap. The time leap said that he didn't return to the past with his memories. Instead, an infinite number of parallel worlds existed, and he obtained the memories of one of those worlds. Of course, it was just a hypothesis, albeit a convincing one. The book was thick enough to be used as a pillow, but he came to one conclusion. The future wasn't fixed, it was constantly changing. Someday, Taehyuk's future knowledge would lose its power. Before that, he needed to learn as many crime skills as possible, since it was his second weapon. Pull yourself together, Taehyuk. You are walking a tightrope right now. Taehyuk arrived at the road near his house and handed the driver a 10,001 bill. There was no time to get the change. Please make it in time. Taehyuk jumped out and ran home. Fortunately, his sister was at home, however, she wasn't alone. Seo Haran, you didn't pay back our money, and yet you moved to such a good place? A large number of men were surrounding Haran. They were neatly dressed in suits, but the atmosphere was terrifying. If you borrowed money from us, then you should pay it back. Isn't that right? Kids. That's right, Hyung Nim. The man called Hyung Nim seemed to be in his mid-30s. Every time he laughed, a gold tooth quickly flashed as it reflected the bright sunlight. The leader of the group extended a hand as he noticed Taehyuk entering. Gu. Who is this? Seo Tae-min? It is Taehyuk, Hyung Nim. Yes. Taehyuk. Come. The head of the house has come, so let's talk business. Taehyuk suppressed his anger and spoke. What are you doing in someone else's house? I'll call the police. They knew his name. Creditors? Based on Taehyuk's memories, they never came to his house. Gu. Sir. We aren't bad people. It's just us. We work with unions and are following all of the laws. Do you want to see our business card? The man pulled a business card from his wallet. SY Capital. You are Han Sang-won. That's right. We have come to receive the debt, all according to legitimate procedures. Taehyuk stared at Haran, who was shaking with a pale face, from amongst the men. She was biting her lips so hard that blood started to emerge. This was a legitimate procedure? More than 10 men surrounding a woman was legitimate? Taehyuk looked at the baseball bats and iron pipes placed neatly in the corner as threats. The group didn't carry them, but they were willing to use it at any time. Taehyuk said towards Haran. Nuna, don't worry. I won't let even one of them touch you. Gu, sir. You have a strange misconception. We just came to reclaim the debt. Is there any need to touch her if we receive the money? What type of debt are you here to take? There is a guarantor debt in Seo Haran's name, with the interest, it is approximately 300 million. There was a clear exemption. Their parents had passed away in an accident, leaving behind a huge debt. They were able to solve it by giving up the inheritance. The problem was that the debt was in Haran's name. She couldn't do it, so the last resort was applying for personal bankruptcy. It was a debt that their family had barely escaped from. Why had it shown up again? Han Sang-won extended an envelope. This. Read it. This is an order of payment from the courts. Taehyuk examined the documents. Han Sang-won's words were real. Han Sang-won smiled at him. Even if there was an exemption, if a claim is made, then the debt will become valid again. At that moment, Taehyuk realized what Han Sang-won was doing. It was a type of illegal collection act that indiscriminately purchased dead debts at a cheap price and used lawsuits to activate them again.
If the person couldn't pay, then they would have to register for bankruptcy.
Of course, there were no prohibitions or penalties, as it was a legitimate business. If someone was hit by this, then they would become a slave, paying off the debt for life due to the huge interest.
Han Sang-won waved Haran's bankbook. At any rate, I had forgotten about it.
Then not long ago, you bought this house, so I hurried to file a lawsuit to get an order of payment.
The house.
Tae-hyuk instantly realized why this had happened.
They found out about the house and came sniffing around. Creditors could view the property details of those who owed them money.
In the end, money brought the hyenas around.
Tae-hyuk bit his lip and glanced at Haran. Her face looked like she would burst into tears at any moment.
However, her desire to protect the money at all costs was seen in her eyes.
At any rate, tell me your password and nobody will get hurt.
Yes?
How long has it been? I couldn't even eat lunch. The account name is Cho Kong-suk? I didn't expect you to keep this money in a bank account under someone else's name. Do you want to be kicked out of the house in this cold winter? First of all, I'll just take this money. I am a very merciful person. Ha ha. Cho Kong-suk? Haran had deposited money into a bank book in Kong-suk's name. It was her own idea. If they found the cash, then they would have just taken it.
However, it was harder with a bank book that had a password.
Woo-duck.
Tae-hyuk grinded his teeth together.
These guys hadn't just come.
They had been here for at least half a day. Han Sang-won had the bank book and seal in his hands, which were clearly taken from Haran. However, she didn't tell them the password until the end. They didn't touch Haran directly. However, Haran's expression made it obvious that they had threatened her.
How had she felt when she was surrounded by 10 men? Haran had bravely fought alone.
In order to protect the precious money necessary for the family's dreams.
Tae-hyuk wanted to kill these people right now. But first, he had to secure Haran's safety. The password is public employment. Ha ha ha. As expected from a friend. Hey kids, let's go. Pack up your tools. The henchman chuckled and started to pick up the equipment they brought.
Sir, we have just received 50 million won.
Although, don't you know that there is still 250 million won left? See you next time. Ha 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 ha. Han Sang-won and his henchmen were gone in an instant. Haran's shoulders shook. Tae-hyuk. Sorry. Nuna is a fool. Waan.
In the end, Haran burst into tears. They were the desperate tears that she had tried to keep from falling.
Tae-hyuk bit his lip.
I will make them pay for every tear that fell from Nuna's eyes.
Tae-hyuk gazed coldly at Han Sang-won's business card. SY Capital.
Co Haran had fought against them to the end.
Now it was Tae-hyuk's turn to fight. Nuna. Don't worry. I'll get it back tenfold. Tae-hyuk stood up. He would put everything he had into destroying them.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Ill-Fated Relationship from a Past Life Number 4. Tae-hyuk was holding a piece of paper in his hand with information on SY Capital written on it. It is 5 million won per sheet. Tae-hyuk had asked Big Mama to find out information on SY Capital.
Exactly one day later, he knew everything about them. First of all, their outward appearance was of a prosperous company that was officially registered as a business. It was a place where blue-chip companies listened to advice about taxes.
However, that was just its outward appearance.
Behind them was an organization of gangsters who did all types of dirty work.
Illegal debt collection. Gambling.
Drug sales. There were also rumors of long-term smuggling.
Tae-hyuk bit his lip.
There was a politician behind them, so the police were unable to do anything.
Tae-hyuk saw the name of the politician and laughed.
It is literally an ill-fated relationship from a past life. With his skills alone, he wouldn't be able to fight SY Capital. Therefore, he came up with an idea. If I can't fight with my skills that I have right now, then I need to learn new skills. Tae-hyuk knew most of the mechanisms to learn skills.
If the opponent had a crime skill, then he would learn it.
Then, it had to be perfectly used against the original owner. The title, God of Crime, gave him this ability. Until now, he had taken advantage of it after acquiring the skills. This time, however, he would be able to predict what type of skills he would get in advance.
Tae-hyuk's gaze was fixed at one point on the report. It was about an illegal casino secretly operated by SY Capital. 1 billion won a day. Isn't that quite big? There were 5 dishonest gamblers in charge of it. The main events were Go Stop, Go, 7-card stud poker, Texas Hold'em. The events mainly consists of playing cards. This casino was different from the other casinos that were more focused on Oriental games, making it a well-known casino for those visiting from Russia or North America. Thus, foreigners chose events where they knew the rules. There are kids who play internationally. The minimum bet amount was 1 million, and FF people kept raising that amount by several times, then tens of millions of won would appear on the table. Tae-hyuk was a perfectly normal high school student who had never tried playing cards. Gambling was something that he had done with his roommates in prison. The bets were special foods that came with that day's diet. Tae-hyuk grinded his teeth together as he remembered that time. Those damn cheating scum. It was normal for a full house and a straight flush to come out often. Tae-hyuk only got 2 pairs, and was deceived every day. Later, he learned that they were the nation's top dishonest gamblers who used their skills to get things like chocolate and drinks. Those days had been full of suffering. But now he had the crime skills. Tae-hyuk muttered quietly. Then this time, will I get the gambling skill? The goal was set. Now it was time for the preparations. And Tae-hyuk sipped a lukewarm hot chocolate as he waited for someone in a cafe. It was late in the afternoon, so there were few people inside. The door opened and a middle-aged man in a trench coat entered. Tae-hyuk got up and waved his hand. Hello. Detective Park Young-bae? Park Young-bae was a man with an impressive beard. Are you CO Tae-hyuk? Park Young-bae sat in front of Tae-hyuk and ordered a glass of cold water. I can't afford a cup of coffee that costs 5,000 won. He said while wiping his face with a wet towel. Did you hear the story from Big Mama? Mama? I heard it. So, what can I do to help? I am thinking of eating up the gambling place operated by SY Capital, and I want Detective Nim to watch from the sidelines. Ha ha ha. Eat up SY. You don't seem to be a dishonest gambler. Just wait and see. Park Young-bae's eyes flashed. Every time he laughed, a strong smell flowed out from his mouth. You know that I have a line with SY Capital? Of course. Park Young-bae was a corrupt police officer, and took care of several problems for criminal organizations in exchange for money. He was the complete opposite of Kang-suk. If Tae-hyuk wanted to team up with the police, then he would work with Kang-suk. However, Kang-suk had been working overtime lately due to a recent case. In the end, he was forced to find another police officer through Big Mama. Besides, I don't want Kang-suk Hyung to commit a crime. It is better off like this. Kang-suk had to be Haran and Tae-min's protector until the end. Park Young-bae drank the cold water and said. So how much money can you give me? That. Park Young-bae chuckled with a satisfied face at Tae-hyuk's answer. Kwa ha ha. Yes. You are a person being nurtured. That should be enough. The operation is in 3 days at the SY Casino. And it was the day of the fight. After finishing all of their preparations, CO Tae-hyuk and Park Young-bae headed out to the casino operated by SY Capital. Oh, isn't this a hotel? Park Young-bae brought Tae-hyuk to the upper lounge suite of a hotel. This was the destination. The following scene was the first image he thought of when he heard that it was an illegal casino. There were fluorescent lights, boxes filled with money, and even bottles rolling around on the ground. Opening the door caused cigarette smoke to billow out, revealing many men with scars across their faces. In reality, however, it looked just like any other casino. Tae-hyuk clicked his tongue. Isn't this a place where I should be wearing a suit? People in uniform were busy wandering around the corridor. Tae-hyuk was wearing the leather jacket and skinny jeans that he purchased not long ago. He gave off the feeling of a bad youth. Here it is. There was a large door guarded by 2 men in sunglasses. Park Young-bae coughed as he stood in front of the door. The guards deeply bowed. Detective Nim, you came. Shit, don't call me detective here. Call me Hyung Nim. Yes, Hyung Nim. They knew Park Young-bae, so they opened the door without any fuss. They passed through the door to the illegal casino. There were dozens of tables with dealers handing out cards. At first glance, there seemed to be over 50 people spending enormous amounts of money. There were piles of money in front of the people, the total amount that circulated throughout the building amounting to over 1 billion won. It was gambling at a colossal scale.
Nobody cared about the appearance of new people, as they were too busy concentrating on their own hands.
Tae-hyuk clicked his tongue. How much of that money was used on bribes? A recipient of those bribes is right beside me. Park Young-bae was one of the police officers who received bribes from SY.
Tae-hyuk saw a familiar face among the dealers. During the day, he does illegal collection. At night, he is a dealer in a casino.
He jumps well between jobs.
It was the person who intimidated Haran.
Han Sang-won saw Park Young-bae and came running over. Detective Park. I told you not to come here.
It is like decreasing the price of baby formula. I said I would contact you through our phones. The people nearby murmured the moment they heard the word detective.
Han Sang-won exclaimed to them. Don't worry. He is someone watching behind us.
Han Sang-won's words implied that the detective was a dog that he had raised himself.
The people started to play the game again like they understood. Chief Han. You don't need to go to so much effort. Today I just came to play for a while. Ha. Detective is too big for this.
It is like going to one of the 101 go-stop places in the neighborhood. Park Young-bae tapped the head of Tae-hyuk who was next to him.
No, today he will be playing.
I came to watch.
HRMM? No, you. Han Sang-won noticed the presence of an uninvited guest and looked at Tae-hyuk. Chief Han Sang-won. You are busy day and night. You. Ha. I don't know why you came here. Did you want to win a jackpot to pay off your debt? Tae-hyuk laughed and replied. I hope to give you that much. Han Sang-won laughed at his words.
Then he whispered in Tae-hyuk's ears.
No. This isn't a playground for kids. If you want to find a place for 1 million 2 million won, then I will introduce you to some places. Well, you might end up stripped of your organs in the long term.
When that happens, feel free to come to SY Capital.
Didn't I give you my business card? Tae-hyuk quietly opened the box of vitamin drinks that he brought with him.
It was filled with 50,000 won bills.
Han Sang-won laughed as he saw it. This. You came with some money? Yes. Then please, feel free to jump in. Han Sang-won guided Tae-hyuk and Park Young-bae to a table. The dealer and a few guests were playing poker. Hey. Let him play. He is surprisingly rich. I understand, Hyung-nim.
Tae-hyuk sat at the table and the dealer started to play the hand. He took out a set of cards and shuffled them. At that moment, Tae-hyuk noticed that the dealer took something out.
From the very beginning?
The intent of his actions was clear.
It was to let Tae-hyuk win recklessly in the beginning.
At first, even if a person got a good hand, they wouldn't raise such high stakes.
That would only happen after winning a few times. After they upped the ante, the dealer would manipulate the draw to suck away all of their money. The evidence of this was that most of the tables were lamenting more than cheering with victory. The odds were overwhelmingly high for the dealer's side. Many of them were professional scammers prepared by SY Capital. Tae-hyuk realized that this was an illegal casino and was prepared to deal with the cheating dealers. He received a notification of a new crime skill. BRR. Good. Crime skill, gambling has been learnt. You will become a dishonest gambler.
Tae-hyuk was at a loss as he saw the words on the demon revealing mirror.
What? This description.
The contents were simple and easy to understand.
The dealer said. Guest Nim. Do you know 7-card stud poker?
7-card stud poker was a type of card game played with 7 cards. First, he would receive 3 cards and would reveal 1 card. Every time he received an additional card, he would have to make a bet. Basically, except for the first 2 cards and the last hidden one, all the cards would be revealed. Due to this, it was a game filled with various bluffs and psychological warfare.
Of course.
I bought the book yesterday and studied hard.
Yes.
The dealer and other guests laughed.
Well, he did have the face of a beginner.
But after a while, he became the king of this casino. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Ill-Fated Relationship from a Past Life number 5. This is something like a talisman. Can I put it on the table? Tae-hyuk pulled out the demon revealing mirror.
Now he was ready to play this game.
A mirror? No, it doesn't matter. Thank you. Taehyuk checked his hand, revealing 2 aces and a king. They gave me very good cards.
It was the best beginning, but also the worst one. He now had to reveal one of the 3 cards that he received. 7-card stud poker was a game where he couldn't get a lot of money based on only good cards. Most of the cards were revealed. If an opponent's hand was overwhelmingly stronger than one's own hand, then a majority of players would forfeit early. Even if he completed the hand, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it but the most basic of bets. He had to win while raising the stakes as much as possible.
That was the way to get a lot of money.
If I reveal the king in this situation, then it is like I am telling them that I have a pair of aces.
However, it is even worse to reveal the ace here. The dealer gave this type of hand to check for Taehyuk's ability.
In this case, skilled card cheats would boldly reveal the ace. Taehyuk didn't care about his poker face as he showed the king, receiving his next card. Once again, it was a king. With the 4th card, his 2 pairs were completed.
The dealer said, "Please make a bet." "Wow, that is nice." He. "I will go half."
That meant that he would bet half as much as the current bet on the table.
The total amount was huge. There were 5 bundles of 1 million won on the table.
In the end, Taehyuk added another 2.5 million won. If they accepted, then the stakes would increase tremendously. However, experienced gamblers could completely predict the hand of their opponent just by looking at the open cards and the bet.
Egu.
I am being killed from beginning to end, so I will just forfeit.
I will also forfeit. Forfeit. With the exception of the dealer, all of the other players forfeited.
In that case, Taehyuk would only receive the basic betting amount, even if he got a good hand.
The dealer said,
"You have a good hand, congratulations. I am curious about the completion, so I will stay with you until the end.
I will bet.
It was one of the boss privileges to ignore half bets and to only add the base amount of money.
Give me the next card.
In the end, Taehyuk received an ace and finished with a full house.
Taehyuk won 7 million won in an instant. There is a trick of losing money to the opponent, and then taking their entire fortune.
Taehyuk had been watching the other players on the table as soon as the hand started. I thought they were just guests, but everyone here is a card cheat.
I will receive a triple whammy. Are they trying to make me into a beggar? By the way, the gambling skill is amazing.
The gambling skill alone had no power, but if he activated the skill along with all his other skills, then he would be optimized for gambling.
He literally became a card cheat.
I can see the opponent's hand with the spying skill, draw my desired hand with the robbery skill, and put on a professional poker face with the voice modulation skill. In addition, with the forgery skill, I can manipulate the cards in my hand. It would literally be a strange situation if he lost. However, the opponents were also card cheats, and Taehyuk didn't know the extent of their strengths. He had to remain vigilant.
Taehyuk laughed exaggeratedly. Ah ha ha. I was lucky. The professional gamblers made dying sounds. Egu. You are too strong. I have to try not to lose all my money. The card cheats were all acting in order to receive money from Taehyuk. However, they weren't the only predators here. Taehyuk said, "Shall we start the next hand?"
With the use of voice modulation, Taehyuk simulated the voice of an excited, young man.
The game began. Half. Is anybody else coming along? Kwang. Taehyuk dominated the next 4 hands at the table. 2 full houses and 1 4 of a kind. He also got a straight.
The other players couldn't follow through to the end, and most of them had to forfeit.
One cheater signaled to the dealer. What? Wasn't he supposed to lose for the first time? The dealer shook his head desperately, meaning that he didn't do it.
He hadn't subtracted any cards, so it was just pure luck that Taehyuk had completed a good hand.
Was it beginner's luck?
If they lost any more money, then the situation might become irreversible.
The cheaters eventually decided to use their techniques. It can't be helped. Give him a bad hand. The dealer nodded. He gave Taehyuk a 2, 4, and a 5. Next up was a 6. The opponent would keep calling to the end, hoping for a last chance.
In the end, he would become bankrupt due to the incomplete straight.
The cheaters doubled and half raised the ante. Taehyuk followed along faithfully.
Finally, the last hidden card remained, with the pot closing up to 100 million. It was impossible to know if Taehyuk had completed the straight or not.
A cheater said, Hyun, should we eat from the same table as someone who was trying for a straight? HRMM. I'm sure I didn't complete the straight. Either way, I will call. This bastard.
A curse emerged from the mouth of a cheater.
Tae-hyuk bluffed against himself.
If it wasn't for the dealer, then the cheaters might have been deceived by his acting. However, all of the cheaters knew Tae-hyuk's hand.
In the end, the straight wasn't completed.
There wouldn't even be a single pair, resulting in a garbage hand.
I also call. Shall I now hand out the hidden card?
The dealer handed each of the players a card.
In the end, Tae-hyuk didn't forfeit.
The cheaters smiled with satisfaction. The three of them had joined together to trick the beginner. In the end, he would open the hidden card and realize that his choices were wrong. He would fall into the swamp of despair.
The dealer said. Then everyone is waiting for their hidden. One card from above. One card from above. And another from the bottom. The one card from the top again. The dealer knew the order of all the cards in his deck and could freely draw out the desired hand. He could give the opponent the hand he wanted.
He wore a uniform, but the dealer was a skilled card cheat.
Each player checked their hidden card. Please disclose your hands.
The dealer declared. The players would declare their hand in turn. One cheater scratched the back of his head and said,
Ace-2 pair.
The one sitting in front of him touched his chin and revealed his hand.
This guy. Aren't you unlucky today? I have a 333. The last cheater shook his head. TSK. It seems like I have one. Straight sevens.
Then he moved to grab the money piled on the table.
Seo Tae-hyuk watched the cheaters with an emotionless face and opened his mouth. Wait a moment. You still haven't checked my hand. The card cheats looked at Tae-hyuk with absurd expressions. I see. Sorry, yes. Did you complete the straight?
Their expressions indicated that it was absolutely impossible.
I'm sorry about this. No matter what is publicly disclosed, it is impossible to do a straight 6. However, there is still a chance that my hand is a flush. Certainly.
2 of the 4 patterns were the same. If the 3 hidden cards had the same pattern, then it would be a flush.
Ha. I'm sorry.
Then the dealer, who had been watching quietly, moved. He showed his hand to everyone.
A flush of aces.
Then cheaters started moaning.
Kook. Dealer Nim. This NPC is too strong. In this present situation, that hand is a foul.
The dealer scratched his head with a sorry expression.
I'm sorry. I was lucky.
He was smiling, but his eyes were cold.
With this, the newcomer would completely lose all of his money.
He just needed to lose 1 or 2 more times, and he would be completely broke.
Isn't gambling really fun? For
a moment, the people gathered at the table thought that they didn't hear Tae-hyuk's words properly.
Wasn't this a situation where all of his money was flying away? Sometimes this happens.
Tae-hyuk slowly revealed his hand. The cheaters who saw it sat down.
The dealers shrieked. That is ridiculous. How is your hidden card a 3? I never.
Obviously, he had given Tae-hyuk the wrong hand.
However, Seo Tae-hyuk had a 3 as his hidden card, and completed the straight 6.
The cheater who finished with the straight 7 shouted.
That doesn't beat my straight. But, what is that expression? Everyone is mistaken. My hand isn't a straight.
At that moment, Tae-hyuk's atmosphere changed. The mask he was using was broken, and the wicked smile of a cheater appeared.
The straight is a hand that can evolve one step further. Now, take a closer look at my hand. They
hadn't cared about the pattern of the cards because they were worried about the completion of the straight.
The 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight cards all had the same pattern. Straight flush.
It broke through the odds of 1/649/740, and had appeared before them.
Tae-hyuk said quietly. However, why did you say that it was impossible for a 3 to come out? Do you have a hand injury? I know what you are doing. But it couldn't stop me.
Tae-hyuk seemed to be saying to the cheaters.
This bastard. You are also a card cheat. They realized it. The person in front of them wasn't an easy mark.
He was a card cheat like themselves.
A monster with tremendous skill. But I think the T is a little old. There are marks all over it. There should be a duplicate T. Shall we use it? T equals not sure, but it seems to be a machine or holder that holds the cards. Ugh. This bastard.
T allowed them to remove a card from the deck.
The one on the table was a specially made product.
Without this, the dealer couldn't draw out his desired hand. If he rejected Tae-hyuk's request here, then it would be the same as confessing that he was a cheater. In the end, the tea was replaced and a new game started.
I will make you lose.
The dealer lost the previous battle. The other cheaters started fighting Tae-hyuk with their own techniques in order to defend their final pride. After exactly 5 games, they lost their money.
Tae-hyuk's money had tripled in an instant.
His total cash stack amounted to 150 million, something he achieved in only 2 hours.
Han Sang-won said. HRMM. Everything was taken?
Tae-hyuk wasn't playing against ordinary guests, and instead was playing against card cheats hired by SY Capital. If they lost money, then it would become SY's mistake.
Han Sang-won laughed.
He looked at the dealer kowtowing to him with a cold expression. Han Sang-won took off his suit jacket.
I'm sorry. I thought he was a sucker.
He was a card cheat hiding tremendous skills.
Well, that might be the case. But you should be prepared to lose one finger. Please, just.
Han Sang-won took out a phone from his pocket and started dialing a number.
It's me. Call Kim Shin-hyung. I have a direct opponent for him.
Kim Shin-hyung was the best card cheat that SY had.
He hung up after 10 minutes. Han Sang-won wiped the bloody knife with a handkerchief.
He opened the door to greet Kim Shin-hyung.
You wouldn't call me for an ordinary person. Who is it? Co Tae-hyuk. It is the first time I've heard that name. Is he a card cheat active abroad? No, he's a high school student. Ha!
Han Sang-won walked out with Kim Shin-hyung, stepping around the dealer holding his bloody hand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 35. Chapter 35, Ill-fated relationship from a past life. Number 6.
Tae-hyuk looked down at the vitamin boxes, which had increased to a total of 3 boxes. The money that he first brought into the casino was 30 million won, the total amount of money that he had saved up.
The total had now increased by 5 times.
The dealer and the players that he was playing with disappeared after someone called them away.
SY lost a lot of money, so it isn't over yet. Han Sang-won's ability was being able to stretch out the profits.
For example, he had led Tae-hyuk to a table with 4 card cheats, who had been waiting for the appropriate target to appear. If there was a mixture of regular guests, then there wouldn't be a large amount of profit. He was able to perfectly deceive them because they were card cheats.
A bellboy pushing a drinks cart passed by Tae-hyuk. Can I have a drink? Of course, guest Nim.
As the lounge of a luxury hotel, it offered free drinks. There was whiskey with ice in it, cocktails made with sweet fruity liqueur, and vodka with Kahlua.
They were easy and quick drinks. Drinking 2 glasses would make a person's self-control go away. Tae-hyuk picked a cherry cocktail without any alcohol in it.
He sipped it while watching the other tables before someone walked up behind him.
Guess Nim, you are better than I thought. Ah, if it isn't Han Sang-won. However, where did the people playing the game go?
I wanted to play for longer.
Han Sang-won smiled, but his fingers were trembling. Everybody is busy. I want to introduce you to another table. I don't think there are any more empty seats. If you don't mind, I have made a special place for you. How about it?
I don't care who they are today.
It doesn't matter. Han Sang-won asked me again to confirm.
Where is Detective Park? Well, he became very drunk, so I told him to go and rest.
Is that so? Then let's go. Tae-hyuk didn't miss Han Sang-won's mouth going up.
The protector is gone, so he can act as he like.
But is that really the case? Han Sang-won led Tae-hyuk to the manager's room.
There was a dealer with a bandage around his arm and a man with sharp eyes waiting for him.
Guest Nim. This is Kim Shin-hyung.
He is someone with some knowledge about how to play poker.
I think it will be a good game. Han Sang-won, is this your idea? A one-on-one game is no fun unless the stakes are higher. Ha ha. Don't worry. I will raise the basic bet to 3 million. Are you satisfied with that?
It meant that he had no intention of drawing this out for a long time.
In fact, Tae-hyuk was the same. The more the merrier. Han Sang-won gritted his teeth at Tae-hyuk's appearance.
He was a man who started at the bottom and rose through the ranks to the position of manager of the branch office. However, it was the first time he met a type like Co Tae-hyuk. At first, he thought it was due to Park Young-bae. However, that attitude didn't change, even after he had disappeared.
What caused such self-confidence? This was their territory. The opponent hadn't realized that he walked into the mouth of a lion. If he just used a little strength, then he could kill this wannabe brat.
Han Sang-won trembled with a strange joy at the thought.
Then let's get started right away. It seems like the dealer isn't feeling well, so I will deal the hands.
Taehyuk greeted Kim Shin-hyun, who he would be playing a big game with from now on. Please take care of me, Ajushi. Play well, child. Kim Shin-hyun's eyes were different from the other card cheats that Taehyuk had met so far.
He seemed to relax after seeing Taehyuk's appearance. He has the eyes of a lion about to catch a rabbit. Taehyuk licked his lips.
Until now, it was just a simple massacre.
The game right now could be called the beginning of the fight.
The 7-card stud poker game progressed quickly until the third hand. Taehyuk smoothly received the cards. He had 3 cards in his hand, a pair of 7s and 1 ace. In this situation, it was natural to open with the ace and hide the pair.
However, he didn't do just that.
On the next turn, if he got an ace and got 2 pairs, then it would be difficult to raise the pot.
Taehyuk didn't hesitate to reveal one of the 7s.
His eyes drifted over to Kim Shin-hyun's hands. The latter had revealed a 2 earlier than Taehyuk, so it was likely that he was in the same situation as Taehyuk. He was probably holding either an ace, king, or queen in his hand, and had only revealed one of the pair of 2s. Taehyuk guessed that he was probably aiming for a higher 2 pair.
Even so, it was too early in the hand to confidently say so.
It was almost at the same time that he received the cards. No matter how skilled a card cheat Kim Shin-hyun was, it wasn't a judgment that could be made quickly.
Did he have a triple 2? Or, he might be making a bluff. Taehyuk frowned. The opening hand alone could cause a psychological warfare. This was what the top-ranking professional gamblers were all about. Can I accept it as an acknowledgement of my abilities?
Then, I am sorry, as I can see all of his cards.
Taehyuk manipulated the demon revealing mirror and used the spying skill.
The cards that Kim Shin-hyun currently had appeared on the mirror.
It is also a pair of 2s.
The hand wasn't that special, so he was probably trying to make it seem like a triple. Kim Shin-hyun must have skills if Han Sang-won was so confident in bringing him to the table. Then Kim Shin-hyun drew 2 successive 2s and took the victory.
Taehyuk's first defeat. Color started to return to Han Sang-won's face. Taehyuk wasn't as good as he thought. Just as he was thinking this. Let's start the next hand. After that, Taehyuk kept on forfeiting.
That's how overwhelming Kim Shin-hyun's hands were. It was like his clothes were becoming wet with rain. In no time, 50 million won of Taehyuk's money had disappeared. The power of the default 3 million won bet was bigger than he thought.
Han Sang-won's expression kept getting brighter and brighter. Now, the only thing left was to take away everything Taehyuk had left. He quietly issued new instructions to Kim Shin-hyun.
Taehyuk looked at the cards in his hand. A triple ace had come on the 4th turn. Compared to that, Kim Shin-hyun just had random cards. It seemed like the best he could get was a pair.
It is a trick to make me think that I have good luck. Taehyuk grasped Han Sang-won's plan at a glance. This could determine victory. Taehyuk couldn't avoid the game. I will go half. Aha! This kid is good. Still, I'm pretty tough. I will take it on. Call.
The stakes on the table had become 30 million won. On the 6th card, Taehyuk received another ace and completed the 4 of a kind.
Taehyuk had 2 aces in front of him.
It was a hand that he could bet all of his possessions on. Kim Shin-hyun had a 3, 10, and 4 exposed. Because the pattern of the 3 and 4 were the same, there was the possibility of a straight flush. However, for that to happen, all his hidden cards had to be a hit.
The probably was like winning the lotto.
In a situation where only the last hidden card remained, Taehyuk confirmed his hand through spying.
The 5 and 6 of spades.
It is also a straight flush. However, the hidden card had to be a 2 or 7 of spades.
Kim Shin-hyun said. In fact, I still haven't completed my hand. Based on the showing cards though, you should have at least a triple. I will bet everything on the last hidden card and declare all in.
He declared all in before receiving the hidden card. If Taehyuk accepted it, then the 2 people's hands would be revealed and the hidden cards drawn.
Taehyuk bet 150 million won.
With the 150 million won that Han Sang-won had prepared, the pot added up to a total of 300 million won.
If he died here, then he would lose 30 million won.
However, if he accepted, then he would win 300 million won and would be a big winner.
Obviously, Taehyuk was in a favorable situation.
Taehyuk already had 4 of a kind. On the other hand, Kim Shin-hyung had to draw one of 2 cards to complete his hand.
Taehyuk immediately answered like it was a no-brainer. Call. Ha 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 ha.
Your face hasn't changed despite possibly winning 300 million.
It really is amazing.
You have guts. I will pull out the last hidden card.
Taehyuk said. Wait a minute. I don't know what type of trick you might use, so put the card on the table.
I will check the card first.
Kim Shin-hyung declared. It doesn't matter.
Han Sang-won chuckled from where he was watching.
Ha ha ha. Guest Nim. Surely you don't think there will be a trick at the end?
I heard that Guest Nim also enjoys tricks.
Won't you win even if you don't use it? Oh ha 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 ha. Let's see what will happen.
In the end, their 2 hands were revealed. Kim Shin-hyung had an unfinished hand, and needed to pull out a 2 or 7 of spades. Meanwhile, Taehyuk already had the ace card that completed his hand. Taehyuk pulled a card to stop any cheating and laid it out on the table. Kim Shin-hyung then pulled out the next one on top and turned it over.
It was a 7 of spades.
Kim Shin-hyung completed the straight flush.
Han Sang-won started to laugh as he saw it. Bravo! As expected of Kim Shin-hyung. Truly great to watch. Guest Nim, I'm truly sorry. This game seems to be our victory. Han Sang-won tried to gather the 300 million won that was piled on the table.
However, Taehyuk reached out and obstructed his actions.
What? It's surely over. What is this? Do you want to do this? Try it, you fucker. No.
I haven't drawn my hidden card yet.
The game isn't over. Ka ha 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 ha. What is this? Guest Nim. Your hand is a 4 of a kind. 4 of a kind. It has already been completed. Are you trying to draw a card to make a royal straight flush or something?
That still remains to be seen, so I'll pull a card anyway.
Just try it. Even you can't win, unless you are a god. Taehyuk said. A god. The god of gambling. I have something similar.
Then I will choose my hidden card. Taehyuk pulled out a card and turned it over.
Then, he said. That reminds me, poker only uses 52 out of the 54 cards, right? The 2 remaining ones are pitiful, so I mixed them in.
He pulled out a card from his sleeve. Taehyuk had chosen the Joker card.
It was a card with the potential to be anything. I will turn the Joker into an ace.
My hand will now have 5 aces, becoming the strongest hand.
I think it is my victory. This bastard. Playing a prank. Han Sang-won cried out with agitation. Don't think you can play around like this. Everybody, come in and pull out this crazy brat. Taehyuk shrugged. Then he said. In fact, I already knew. It wouldn't even matter if I won 300 million, or even 3 billion. Han Sang-won wouldn't ever give me that money. Of course. You're crazy if you think I will give money to you. Fuck. Do you have eyes? Are you looking down on me? I will throw you into the ocean today. Shit. What are they doing? Come in and drag this kid out.
However, no one replied to his calls.
There is one thing. I definitely came with Detective Park Young-bae, but what is he doing right now? He went to rest after becoming drunk. Wait a minute. Perhaps. Taehyuk laughed. You were so focused on the game that you didn't even hear the fuss outside. It seems that I should be the one say checkmate.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 36. Chapter 36, Ill-fated relationship from a past life. Number 7. Park Young-bae did better than Taehyuk initially thought. Taehyuk's purpose wasn't simply to win a large sum from gambling.
Even if he won now, the threat of a predator wouldn't disappear, as long as SY existed.
SY might strike again to take away something else that was precious. In the end, he had to win the war, and not just the battle.
To get rid of the predator, it was necessary to pull out its teeth and claws in order to weaken them. In the case of SY, their money represented those teeth and those claws. Destroy the illegal casino system itself.
According to Big Mama's information, most of SY's operating funds were supplied from this casino. If it disappeared, then the organization would naturally die out in suit.
It was the best way to get rid of the ghost from a previous life. In order to do that, Park Young-bae's cooperation was essential. Tae-hyuk had promised him 50% of the profits earned from today's events.
Han Sang-won murmured in a trembling voice. What is going on?
As if to answer his question, the door to the manager's room opened. A person in a suit burst in and shouted in an urgent voice.
SS Sang-won Hyung-nim. It is serious. I told you to call me chief. Where is that bastard Park Young-bae? That. What about it? Hyung-nim should run away.
The police are out there.
Han Sang-won's face distorted in an instant. Son of a bitch. How much have I paid him in the up to now? Tae-hyuk started to take the money piled up on the table while Han Sang-won was distracted by the sudden appearance of the police. It was 300 million in total.
It was already lucky that he previously gained 50 million won. If not, he would have needed to mobilize 007 bags to move it. He started out with 30 million won, and it had literally multiplied by around 10 times its original amount. The professional gambler fled, and has probably been arrested by the police officers guarding the exit.
Kim Shin-hyun could no longer be seen.
His wits were incredible, since he gambled for a living.
Co. Tae-hyuk. Han Sang-won glared at Tae-hyuk.
Tae-hyuk replied with a sudden expression of remorse.
Chief. Doesn't Nuna still owe you 250 million won?
Tae-hyuk extended the money to Han Sang-won. Once the police came in, the money would be no different from toilet paper. He acted like this while knowing that fact.
Quack. This bastard. Han Sang-won couldn't resist the urge and pulled out a knife. Don't you have to run away?
Kim Shin-hyun has already escaped.
Meanwhile, the police encirclement is narrowing.
The manager's room had a back door.
Tae-hyuk thought it would be best for Han Sang-won to run away there.
Park Young-bae, who was armed, would soon come here to receive the money that could be called the profits of this case. Before that happened, it would be more than easy for Han Sang-won to disappear. However, more than 3 minutes had already passed by.
This bad detective. He is completely late.
Thus, Tae-hyuk had to deal with Han Sang-won alone.
Fuck. I'll kill you now, even if it means getting caught. Tae-hyuk felt sweat flowing down his back. Isn't this a dangerous situation?
There were loud sounds coming from outside the door. The guests who came to the casino had become mixed up in this mess. At that moment, something unexpected happened.
Crime skill, violence has been learnt. Can use iron pipes?
Tae-hyuk stared at the demon-revealing mirror with an absurd expression.
It is good that I received a new skill. What? Can use iron pipes? That was the end of it. If I have the violence skill, then shouldn't I be able to win in a 17:1 fight? But what is this? Despite how he felt, Tae-hyuk tried to use the skill. Then, as if it had always been there, an iron pipe appeared out of thin air. He caught it, since there were additional capabilities. The cold feeling in my hand. I can only wield it in moderation. This really is the end for me.
Unlike his bad appearance, Tae-hyuk was a model student who had never been in a fight before.
Even if he had the iron pipe, he wouldn't be able to win in a fight against Han Sang-won, who was a gangster. I don't know. It is better than nothing.
The agitated Han Sang-won rushed towards him and swung his knife towards Tae-hyuk's arm to try and cut a wrist artery.
Tae-hyuk aimed the iron pipe towards Han Sang-won's head. Kong. There was a loud thud and the opponent's body shook. Isn't this better than I thought? Tae-hyuk had never seen a fight between criminals. All he could remember from the movies were the protagonists attacking the enemies.
Even so, he was able to deal an intense blow to Han Sang-won's head. The iron pipe, summoned by the violence skill, moved as if it was part of his body.
With the effect of your stamina, you can deal stronger blows. Agility will allow you to move more swiftly. My stats are applied. Tae-hyuk was filled with admiration.
Violence was a simple skill that allowed him to summon an iron pipe. But when he held it in his hands, his stamina and agility stats were reflected within, and he could make stronger and more agile movements. While Han Sang-won was the master of the back alley fights, Tae-hyuk was unlikely to lose this one.
This bitch.
After being hit by the iron pipe, Han Sang-won ran aggressively towards Tae-hyuk.
Tae-hyuk stepped forward and calmly swung the pipe towards the hand holding the knife. Bam! Quiet! Han Sang-won screamed and dropped the knife he was holding. Tae-hyuk confirmed it with the demon-revealing mirror. With the previous blow, he had completely learned the crime skill. It was the first time that he had received 2 skills from one incident. D-I-E. This bastard.
Han Sang-won roared and ran to the table in the corner of the manager's room. He pulled out a pistol from the drawer, aiming it at Tae-hyuk.
Crazy, this isn't America where guns are everywhere, you know? Tae-hyuk gave more strength to the hand holding the iron pipe. How could he fight against an enemy with a gun, instead of a knife?
At that moment, the reinforcement that he had been waiting for arrived.
Chief Han.
You keep acting poorly until the end. You lost.
Clink.
Park Young-bae entered the room, pulled out a gun and aimed it at Han Sang-won's head.
Detective, Park. This bastard dared betray me.
Don't misunderstand me, as we weren't on the same side in the first place.
Have you forgotten that there is somebody behind this organization? Park Young-bae laughed. I know.
That person is politician Park Young-hwan, who, for reference, was caught in a political scandal last month, and is now confined in a halfway house.
Quack. Han Sang-won grit his teeth. Park Young-bae knew everything, so his bluff wouldn't work.
SY was an organization raised on the back of a politician, which was why the police weren't able to handle them properly. They pretended not to see the many criminal actions, but now it was different.
It looks like you are saving money in order to make connections with other politicians. However, that is the wrong move. A few days ago, the name of SY emerged from Park Young-won's mouth. You are now a walking bomb. There is no one who will carry that bomb. It is the end of SY. Han Sang-won lost his spirit and sat down. Tae-hyuk, who had been watching the conversation between the two people, opened his mouth. Detective Park, you are completely late.
Park Young-bae spoke while handcuffing Han Sang-won. I forgot to say the Miranda rights because I was too busy talking.
Chief Han, you heard it roughly. Saliva emerged from Han Sang-won's mouth. Things became a mess. Park Young-bae placed Han Sang-won in a corner and turned his attention to Tae-hyuk. He came here alone because there was something he wanted. By the way, why was he pointing a gun at you? Even if he is a criminal, isn't that overkill? Does a corrupt cop care about that? Ah ha ha. Then, let's split the revenue. Tae-hyuk showed Park Young-bae the vitamin drink boxes containing money. There were 4 boxes with 50 million won each.
Well, that is 200 million, and will be divided 5:5 per the contract.
100 million each. Park Young-bae received 2 vitamin boxes from Tae-hyuk.
He checked the contents and made a satisfied expression. He had completely swept up the bad guys, and had also got some extra income doing so.
It was a rewarding day. It is surprising that Mama knows someone like you.
I confess that I did some investigation, since it was a proposal from a kid.
So it is like that. Well, it doesn't matter.
You were the one who uncovered the crimes of Park Young-won's son. Additionally, on the same day, Park Young-won's wrongdoings were uncovered.
Don't you think this is a strange coincidence? Tae-hyuk laughed. Park Young-bae was more competent than he initially thought.
However, he wouldn't discover the truth of this case. Well, maybe we had a relationship in a past life.
A relationship? Probably an ill-fated one. Ha ha.
An ill-fated relationship from a past life. Anyways, if you have another job similar to this one, then contact me again.
I'll be waiting. Then there was a signal from Park Young-bae's walkie-talkie. Detective Park. The situation is ending. Yes. I am coming now.
Park Young-bae pointed to the back door of the manager's room.
Go out that way.
I'll instruct them to release the net for a moment.
Thank you. Then. Corrupt policeman Park Young-bae. Tae-hyuk left the casino, Park Young-bae gazing after him.
Tae-hyuk sighed with relief as he sat down on his bed.
The long day had ended. Detective Park. I'm sorry, but didn't you know about this? Tae-hyuk took off his clothes, revealing the wads of cash taped underneath.
Today, he had earned a total of 100 million from SY Capital.
It is too big of an investment to only regain half. Haran had 50 million stolen from her. He spent almost 20 million on the information. In addition, 30 million out of the 300 million was originally his.
No matter how he thought about it, earning 100 million was a deficit. It was the right answer to hide some money in advance. In a situation where guns were pointed at each other, one mistake could cost a person their lives. In the midst of all that, Tae-hyuk had been concealing the money.
In the end, I received 200 million. Tae-hyuk laughed.
Not long ago, he had been working as a delivery man at a Chinese restaurant for 10,000 won. Now, he had just earned 200 million in one night. It felt strange. However, he had promised to take back 10 times the lost money.
It was a bit lacking. There are still gifts left. This time, please be satisfied.
Taehyuk whispered into Haran's ears, who had fallen asleep waiting for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 37. Chapter 37, Aid. I'm really sorry. I should have been paying more attention.
Cho Kang-suk bowed from where he was sitting at the kitchen table, a heartfelt expression of regret on his face. Although Kang-suk had the face of a friendly neighborhood hyung, he was actually a homicide detective. He had been too busy these past 3 weeks. He only said that he had a case, and that he hadn't been able to catch the culprit yet.
Taehyuk put the cutlery down in front of Kang-suk and said, Hyung doesn't need to be sorry, because I know that you are busy with work. Still. Who? No.
I couldn't receive phone calls properly because I was in meetings every single day.
I'll kill him. Kang-suk became aware of the events that happened to Taehyuk and Haran after everything was resolved.
He truly seemed to be suffering at the fact that he was no help.
Kang-suk turned and looked at Haran's back, who was cooking food in the kitchen.
Haran said that she wanted to go back to university.
Yes.
If I knew this, then I wouldn't have donated all of my monetary rewards.
Taehyuk laughed. He felt like he was looking at a puppy that wanted to help its owner. Why don't you confess? I'll help you. What does that mean? How could I say that to Haran? Hyun likes Nuna, it's written all over your face. Kang-suk's face turned beet red. The hulking bear easily became a simpleton. That isn't it.
I have decided to first start as friends.
Friends? What is Hyung doing?
It was easy for even Taehyuk, who had no experience in dating, to know that Kang-suk was taking the wrong approach with Haran.
Anyways, have you been studying well? Wow, what a change in subject. Taehyuk realized something after the Rosario theft and the SY Capital incidents. He couldn't take care of Haran and Taemin alone.
In addition, I will have to start fighting the blacklist members in earnest.
Kang-suk was a protector, who he could ask for help when things got dangerous.
Taehyuk believed that was enough, but it turned out that wasn't the case. Therefore, Taehyuk prepared a big plan to change the future, which was to decrease the gap between Kang-suk and Haran.
He could trust Kang-suk with Haran.
At the very least, he was a man who would shed his own blood before making a woman cry.
Besides, he likes Nuna.
Even Taehyuk could tell that his sister was nice and pretty, so it wasn't unusual for Kang-suk to fall for her.
Will he actually become my Hyung?
According to Taehyuk's memories, Kang-suk was an old bachelor in his 40s.
Kang-suk wasn't a popular type among women.
In addition, he spent most of his youth running around, catching criminals. In the end, he attended a matchmaker to find a marriage partner, however, his dates would run away upon seeing Kang-suk.
A big bear sitting down in a suit. It was quite a shocking sight. Kang-suk started to say that he was married to crime.
In the end, he abandoned dating.
Hyung is charming when he laughs. Taehyuk lowered his voice to avoid Haran hearing and said, Kang-suk Hyung. This is a gift. Taehyuk handed him an envelope with a smirk. Are these planetarium admission tickets? Go with Nuna when you have some time on the weekend, she likes to see the stars. Say it is between friends. Can't you go and play with that? Kang-suk coughed unnecessarily loudly. Cough. I appreciate it. I have work this weekend though. Then go next week. These tickets last for a month anyways.
I'm sorry, but my weekends won't be free until this incident is over.
Sob. I like the stars as well. Kang-suk lowered his head.
Taehyuk felt a strange protective instinct emerge as he saw the hulking bear with a dispirited expression.
While Hyung looks after Nuna. I feel a strange maternal instinct. Taehyuk knew the truth about the two people. Haran would be entering a dormitory cram school next month. Prior to that, Taehyuk wanted for her to go on at least 2 or 3 dates with Kang-suk.
In order for that to happen, I need to solve Hyung's murder case. Kang-suk had been working 7 days a week recently. Even if he wanted to get closer to Haran, there was just no time to.
Taehyuk asked in a small voice. By the way, Hyung. What case is it now? Well, I'm sorry but I can't say.
Now that the mass media has caught wind of it, special instructions have come down.
Special instructions? Kang-suk mind zipping his mouth closed. Taehyuk found out a few facts from Kang-suk's words.
First of all, There were at least 2 possible incidents if it needed to be kept secret. The media was more likely to make a fuss about a serial murder case. Or, if they didn't want the media knowing, then it might be a terrorist attack that would cause a huge blow to the economy.
Obviously, Kang-suk was responsible for one of 2 things. Cho Kang-suk said. Anyway, let's eat.
In front of the 2 people, there was the delicious smell of cooked mackerel.
I have to do this for Kang-suk. Tae-hyuk grumbled as he used the violence skill on the roof of a house.
In order for Kang-suk and Haran to go on a date, Kang-suk's serial killer case had to be resolved. He wouldn't have any time to spare before it was resolved. Tae-hyuk was going to use his crime skills to help Kang-suk. In the end, Kang-suk's job would be to take care of Haran.
First of all, let's check the performance of this skill.
The previous criminals that he met until now hadn't been all that dangerous.
He had to figure out exactly what he could do.
Cho Kang-suk, a homicide detective, had been struggling for a few weeks, so it obviously wasn't an ordinary criminal.
Maybe it is one of the blacklist members.
Tae-hyuk organized the list of criminals that he had written down. He memorized the dangerous criminals' names, what they were doing, and how they got caught.
It was all listed in the blacklist. HRMM. So far, I've met 5? But one day, he would meet all of them.
Tae-hyuk was sure of it. He had met Yu Cheol-ho on the day he received the future memories. Tae-hyuk had then helped put him in prison.
Less than 3 weeks later, he got involved in the incident with Park Young-won's son, Park Sung-kwon.
Not long after that, he met the thief Moonlight Flower and Big Mama. They were all criminals that Tae-hyuk remembered.
Wasn't this too much to be dismissed as a coincidence?
It seemed like they were pulling him towards them.
Either way, this criminal isn't a joke. Who is it? The prosecutors wouldn't be so desperate to conceal it if he wasn't a cruel person.
Anyway, Tae-hyuk felt confident now that he had acquired the violence skill. Unlike in the past, he could now physically overpower the opponent. It gave him a strange confidence.
Tae-hyuk grabbed the iron pipe created by the violence skill.
It allowed him to use his strength and agility. Tae-hyuk wielded the iron pipe on the roof to rest how strong he was. Certainly, my body moves well, but I still don't think it is enough to fight 17:1. Tae-hyuk was obsessed with the number 17:1.
Among Tae-hyuk's current stats, the lowest one was agility at 24 points.
Therefore, the movement of the iron pipe didn't appeal to his spirit.
If he could attack a little quicker.
Anyhow, I can summon an iron pipe anytime I like.
Isn't this surprisingly usable? The pipe was dented, and there was a handprint on it.
At first, he was worried that moving it incorrectly would cause the pipe to bend. However, testing showed that it was very hard. It didn't get any scratches, even when he put all his weight into it. He would be able to use it as support in emergency situations. Tae-hyuk put the iron pipe on his shoulder and pulled out the smartphone in his pocket. It was a phone that he had newly acquired after the last incident.
The time for restoring is almost over. He checked and there were still a few minutes remaining.
The smartphone used by Kang-suk stored most of the data on its own server. If he had the ID and password, then he could download it to his own smartphone. He could see everything from the contacts to the messages Kang-suk sent.
Tae-hyuk asked Kang-suk for help with purchasing a new phone.
In the meantime, he had been using Haran's old folder phone. In other words, it was a natural monument compared to the advanced technology of the smartphone. Kang-suk made an enlightened expression, like an American missionary visiting Korea, and started his lecture. In the meantime, Tae-hyuk grabbed Kang-suk's smartphone and obtained the ID and password.
It was that simple to obtain Kang-suk's personal information. I'd like to see some information about the investigation. Please don't let me get nudes by mistake.
First, he decided to be satisfied with this much.
After a few moments, the restoration of the phone was completed perfectly.
A smartphone with the same information as Kang-suk's was born.
Then shall I check his messages?
Tae-hyuk skillfully navigated the touchscreen to check the messages in mailbox.
Wow!
I feel nervous when there are no apps.
By the way, he hasn't linked his mail account yet? He uses a smartphone like an old phone. Tae-hyuk clicked his tongue. Kang-suk acted like a primitive person. But Kang-suk was like a caveman. Kang-suk only used 3 things on his smartphone: telephone calls, text messages, and the map. Anyway, he was able to get a clue about this case.
Then he muttered with a blank expression.
Wait a minute. Is Hyung part of this bastard's case? He was one of the 5 worst criminals recorded in the blacklist. The Watering Hippo. That was his nickname. Tae-hyuk stared at a bathroom from far away. One officer was standing guard.
TL, bathroom in this case seems to refer to the public baths or sauna in Korea, not toilets. Perhaps this is where the incident happened. Tae-hyuk referred to the blacklist as he chased after the trail of the hippo. But there was one strange thing. The hippo he remembered didn't start now, but 3 months later. Then why were there already victims? But looking at the method and frequency, the criminal was clearly the hippo. There are already 2 victims. There was a common point about the days when the hippo committed a crime. It was a day with a full moon. He murdered every 29 days. Tae-hyuk looked up at the sky. There was a round man with a slight dark edge in a corner. There was 3 days to the next full moon. Before that, he had to find the trail of the hippo.
Let's make a connection.
Tae-hyuk took out his phone and called the officer standing guard. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Aid Number 2. Tae-hyuk first needed to check the crime scene to know his opponent. The cop. Kang-suk's address book contained almost 800 people. Despite his appearance, Kang-suk was a meticulous person. Therefore, his contacts were organized by category. A total of 19 people. It was more than he thought. First, he had to find out who was protecting the entrance to the bathroom. I would be nice if he had a badge with a name on it. Do I need to check them all?
Tae-hyuk called the cops in Kang-suk's contacts.
Doruru Dash. Who is it? Is this Haeun's phone? No. Ah. I'm really sorry.
Tae-hyuk repeated the same thing 10 times before he found the right cop. As the phone signal rang, the phone of the cop in front of him started ringing.
He is Kim Jong-wook. Tae-hyuk imitated Cho Kang-suk's voice using voice modulation. Kim Jong-wook? It's me, Detective Cho Kang-suk. Detective Cho Kang-suk. What is going on? Tae-hyuk inwardly cheered.
Indeed, a cop should know the police officers in charge of this case.
I think I left my phone behind while investigating the crime scene. Can you take a look at the counter? Yes, I understand. I will do so straight away.
Kim Jong-wook followed Cho Kang-suk's instructions and disappeared in the direction of the bathroom.
He was holding a flashlight. It looked good from a distance. Then, let's go.
Tae-hyuk avoided the cop's eyes as much as possible as he stealthily crept up to the crime scene.
By the way, their salaries. What about their pensions?
He moved on to thinking about happy things for Haran's future. The bathroom where the murder took place had crime scene tape all around the entrance.
Tae-hyuk laughed. He was wearing a leather jacket and skinny jeans, with an iron pipe in one hand. He had the perfect appearance of a criminal. Once the violence skill was activated, his physical abilities increased according to his physical stats. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen. I don't want to be arrested as the criminal right now.
Despite having little to no knowledge of criminal profiling, Seo Tae-hyuk knew one fact. It was something frequently covered in crime novels and movies: a criminal always goes back to the scene of the crime. This was why the police were stationed at where the second murder took place. Therefore, he had to hide if he didn't want any unusual misunderstandings to take place. Tae-hyuk looked at the iron pipe that he was holding. Well, hopefully I won't have to use this. The body was found was in the women's bathroom. There was a strange atmosphere, due to it being a place where a person had died.
The evidence collected by the police left a dust trail.
However, according to the blacklist, there was definitely one thing remaining. The bathroom was empty of water. Instead, the shape of a person crouching down was drawn with a white spray.
Tae-hyuk felt goosebumps as he saw it.
3 weeks ago, someone had died in the exact same position as the picture. Tae-hyuk took out a notebook from his pocket and used the forgery skill to draw the crime scene as a reference. At that moment, a strange illusion emerged in front of Tae-hyuk's eyes.
Ugh. What? Aak.
There was a naked woman with her arms tied behind her back. Her body was trapped in a bathtub full of water. Her neck was tied up, and she couldn't move her head. Still, she was able to breathe due to the long tube in her mouth.
And the tube. Heek. Kiak.
Tae-hyuk started breathing roughly.
He couldn't even understand what he had just seen.
He had just used the forgery skill, so why did that image appear?
Tae-hyuk pulled out the demon revealing mirror. The forgery skill has found an intense image. The work has been completed through automatic mode.
Tae-hyuk looked at his notebook, as if he was enchanted by something. There was a picture of a dying woman that had been created by the forgery skill in less than a minute. The picture was drawn with a pen, and yet it seemed so real. Ugh. At that moment, Tae-hyuk bent over as he felt some nausea. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten dinner yet. He just felt a little sick. Tae-hyuk knew extrasensory perceptions were similar to this. It was psychometry. The ability to see images from objects and places. The forgery skill was similar to that. However, he couldn't rejoice. The image of the person dying was intensely burnt into Tae-hyuk's brain. It seemed like the scene would emerge every time he closed his eyes, like a curse. Tae-hyuk bit his lip. He had come here to confirm if the killer was truly the hippo. It wasn't to see a woman dying. This had happened almost 1 month ago. He wouldn't be found right now. First of all, let's finish up here. Tae-hyuk shook his head to forget the scene he just saw. He entered the bathroom. If the killer was truly the hippo, then it had to be here. Tae-hyuk leaned down towards the floor. He started to carefully search it. Sometimes there was a white powder visible in the water. It was creepy, but he licked it. It was salt. No matter how good the police were, it wasn't easy to find it mixed in with the water. The murder tool is salt water. Tae-hyuk was reminded of that person. The hippo. Originally, he was a serial killer who would start his activities in 3 months. He was one of the worst 5 criminals in Tae-hyuk's blacklist. He had awakened earlier than scheduled. Tae-hyuk then had a sudden realization: he was currently the only one in the country who knew the hippo's identity. Cho Kong-suk looked at his watch with an anxious expression. 15 minutes had passed since the promised meeting time. This is why punctuality is a problem in Korea. He pulled out his phone and checked the message that had arrived 30 minutes ago. Sunbae. I am leaving now. I'll be there in 10 minutes. That was more than 10 minutes ago. Kong-suk finished his lukewarm coffee and went to the counter to get a refill. Thanks to his younger brother, he realized that this cafe was a very good place for meeting people. He had been using it often since then. Kong-suk took out the envelope that Tae-hyuk gave him as a gift. It was a planetarium admission ticket that was available for 1 month. On the back was the phone number of a French restaurant with a good atmosphere. It meant to eat here after seeing the stars. Kong-suk couldn't help laughing after seeing it. Who wouldn't want to go? If only I didn't have to catch this criminal. Kong-suk said and put the tickets back in his pocket. Who knows? Maybe the serial killer would suddenly be arrested and he could go out with Haran. There is time left. If I send a message to Haran. But what if I am an annoyance? Oh. Kong-suk grabbed his head as his body trembled. The other guests at the cafe started looking at him. Doesn't he look like a gangster? Looking at his phone and then trembling. Don't tell me. Shoo. Be quiet. He will hear. Kong-suk laughed. Today, he had come to meet a guest. Therefore, he was wearing a suit that didn't fit him well. He had a large muscular body and was over 180 centimeters tall. He had dark sunglasses. At first glance, it was natural for others to misinterpret his strength. Then the man sitting near Kong-suk spoke. Excuse me. Cho Kong-suk Hyunnim? Cho Kong-suk looked at the person. The man was wearing casual attire and had glasses. Who? Oh, sorry for introducing myself so late. I am Shin Se-ho, a PD at ABS station. Shin Se-ho pulled out a business card from his wallet. You are a new PD. Ha ha. You don't need to emphasize it. I'm familiar with you. Detective Cho is very famous among my colleagues. The detective who caught you, Cheol-ho. This meeting was due to chance. Then can I hear the story about that time? Cho Kong-suk clicked his tongue. What chance? He knew the PD had been following him for a few days. Shin Se-ho seated himself in front of Cho Kong-suk. Kong-suk knew why the PD was following him. He smelt the hippo case. I'm sorry, but today I came to meet a junior, not to work. If you want an interview, then please fill out the official forms. Aish, don't be like that. Anyway, I'm here as a customer. So I will just drink hot chocolate from the sidelines. Kong-suk noticed the microphone in Shin Se-ho's pocket. He suddenly felt fatigued. It was hard to fight crime. Now he had to pay attention to the media as well. Kong-suk whipped his hand like he was killing a mosquito. He would receive media persecution if he tried to kick the reporter out of here. He needed to be careful.
Well, do whatever you want. Ha ha. Yes. I understand. Then the door opened and someone entered the cafe. The person was a little taller than Kang-suk, with an intellectual air about him. He was wearing a Rolex watch and an Armani suit. A BMW key was hanging from his fingers. Cho Kang-suk clicked his tongue. He was wearing at least 20 million won, and had the air of a rich person. Ju Hyun-ho? Over here. Sunbae. Aren't I a little bit late? I'm sorry. What is a little bit? I refilled my coffee 5 times while waiting. Aish. I was only a few minutes late. There was nowhere to park. Ju Hyun-ho smiled and sat down in front of Kang-suk. Ju Hyun-ho had the appearance of a celebrity in a high-class suit, so the eyes of the females sitting nearby started to light up. They wanted to talk to him but stopped themselves when they saw Kang-suk sitting opposite him. Ju Hyun-ho was a junior from Kang-suk's university days. He majored in criminal psychology and worked in the criminal behavior analysis team. The so-called profiler. In this field, he was one of the 3 most influential profilers in the country. Kang-suk muttered in a small voice. There is a reporter next to me, so speak softly. I know that you are busy with a lot of cases right now. There is a crime scene that I want you to look at. You know that I don't handle straight murders. He would only take the cases that attracted his interest. Kang-suk hit him on the head. Hey. This is a mystery that we have no clue about. Be serious. Just listen to me. I didn't want to call you. But he is a completely crazy guy. Hyun-ho's eyes shone. He was a man who became a profiler because he liked things like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Aid Number 3. Kang-suk gave a brief outline of the hippo case. Shin Se-ho would just follow him anyway if he moved to another place. The dangerous part was having a conversation without any sensitive information leaking out. Wah! So they drink water until they die. They weren't forced to do it. Hey! Keep quiet. There are ears listening. Egu. Sorry. Hyun-ho bowed exaggeratedly. Kang-suk laughed. Although it had been more than 7 years since they graduated from university, Shin Hyun-ho was still the same old Shin Hyun-ho. The 2 people had met at a university reasoning club. Cho Kang-suk and Ju Hyun-ho liked reasoning out mysteries, and won the TV program Mafia Game. Hyun-ho was the so-called chaebol who owned several buildings in Gangnam. By only breathing, he could earn hundreds of millions of won in a month. Kang-suk always wondered why Hyun-ho became a profiler. Hyun-ho had responded to that question with, I can't be satisfied with only fiction, Sunbae. Kang-suk felt goosebumps when he thought of the Hyun-ho of that time. Hyun-ho. These are my personal thoughts. Yes? I'm glad that you became a profiler. In many ways. Ha. Thank you for praising me, Sunbae. After exchanging some conversation, Kang-suk and Hyun-ho rose from their spot. Kang-suk went to the counter and paid before saying, Hyun-ho, start your car now. Run away. At Kang-suk's words, Ju Hyun-ho ran out. Shin Se-ho, who had been watching the 2 people at ease, was amazed. Cho Kang-suk and Ju Hyun-ho had suddenly disappeared from right in front of him. Today's scoop was over. However, this wasn't enough to make Shin Se-ho give up. After the cafe, Kang-suk and Hyun-ho headed to the bathroom where the second murder occurred. Kang-suk sat in the passenger seat and stretched out. If this case were ever to be exposed to the media, then it wouldn't just end with him taking off all his clothes and begging. Hyun-ho turned on the police signal since he wanted to see the scene quickly. Cho Kang-suk said, Oh, have you eaten lunch? Let's go to eat after seeing the scene. Hyung will pay. EY, you're just going to eat jjajangmyeon again. Furthermore, I'm not hungry. From now on, I will be seeing something truly delicious. Hyun-ho laughed like he was truly having fun. Sometimes I wonder if you're either a genius or a psycho. Genius is right, Sunbae. Egu. Ah, that is the bathroom. Kang-suk sighed and pointed to a building across the street. The poor owner, it seems like it was just recently built. Now that a murder has happened, he will need to sell it. Even so, there aren't many public baths or saunas in the area. I agree. After parking the car in the area, Kang-suk headed to the scene of the crime. The policeman on guard stared at the gleaming BMW with wide eyes. Then he nodded with a convinced expression after seeing Ju Hyunho exit the driver's seat. Detectives, you've worked hard. Jong-wook as well. No. Then come in.
All the evidence had been collected from the scene of the incident, including the dust.
Kan-suk pulled out the investigation file from his bag.
The evidence was placed according to where they were found.
Hyunho scanned the investigation file and pointed to where the body was. Then I'll be looking at this.
Sun Bae should recreate how the body was found over there.
Hey! Why should I recreate it? It is needed for the investigation. Sheesh.
Kan-suk grumbled, but reluctantly followed Hyunho's instructions.
If Hyunho didn't become a police officer, then he would be a criminal.
However, Kan-suk had to recognize his abilities. Kan-suk lay down on the floor in the same shape that was drawn, bending his arms and body as much as possible.
Hyunho couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha 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 ha. Sun Bae.
You look like a deep-fried shrimp.
This bastard. Kan-suk got up and put Hyunho into a headlock. Keek. I surrender. Give up. I knew you would be like this. Are you a complete pervert?
But I think I know how he killed them.
Kan-suk freed Hyunho.
He knew how the victims had died. They had drunk a large amount of water, causing their breathing to be blocked and their internal organs to rupture. However, the mystery of how it happened was still unsolved. Yet, Ju Hyunho had solved it after only 5 minutes.
It seems like I did well to bring you over.
Yes, Ju Hyunho brain cells are still working.
Yep. Now leave it to me. Ju Hyunho noted some of the evidence.
First of all, the victim had been biting a long tube until she died, with leather straps tied around her neck. Finally, there was a bucket filled with various foreign substances. The victim was in an immovable state with her arms tied behind her back.
That's right. He then forced them to drink a lot of water. Ah, damn. Crazy bastard.
I will surely put him in jail.
Kan-suk directed some killing intent towards the criminal. However, Ju Hyunho's reasoning was just beginning. Their neck was tied down with a leather strap, and the water was in the bathtub?
I said it in the car. Then that means that her head was completely submerged. If that was the case, then she should have immediately drowned.
But she didn't die straight away.
Yes. She was able to breathe in a certain amount of air through the tube, which could be referred to as a lifeline. There was a long, plastic tube found in the evidence, the victim holding it until the moment of her death. There were the clear teeth marks on one side. So, she struggled in a tied state. The victim's body was full of small wounds.
The coroner said that she was probably floundering about.
Yes. It seems like the perpetrator blocked the tube connected to the victim's mouth and then released it, in order to enjoy her suffering.
Crunch. Kan-suk broke the file he was holding.
Of course, the culprit wasn't satisfied with just that, so he used this.
Hyunho pointed to the bucket next.
The capacity was 1 liter.
The victim drank water desperately. Why? Well, just imagine it.
The victim's eyes are covered and her body is tied up. The culprit then blocks the tube to make her choke.
Kan-suk's face turned red as he desperately tried to hold back.
Then the bucket appeared. There was clearly liquid in here.
Water wasn't the only liquid in her body, was it? Milk, soy sauce.
There was also cooking oil.
This is the reason why. Hyunho put the tube in the bucket. 1 liter. She had to desperately drink it all in order to breathe.
First was milk. Then there was soy sauce. Finally, the cooking oil. He gave her increasingly hard things to drink.
Despite being nauseated, she had to drink in order for her to breathe. Desperately. If she drank it all, then she could breathe again. That's why the bucket was empty at the moment of death. And this time, Hyunho put the tube in the bathtub.
Lastly, the hippo placed the tube here. The victim started to drink liters of water that she couldn't finish.
In the end,
the stomach became engorged, and the victim drank water until the moment of death.
All this was done in order to live?
If she drank 1 liter of water, then she could breathe.
Just 1 more sip.
If she took 1 more sip, then she could breathe. She believed in something that hadn't been promised and drank the water in the bathtub.
And in the end,
the desperate act of trying to live drove herself to her ultimate death.
This crazy bastard. Kan-suk howled like a beast at the terrible truth. The hippo used the victim's will to live as a murder tool. My reasoning is up to here. By the way, there is salt. Then, the last thing the victim drank was salt water? What was he thinking when he made her drink that? Sunbae. I will tell you my profile after you calm down a bit.
Kang-suk was ready to shoot a gun if the hippo appeared in front of him. Eventually, he settled down after 30 minutes.
I'm sorry. I was a little excited. No problem, Sunbae. I'll tell you what I figured out about the hippo now. Hyunho gave his rough profile containing the hippo's age and personality to Kang-suk. After finishing, Hyunho said, "My job is over. Now it is Sunbae's turn. Please catch the killer." "All right. This is a personal favor. Once you arrest him, can you leave the psychological analysis to me? I'm interested in the criminal called the hippo." Hyunho laughed like he was happy. Kang-suk replied, "That isn't hard. But I don't know if the bastard will be able to speak properly. If Kang-suk caught him, then there would be a punch in the face." Kang-suk's eyes were filled with killing intent. There were only 2 days left until the next full moon. Taehyuk knew who the hippo was, his job, what he looked like, what he liked, all of those things. The problem was that he knew the hippo too well. He knew information that only the hippo would know. If he wasn't careful, then he might be framed as the hippo. I have to avoid being falsely accused, no matter what. Taehyuk laughed bitterly as he thought of the identity of the hippo. Taehyuk knew where he was. If he beat the hippo's head with the iron pipe and took him to the police station, then the murders would no longer happen. However, there was no evidence that he was the hippo, meaning there would be no reason to hold the hippo. The most obvious thing to do was to catch him attempting to commit a crime. He had packed a few hidden cameras from the voyeur incident a while ago, so they would be very useful. Taehyuk smiled at the hidden cameras on the table. Then he would go and install these at the hippo's third crime scene. At this moment, Taehyuk realized that he had forgotten one important thing. He couldn't remember the exact place of the crime. Wait a minute. Obviously the hippo killed the third time at the... Ugh, damn. It was definitely an aquarium. I don't remember the exact aquarium. Taehyuk looked at the blacklist. The exact name wasn't written down. Well, there aren't many aquariums. Wait a minute. Aquariums are even open at night. It isn't a place to commit a crime, even if there are no customers. The hippo didn't kill the victims instantly. He enjoyed watching them die slowly. If so, doing it in an aquarium would be impossible. Taehyuk connected to the internet on his smartphone and searched for an aquarium that wasn't open. There was only one place. Taehyuk checked the location. The aquarium was approximately 5 kilometers from his home. Isn't this closer than I thought? It was around 15 bus stops away. In such a nearby place, a bizarre murder would take place 2 days later. Then tonight, I will go and install a trap. Taehyuk had no intention of ending it with the camera alone. He had the crime skills to help him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 40. Chapter 40, Aid Number 4. The serial killer called the hippo. Taehyuk thought of Yu Cheolho while he was eating. I was very lucky. It was only 3 months ago. The events from back then felt like a long time ago, causing Taehyuk to sigh. He woke up with memories of the future and received the crime skills. He pretended to be as calm as possible, but that was just a facade. Hyung bought me some ice cream, but I only ate a little bit of it before throwing it away. At that time, his only crime skill was the robbery skill. At the time, he still had no idea about his abilities and titles. If Taehyuk had come across the hippo at that time, then he wouldn't have even a single thought about catching him. However, Yu Cheolho was so infamous that he appeared on the front page of the newspapers every single day. Every single person knew his face. Taehyuk could catch him just by knowing his hiding place and reporting it to the police. The hippo is different. Only 2 people in this world knew his identity. The hippo, who was the killer. The other person was Seo Taehyuk, who had memories of the future. The police saw the hippo as a serial killer, and created a dedicated team to catch the criminal. Taehyuk could see how Cho Kang-suk was desperately working every night. Surprisingly, the arrest rate of criminals in South Korea was quite high. By default, the country's size was small, so there weren't many places to hide. The fact that every person's fingerprints were stored as data was a tremendous advantage in investigations. The CCTV were well spread out and installed in buildings, so it was a difficult country to commit a crime in.
South Korea also had a high awareness of the world of scientific investigation, so they used advanced investigation techniques during crime investigations. A blood smear expert could reconstruct a crime scene based on only the location and size of a blood drop.
A fingerprint expert used fingerprints, as well as palm prints. There were even profiling experts who approximated the criminal's psychological state of mind. They used more advanced investigation methods than the past method of searching around the victim's body. In the case of accidental murders, most perpetrators were quickly caught. However, it was difficult to identify a serial killer who killed indiscriminately. Thus, the scientific investigation methods were a tremendous aid. No matter how perfect a criminal was, there was no incident where they didn't make a single mistake. One common mistake was drinking from a cup or paper cup, then throwing it away. Others included leaving even one strand of hair behind at the crime scene, and unintentionally spitting and leaving saliva. Experts could even extract the DNA of the criminal from fingerprints or saliva left behind on the victim's body. There was no killer that didn't leave behind a trail of evidence. However, unlike his ridiculous nickname, the Hippo was a perfect killer. He didn't leave behind any evidence. It was why the investigation gradually became a labyrinth. That was why there were rumors that a demon was killing people. The Hippo will kill 10 people over the next year. His modus operandi will also remain the same: feeding the victim a great deal of salt water. Why on earth has he started his activities earlier than scheduled? I need to strengthen my crime skills and help Kong Suk Hyung's and Nuna's love affair. Tae-hyuk was completely different from when he first caught Yu Cheol-ho. He now had the robbery, voice modulation, spying, forgery, gambling, and violence skills, making a total of 6 crime skills. Thanks to an Eunyoung studying skill, his intelligence stat rose greatly. He could also make a wide variety of props using the forgery skill. It was different from when he was forced to call the police for Yu Cheol-ho. He could fight the Hippo. Tae-hyuk intuitively sensed it. Until now, he had used a single crime skill at a time in order to catch the criminals. It was a condition for acquiring the skill. But this time, I can't afford to not use all of my skills. This time, he would have to use all 6 crime skills in order to deal with the Hippo. That was his hunch. Tae-hyuk looked in front at the things that he had prepared. Paints, plasterboards, ropes, and glass beads. There were many other things piled up. He put them in a big bag, and thanks to his stamina, 61, Tae-hyuk was able to carry it. He raised it up and over his shoulders. Ugh! Heavy! However, every one of the items inside were necessary things that couldn't be removed. From this moment on, he would go prepare the trap to catch the Hippo before he murdered someone tomorrow. Obviously the victim. Tae-hyuk moaned as a fact suddenly rose in his head. He suddenly recalled the name of the 3rd victim killed by the Hippo. Of course, that didn't mean anything would change, since they were alive today. The victim wouldn't believe it even if he said anything. Above all, he had to prepare the crime scene to catch the Hippo. Therefore, he had to let the crime of kidnapping the victim be committed. But the person the Hippo hoped to kill tomorrow was someone who Tae-hyuk knew. Young Yuri. Tae-hyuk realized why young Yuri wasn't in his memories. He had gotten a job as a security guard at Sunjin Group 5 years later. At that time, young Yuri wasn't alive. She was supposed to die tomorrow to the Hippo. Savagely murdered. Tae-hyuk didn't do anything for a while before opening the window and looking up at the night sky. The moon was almost full, but it was covered by the dark clouds so nothing could be seen. There was just darkness. Young Yuri's legs didn't work. She had been weak from birth. The muscles of her lower half slowly stiffened. Nevertheless, she never once thought that her life was difficult or uncomfortable. She had a sister who was born a year earlier. The two of them were always together. By the time she entered primary school, young Yuri's legs were no longer moving. She had to ride a wheelchair from then on. It was her sister who pushed it. Her sister always helped her move forward. Uni. Her sister had died 3 years ago. She was brutally murdered at the hands of the serial killer, Yu Cheol-ho. When Yuri met him, he smiled and felt regret that he couldn't kill her. Yuri spat on Yu Cheol-ho's face, and he said, "Hoo. Just wait. I will be sure to escape and kill you." Yu Cheol-ho really did escape. She still had goosebumps when she thought of that time. However, she was different from her sister. Young Yuri's father was now the vice president of a large company. She was also working under him, so she was able to set an enormous bounty on Yu Cheol-ho. A few days later, he was caught. This time, he was trapped in a place where he could never escape. Her whole body was wet with sweat from pushing her wheelchair.
Young Yuri pulled out a handkerchief from her handbag and wiped her forehead. She was on the way back from a meeting with a client. The driver said he would give her a ride, but young Yuri said that she wanted to go on her own. No one had pushed her since her sister had died. Now, she moved forward with her own strength. She desperately exercised and raised her physical strength, her complexion improving dramatically. She became more beautiful every day. She even received suggestions to become an advertising model. Ahem. This will be difficult. Young Yuri looked at the hill that appeared in front of her. It was a moderately steep slope. However, she vowed to live strong after her sister's death. Young Yuri prepared to put her hands on the wheels of her wheelchair. It was at that moment that someone started to push the wheelchair from behind. Young Yuri was startled and looked back. It will be hard on your own. If you don't mind, then I would like to help. A friendly-looking man smiled at her. Ah ha ha. Thank you. By the way, have I met you somewhere before? Your face is really familiar. The man said. I was with the one who came for a bounty. Cho Kong-suk. Do you remember? Ah, that person. The man laughed. Then young Yuri was pricked in the neck. In the darkness, the dazed young Yuri opened her eyes. She couldn't see anything. Her eyes were covered with leather. Her legs couldn't move in the first place, and her arms were tied behind her back. She couldn't do anything other than sweat. Oof. Oof. Her body was in a place like a glass box. She wriggled her toes in something cold. Water. It is filling up. She would die in this way. Young Yuri recalled the man who kidnapped her. It wasn't Yu Cheol-ho. However, he had the same eyes. It would be not just her sister, but young Yuri herself would also be killed by someone. Tears flowed down through the blindfold. Am I going to die? You Uni. Save me. Uni. The water had already risen to her head. Young Yuri couldn't breathe. Ju Hyunho was drinking a cup of milk in his room. Classical music flowed from speakers that cost over 20 million won. Chopin Etude Op 10-4, also known as Chase. It was his favorite piece. What was it? No matter how hard he thought, he felt like there was something in the corner of his mind that he was missing. He wondered what it was. What on earth had he missed? Ju Hyunho looked at the case files scattered across the floor. Everything about the hippo incident was written there. The first murder occurred on October 8th. The second happened on the 5th of November, and today is December 3 RD. And then suddenly. October 8th was Chuseok, Korean holiday. November 5 th. Chuseok always occurred on the full moon. The second murder also happened on the day of the full moon. Then surely. Ju Hyunho was amazed as he had a thought. If his idea was correct, then the murderer was probably preparing for his next kill right now. I need to call Kong-suk Sunbae. Ju Hyunho contacted Kong-suk. However, the phone call didn't connect. Damn. Ju Hyunho was forced to look for a place where the hippo could commit the crime. He mobilized all of his connections. First, he sent a group text. Confirm if there is a bathhouse, aquarium, or swimming pool that isn't open and check them out. The hippo might be working right now. How far ahead was he? Ju Hyunho couldn't stay in the house. In the end, he put on a coat and left his house. Ding. Ding. Ding, dot. At that moment, the clock chimed, indicating that it was 12 o'clock. December 4th. It was the day that the hippo would kill. He used the map application to look for a place with a lot of water near his house. The hippo took a long time to kill, so it should be a place that wasn't open right now. There was only one place nearby that fit the conditions. Aquarium. Ju Hyunho smirked. He was so thrilled that he couldn't stand it. He had always seen profiles of criminals from his desk, but this time, he might even be able to face them himself. Sunbae. Sunbae. Pick up your phone. Let's go hunt the hippo. As Kong-suk didn't answer his calls, Ju Hyunho started the BMW. Tae-hyuk looked at his work with a satisfied expression. He took advantage of his 6 crime skills to create an amazing trap. It is perfect for my guest. Tae-hyuk was at the entrance of an aquarium. It was a place that didn't feel the need to employ more than one guard when it wasn't daytime. Tae-hyuk also confirmed that the guard was sleeping in front of the TVs in the office. He checked the time.
It was 12:09 a.m. on December 4th. The hippo would be waiting inside the aquarium. Creak. Tae-hyuk entered through the back door of H aquarium. It was time to hunt the hippo.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 41. Chapter 41, The Hippo Hunt.
First of all, draw the hippo to the prepared stage.
H aquarium was split into two areas.
Area 1 was where various aquatic creatures could be seen underwater.
It was what people imagined when they thought about aquariums. Area 2 was a venue where shows of cute animals could be seen.
The space contained an area where audiences could be seated, and the stage was where the handlers and animals would perform. In addition, there were underground facilities such as convenience stores, car parks, shops, and restrooms. However, Area 2 was meager compared to Area 1.
The hippo was in the performer's waiting room in Area 2.
It was where the murder would take place.
Isn't this turning out well?
Tae-hyuk had installed more than 10 small cameras in 3 places.
The hippo's work was being recorded in 1080p high definition.
It would perfectly prove that the hippo was the serial killer. The safest method was to retrieve the cameras and then help young Yuri escape. The police would then take care of the rest.
The problem is that Yuri Nuna will be uncomfortable. There was no wheelchair in here to transport young Yuri.
He would have to carry her somehow as he escaped. It was much slower than running alone, so he wouldn't be able to run away from the hippo that would chase in pursuit. Even if he had the violence skill, there was a possibility that a dangerous situation would occur.
If things went wrong, then young Yuri could possibly be used as a hostage.
That's why Tae-hyuk lured the house over to his prepared stage with a plan to win over him there.
Tae-hyuk pulled a bunch of keys from his pocket. This was the master key for the aquarium. He would be able to open any door and go anywhere in the aquarium with this. Tae-hyuk licked his lips in anticipation as he looked at it. Yes. Robbery was originally used for things like this.
At first, it was a useless skill that just stole underwear. However, after the cheating incident occurred, it strengthened and he could steal the things he desired.
Thus, this was possible. Tae-hyuk stole the master key from the guard patrolling during the day. He quickly made a copy frame using clay and plastic. He was able to do it without much difficulty due to both the forgery skill and his dexterity. Then I picked up the keys that had fallen to the ground and received the duplicate key. The
material had changed from metal to plastic, but other than that, it was exactly the same as the original.
Dururu. Hick.
As Tae-hyuk was lost in thought, he received a phone call. He pretended to be unconcerned, but he was going to have to fight a crazy killer soon. It was strange not to be nervous.
The caller ID read Co Haran.
Once she saw that Tae-hyuk was gone in the middle of the night, she became worried and called.
Tae-hyuk sighed and picked up the phone. Nuna. Did you wake up? Yes, where are you? I got up and went to check on you. You weren't there. I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk. I see. It's good because I can hear Tae-hyuk's voice. He. Tae-hyuk realized that he almost never talked to his sister over the phone. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. You aren't doing anything foolish, are you? Was this a woman's intuition?
Haran was always showing her siblings a smiling face. However, she would occasionally say piercing things.
Don't think too much. All right, will you be free this weekend? Yes. There will be something good soon. Really? What is it? Should I look forward to it? Tae-hyuk didn't say anything as he inwardly thought. That smile couldn't disappear from his sister's face. Therefore, the hippo needed to be caught. Haran suddenly said in a serious voice. Co Tae-hyuk. Don't forget that I am by your side no matter what you do, so don't get a cold from staying out too long. Then, I will hang up. Tae-hyuk closed his phone. His sister's words were still ringing in his ears. His sister was always on his side. Tae-hyuk had heard the same words from Haran when she came to visit him in jail. He was able to endure the desperate situation due to those words. Cough. Tae-hyuk coughed and slapped both of his cheeks. He could be emotional after catching the hippo. He decided to only think about this right now. After finishing the call with his sister, Tae-hyuk went to the broadcasting room. First, I need to make the hippo leave his spot. Then, I need help Yuri Nuna to a safe place. Tae-hyuk imitated the voice of a security guard with the voice modulation skill. He changed the settings so that it would only be broadcasted to the area where the hippo was, and turned on the microphone. All guards. There is an abnormality in the drainage pipe today, and an inspection is scheduled. Please don't use any water if you are in the building. He threw the bait, and now it was time to wait for a bite. If things went as planned, he would be able to catch the hippo without anyone getting hurt. Ju Hyunho was surprised as he arrived at the entrance of the aquarium. A familiar shadow stood in the area where his headlights shone. Ju Hyunho parked his BMW and waved. Sunbae. Cho Kong-suk replied with a face that showed he was tired of waiting. You came. At least I don't have to enter alone. As expected of Sunbae. You thought of the same thing as me. Ju Hyunho explained why he came here and asked for Kong-suk's opinion. No, my detective senses just told me that this place was suspicious. Ha ha ha. At any rate, I don't think anyone else is coming. Let's go. By the way, did you send a request for support? Yep. If we catch him, then I'll buy all of you dinner. Ha ha ha. Then it needs to be a beef dinner. Wah. There are 100 people. Furthermore, don't you eat a lot? Well, I have a lot of money. That reminds me, there was a cute new girl in the traffic department earlier. Please introduce me. Hyunho said with a smirk. Even though he was going to arrest a murder suspect, he acted like he was going to an amusement park. Kong-suk made a disgusted expression and put Hyunho into a headlock. Cough. Sunbae. Spare me. By the way, what if the hippo was in the aquarium right now? Kong-suk laughed and pointed to his waist. There was a gun in a holster. I see. Hyunho raised a thumb. The two men entered the dark aquarium. Then they stopped at a fork in the road. What do we do? H aquarium was divided into area A and B. It was too wide to search through the whole thing. It can't be helped. I'll check the aquarium side. You will take the venues. Yep. Should we use our phones? Is that possible? My battery died, so I ended up buying a portable charge from the convenience store to charge it. That's why Kong-suk stood at the entrance without going inside. Ha ha ha. I understand. Then I will contact you if I find the hippo. Yes. Please. Hyunho felt his heart beat faster. It had been almost 7 years since he worked with Kong-suk. It is the return of the strong alliance after a long time. The two of them had won a program called Mafia Game. Whenever they teamed up, they would be called a strong alliance and would become an object of fear. The one who captured the criminal in the Mafia Game was always Kong-suk. Even after 7 years, Hyunho was still dissatisfied with this. Thus, he decided to catch the hippo by himself this time. Let's start the hippo hunt. Kong-suk hit Hyunho on the head. Hey! If you don't move, then I will catch the hippo. Then I'm going to hunt. Oh! Young Yuri's temperature was going down due to the ice-cold water. The current weather was cold, even when she wore clothes. She had been in cold water without any clothes for almost an hour now. It felt like she would freeze to death at any moment. Who? Ha! A narrow tube was in young Yuri's mouth. It was her only lifeline since her entire body was covered in water. She could barely breathe using it. Oof! But that was it. The kidnapper was probably blocking the tube at 1-minute intervals, preventing her from being able to breathe. The terrible thing was that the time intervals where he blocked the tube was different. 10 seconds. 40 seconds. 5 seconds. Sometimes it would be over a minute. At that time, her head would turn blank, and she really couldn't think. There was something even more terrible. Oh ho ho. Someone was watching her suffer. They would often laugh at the sight. She had goosebumps. Young Yuri was covered in water with her hands and feet bound together. She couldn't even scream out. She was going to be killed. She was going to be murdered by that man. It happened just when she found the courage to walk alone. She had decided to live for her sister who died miserably, but all of that was now wasted. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought about it. However, she desperately fought to hold the tears back. If she cried, then it felt like she would be broken. Oof! Once again, her breathing was stopped. How long would it be this time? 30 seconds? 1 minute? Or? Young Yuri was going crazy with fear at the thought of the death that would approach her at any moment. Uni! However, she didn't get the help that she hoped for. Pwah! After 70 seconds, she was able to breathe again. Die.
This is really. It was at that moment. Young Yuri heard the sound of a broadcast. All guards. There is an abnormality in the drainage pipe today, and an inspection is scheduled. Please don't use water if you are in the building. The man, who had been laughing, clicked his tongue. Sheesh. There are still people left? Well, I guess I have to kill them. Young Yuri was blindfolded, but she realized that the man was looking at her. He was licking his lips. Dubiok, dubiok. There was the sound of footsteps fading away. Kill me now. I said to kill me. How many hours would he keep her alive? When she thought about it, the tears that she had endured came pouring out. I'm sorry, Uni. I'm really sorry. Had her sister felt like this when she was killed by Uchiolho? Dubiok. Dubiok. Once again, someone's footsteps were heard. This time it was getting closer, not further away. Did he already kill them? Then this time. Ah, pee please. The footsteps stopped. Then she felt someone touching her body in the water tank. A soft touch. It didn't feel the same. Then she heard a different voice. See cough. I have no choice but to do this to pull you out. Don't misunderstand me, I'm not touching because I want to. Oof. Oof. Ah, I'll release the restraints. Young Yuri realized that he was pulling off the restraints one by one. Was she being rescued? Even taking off the clothes. Ah, I'm going crazy. I should have thought about bringing a towel. The unknown voice didn't seem that old. At most, he was in his early 20s or so? Why Yuri Nuna? I closed my eyes. I didn't see Nuna's naked body. Why was the voice so familiar? Who was it? Yuri slowly opened her eyes and looked at the man who saved her. Black hair and a leather jacket. One hand was holding a thick pipe. Young Yuri remembered where she had seen him before. The high school student who came to collect the bounty on Uchiolho. He was unusually quick and clever for his age. Sco Taehyuk? Have you recovered your spirit? Please wear this. Taehyuk took off his leather jacket and handed it to Yuri. He was unable to look straight at young Yuri due to her nakedness. Yuri turned red the moment she realized that she was naked. How? She never imagined that he would come to her rescue. Taehyuk was still looking away from her as he spoke. I captured Uchiolho last time and got a reward. I felt a little sorry that I only received a few portions, so... This is the hippo service. TL note, I actually felt better a few days ago, but being sick has made me fall really behind on my schoolwork. There is still a bit left, so the schedule for the rest of the week will be irregular. Basically, whenever I finish a chapter. The regular schedule will resume starting from next week. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, The Hippo Hunt Number 2. Thank you. Young Yuri accepted Taehyuk's leather jacket and started to put it on. She wasn't wearing any clothes besides the jacket she had just put on. In the end, she wasn't even wearing any underwear. She was quite tall for a woman, so even with a jacket, parts of her body were still exposed. If she didn't pull her clothes down with her hand, then her butt would be seen. However, her upper body was more serious. Her chest was big enough to cause every man to take a second look. Thus, the buttons on the jacket could only be done up part way. Ha! A moan escaped from young Yuri's pale white lips. She hugged herself to warm up her body even a little bit. She looked so pathetic that Taehyuk felt strangely dizzy for a moment. Taehyuk stretched his hand out to Yuri and said, Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to touch your chest. Yes. Taehyuk exercised tremendous self-control as he turned his gaze away from the chest that was visible through the leather jacket. When he touched Yuri's forehead, he could feel that it was as cold as ice. Hang! Yuri shrieked as Taehyuk's hand touched her forehead, however, she didn't resist. Cold. Still, there doesn't seem to be any risk to her life. Once her body warms up. Severe hypothermia was a risk. The muscles of her body would be stiff and she would feel extreme fatigue. Wipe the water from your body. Hang. Yes. Taehyuk looked around, but he couldn't find anything resembling a towel. In the end, he had to take off his t-shirt so that Yuri could have something to wipe her body down with. Hum. I do laundry every day so it shouldn't smell of sweat. No. It seems good. Taehyuk looked at Yuri's complexion. A red glow was starting to appear on the previously white face. Her body temperature was rising, but it was still dangerous.
Can you get on my back? If we go to a concession stand, then there will be a heater. You can warm up there. Yuri nodded.
Her lips were blue and her whole body was shaking. Occasional moans couldn't help emerging from her mouth. The first thing to do was to take her to a safe place, since her legs didn't work.
Tae-hyuk knelt down in a good posture. Yuri couldn't support her body properly and fell on his back. Tae-hyuk felt a heavy weight. Mulkung. Heek. There was something as soft as a marshmallow touching Tae-hyuk's back. Yuri relaxed her grip on the leather jacket and clung onto Tae-hyuk. In the end, her breasts were touching Tae-hyuk's back. Sea cold. But very soft. And no. Wake up Co Tae-hyuk. Hon. Tae-hyuk's back was very warm, so a pleasant moan emerged from Yuri's mouth. She was naked on the back of a man who she didn't know well. She would have been terribly embarrassed if she was in her normal mental state. However, was it due to the sense of relief from her survival? Young Yuri couldn't feel any shame. It was comfortable, as if she was on her father's back. Tae-hyuk was more embarrassed about being hugged from behind than young Yuri was embarrassed for being on his back. Her legs didn't move, so he carefully held her thighs with both hands. The soft texture was conveyed directly. Strangely, she smelled good. I don't know who is doing a service for whom. Young Yuri was 170 centimeters tall, a height that was similar to Tae-hyuk's. It was harder than he thought to lift up Yuri. But what if I use the violence skill? I can do it with my stamina. Tae-hyuk used the violence skill. Both hands were holding young Yuri's thighs, so he had to put the iron pipe in his mouth. Tae-hyuk and Yuri headed to a concession stand. He had to stop once in a while due to the sound of Yuri's breathing getting too close. Then he had to calm something excited down. I am a man. A man who was made for this job. Ju Hyunho hummed as he walked around the performance venue. Kang Suk was looking at the aquarium, while Ju Hyunho's task was to check this place. There was no one on the stage and in the audience seats. The only place left was the performers' waiting room. There was a bathtub where animals such as seals and penguins could be washed. If he were the hippo, then he would commit the crime there. Ju Hyunho was holding a handgun. I just picked up a gas gun. It isn't real like Sunbee's. Still, isn't it better than nothing? Ju Hyunho majored in criminology and psychology and became a profiler. However, in order to serve as an investigator, he completed 2 years of basic education at the police academy. He knew the perfect method to hold a gun. Furthermore, unlike his frail appearance, he was a master of judo. Bang bang. Ha ha. Isn't this good? Ju Hyunho aimed towards an imaginary criminal. He didn't seem like a genius investigator at this moment. Hyunho released his finger from the trigger and spun the gas gun around. That's enough playing. Then let's start searching in earnest. He walked towards the place where the hippo was hiding with a serious expression. As he arrived at the back of the performance venue, a door with staff only appeared. Here. Hyunho looked at the door with a serious expression and kicked it open with his foot. Bam! The closed door opened with a loud sound. Hands up. If you move, then I will shoot. Hyunho knelt down and aimed the gun forward. Then he looked around. Sheesh. There is no one here. The room only contained a large fish tank, rope, and buckets. Wait a minute. Hyunho put the gun away and approached. Here. Someone was clearly just here. There wasn't anyone here. However, the evidence still remained. The fish tank was half filled with water. He checked it by hand and the water was ice cold. Let's think like Archimedes. The tank is half full. This means there was something in the water. Roughly. Hyunho calculated the volume of the tank and the amount that it was empty. It sound be one person who weighs around 50 kilograms. There was a lot of water on the floor. It meant that someone had pulled out another person from the fish tank. Ju Hyunho looked around. There were rope and several buckets filled with liquid. Hyunho checked the contents of the bucket. Milk, soy sauce, and cooking oil. There was only a 1-meter-long tube near the fish tank. I should be glad since my reasoning is correct. It is amazing, even if the culprit is gone. Hyunho touched the surface of the fish tank. Water was splattered from someone leaving the fish tank. This means the person was in here until recently, but the surface of the fish tank was smooth.
Even if the water splashed, it would flow down to the ground after 10 minutes. Ju Hyunho swallowed his saliva. This is the hippo's workshop.
And the hippo was gone.
His victim was inside the fish tank. Has he killed her already?
It couldn't be.
The liquids used for the murder were still inside the buckets.
This meant.
Ju Hyunho's face turned white.
Sunbae is in danger. Cho Kang-suk stood in the dark aquarium.
Whether it was from tiredness due to the continuous overtime, Kang-suk's face was stiff, as if he were a wax doll.
Then someone approached him. Cho Kang-suk felt it and turned around quickly. It was someone that Cho Kang-suk knew. Ah. Kim Jong-wook? Have you come to catch the hippo?
Kim Jong-wook was a police officer working in the jurisdiction. Whenever a murder took place in the area, he was a cop who would take turns guarding the crime scene. Kim Jong-wook was responsible for the bathroom where the hippo committed his second murder.
The location wasn't far from here.
It seemed he rushed here after hearing the request for reinforcements.
Jong-wook yelled with a pleasantly surprised face. Ah, Detective Cho Kang-suk. What's going on here?
The hippo.
Cho Kang-suk replied.
I received a tip that the hippo was here, so I came to check. It's been a bust so far, as there's nobody here.
Ah, I need to catch the hippo as quickly as possible. This whole day seems to be all a waste.
Kang-suk's face was covered with a dark shadow.
Haha, indeed.
I ran here after suddenly receiving an order.
Kim Jong-wook should take a break. Haha. Isn't this our job?
Cho Kang-suk stared at Kim Jong-wook with a blank expression. He was dressed in civilian clothes. He had one hand in his pocket, and his pants were all wet.
Was it raining outside? Your clothes. Jong-wook gave a deep sigh. Goo. It just suddenly rained. Did you bring an umbrella? Kang-suk sighed. I didn't bring one. When I leave, then I'll just use a newspaper. I'd like to call a taxi, but I can't. You should know. The salary of a detective is poor. It seems so. You must have suffered. Anyway, I think that the tip is likely to be a joke. Then, I will look around the performance venue. Do you want to come? Jong-wook nodded. That seems best. By the way, are you alone?
Cho Kang-suk paused for a moment before asking in surprise.
Why do you ask?
Jong-wook slowly approached Kang-suk and laughed.
That is.
The two of them were now close enough to touch if he stretched out his hand.
Jong-wook's mouth twisted oddly.
There was a sharp knife in his hand.
I need to know how many people I have to kill. Jong-wook stepped forward and plunged the knife into Kang-suk's chest. Poke. Ki-ok. Kang-suk screamed. The attack was so unexpected that there was no resistance at all. He instantly fell down. Jong-wook giggled like he was enjoying the scene and said, Oh ho ho. I wonder how you knew I was here. Will you listen to me before dying? Ha? Detective Cho Kang-suk. Please say something. Oh ha ha ha. That's correct. I am the hippo. Jong-wook.
No, the hippo grinned brutally as he twisted the knife stuck in Kang-suk's chest. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 43. Chapter 43, The Hippo Hunt Number 3. So what?
Cho Kang-suk's voice rang out in the darkness. Kim Jong-wook's eyes widened in shock, and was unable to understand what was happening right now. Kang-suk, whom he stabbed in the heart, was still alive and talking.
Was this an illusion or something? Maybe this was. There is no magic that moves the dead.
Kim Jong-wook looked at his right hand that was still holding the knife. It had obviously been stuck in Cho Kang-suk's chest. Perhaps a bulletproof vest. No, I definitely pierced his chest. Jong-wook had felt it through his fingers. The knife had clearly pierced his target's heart. The evidence was that a red liquid had emerged from Kang-suk's chest. His hands were sticky with blood, but there was plenty of water to wash it off. Jong-wook didn't like using knives, as it caused the other person to die too quickly. He couldn't feel the ecstasy, the rush of watching the person die. Therefore, he avoided killing with a knife as much as possible. It was the same feeling garnered from eating delicious food all at once. The best delicacies were those that were enjoyed very slowly. But this time, it couldn't be helped. Jong-wook's opponent wasn't an herbivore that he normally preyed on. It was a beast with sharp teeth and claws.
If he didn't kill the other person first, then he would be in danger. Therefore, he had stabbed the other person when they were off guard. Yet he didn't die. He was alive and taunting Jongwook. Jongwook got goosebumps. Kang-suk continued speaking with a knife in his heart. The hippo's prey are all vibrant women in their 20s. The stronger the will to live, the better the prey. You think that young Yuri is the best delicacy. She took on her sister's role and moved with her strength. She is currently in the most brilliant moment of her life. How am I though? Well, I know why you approached young Yuri. The first time you met her, she was the family member of one of you Cheolho's victims and you were a cop in the precinct. Young Yuri was like a living corpse at the time though, so you didn't choose her as prey. Jongwook's eyes widened as he listened to Kang-suk's reasoning. It was surprising. It seemed like Kang-suk was looking into his heart. Then you met her again. You were fortunate when Cho Kang-suk caught you Cheolho. You went along with him as a representative of the jurisdiction. In the few months since you saw her, young Yuri had completely changed. It was like a tree sprouting. Don't you think? Why you? What the hell is this? At that moment, the monster called the hippo, who was sleeping in Kim Jong-wook's heart, opened his eyes. You were filled with a constant desire to kill young Yuri. However, it wasn't easy. She is the daughter of the vice president of a large corporation, after all. There were even secret bodyguards. So you first killed other victims while aiming for her. Eventually, you got what you wanted. This is my reasoning. How is it? Isn't it accurate? Jongwook grit his teeth and said. You're not Cho Kang-suk. Ah ha ha. That is the right answer. Kang-suk replied with an expression that was still blank. No, he hadn't made any expression from the beginning. Jongwook tried to withdraw the knife from Kang-suk's chest, but couldn't. What the? What he thought was blood was actually sticky glue. Jongwook's hand was stuck to Kang-suk. Jongwook hit Kang-suk's body with his free left arm. Bam! Bam bam! However, it was like beating a sandbag. When he hit Kang-suk's face with all his strength, the eyeballs popped out. After a few more hits, the head spun around. However, Kang-suk was still laughing. Jongwook finally realized what was going on. What, this? A doll. It was a very elaborately crafted wax doll. In the aquarium, all lights were turned off except for dim lighting. Thus, he failed to realize that the other person wasn't a human. The microphone of the phone was damaged by Jongwook's attack, and Kang-suk's voice started to be cut off. F-fu-wuk. What is this? Jongwook roared wildly. However, his right arm was still stuck to the wax doll. After a few more hits, the annoying voice was no longer heard. The doll was completely quiet. Ego, I lost my phone. That cost 1 million won, and I don't even have a job. A new one. Maybe I should charge Yuri Nuna for the expenses? Instead, the grumbling voice of Cho Kang-suk started to approach in the darkness. Jongwook frantically thrashed about, but he was stuck due to the glue and couldn't get away from the doll. Cho Kang-suk said. You should be careful. If you make a mistake, then you might peel off your skin. Jongwook looked in the direction that the voice was heard. He saw a high school student wearing a wet t-shirt and an iron pipe in his right hand. He was holding something like a walkie-talkie in his other hand. It seemed to have transmitted his voice through the smartphone that he placed inside the doll. What the hell is this? Kang-suk. No, Seo Tae-hyuk, who acted as Kang-suk using the voice modulation skill, replied. Hello, Hippo. Is this our first face-to-face meeting? There's no need to know who I am. Just think of me as someone who doesn't like you. Jongwook yelled. I won't let his go. I will kill you. You remind me of a young brat from my past. Tae-hyuk ran to Jongwook and wielded his iron pipe. Tae-hyuk was lucky. His first plan was to draw a picture to lure the hippo. However, he still felt anxious. His opponent wasn't simple. He was a serial killer who murdered several people. That's why it was necessary to prepare a better trap. If he missed even a 0.0001% chance, then someone might be victimized. Then he received a message that he got 1 affinity point, due to the birth of a new relationship after saving young Yuri. Tae-hyuk pondered on how it could be used as effectively as possible. He could strengthen his crime skills using the affinity points, but he still didn't have enough points to do that right now. In the end, he decided to try the instant enhancement on the second tab of the skills page.
It consumed one affinity point to give a temporary effect.
Taehyuk found a large amount of wax candles prepared for a later performance in the warehouse.
He made a crude doll of Cho Kong-suk using it. The result was beyond what he expected from the forgery skill.
A special feature was produced, due to the added affinity point.
It wasn't possible to make big movements, but the doll could move like a person.
He put the smartphone inside and could talk through it.
It was unreasonable to give an expression to the doll with just one affinity point. It was stated that 10 points were required to create a doll with personality. Of course, that there was just like reaching for a pie in the sky.
Still, it was good enough for hooking the hippo. He put a large amount of glue inside the doll.
A device was installed so that if the throat or heart were ever pierced, the glue would spurt out.
There were a few risky moments.
But as he thought, he could completely limit the behavior of the hippo.
Now the hippo was literally a punching bag.
Kyuk.
Jongwook moaned as he was hit by Taehyuk's iron pipe.
He bent over at the waist. He used his left arm to guard his weak points, but there was a limit.
Buduk.
In the end, Jongwook's left arm was broken.
You are still fine. Well, I should do successive hits. Taehyuk swung the iron pipe at Jongwook again.
It made a cheerful sound in the air.
Quack. Ugh. Eek. Wait a minute. Why? Again. The hippo bent over again due to the pipe. I lost. Hand me over to the police if you want. But do you want to know why a police officer became a murderer? HRMM. Jongwook started to talk about how the hippo was born. When I was in high school. Did I ask? Let's keep going. Cough. Taehyuk wasn't curious about what he would say and just kept on quietly doing his work.
In the end, he lost consciousness after a few more minutes of being beaten by the iron pipe.
Taehyuk threw the iron pipe on the ground. Clink. After a while, the iron pipe disappeared.
It was a complete crime.
This was the end. Once a serial killer is caught, they always tell the same story. He was abused as a child. The lack of affection. I've seen a lot of people like that. So I came to one conclusion. A madman is just crazy. Is that a story? Absolutely ridiculous. Taehyuk stripped off the clothes on the doll of Kong-suk. Then he tied up the hippo. So let's give an anonymous tip to Kong-suk Hyung. Good night, hippo.
Taehyuk pulled out a bag containing the SD card with the video of the hippo's crime and put it in the hippo's mouth.
Should this be sufficient for a promotion? If Hyung wants to marry Nuna, then you should at least be an investigator. Taehyuk disappeared into the darkness. Are you alright?
After exiting to find Kong-suk, Ju Hyunho discovered a half-naked woman in a concession stand. She was young Yuri, the victim.
Hyunho took off his trench coat and covered Yuri with it. Yes.
Although it is freezing cold, my body is warm due to the heater.
I can bear with it.
Young Yuri explained how she was grabbed in a calm voice.
As expected, the hippo is here. Still, I'm glad that you are okay. I will call an ambulance once away. Yes. Please. Detective Cho Kong-suk is here. I will immediately contact him to arrest the hippo. The hippo is probably already caught. That.
Young Yuri raised a finger to her lips and said,
I'm sorry. I've decided to keep the details a secret.
Young Yuri smiled as she recalled the man who saved her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 44. Chapter 44, The Hippo Hunt Number 4. Pant. Kong-suk was running through the dimly lit aquarium. Something was strange about this place.
It took him more than 5 minutes to run to the other side, yet the path had yet to end.
What? Wasn't this here earlier? Kong-suk was breathing roughly.
After running around for a while, he realized that he had returned to his original place. There was clearly only one path among the tanks.
He felt like a rat trapped in a maze.
While this was happening, the hippo might be killing another innocent victim.
Kong-suk took a deep breath and started running towards the other side of the aquarium again. Colorful fish were swimming in the tanks. However, Kong-suk couldn't afford to think about it. Here again. There was a dreamlike coral reef tank in front of Kong-suk. He had once again returned to the starting point. He had to get out of this aquarium.
But when he tried to go to the opposite passage, some mysterious power sent Kong-suk back to the origin.
Is this the Hall of the Nine-Tailed Fox? Kong-suk suddenly recalled the old story about the nine-tailed fox. As someone walked through a dark mountain trail, a beauty appeared. The man followed her deeper into the mountain. By the time he recovered his spirit, he was standing in front of a deep cliff. This situation was just like this. It can't be. Kong-suk shook his head. It was unlikely that this was the same as the legend. He was probably overthinking it. Now he had to just think about going through the aquarium that had become a maze. At that time, he heard a rustling sound. Is this the sound of paper? It was coming from the other side of the aisle. It was a place that wasn't blocked by the maze. There is someone in here. Kong-suk clenched his teeth and ran. The maze wasn't the problem. He just couldn't delay any longer. Do you think this maze will stop me?
Kong-suk decided to go to the other side of the aquarium, even if he had to smash through something. His senses were telling him that the hippo was there. In the end, there were around 10 incidents of vandalism.
How many months' salary would that be?
But there was no need to do so.
Kong-suk stopped moving.
There was definitely a large tropical fish tank.
However, it was still far away. He could also see someone collapsed on the far side. Is this the real Hall of the Nine-Tailed Fox? Kong-suk pulled out the handgun that was hanging from his waist. He loaded it so that he could fire at any time. The first round was a blank. But from the second round, there were real bullets. He was prepared to fire if he met the hippo. First of all, I will aim at his feet. Maybe I should accidentally miss? The groin. Kong-suk took a deep breath and stepped forward. He had worked for 7 years in the field, but his fingers were shaking at this moment. The aquarium was dark, so he couldn't tell who the other person was until he got close. A person tied up with clothes. The shadow was familiar. Kong-suk ran forward without thinking and confirmed the man's face. Kim Jong-wook. Why was he collapsed here? Kong-suk could only think of one possibility. Is he here to catch the hippo? Kong-suk recalled that Ju Hyun-ho had asked for assistance from the police nearby. There was a high chance that Kim Jong-wook had come here to catch the hippo. First, he had to check if Jong-wook was alive. Kong-suk touched a finger to Jong-wook's neck. He found a vein and looked for a pulse. Alive. He turned Jong-wook's forehead and revealed something that had previously been hidden. There was something written on it. It was written with felt-tip pen, and his forehead was sweaty, so it was hard to read at first. But once he concentrated, he thought he could read the letters. Kong-suk slowly read each character out loud. This, bastard, hippo? Then there was a long arrow pointing to the mouth. It means there is something in his mouth. Kong-suk opened Jong-wook's mouth and checked for what was inside. Jong-wook was completely unconscious, so there were no signs of his eyes opening. SD card? Everything would become clear once he checked the contents. Kong-suk pulled out his phone and tried to call Hyun-ho. By the way, there were a lot of missed calls. That Hyun-ho brat. He called me a lot. He had forgotten that it was on vibrate and hadn't realized that there were calls. Goo. He will be very angry. Kong-suk sighed, entered Hyun-ho's number, and pressed the call button. Dururu. The signal connection and Hyun-ho's excited voice was heard. Sunbae. Why are you only calling me now? Right here. Stop nagging. Come to the aquarium. I think I caught the hippo. Kong-suk hung up and looked up at the ceiling. Something extraordinary had happened while he was wandering in the maze. Had the nine-tailed fox really appeared here? Kong-suk couldn't understand it. So this is how he slowly killed his victims. Oh. Son of a bitch. Kong-suk cursed as he watched the video on the SD card. Kim Jong-wook had trapped the woman inside the tank and tortured her. Hyun-ho found the scene of the hippo killing someone very interesting. Kim Jong-wook is the hippo. The SD card was undeniable proof. Kong-suk narrowed his eyes as he glared. Hyun-ho. Can I hit him once? It will be fine if you pretend not to see anything. Hold on, your hands will get dirty. That bastard brutally. Kong-suk couldn't stand his anger and made a fist. There was a loud sound as his joints cracked. Fortunately, the video was cut off in the middle. Perhaps the victim is still alive? Yes. I found her and called an ambulance. She has hypothermia. However, there appears to be no risk to her life. Well done. Hyunho suddenly recalled something as he stared at the video and said, "Ah, Sunbae. I figured out why he used salt water. All of a sudden. We caught the culprit, so it is all over. We just need to write up a report." He didn't want to hear any more horrible stories. Aren't you curious as to why he used salt water? HRM. Kong-suk didn't answer. Hyunho started talking on his own. It turned out to be simple. People drink water to maintain the concentration of ingredients in the blood, such as sodium. On the other hand, if they drink too much water, then the kidneys can't handle it properly. The concentration of components in the blood will become very thin. This osmotic phenomenon will cause the body's cells to absorb the moisture and swell up. Then the organs and brain will fail. Fuck. What does that mean? What? Kong-suk rubbed his knuckles against Hyunho's head. Hyunho laughed and continued. In order to feed the person as much water as possible, he needs to feed them salt water in order to maintain the body's salinity. A large amount isn't needed. It's why the coroner couldn't find the salt. The blood maintained the same salinity, so he couldn't find anything suspicious. It is because the hippo wanted to feed them to drink as much water as possible. Crazy bastard. Kong-suk spat on the floor. He felt like he wouldn't be able to drink water in a while. Then, who caught the hippo? Isn't it the same person who saved the victim? Kong-suk questioned. First, he had to deal with the hippo who had been placed in the corridor. Anyway, let's call the investigation headquarters. What would the inspector say after hearing that the hippo was finally arrested? Won't he look like a boiled octopus? Sunbae, you just imagined it. Ju Hyunho held his belly and laughed. Kong-suk sighed. Even if he was skilled, Hyunho was too frivolous. But what do we report about how the hippo was caught? Cough. That's right. I'm going to report that something struck the hippo and suddenly disappeared. But who are they? They realized the identity of the hippo before the Sunbae and I did. He was caught in a way I never imagined. Maybe he is the god of investigation? Kong-suk slowly thought about the person. No matter how he looked at the evidence, he couldn't tell who it was. Then he said, "No, he isn't the god of investigation. The video taken on the SD card was from a hidden camera. Also, look at the state of the hippo. He wasn't caught in a legitimate way." That's right. I'd rather call him something else. Well, did you think of a better nickname? God of Crime. Tuhaha. Sunbae. Have you been reading too much manhwa? Ju Hyunho chuckled again. Kong-suk responded with a red face. God of Investigation isn't the same? 20 minutes after reporting, they heard the sound of sirens. Kong-suk and Hyunho's work was over. Inspector Kim Do-shik rushed into the aquarium. His eyes shone as he heard that they caught the hippo. In particular, his face turned red after hearing that the hippo's identity was a policeman. Kim Do-shik was more agitated than usual as he tried to calm his excitement. Ha ha ha. Detective Cho. Investigator Ju. I knew the two of you could pull it off. Well done. Bravo. Hooray for Detective Cho. I'll make sure to tell the chief that Detective Cho resolved this case. Thank you. Still, the criminal is a police officer. Well, the media doesn't have to know. We can handle this quietly. You have suffered a lot in the meantime. Take a rest for the next few days. Yes. I understand. The incident was resolved, but there was a bitter aftertaste. Hyunho, who had been watching Kim Jong-wook, approached Kong-suk. Sunbae. I want to talk to you for a bit. Really? Inspector. I'm sorry, but... go. Kong-suk followed Hyunho to another place. Once they arrived in a place with no one present, Hyunho opened his mouth. The hippo gained consciousness, but his words are a bit strange. What did he say? A person who didn't die when stabbed with a knife. Changing the voice at will. An iron pipe appearing out of thin air. What the hell is that? The contents are really strange. Perhaps. It was all ridiculous. If all of that was possible. The person who caught the hippo would truly the god of crime, Sunbae. Tae-hyuk was watching the police from a place far from the aquarium. With this, Cho Kong-suk would receive tremendous acclaim as the one who arrested the hippo.
As the identity of the hippo was a police officer, it wouldn't be known to the mass media, but it was certain that he would get a promotion.
Tae-hyuk was reminded of his sister Seo Haran. She became the head of the family at a young age.
She gave up her dreams to take care of her family. Rather than love, she had to do the housework on the weekend.
He wanted to find a good partner for such a sister.
He would do anything to see the two people living happily. In order to do that, Kang-suk's status should rise a little more. Simply catching criminals in the field was insufficient.
Principal investigator. No, shouldn't he at least be a police commissioner? Tae-hyuk laughed. That seemed too far in the future. Shouldn't they go on their first date first? Ahu. How can I turn the bear into a gentleman? Kang-suk's dating plan was created in Tae-hyuk's mind. BRR.
At the same time, a vibration was heard in two places.
Tae-hyuk checked the demon revealing mirror first. Oh, 10 affinity points. Amazing.
He acquired 10 affinity points all at once.
Tae-hyuk grinned from ear to ear.
With this, he would be able to strengthen 2 skills.
Then the phone. The smartphone was cracked due to the hippo's strikes.
Still, it was possible to receive calls.
Hello? Tae-hyuk. Sorry for calling you late at night. It is Mama. The caller was Big Mama. Tae-hyuk lowered his voice. Did something happen? This is about your commission from the other day. The results are out. But it is a little strange, so I called to deliver the results right away. Tae-hyuk had commissioned information from Big Mama 3 weeks ago. It was about Park Young-hwan, whose death Tae-hyuk was framed for. Then he found out that Park Young-hwan was prying into Tae-hyuk.
It was strange. So he wanted to find out where Park Young-hwan was and check it out for himself.
What was the reason? He felt like there was a huge hidden conspiracy.
Therefore, he had given 10 million won to Big Mama to find Park Young-hwan's whereabouts.
It took a bit long, but the results had now come out. Where is Park Young-hwan now? He is dead. Ha! It occurred 2 years ago. Tae-hyuk dropped his phone. Park Young-hwan was dead? He was framed 4 years later for killing Park Young-hwan. But now he was already dead? It was also 2 years ago? What the hell was this? Then who was digging for information on Tae-hyuk?
It had clearly been Park Young-hwan. Tae-hyuk stared at the sky with a bemused expression. The truth, which he thought would be uncovered to a certain extent, just got further away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 45. Chapter 45, The Family's Condition Number 1. Tae-hyuk took out the demon-revealing mirror in front of Big Mama's pawnshop.
He felt tense whenever he had to meet her.
Tae-hyuk checked his abilities every time he came here.
He needed to know what he could do, and where it was possible.
That way, he would have confidence while dealing with Big Mama.
After the Rosario incident, their relationship had become a type of partnership. However, he always had to be ready for any type of deception coming his way. Then first, the crime skills. He tapped on the demon-revealing mirror and pulled up his current learned crime skills. Robbery, spying, voice modulation, forgery, gambling, and violence, all of these made up for a total of 6 skills. He also had 10 affinity points that could be used to strengthen those skills.
Every one of them had a type of charm.
I'd like to raise them, but I'll save them, since I don't know what I will need. Next, he confirmed his stats. Stats: stamina, 59, intelligence, 47, agility, 24, dexterity, 39. Tae-hyuk had used the forgery skill quite a lot during the hippo case. He also consumed an affinity point for a temporary special ability. His dexterity had gone up by 5 points. 3 of his stats were close to the condition necessary for the upgrade. In the near future, he would be able to reach the 2nd rank noble. As a commoner, there were a lot of restraints on his abilities, so he wanted to reach the next rank sooner. It is difficult with the abilities I currently possess. Last night, Tae-hyuk had fought against the hippo, and had to mobilize everything he had in order to win. The hippo was a crazy guy, but just based on strength, he wasn't the strongest on the blacklist. Among the criminals he would meet in the future, there were those with superhuman abilities, or those who used bombs to kill hundreds of people. In addition, a pseudo-cult with thousands of followers.
Tae-hyuk would soon meet them.
Prior to that, he should at least upgrade to the noble rank. I don't know how much stronger a noble is, but it should still be better than my current rank.
Currently, he had met 6 people on the blacklist.
Oddly, the counter raised, despite not causing Moonlight Flower and Big Mama to be arrested. In the case of the Moonlight Flower, he caught Kim Sang-hyun. And after receiving Rosario from Big Mama, a notification had popped up on the demon revealing mirror. It seemed like catching them wasn't the only condition. Anyway, there are 14 people left. To do that, he needed to maintain his close relationship with Big Mama. Anyway, the important thing was to find out about Park Young-won's death. Big Mama raised dozens of snakes in her belly. It was dangerous to believe everything she said. Anyway, today I should clearly find out. Tae-hyuk firmly opened the door of the pawnshop. Oh Mo. It is Tae-hyuk. Did you come for the part-time job? Big Mama looked up and asked. Tae-hyuk's mouth twitched. Saying this after making such a bombshell announcement. Oh. Indeed, a scary woman. Let's continue the conversation from yesterday. I want you to give me the proper information about Park Young-won. It was reasonable to ask after paying the information fee. Oh ho ho. Of course I've prepared it. Big Mama went into a room in her store and came out with a paper envelope. Read it. Tae-hyuk accepted it and confirmed the contents. It contained everything about Park Young-won, where he was born, what school he went to, his school marks, the names of his close friends, and even the university clubs that he joined. It was miraculous how Big Mama managed to investigate so much. It is a bit later than promised. I'm sorry, so I arranged the important parts as a special service. Do you want to hear it? Yes. Park Young-won is a native of Gangwon-do. A so-called self-made person. As you can see from the materials I prepared, he studied well and exercised hard. He was popular due to his bright personality. This style is called Mother's Friend's Son? Wiki link explanation. Yes. He is literally the perfect image of that type. However, Park Young-won had one unusual characteristic. Listen to this. Inside the envelope was a tape recorder. Tae-hyuk put the earphone into his ear and pressed the switch. Then he heard a conversation over a lot of noise. It was a conversation between a man with a deep voice and a middle-aged person. Can you tell me more about the habit of Park Young-won that you mentioned before? Yes. Young-won has a habit. It can be called a type of tic? The sides of his mouth twitches when talking. Strangely, the habit doesn't happen on test days or election days. Then the next day, it will occur several times in 1 minute. Big Mama said. Listen to the next track. Tae-hyuk manipulated the tape recorder and fast-forwarded through the conversation. This time, it was a conversation between the man with the deep voice and an elderly person. What do you mean? Park Young-won often forgets things. So? He is very good at what he does. But after a few days, when I asked him about it again, he completely forgot what happened. He is already forgetful at such a young age. Ah, but his brain is truly great. He never missed being on top at school. Tae-hyuk looked at Big Mama after listening. Those are interviews about Park Young-won. Yes. All of them have known him since high school. I became aware of a shocking fact. That is. Do I need to say it? 2 years ago, Park Young-won died. Yes. I learned of this fact by chance. What exactly happened? Big Mama laughed and raised a finger. Tae-hyuk. Sorry, but the investigation is up to here. That was exactly 10 million won. If you want to know more, you have to pay extra. Tae-hyuk's eyes twitched. He had to pay more money if he wanted to know? This wasn't a 3-part porn ad, it was too much. Unfortunately, Tae-hyuk needed to know. So how much more do I need to pay? This is enough. Big Mama emphasized the one finger that she had raised. 10 million won. Yes, I understand. Tae-hyuk sighed. He was glad that he had enough money saved. Although it was a large amount of money, Big Mama's investigative abilities were worth it. In addition, the future report would certainly be beyond imagination. You set the limit too low. It is 100 million. Ha? 100 million? Think of it as the information having that much value. Right? Tae-hyuk narrowed his eyes. Big Mama had really great insight. The information about Park Young-won had to be obtained, even if he needed to pay a lot of money. I'm sorry, but I've spent the 100 million I received with Rosario. Ho! But you made some money from SY. Big Mama knew about it. However, he couldn't do that. It was the money for Haran. He couldn't touch it.
You will have to wait a bit for the money, Big Mama said with a soft smile. If I don't receive the money, then there is no investigation. You should be aware of that. That old lioness. Taehyuk's expression distorted. No matter what, he needed the information about Park Young-hwan. However, she might not give all the remaining information even after receiving 100 million. Unlike the Rosario incident, this time Taehyuk was caught on Big Mama's rod. Thus, Taehyuk decided to use a trump card. By the way, let me ask you one thing. Is there any counterfeit artwork that you need? Big Mama nodded with a warm smile. Kang-suk, who was sitting on the table, had a comfortable expression after a long time. Taehyuk asked from where he was sitting on the opposite side. It has been a long time since you came to dinner. Have you missed Nuna? Kang-suk was startled and quickly replied. I came to see you. Yes. Taehyuk nodded with a convinced expression. I was super busy with an awful case. Somehow it was solved. I have some time to rest. I don't know what happened. Well, I'm glad that you did well. Yes. In fact, I didn't do anything. It is a little awkward since it somehow became my achievement. Tomorrow, I will formally report to the higher-ups. Kang-suk's expression was serious. At that moment, Taehyuk felt a knot in his chest. It was a serial murderer case with 2 bodies and 1 victim. Solving it would be a big achievement for a detective. However, Kang-suk was trying to kick it away with his own feet. Ah, that person. It is the dinner I worked hard to prepare for him. Why is he going to spit it out? He is so upright that he is damaging himself. Kang-suk was truly a very nice person. However, such a person would only receive loss in the world. It seemed like Taehyuk would have to do some work behind Kang-suk. Taehyuk spoke cautiously so that he wouldn't be heard by Haran, who was cooking in the kitchen. At any rate, is now the time? When are you going to ask for a date? Date. See cough. We are just going to play. Taehyuk sighed. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to ask for a date until he was an old man. In the end, Taehyuk acted. Nuna. Kang-suk Hyung wants you to hang out with him this weekend. Yeah, hey. Kang-suk was embarrassed, but Haran looked at him with an expression of astonishment. Then she looked at Kang-suk like she was waiting for something. In the end, Kang-suk surrendered and asked Haran to go out. Ugh. That's correct. Haran. Do you have time to go somewhere with me this weekend? Haran clapped with pleasure. Wah? Hang out together? Then I'll prepare a lunchbox. Taehyuk sighed as he glanced at Haran and Kang-suk. It was their first date since first meeting each other 3 months ago. How long would it take for them to become a couple? Maybe he should help them a little bit. The hippo incident passed in a flash. Taehyuk lay down on his desk in the classroom and groaned. I need to make some money. I also need to support Kang-suk Hyung. Oh. Should I just skip school? And Eun-young heard Taehyuk's complaints from her seat next to him. Taehyuk. You can't skip school. Go home after school finishes. Ugh. Did you hear? And Eun-young said with a serious voice. Next week is the final exams. Have you prepared well? Taehyuk stared dumbly. Recently, he had been so busy that he didn't care about studying. The proof was that his intelligence stat hadn't risen. I guess not. You did seem strangely busy. If you take the test properly, didn't you say that you would be first in the school? Ha. Well, I can give you special lessons again this time. And Eun-young was strangely hesitant. It seemed like there was something she wanted to say. Is there something? No. Let's study together like last time. Will you come to my house this weekend? Taehyuk realized that Eun-young was asking for help. Eun-young. Is something going on? If you don't mind, then I am willing to listen to your story. And Eun-young looked at Taehyuk with deeply touched eyes. Then she slowly explained the situation. Taehyuk. That. You know. And Eun-young had an older sister. However, she recently got involved in a multi-level scheme and ran away from home. Taehyuk was troubled after hearing the story. His head was about to burst just from his own matters. But now he needed to help in Eun-young's family matters as well? What benefits would there be? Taehyuk bit his lip. He realized that he always made calculations before moving. It was the same with Big Mama.
When he used the crime skill, he had the mindset of a criminal. He had received enormous help from An Eun-young. Thanks to her studying skill, he could tremendously increase his intelligence stat. He could finally become a model student. An Eun-young was now asking for help. How could he refuse just because there were no benefits? Tae-hyuk thought for a moment. He was currently ranked third. Until he went to university, he needed An Eun-young's studying skill. If he helped her now, then he could use her studying skills in the future. He was moving for An Eun-young's studying skill. Tae-hyuk came to this conclusion and said to An Eun-young, "If you don't mind, then I will help you. Let's talk about the details in your room." Yes. Thank you, Tae-hyuk." An Eun-young was sincerely thankful. At that moment, Tae-hyuk felt something like a needle stabbing into his chest. Then there are 3 things that need to be solved. I'll be quite busy in the future. Tae-hyuk quietly looked at An Eun-young's face. He was really glad to see her smiling expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, The Family's Condition Number 2. After eating An Eun-young's stamina food, Tae-hyuk looked around the house. It's a little strange that there's nobody at home when we're studying together. Tae-hyuk had studied at An Eun-young's house for a month now. However, he had never met her family even once. Was her father the director of a general hospital? Her mother is also at the hospital for treatment. She said that her father only came home around once a week. He understood why the 2 people weren't visible. But the problem was her older sister. Run away. Tae-hyuk quietly looked at An Eun-young's face. She talked casually, but he could see the deep darkness within her eyes. Eun-jung-uni doesn't get along with my father. She isn't interested in studying, and goes out to play every day. Therefore, he forced her to enter a boarding school. That was the beginning of the incident. Tae-hyuk sensed something and asked in a small voice. Did your sister go to the 50th high school? Yes. It is a prestigious school with a high placement rate. And your sister is 25 years old this year? That's right. How did you know? Tae-hyuk closed his mouth. He hadn't thought there would be a relationship like this. He had memories of the next 14 years. Most of his memories were about criminals and the prison. Then there was the moment when he was about to receive the death penalty. The problem was the day before the death penalty. At that time, he had met something that wasn't human. It had gaping holes for eyes and a mouth that was ripped up to the ears. Whenever it laughed, red blood dripped down its face. In the end, Tae-hyuk didn't know who it was. He just remembered that he had made a deal with it. It had talked about the deaths of Haran and Taemin. Seo Taemin had become a lawyer to save Tae-hyuk, but he struggled to find evidence until the end, where he was murdered and sunk under the sea. Seo Haran was fired after it became known that her brother was a murderer. She had become involved in a multi-level marketing scheme with a friend. The result was her ruin. She lost everything and committed suicide. This was the future that Tae-hyuk remembered. The reason he didn't want to be reminded of this was because the multi-level marketing scheme had caused the destruction of Haran. Haran was 25 years old this year, and she also went to the 50th high school. Was all of this simply a coincidence? Tae-hyuk made a scary expression without saying anything, causing An Eun-young to wave her hands in front of his face. Oh, sorry, I was thinking of something else. Continue the story. Tae-hyuk said with a casual expression. Why yes. An Eun-young resumed the explanation. Her sister Eun-jong thought of the school as a prison and went outside to play every day. Then she met the leader of a bad group and they fell in love. Uni left a letter saying she was sorry and vanished. She even took all of the gifts at home. Dad went crazy and removed Uni from the family register. It was the first time I've seen Dad so mad. But how did you learn that she was involved in a multi-level scheme? That was a few days ago. I was coming home and a man on a motorcycle came with a note for An Eun-jong's little sister. Did you see the man's face? An Eun-young shook her head. He was wearing a helmet. This is the note. Tae-hyuk took the piece of paper that An Eun-young gave him and confirmed the contents. An Eun-jong is in danger of falling into a multi-level scheme. Taiwei International. It was suspicious, no matter how he looked at it. Did you tell your father? No. He tore it up as soon as I gave it to him. Tae-hyuk had a strange feeling when he looked at An Eun-young, who didn't care about her own safety. She believed in herself more than her parents. He felt like he was chewing a mouthful of sand.
Maybe this is better left to the police. And Eun-young's hands started shaking at Tae-hyuk's firm answer. That's right. Sorry. I just wanted to consult with Tae-hyuk, so, I don't want to be a burden. Tae-hyuk felt a knot in his chest. Was it possible to end it this way? A multi-level company was a seemingly legitimate business with no problems showing. If there was a report to the police, then they would say that it was wrong. What would happen if a full-fledged investigation was started? There would be little difference. A few people in charge would be sent to prison, but they certainly couldn't get a hold of everyone in the multi-level scheme. They would just move on to another company with a different name and sign. Tae-hyuk sighed slowly. Yes. This is the deal. If Eun-jong is really Noona's friend, then I will plunge into this case. If there isn't a connection, then I will consult Kong Suk-hyung. Tae-hyuk pulled out his phone to send a message to Haran. Noona. Did you have a friend called Eun-jong in high school? Beep. He pressed the send button. What answer would come back? Tae-hyuk swallowed his saliva. 30 seconds passed before there was a reply. Yes. Noona's friend. It has already been a few years since I've met her. Did she contact you on my old phone? Tell her to call me. Tae-hyuk's mouth trembled. As expected, Haran and Eun-jong were friends. Eun-jong had drawn Haran into the multi-level company world. If he helped Eun-jong now, then he could shatter the future of CO Haran, who fell into ruin due to the multi-level marketing scheme. Tae-hyuk looked at Eun-young, who seemed like she was about to cry. What if he suddenly changed his mind and said he would help? Oh. Wait. There is that method. CO Tae-hyuk was reminded of a game that could be called a man's romance. Eun-young, I'm bored. Do you want to play rock, paper, scissors? If you win, then I'll help you with this case. Instead, if I win, help me with my newly developed magic. And Eun-young turned red with anger and threw out her hand to play rock, paper, scissors. Tae-hyuk, who was trying to lose intentionally by using the gambling skill, felt like crying. It was the door of truth that he never wanted to see. Taiwei International, it's a multi-level company that was created 10 years ago, and will continue to operate for the next 14 years. Tae-hyuk muttered as he looked up at the 15-story building in front of him. This building was all Taiwei International. Usually, a multi-level company had around 1,000 members, and had billions of won in assets. That's why it had such a great building. At least 10 times. No, more than 100 times. There was a cardinal rule. If you don't make other people your co-worker, then don't bother going out. Maybe they were half trapped in the building. It isn't a building but a dungeon. The inside was illegally modified like a maze. People wouldn't be able to get out fully without knowing the way. First, he came to look at the situation. But it seemed like he had to prepare properly before entering. There are janitors and security guards going in and out. Tae-hyuk suddenly came up with a good plan to infiltrate Taiwei International. He would pose as a janitor to go inside. In order to do that, he needed clothes. This is when the internet marketplace is useful. Let's see. The janitor uniform. In the old days, his guard uniform was commissioned from a uniform company. It took a lot of time. Compared to that, internet deals were easy and quick. A second-hand store selling janitor uniforms that boasted 5 million members caught his attention. Should I trade with Wang grandmother uniforms? It has a truly unique flavor. He traveled a few stops on the subway in order to make a direct deal with the person. Tae-hyuk made the right deal. After 30 minutes, he was able to get his hands on exactly what he wanted. Then I'll change in the toilets. He dressed as a janitor in the subway toilets and made his head damp with water. He used cream to appear haggard and now looked like a janitor. Then he went back to the entrance of the building where he was stopped by a security guard. What are you doing? Tae-hyuk used voice modulation to sound older. Kim SSI's body isn't good, so I came to replace him. The guard looked Tae-hyuk up and down. HRMM. I didn't hear about such a thing. That's why I came to tell you. Oh, is that so? Then go in. Yes, keep up the good work. In a building of this size, there were at least 10 janitors going in and out. At least one of them would have a surname of Kim. Tae-hyuk shrugged and entered the building. The beginning is good. The problem is where to find Eun-jong. The building appeared to have many rooms on each floor. But there were 15 floors. It would take a few days to search through each room. There was a loud noise from the entrance. I am sorry. I'm late for a new employee seminar. A woman in a suit was talking to a security guard. Taehyuk smiled as he looked at the scene from afar. An Eunjong has showed up in the wild. He found the person he was looking for. It was a more mature face than the one he saw in the photo. She was wearing a khaki suit and had makeup on his face. She literally felt like a new employee. But when he looked closely, he could see some similarities to an Eunyoung. An Eunjong took the stairs on her high heels. Surprisingly, this building didn't have an elevator. It was so that the members couldn't run off easily. Taehyuk slowly followed behind her. At the seminar sat down the new people that the employees had brought and explained the company's system. A middle-aged man turned on a projector and was giving a speech. Taehyuk snuck through the back door and casually sat in the back. He had changed from the janitor clothes to normal clothes. In the seminar room, dozens of men and women of various ages were sitting. And Eunjong was among them. Is she a frivolous person? A person with this type of mentality. Everyone in the room responded together, even if they didn't understand. Obviously, more than half the people in this room had frivolous characters. The middle-aged man spat out. Remember the IMF in 1997? Do you know what caused it? People raised their hands. People buy and sell foreign goods. Doesn't everything overseas look luxurious? The man said. Do you all know? Some will teach you from the textbooks. But I won't. In fact, it is something that all big companies and the government can't do. The man shook his head and plausible graphs and interviews with experts appeared on the projector. In the end, the big companies will wrong people in order to save money. But what will happen to them? All those who work are forced into early retirement. Their business goes into debt and they commit suicide. Your siblings living at home will have to clean the kitchen. It is due to overconsumption? People want to travel abroad or have foreign cars. How will you get your hands on these? The people in the seminar room were all quiet. So, you have to put survival above other people's lives. Regardless of the labor reform, people do what they can to live as cheaply as possible. If you say that it is hard, then your efforts aren't enough. Let's compromise. Share the pain. Squeeze them more. Who will defend the salary of more than 2 million won that you will receive here? No one raised their hand. Do you know why? It is because things aren't distributed properly? Distribute it. Is it distributed properly? That is the question. You should get paid as much as you can. So we have developed a new marketing system for you. Now, please pay attention to the screen. The people who had been distracted 10 minutes ago started listening to the man. Taehyuk stared at the man who caught the crowd's attention. His eloquent words sounded plausible. His charisma overpowered the audience. Choi Sung-yeol. You were here. One of the blacklist members. The scammer Choi Sung-yeol was here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 47. Chapter 47, The Family's Condition Number 3. Choi Sung-yeol's words contained a strange eloquence. He blended one lie among 10 facts. That way, it sounded like he was just telling the truth. The contents of Choi Sung-yeol's words were simple. Large corporations regarded their employees like slaves. In addition, they bribed politicians to try to pass labor reform laws. No matter how hard someone worked, they could be thrown away like a used tissue. They would never be rewarded for their efforts. However, Taiwei was different. By default, in order to join the company, a person had to purchase a certain amount of shares. It wasn't a relationship between an employer and employee, but one where everyone was an owner. If there were tangible results, then their rating would go up. The higher the rating, the greater the distribution. Well, it sounds like a plausible story. Taehyuk clicked his tongue. It was no use if people were owners. In the end, the exploitation targets just changed to a higher grade. However, Choi Sung-yeol was extremely good at cajoling the new members. There were men and women next to him, all decoys planted by Taiwei. The old people praised him by using their years of experience. The young ones said they had a burning passion. There were those who didn't have proper jobs, and were now living well. Every one of them spoke words of praise. The praise, that was as smooth as butter, poured out of their mouths and were caught in the people's ears. While the sense of confidence increased, the final blow was dealt. If they join now, then they could go up to a higher grade. They could reach the status of other people, who had worked for a few years, in an instant.
In that way, the participants were persuaded. Interviews with members of Taiwei were broadcasted on the screen. The attendees looked at the screen with flushed faces.
Look at this. Many people are making more than 5 million a month. Are you willing to do that? Do you lack experience? Or is there a lack of enthusiasm?
A person who earned around 800,000 a month would become someone who earned more than 10 million won in the first 3 months. A man, who said he was in his first year of employment, took out the key for a foreign car from his pocket and shook it.
Now everything was gathered for the perfect situation. Tae-hyuk laughed.
It is like taking off the label and replacing it with one from a deluxe brand. Furthermore, that isn't a key no matter how I look at it. It was a fake made for use as a movie prop. It was made elaborately so that it couldn't be distinguished from the real thing. However, Tae-hyuk had the ability to grasp the authenticity of an object, due to the forgery skill improving his discerning eye.
Tae-hyuk wondered if he would receive a new crime skill and check the demon revealing mirror. There is no new skill.
So far, Tae-hyuk had met 7 blacklist members. However, except for Big Mama, he didn't receive any of their crime skills.
Was it necessary to upgrade to noble? By the way, what is Eun-jong doing? She isn't a decoy? She hadn't appeared with Choi Sung-yeol's party. Tae-hyuk looked around the meeting room and was able to find her. And Eun-jong was sitting in a corner and writing down Choi Sung-yeol's notes in a notebook. She looked just like Eun-young. They are truly family. The other people were busy talking to each other. Tae-hyuk sat next to Eun-jong and asked, "You have been writing really hard. What is the content?" Eun-jong laughed and held out her notes. "This? I was writing about Choi Sung-yeol Sunbae. He really is great, and none of his words are ridiculous. The money he earns as well. I want to be like him someday, And
Eun-jong was looking at Choi Sung-yeol with sincerely respectful eyes.
Tae-hyuk inwardly sighed. She was completely deceived without knowing it.
The good news was that she hadn't been completely corrupted yet. I need to discover how deep her feet are.
Eun-jong is working really hard. How did you know my name?
Eun-jong asked with wide eyes.
Tae-hyuk pointed to the employee ID hanging around her neck. I saw the name hanging around your neck. Oh right, my name is Lee Cheol-soo. Tae-hyuk gave the pseudonym he used during the voyeur incident. Eun-jong nodded. Oh, I see. Anyway, I am currently a silver member. If I can recruit 10 more people, then I can upgrade to gold. I need to work harder. Eun-jong took a fighting posture. She had a similar atmosphere to Haran. It felt like he was watching a child. Tae-hyuk lowered his voice as much as possible and said, "That's amazing. Already a silver member. You must have spent a large amount of money."
Eun-jong hesitated before opening her mouth.
Yes. In fact, it was the money I had set aside to rent a room. I used it all, but I can make a lot more once I become a gold member. Tae-hyuk's head started to hurt. She must have devoted millions of won into this. After becoming a part of the multi-level marketing, a person could easily obtain a higher grade if they spent a certain amount of money. However, the problem was after that happened. They had already invested money, and now they couldn't pull their feet out. Once that happened, the appearance of the company would change by 180 degrees. Gather members. Bring in more money because your shares are low. Go out and sell new products. There was constant exploitation. At the end of the day, they wouldn't be able to sell enough. Eun-jong was laughing with an innocent face. I thought she was moderately quick-witted. The woman in front of him never even imagined that she was being deceived. I'll ask you just one thing. How many people have you brought here? Well, 2 or 3 people. A fool pulled in other fools. The multi-level scheme was truly scary. Tae-hyuk asked with a heavy expression. So they all became part of Eun-jong's shares? At that moment, Eun-jong's eyes shook. It isn't like that. It will be given the next time I register a name. I see. The people Eun-jong brought in received consultation from another person and was registered under their name. Next time, do better. Is that the method?
Eun-jong looked at Tae-hyuk with a startled expression. Based on her expression, it seemed like he had struck the nail on the head.
How did you know? Tae-hyuk told Eun-jong the truth. If you gather 10 more people, then you can reach the gold rank? Yes. The confident voice from a few minutes ago had become smaller. That number will never go to 0. Eunjong also knows this to a certain extent. Dot. And Eunjong looked at Taehyuk with a shocked face. Taehyuk had stabbed her with the sword of truth. However, he needed to use this degree of shock therapy on Eunjong. At that moment, a strange thing happened. What? Taehyuk noticed a strange smell spreading in the seminar room. It was a smoke with a sweet, floral scent. He felt lightheaded the moment he breathed it in. And Eunjong's eyes also became blank. Then suddenly, her eyes became animated again. She spoke in a strong tone. That can't be. I can surely upgrade my rank if I work hard. Ah, that's right. Sheol-su. Sheol-su shouldn't think like that. Sheol-su is also in our company. We should work hard together to make a lot of money. Then my father. Damn. He thought it was almost over. However, An Eunjong was completely possessed by this strange perfume. Taehyuk bit his lip and pulled out the demon-revealing mirror to check his status. Oh my god. All my stats are being reduced at a tremendous pace. His intelligence, that was close to 50, was now near 40 points. Taehyuk realized that his judgment was gradually falling. Did they even use a hallucinogen? He grabbed his left little finger in order to regain his spirit. Woo-duck! The twisting of the bones caused his stats to stop falling. Taehyuk inwardly screamed but persisted. This isn't a normal method for a multi-level company. Wait a minute. Didn't Choi Sun-yeol have a partner? He wasn't a criminal who worked alone. He committed his scams with an even worse colleague. The name of another blacklist member popped into Taehyuk's mind. Producer Kim Jun-young. He was a famous criminal who produced bizarre shows, a producer. Then the fragrance with the hallucinatory effect. Perhaps there were 3 or more criminals gathered here. Damn. Now they are flocking. Scammer Choi Sun-yeol. Producer Kim Jun-young. An unknown perfume user. Taiwei International was a lair full of criminals. Taehyuk was barely able to win against the hippo using all of his skills. Since then, he hadn't got any new skills or upgrades. Yet this place had 3 criminals. In addition, there was the unidentified man who sent the note to An Eunjong. Who was he? Taehyuk bit his lip as he thought about it. But the fact that the producer is here. Unfortunately, there wasn't much written about him in the blacklist. However, he remembered about the death circus run by the producer. It was a flashy show of human desire and betrayal. Taehyuk thought about the structure of the building. The interior was much smaller compared to the size. It felt like there were secret rooms that couldn't be entered through a normal route. Maybe the producer was planning the death circus. Taehyuk realized that there was only one way for An Eunjong to escape from here. Eunjong. If there was a way to raise your rating all at once, what would you do? All of a sudden? It isn't gold but the platinum rating. Eunjong covered her mouth with her hands at Taehyuk's words. It was the same rating as Choi Sun-yeol. He led the thousands of silver and gold members and gained a huge amount of money from what they earned. Really? If you have any doubts, then you can ask Choi Sun-yeol. Taehyuk didn't miss the fire blazing in An Eunjong's eyes. She really was an easily convinced woman. If there really is such a method, then I will do anything. As surely. It probably isn't what you are thinking. You could die. How do you know such a thing? Are you not an ordinary member? Taehyuk smirked. Now she had noticed. I came for this. Do you understand? But I can't do it alone. How about it? Do you want to reach the platinum rating with me? An Eunjong gave a strange groan as she hesitated for a moment. And after a while, she came to a conclusion and nodded. I accept. I should put my life on the line to make money. Ugh. This woman. Does she even know what she is saying? Taehyuk inwardly screamed. The words made him feel like puking. He needed to show An Eunjong reality. Yes. Let's try it. Death circus. If I look at it directly, then I'll discover what I need to know. Can you wait a minute? I have something to say to Choi Sun-yeol. Yes. Taehyuk walked towards the front of the room. 2 people were talking without any worries to Choi Sun-yeol. Taehyuk smiled as he reached Choi Sun-yeol. What is going on? I saw you talking to An Eunjong. Is there an incident that you would like to document? Oh, I wanted to join. I came when I heard that Kim Jun-young was here. You came to see Kim Jun-young. And Eunjong wants to play. Both of us would like to join the death circus. Choi Sun-yeol's mouth twisted strangely. Oh ho ho. There are applicants. How did you court in Eunjong? Anyway, it is nice to meet you. The show is scheduled for tonight. I'm glad that I don't have to wait. But is it really okay? You are still young. Your lives will be ours the moment you apply to participate in the death circus. It doesn't matter. I will win. Choi Sun-yeol smiled brightly. At best, they were hoping to pluck tens of millions of won from pushovers. Yet he willingly participated in the death circus. Now they could get hundreds of millions of won. That confident expression is good. Then I will introduce you to director Kim Jun-young. That night, the death circus was going to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.